Chapter 1. The Luxurious Cruise. A sudden car accident claimed the lives of Ma Xiaoyu's parents, leaving him to attend to their affairs in profound sorrow. Gazing at his parents' portraits, Ma Xiaoyu found himself lost in contemplation. They were undoubtedly the only individuals he truly cared for, yet now they had departed, extinguishing his will to continue living. Although he had an elder brother who had purchased a home in the county over a decade ago, their relationship had grown increasingly distant since the latter's marriage. Aside from occasional family gatherings during holidays, they seldom communicated. Having just finalized his parents' arrangements, his brother returned to work, offering only a brief greeting as he departed. Ma Xiaoyu hailed from a mountainous region, and his parents were quintessential farmers. His father, a middle school graduate, was considered educated for his time, while his mother, illiterate, could not even write her own name. From an early age, they held high hopes for their two sons, wishing for them to excel in their studies and escape the confines of their mountainous home. The elder brother lived up to those expectations, gaining admission to a prestigious university and subsequently securing a position as a civil servant. In contrast, Ma Xiaoyu was a mischievous child, often skipping school or causing trouble. After graduating from middle school, he ventured to another province for work. Initially, he was frugal and would send money home with each paycheck. However, as he grew older, he became increasingly reckless, with his earnings barely sufficient to sustain himself. At the age of 26, while working away from home, he met a girl from another province. Their courtship was brief, culminating in a hastily arranged marriage funded by his parents. Following the wedding, Ma Xiaoyu resolved to live prudently with his wife. However, 2 years later, his wife betrayed him, running off with another man and absconding with their savings of several tens of thousands. This left Ma Xiaoyu in a state of despair, living each day in a daze akin to a living corpse. Years passed before he emerged from the shadow of his first marriage. By the time he turned 32, observing others in loving pairs sparked thoughts of marriage again. Introduced to a divorced woman, they swiftly wed after 6 months of acquaintance. This time, Ma Xiaoyu showered his new wife with affection. Yet after just over a year, she could no longer endure life in the mountains and left him for a wealthy man. Having endured 2 failed marriages, Ma Xiaoyu had lost all hope for a fulfilling life. He drifted through each day in a haze, contemplating suicide on multiple occasions, but the sight of his elderly parents compelled him to endure. He had initially intended to honor his parents in their twilight years, but calamity struck again. While riding their electric scooter to the market, they were tragically struck by an oncoming truck, leading to their untimely demise. The compensation awarded to their parents was equally divided between the two brothers. Upon receiving the substantial sum, Ma Xiaoyu contemplated embarking on a journey, intending to end his life upon his return. After the mourning period for his parents had concluded, he procured a passport and booked a luxurious 7-day cruise. The moment he boarded the ship, he was truly astonished by its opulence. At the age of 36, it was his inaugural experience aboard such a lavish vessel, and he mused that the expenditure was indeed worthwhile. After stowing his backpack in his cabin, he indulged in a warm shower and succumbed to slumber. He slept for an extended period before groggily awakening, glancing at his phone to discover it was nearly evening, his stomach grumbling audibly. He opened his door and made his way to the dining area, which was bustling with patrons at that hour. He selected a variety of dishes to place on his tray, and after a thorough search, he finally spotted an available table with 2 empty seats. Across from him were 2 fashionable young women in their 20s. Approaching them, he politely inquired, "Excuse me, ladies, may I sit here?" It appears to be the only available spot. The 2 girls were engaged in lively conversation when they heard his question, both lifting their gazes to him. One of the girls with short hair surveyed the surroundings and, upon realizing there were no other vacancies, replied, "There's no one here. You can sit wherever you like, uncle." Being addressed as uncle momentarily startled Ma Xiaoyu. However, he quickly reminded himself that, nearing 40, it was not surprising to be referred to in such a manner. He took a seat and began to eat. As he focused on his meal, the 2 girls continued their animated discussion, oblivious to his presence. After a while, he looked up to find them both staring at him intently, which puzzled him. Did he have something on his face? Chuckling, he addressed them. "Ladies, why do you gaze at me so? Is there something amiss with my appearance? Your attention is making me a tad bashful." The short-haired girl promptly responded, "Uncle, You can't be from the mountains, can you? This is the first time I've seen someone eat steak and drink white wine. Surely, you could at least have a bottle of red wine. To be honest, I truly am from the mountains. This is my first time aboard such a luxurious cruise. I had intended to prepare a stir-fry, but alas, only steak was available, so I made do. Who says steak cannot be paired with white wine? I find it quite agreeable, Ma Xiaoyu replied while savoring his steak. Upon hearing this, the short-haired girl quickly added, I apologize, uncle. I didn't mean to belittle you, it's just that in my experience, I've never seen anyone eat like this. Aren't you concerned about what others might think? Many people are watching you. It's nothing, really. Being full is my own business. Why should I concern myself with others' opinions? If I were to constantly worry about how others perceive me, I would have starved long ago, Ma Xiaoyu said to the two without lifting his head. The girls were taken aback by his remarkable openness, feeling a surge of admiration. At that moment, another girl with long hair turned to Ma Xiaoyu and asked, Uncle, why are you traveling alone? Where are your wife and children? It must be quite lonely by yourself. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu finally raised his head and replied, I have no children, and my wife has run off with someone else. The girls felt a wave of discomfort wash over them, momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, the short-haired girl mustered the courage to ask, What about your parents? Why didn't you bring them along? They passed away not long ago. I'm full now, so we'll head back. You two continue chatting, he said, turning away and making his way towards the pier. Chapter 2. Encounter with the Storm. As Ma Xiaoyu walked away, the two girls realized they had misspoken. They contemplated standing up to apologize, but by then, he had already distanced himself, leaving them to resume their conversation. At that moment, the pier was bustling with people, many of whom were taking selfies against the backdrop of the surging sea. Ma Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took several deep puffs, his mind wandering through the memories of his life. He remained on the pier until twilight before returning to his room. Lying on his bed, he picked up his phone and began to scroll through his gallery. Familiar yet distant photographs surfaced before his eyes. There were images of his wife and candid moments with his parents. Although his wife had left him, he couldn't bring himself to delete those pictures. Gazing at her likeness, time seemed to rewind to the days they shared together. He stared at the photos for what felt like an eternity before letting out a resigned sigh. Then, he came across another photo with his parents, and his eyes grew misty. He had always intended to show them greater filial piety, but now they were irrevocably separated by the veil of death. After a long while, he closed his phone and drifted off to sleep. The next day, he awoke around noon. Checking his phone, he realized it was nearly 12 o'clock. He dressed and went to the bathroom to wash his face, staring into the mirror at his weary reflection, his face adorned with stubble, prompting another wave of reflection. He rummaged through his backpack for his razor, tidied his beard, and then stepped out of his room, heading straight to the dining area. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he found many already dining. The luxury cruise ship justified its expense with a lavish buffet, offering a plethora of drinks, snacks, and delicacies, albeit lacking in stir-fried dishes. Ma Xiaoyu selected 2 pieces of steak and some noodles, accompanied by a bottle of white liquor, and began searching for a seat. By coincidence, he spotted the 2 girls from the previous day. The short-haired girl noticed him too and called out, Uncle, come sit here, there's a free spot. Upon hearing her shout, Ma Xiaoyu, holding his food, promptly seated himself opposite the 2 girls. Noticing that he was still indulging in steak accompanied by white wine, the 2 girls could not suppress their laughter as Ma Xiaoyu began to relish his meal, taking bites of steak interspersed with sips of wine. At that moment, the girl with short hair addressed him, saying, I apologize for what we said yesterday, Uncle. It's quite all right, I didn't take it to heart. Do I truly seem that old? You calling me Uncle feels rather strange. My name is Ma Xiaoyu, you may refer to me as Lao Ma or Brother Ma in the future, he replied with a smile. Hearing this, the girl with long hair chuckled and said, All right then, we'll call you Lao Ma from now on. I am Wang Qianqian, and this is Zhang Silly, we are good friends and classmates. Ma Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement and asked, Are you both still students? Do we appear that youthful? We are both 26 years old and have been working for several years. Zhang Silly laughed. Oh, you both look quite youthful, resembling students. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have guessed. Ma Xiaoyu remarked, smiling at the two. Being 26 is still quite young, you are a whole decade my junior. so calling me uncle seems reasonable. The three continued their conversation while enjoying breakfast. Afterward, Ma Xiaoyu made his way to the deck, gazing at the sea while lighting a cigarette. Observing the jovial group on the deck, Ma Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of envy. At 36 years of age, he found himself solitary, realizing that even this trip was funded by his parents' compensation, which left him feeling a wave of melancholy. He stood on the deck for nearly 2 hours before returning to his room, where he lay on his bed, engrossed in his phone. Time passed, and by the following evening, Ma Xiaoyu returned to the dining area, only to discover that the two girls were no longer present. He grabbed some food and settled into a vacant seat, focusing intently on his meal. After dinner, he stood on the deck, smoking again, oblivious to the cruise ship's whereabouts, which did not concern him. After smoking 2 cigarettes, he retreated to his room. In the middle of the night, while Ma Xiaoyu was in deep slumber, he was abruptly awakened by a violent shaking. His room was rocking fiercely, leading him to surmise that they must have encountered fierce winds, otherwise the ship would not sway so dramatically. Initially dismissive, he soon felt that something was amiss as the shaking intensified. Stumbling to the door, he cautiously opened it to peer outside, discovering numerous passengers in the corridor, while several crew members attempted to calm the crowd. Just then, another violent lurch sent many tumbling to the floor, filling the corridor with chaos and screams. Fortunately, Ma Xiaoyu managed to grasp the doorknob in time to avoid falling. Sensing impending danger, once the ship's rocking lessened, Ma Xiaoyu hastily stumbled back into his room, grabbed his backpack, and dashed out towards the deck. Along the way, scattered belongings and terrified tourists were everywhere. As he passed a restaurant, he beheld a scene of utter chaos within. The floor was strewn with abandoned items. When he reached the deck, he was nearly toppled by the fierce winds sweeping over the sea, forcing him to cling tightly to the railing beside him. Looking up, he observed that the ocean was churning violently, with waves towering over 10 meters high, causing the entire cruise ship to sway incessantly. Many others, like himself, stood on the deck, desperately grasping the railings for stability. Though Ma Xiaoyu harbored a desire for oblivion, the adage holds true: fallen leaves return to their roots. He did not wish to meet his demise in such a pitiful manner. If he were to perish, it should be amidst the majestic mountains. With a firm grip on the railing, he painstakingly inched forward. Each small step felt immensely arduous, but eventually he spotted several life jackets on the railing. With great effort, he yanked one down and managed to don it. He pulled down 2 more, clutching them tightly in his hands. Soon, the deck was teeming with people. More accurately, it was crawling with them. Numerous individuals began to scream and weep aloud, creating a cacophony that was completely drowned out by the roar of the waves. Ma Xiaoyu paid little heed to those around him. One hand clutched the railing while the other held the 2 life jackets. Gazing towards the deck, he noticed the 2 girls he encountered in the restaurant, lying on the deck just 4 or 5 meters away, screaming at the top of their lungs. Chapter 3. The cruise incident. Having formed a favorable impression of the 2 girls, Ma Xiaoyu immediately called out to them. However, the tumultuous roar of the waves drowned his voice, and despite their proximity, the girls remained oblivious to his frantic cries. At that moment, a colossal wave surged forth, violently rocking the cruise ship once more. Many individuals were once again thrown to the deck, while several were swept away by the waves, vanishing into the depths of the ocean. After the tide subsided, the ship's violent swaying diminished, allowing Ma Xiaoyu to release his grip and gradually crawl towards the 2 girls. Upon reaching them, he shouted, "Quickly put on your life jackets and hold on to my clothes as we make our way to the railing." He then handed them the life jackets. Upon seeing Ma Xiaoyu, the girls ceased their cries and, in a flurry of urgency, donned the life jackets and clung tightly to his clothing as they crawled towards the railing. After a strenuous effort, they finally reached the railing when another formidable wave crashed over them. The 3 clung desperately to the railing, witnessing several individuals being swept away by the surge, disappearing into the vast ocean. They had also ingested a significant amount of seawater, coughing violently as their clothes became completely soaked. At that moment, the cruise ship could no longer withstand the relentless waves and began to tilt ominously. Ma Xiaoyu shouted urgently, "Jump now! The ship is going to capsize." With that, he released his grip and leaped into the deep sea. The two girls, witnessing his action, followed suit, plunging into the ocean. Just as they submerged, another monumental wave crashed down, propelling Ma Xiaoyu over 10 meters away and leaving him momentarily disoriented. Fortunately, the buoyancy of the life jacket soon brought him to the surface, where he coughed up seawater vigorously. As he regained his senses, he spotted the cruise ship slowly descending into the abyss, surrounded by floating debris and people. Despite the turbulent waters, the moonlight illuminated the scene, allowing him to see the two girls struggling not far away. It was evident they were unable to swim, and their survival was solely due to the life jackets they wore. Determined, Ma Xiaoyu swam with all his might towards the girls. Having previously acquainted himself with them aboard the ship, he could not bear the thought of them perishing in the sea. After considerable effort, he reached them, and upon his sudden appearance, the girls grasped him tightly. The ocean's surface was treacherous, and being held so firmly by them made it increasingly difficult for Ma Xiaoyu to stay afloat, causing him to sink gradually. No matter how much he shouted, the girls clung to him, unwilling to let go. In that moment, Ma Xiaoyu pondered whether he was destined to meet his end in the depths of the sea. At that moment, a lifeboat appeared bobbing on the distant sea, seemingly having fallen from a cruise ship. Perhaps driven by an intense will to survive, Ma Xiaoyu, despite being held back by the two girls, summoned an unexpected strength and desperately swam towards the lifeboat. Just as his energy was nearly depleted, he finally grasped the lifeboat, at which point the two girls also spotted it and released their hold on his clothing. Ma Xiaoyu swiftly climbed aboard and pulled the two girls up as well. The trio clung tightly to the sides of the lifeboat, which was repeatedly dragged into the depths of the ocean by colossal waves before rising again. They were drenched in seawater, and after an indeterminate amount of time, the sea finally calmed. They all began to cough violently on the lifeboat. Although it was still summer, their clothes were completely soaked, and the cold sea breeze made them shiver uncontrollably. The lifeboat drifted aimlessly across the surface of the ocean, its destination unknown. Eventually, the sky began to lighten, and soon the sun rose above the horizon, casting warmth upon them. Gazing out at the vast expanse of the sea, they felt a profound sense of having survived the calamity. Wang Qianqian turned to Ma Xiaoyu and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, uncle. Without you, we might have perished in the sea." Zhang Sili echoed her sentiment, adding, "Indeed, thank you, Brother Ma. If it weren't for you, we would have been lost. Rest assured, once we return home, I will repay you handsomely." In response to their gratitude, Ma Xiaoyu smiled and said, "I only met you two on this cruise. I couldn't bear to see you perish. It was merely a matter of convenience for me to save you." He lamented, "What bad luck. I never expected my first experience on such a luxurious cruise would lead to this. I feel so hungry. I wish we had something to eat. I wonder where we will drift to next. Do you think we can survive this, uncle?" Wang Qianqian asked him. Hearing her, Ma Xiaoyu immediately retrieved his backpack, unzipped it, and pulled out 2 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water, handing them to the two girls. Their eyes lit up at the sight of the food, and they eagerly tore open the packages, devouring the bread hungrily. After finishing the bread, they unscrewed the bottles and tilted their heads back to drink. Observing this, Ma Xiaoyu quickly cautioned them, "Drink sparingly. We don't have much water left, and we don't know how long we will be adrift." Heeding his advice, the two girls took a few sips and capped their bottles again. Ma Xiaoyu also took a couple of swigs from his own bottle before sealing it. He then retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, only to find that the cigarettes had been soaked and rendered unsmokable. Discarding the ruined cigarettes into the sea, he attempted to ignite a lighter, discovering that it still functioned. Suddenly, he retrieved an unopened pack of cigarettes from his backpack, placed one between his lips, ignited it, and began to smoke. Gazing out at the boundless sea, Ma Xiaoyu fell into deep contemplation. Although he had miraculously survived, the uncertainty of returning to solid ground loomed large. As the sun continued its ascent, the three of them found themselves increasingly discomforted by its relentless heat. Ma Xiaoyu took out a sunshade from his backpack, offering it to the two girls to shield their heads. The lifeboat drifted aimlessly upon the water, time slipping away unnoticed. Eventually, the two girls succumbed to slumber on the raft, and Ma Xiaoyu too drifted into a hazy sleep. Chapter 4. stranded on a deserted island by the time the three of them awoke. The afternoon sun was already casting its golden rays upon the vast expanse of the ocean. As they gazed into the distance, a few lifeboats emerged as faint silhouettes on the horizon, likely carrying survivors from the same cruise ship, adrift and carried by the winds to this very spot. Suddenly, with a blush adorning her cheeks, Wang Qianqian timidly addressed Ma Xiaoyu. "Uncle, I need to use the restroom. Could you possibly turn your back? I can hardly hold it any longer." Upon hearing her plea, Ma Xiaoyu quietly turned away, presenting his back to her. Yet, confined within the limited space of the lifeboat, Wang Qianqian felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Ultimately, she had no choice but to position Zhang Sili in front of her as a modest shield, nervously shedding her trousers to relieve herself. Once she finished, she discovered that the tissue in her pocket had become utterly soaked by seawater, rendering it unusable. She softly called out to Ma Xiaoyu, "Uncle, do you have any tissue? Please, could you spare some?" In response, Ma Xiaoyu, still turned away, replied, "I believe I have some in my backpack. See if it's still usable." Zhang Sili promptly opened his backpack and rummaged through it, retrieving an unopened pack of tissues, which she handed to Wang Qianqian. After using the tissue, she quickly pulled up her trousers and announced, "Uncle, I'm done. You can turn around now." Ma Xiaoyu then turned back and retrieved a pack of sausages from his backpack. He extracted 6 sausages, distributing 2 to each of the girls. Famished, they eagerly tore open the packaging and began devouring the sausages with delight. However, 2 sausages were hardly sufficient to satiate their hunger. After finishing, the girls still felt ravenous. Zhang Sili turned to Ma Xiaoyu and asked, "Brother Ma, could we possibly have 2 more sausages? We're still so hungry." Ma Xiaoyu immediately responded, "No, we cannot. We have no idea how long we will float on these waters, and our food supply is dwindling. We must ration our food and water. If you are desperately thirsty, take only a couple of sips. We cannot afford to consume too much, or we risk perishing from thirst out here. Let us conserve our energy and speak as little as possible." Understanding the gravity of his words, the 2 girls acknowledged his wisdom. The uncertainty of their fate upon the vast ocean caused Wang Qianqian's eyes to brim with tears as she softly cried, "Uncle, do you think we are truly destined to perish in this endless sea? I am so young. I do not wish to die." Hearing her distress, Ma Xiaoyu offered her words of comfort, saying, "Do not worry. Since we have managed to escape from the cruise ship, we must not give up now. We need to gather our strength and remain hopeful. The most crucial thing at this moment is to conserve our energy and speak as little as possible." Upon hearing his reassurances, Wang Qianqian ceased her tears and sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Uncle, thank you." Ma Xiaoyu remained silent, simply smiling at her. Thus, they drifted upon the vast sea for another 2 days. By the 4th day, the provisions in Ma Xiaoyu's backpack had been entirely consumed, and the water was completely depleted. The endless expanse of the ocean stretched before them. The 2 girls were now parched and famished, and Ma Xiaoyu was hardly in a better state, feeling utterly weak. With parched lips, were they to perish in this desolate ocean? Time was indeterminate, but suddenly, Ma Xiaoyu opened his eyes to behold an island emerging in the distance. At first, he thought it was a mirage, but after rubbing his eyes vigorously and confirming its existence, he could faintly discern the towering trees upon the island. Instantly invigorated, he exclaimed to the 2 girls, "Awaken! Look over there, a small island. We need not succumb to death upon this sea." Upon hearing his words, the girls immediately sat up and gazed towards the horizon. Their spirits lifted upon spotting the island, and all 3 plunged their hands into the water, fervently paddling forward. The lifeboat gradually making its way towards the island. Despite the sighting of the island, the distance was still considerable. As they drew closer, exhaustion enveloped them. The 2 girls could paddle no longer, collapsing onto the lifeboat and gasping for air. Suddenly, the wind shifted. The lifeboat began to drift away from the island. Ma Xiaoyu, witnessing this, became frantic and urged the girls, "Hurry, paddle. The wind has changed. This may be our only chance for survival. If we cannot reach the island, we shall truly perish in this ocean. If you wish to avoid such a fate, muster your strength and persevere." Hearing Ma Xiaoyu's plea, perhaps driven by the instinct to survive, the girls found renewed strength and resumed paddling vigorously. The lifeboat continued its slow approach towards the island. After what felt like an eternity, their hands numb from exertion, they finally managed to guide the lifeboat to the shoreline of the island. Ma Xiaoyu leapt from the lifeboat, followed by the two girls, who collapsed onto the sandy beach, gasping for breath. Ma Xiaoyu dragged the lifeboat onto the shore and, lying on the sand, inhaled the fresh air, all three experiencing a profound sense of relief from their ordeal. They rested on the beach for an extended period before Ma Xiaoyu finally managed to stand. Lifting his gaze, he noticed some coconut trees not far away. He then made his way towards the trees, discovering their tops laden with coconuts. However, the trees stood at least 10 meters tall, their trunks smooth and bare. Under normal circumstances, climbing such a height would be a trivial task, but in their current state of utter exhaustion, standing was a challenge, let alone scaling such lofty coconut trees. Fortunately, numerous coconuts lay scattered on the ground. Many had decayed beyond edibility, yet some appeared relatively unscathed, having fallen not long ago. Ma Xiaoyu promptly collected several good ones, wrapping them in his clothing as he approached the two girls. Upon reaching them, both girls strained to sit up at the sight of the coconuts he had brought back. However, lacking any tools to crack open the coconuts proved to be a challenge. Luckily, the shoreline was strewn with an abundance of stones, and Ma Xiaoyu quickly found a sharp-edged rock. He struck the coconut with considerable force, and before long, he had created a hole in its shell, causing the refreshing coconut water to spill forth. He handed the coconut to Wang Qianqian, who tilted her head back and drank eagerly. Ma Xiaoyu then smashed another coconut and passed it to Zhang Sili, who also drank deeply. Ma Xiaoyu then opened yet another coconut for himself, and as the coconut water flowed into his mouth, he felt a surge of energy invigorating his body. After consuming the juice of 2 coconuts, he began to regain some strength. He then smashed open the empty coconut to scoop out the white coconut flesh, devouring it hungrily. The 2 girls followed suit, eagerly extracting the flesh from their coconuts and indulging in the feast. Having quenched their thirst and satisfied their hunger with the coconut meat, the 3 of them settled down on the sandy beach, taking a well-deserved rest. Chapter 5. The first night on the deserted island. After resting on the beach for quite some time, as dusk approached, Ma Xiaoyu ventured into the woods to gather some firewood, which he subsequently brought to the shoreline to ignite a small bonfire. As they watched the flames flicker, a sense of comfort enveloped the 3 of them. Ma Xiaoyu then proceeded to search for sustenance, but after a considerable distance along the coast, he found no food. Continuing his trek, he finally spotted some sea snails and clams clinging to a rocky outcrop. Using a stone, he dislodged a few, collected them in his clothing, and made his way back to his companions. By the time he returned to the bonfire, darkness had fully descended. He placed the sea snails and clams over the flames to roast. Before long, the shells were ready, and the trio, unable to contain their hunger, eagerly pried them open and began to feast. Despite the pronounced fishy odor, their hunger outweighed any distaste, and the morsels proved surprisingly palatable. After consuming the roasted clams and snails, they sat by the fire, gazing out at the ocean. Ma Xiaoyu retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and began to smoke leisurely. He anticipated that a trip meant for leisure would lead him to this desolate island. Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili appeared equally disheartened, and they sat in silence for a considerable time until Zhang Sili finally broke the stillness, addressing Ma Xiaoyu. "Brother Ma, do you think we will ever leave this place? I cannot bear the thought of spending my life on this deserted island. If my parents would have learned that the cruise ship met with disaster, I shudder to think of their sorrow. It's all my fault for insisting on coming. They warned me not to, yet I dragged Qianqian along. If it weren't for you, perhaps we would have already perished in the sea." Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian immediately interjected, "Silly, do not speak like that. It was my desire to come with you. None could have foreseen that the cruise would encounter such a tempest. Were it not for our elder, we would truly have met our end in the ocean. We should be grateful to be alive." After she finished speaking, Ma Xiaoyu addressed them both. "There is no need for such despair. I firmly believe that those who survive great calamities are destined for blessings. The fact that we have not perished at sea and are here on this island signifies that our lives are not meant to end here. Our foremost task is to adapt and thrive in this environment. I am confident that one day we shall find a way to leave this place. Elder, do you believe in fate? Wang Qianqian then inquired. In my youth, I did not. My mother was illiterate, and in my memories, she was quite superstitious, often engaging in fortune-telling and prayer. I used to mock her for it. However, as I matured, especially after enduring 2 failed marriages, I began to embrace the notion of fate. Following the tragic loss of my parents in a car accident, I have found myself alone in this world. To be honest, I no longer harbor any hope or illusions about the future. After finishing his words, he took a deep drag from his cigarette and continued. To be honest, I am 36 years old and have achieved nothing. I have scarcely made any friends, and even my relatives treat me with indifference. To be frank, the funds for this trip come from my parents' compensation. I initially planned to travel and then return to end my life. But I never anticipated the cruise would meet with disaster. At the moment I plunged into the depths of the ocean, I was resigned to my fate. Yet an overwhelming instinct for survival compelled me to cling to life. The 2 girls were taken aback by Ma Xiaoyu's tragic existence, momentarily at a loss for words on how to console him. After a considerable pause, Wang Qianqian finally spoke. Uncle, you are a good person. I believe that good people will ultimately be rewarded. Please do not despair. We are counting on you to live on. Zhang Sili quickly added, Indeed, Ma Ge. Do not be so pessimistic. Look forward and strive to live well. I believe that one day, things will improve. Upon hearing their words, Ma Xiaoyu murmured to himself, Will good people truly be rewarded? I hope so. Thus, the 3 of them sat around the fire, engaging in conversation for a while. Ma Xiaoyu then removed his outer coat and laid on the sand beside the fire, urging the 2 girls, You should rest now. I will keep watch over the fire. If anything arises, I will call for you. Exhausted, the 2 girls nestled together on the beach and quickly fell into a deep slumber. Ma Xiaoyu remained vigilant by the fire, occasionally adding firewood to keep the flames alive. As midnight approached, Ma Xiaoyu felt his eyelids growing heavy and began to doze off. Suddenly, a series of animal howls erupted from the forest, echoing ominously in the night. The sound resembled that of wolves, instantly jolting Ma Xiaoyu awake. The 2 girls, still in slumber, were startled awake by the chilling howls. Fear gripped them, and they clung tightly to one another, their faces pale with fright. Wang Qianqian trembled as she addressed Ma Xiaoyu. Uncle, what is that sound? It's quite eerie. And I'm scared. Ma Xiaoyu reassured her. I believe it is a pack of wolves. There is no need to panic. Their howls seem to be quite distant. Moreover, with our fire, even if they come, they will not dare to approach. Despite his words of comfort, he too felt anxious, beads of sweat forming on his palms. To be safe, he gathered more firewood and ignited several smaller fires around them. The howls persisted for about half an hour before gradually fading away, allowing the 3 of them to breathe a sigh of relief. The fright from the wolves had extinguished any lingering drowsiness in the 2 girls. Zhang Sili turned to Ma Xiaoyu and suggested, If you're tired, Ma Ge, you should lie down and rest for a bit. Dawn is nearly upon us, and we will keep watch over the fire. If anything happens, we will call you. Ma Xiaoyu, feeling utterly exhausted, took her advice and laid down on the sand. It wasn't long before he succumbed to sleep. Observing the peacefully slumbering Ma Xiaoyu, Wang Qianqian remarked to Zhang Sili, Sili, look at him. Uncle is actually quite a good person. I never anticipated that his fate would be so tragic. Indeed, I had not anticipated that Ma Ge would endure so much. Were it not for his words, we would have long since perished in the depths of the ocean. Once we depart from this place, I shall ensure that my father bestows upon him a substantial sum, allowing him to truly relish life, Zhang Sili remarked. The 2 sat by the fire, engaging in a meandering conversation. In the depths of slumber, Ma Xiaoyu dreamt once more of his parents. As dawn approached, the 2 girls could no longer hold on and succumbed to sleep upon the sandy shore. Chapter 6. Diving for lobsters. Not long after the 2 girls had fallen asleep, Ma Xiaoyu awoke. Although it was summer, the morning air by the sea was still quite chilly. The 2 girls curled up in their slumber prompted him to remove his sun-protective jacket and drape it over them. He then ventured into the nearby woods to gather some firewood, which he added to the pile. Standing up, he began to survey the desolate island before him. It must be said this island was not merely vast. It stretched endlessly in all directions. The woods were filled with towering trees and dense underbrush, evoking an eerie sense of foreboding. One could only wonder how many wild beasts and venomous snakes lurked within, as there was no sign of human habitation. Having lived in the mountains since childhood, Ma Xiaoyu felt a flicker of fear at the sight of this seemingly endless wilderness. He understood that survival here would be exceedingly challenging. Even the slightest lapse in attention could lead to death on this barren isle. Seizing the opportunity, while his energy remained relatively high, he approached a coconut tree laden with fruit. Gazing up at the 10-meter-high palm, he spat into his palm, rubbed his hands together, inhaled deeply, and tightly embraced the trunk as he began his ascent. After 2 or 3 minutes, he reached the top. With his feet firmly clamped around the tree, he freed one hand and began to wrench coconuts from their perch. In one breath, he managed to gather over 10 coconuts. Feeling his strength waning, he clung to the tree and gradually descended. Upon reaching the ground, he collected all the fallen coconuts and carried them back to the fire. Next, he strolled along the shoreline in search of food. Although the rocks were adorned with numerous clams and sea snails, their flavor left much to be desired. Standing atop the rocks, he scanned the crevices and, to his delight, glimpsed a few lobsters hiding within. Without hesitation, he shed his clothing, leaving only his undergarments, and cautiously waded into the water. After taking a deep breath, he submerged himself. Perhaps startled, the lobsters scurried deeper into the cracks, but Ma Xiaoyu, having a childhood passion for fishing and shrimping, found himself in his element. He reached into the crevice and seized a large lobster, pulling it out triumphantly. With both hands gripping the lobster, he resurfaced. The underwater visibility was poor, but it became apparent that the lobster weighed at least 7 or 8 tails. To be honest, he had only ever seen such a sizable lobster on television, let alone tasted one. Overjoyed, he returned to shore and struck the lobster's head with a nearby stone, ensuring it was thoroughly incapacitated before diving back into the water. After taking another deep breath, he descended once more. Although there were many lobsters below, the lack of a diving mask hampered his visibility. Thus, he relied on instinct and experience to capture them. After nearly half an hour of diligent effort, he managed to catch 4 lobsters, each weighing around 7 or 8 tails. By this point, he felt his body beginning to tire. Climbing back onto the rocks, he glanced at the 2 girls, still peacefully asleep by the fire, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If the 2 girls were to witness him in such an undraped state, they might misconstrue him as a rogue. Hastily donning his garments, he retrieved the lobsters from the beach and returned to the fire. He procured a stick and stirred the glowing embers, placing the lobsters directly upon them to roast. Perhaps it was the enticing aroma of grilled lobster that stirred the 2 girls from their slumber, for they awakened almost simultaneously. Upon opening their eyes, they beheld 4 lobsters sizzling over the fire, and both girls could not suppress their salivation. Wang Qianqian, with a joyful expression, turned to Ma Xiaoyu and exclaimed, "Uncle, where did you procure such large lobsters? I have never encountered ones of this size before. They must be exquisite." Ma Xiaoyu chuckled in response. "I caught them from the sea. Although there are many lobsters in the ocean, it was quite challenging to catch them at this time. I exerted considerable effort to bring back these few. Brother Ma, you are truly impressive. The fact that you were able to catch lobsters from the sea is beyond my imagination," Zhang Sili remarked with a grin. "Cease the flattery and wash your faces at the shoreline. The lobsters are nearly ready." Ma Xiaoyu instructed the 2 girls. The pair quickly rose to their feet and dashed to the coast to rinse their faces with seawater. Upon returning to the fire and witnessing the lobsters, now a vibrant red from roasting, they could hardly contain their anticipation. Observing their eager expressions, Ma Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. Before long, the lobsters were perfectly cooked. The trio, disregarding the heat, seized the lobsters, shed their shells, and devoured them voraciously. Despite the absence of any seasoning, the lobsters, having thrived in the ocean, possessed a subtle brininess, and their flesh was remarkably tender. They found it impossible to stop eating. In a brief span of time, the 4 lobsters had been completely consumed, yet the 3 remained unsated. Ma Xiaoyu then fetched several coconuts, smashing them open with a stone for them to share. After enjoying the lobsters and sipping the coconut juice, Ma Xiaoyu instructed the two girls to remain by the fire while he ventured along the coastline to search for useful materials. It was evident that they would not be departing from this place anytime soon, and he had mentally prepared himself for a prolonged stay. As he strolled along the sandy beach, he encountered an abundance of debris washed ashore by the sea. Observing the litter strewn across the landscape, Ma Xiaoyu lamented the destruction of the earth. If humanity continued on this path, the annihilation of the planet would not be far off. Yet, he realized he would not witness that moment. The refuse carelessly discarded by humans had transformed into invaluable treasures on this deserted island. As he continued his journey, he collected a number of empty bottles, some nylon rope, a metal oil drum, and a tattered fishing net. Cradling his newfound bounty of debris, he returned to the fire. Upon his return, Wang Qianqian and the others were taken aback by the heap of refuse he had gathered. Unable to contain their curiosity, they queried, "Uncle, what do you intend to do with all this garbage?" Hearing her words, Ma Xiaoyu smiled and replied, "Do not underestimate this pile of refuse. It possesses great utility. Our survival here hinges upon it." He continued, "Let us set aside such discussions. The most pressing matter at hand is to construct a shelter. Rain would pose quite the predicament." With that, he led the two companions into the nearby woods to gather fallen dry wood, which they carried back to the base of a coconut tree, along with some palm fronds. Upon reaching the coconut tree, they commenced the assembly of their shelter. Before long, they had fashioned a triangular framework from the collected timber. The joints of the wood were securely bound with the nylon rope they had salvaged. They then laid additional pieces of wood along both sides of the triangular structure, ultimately covering it with a thick layer of palm leaves, thus creating a rudimentary shelter. To safeguard against potential leaks during rain, Ma Xiaoyu took the two back to the shore, where they scoured the debris washed ashore by the waves and retrieved some plastic sheeting to place atop the palm leaves. To prevent the plastic from being swept away by the wind, they weighed it down with several stones. Chapter 7. Constructing a simple shelter. By the time they had completed their tasks, the afternoon had already descended upon them, leaving the three utterly exhausted. Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili sat within the freshly erected shelter, unwilling to stir an inch, while Ma Xiaoyu was equally drained. He took 3 coconuts, smashed them open with a stone, handed 2 to the girls, and himself lifted one to his lips, draining the coconut water in one swift motion. He then used the stone to crack open the coconut, extracting the flesh to consume. Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili mimicked his actions, finishing the coconut water before using the stone to break open the shells and scoop out the tender meat. Despite having indulged in the refreshing coconut water and the succulent flesh, the strenuous effort of building the shelter had left them still feeling ravenous. With a weary voice, Wang Qianqian turned to Ma Xiaoyu and said, "Uncle, could you perhaps catch some lobsters for us to roast? I'm simply famished." Zhang Sili chimed in, "Indeed, Ma Gu, I am absolutely starving." In response to their pleas, Ma Xiaoyu smiled and replied, "To catch lobsters, one must venture into the sea. And to enter the sea, one must shed their clothes. I must warn you, if I plunge into the water in the nude, do not accuse me of being indecent." Wang Qianqian, unfazed, retorted, "Oh, come now, Uncle, is it such a big deal to remove your trousers? I assure you, I won't sneak a glance, nor will I call you indecent. Besides, at your age, you shouldn't be so bashful." Ma Xiaoyu immediately countered, "Who are you calling old? I may be a tad older, but I am merely 10 years your senior. And Wang Qianqian, please refrain from calling me uncle all the time. People might think I am ancient. Take a page from Zhang Sili's book and at least call me brother. It sounds much more pleasant." All right, I shall call you brother. Now stop dawdling and hurry off to catch those lobsters, or I shall perish from hunger." After spending several days together, the trio had developed a harmonious rapport, with Wang Qianqian occasionally teasing Ma Xiaoyu. He remained silent, picking up 2 empty bottles he had salvaged from the shore. He then returned with a relatively large shell, which he smashed with a stone, retrieving a sharp fragment to cut off the bottoms of the bottles. The 2 girls were puzzled by his actions. Instead of pursuing lobsters, he was tinkering with empty bottles. Zhang Sili inquired, "Ma Gu, what on earth are you doing?" Without lifting his gaze, Ma Xiaoyu replied, Do you think catching lobsters is so simple? One must first fashion a diving mask. He then proceeded to drill several small holes in the bottoms of the bottles using the sharp shell and threaded a nylon cord through the holes to connect them. Thus, a rudimentary diving mask was crafted. He tried it on, and although the effect was not optimal, it was serviceable enough. Standing up, he made his way towards the rocky shore. Observing his movement, the two girls promptly got up to follow him. As they approached, Ma Xiaoyu turned and said, "What are you two doing? Stay put in the shelter." As he spoke, the two responded in unison, "Of course, we want to see how you catch lobsters." Without further ado, Ma Xiaoyu approached a nearby rock and peered into the water, where he could faintly discern the lobsters lurking beneath. He then turned to Wang Qianqian and the other girl, announcing, "Turn around, I need to undress." Upon hearing this, the two girls promptly averted their gaze, with Wang Qianqian muttering, "Who cares to look at you?" Ma Xiaoyu removed his clothing, donned a simple diving mask, and cautiously descended into the sea. Taking a deep breath, he submerged himself, and though the diving mask was rather basic, it afforded him a much clearer view, allowing him to spot lobsters nestled within the crevices of the rocks. When he resurfaced, he triumphantly held a hefty lobster weighing around 7 or 8 tails. Seeing Ma Xiaoyu emerge from the water in less than a minute with such a sizable lobster, the two girls could hardly contain their joy. Ma Xiaoyu casually tossed the lobster at their feet and took another deep breath before diving back down. Observing the lively lobster wriggling at their feet, the girls remained unfazed. Zhang Sili grabbed a stick and delivered a decisive blow to the lobster's head, rendering it motionless. Ma Xiaoyu proved to be quite adept, managing to catch a lobster with nearly every dive. In less than half an hour, he had collected 8 or 9 large lobsters. However, his strength was beginning to wane, so he instructed the girls to turn away while he swiftly climbed onto the rocks to dress. The three then gathered the lobsters and made their way to the shelter. Upon reaching the shelter, Ma Xiaoyu used a stick to poke at the smoldering charcoal, placing the lobsters atop to grill. The two girls watched with wide eyes as the lobsters cooked over the fire. Unable to resist, Ma Xiaoyu smiled and leisurely pulled a cigarette from his pocket, taking a slow draw. Fortunately, he had brought 2 cigarettes with him. Despite his backpack being soaked during the cruise mishap, the cigarettes remained unopened and dry. Seeing Ma Xiaoyu smoking, Wang Qianqian chided, "Uncle, you should smoke less. It's bad for your health." In response, Ma Xiaoyu shot her a glare and retorted, "I told you to call me big brother, not uncle. I've been smoking for over 10 years. It's not something I can easily quit. You wouldn't understand. I smoke not for pleasure, but to escape loneliness." His words elicited laughter from the two girls, with Wang Qianqian playfully making a face and declaring, "I just like calling you uncle. It's my choice." Ma Xiaoyu chose not to reply further. Before long, the lobsters were fully grilled, and the trio eagerly grabbed them, peeling off the shells and indulging in hearty bites. After finishing a generous feast of grilled lobsters, they felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. A delightful meal like this had been a rare treat since the cruise incident. As dusk approached, Ma Xiaoyu led the two companions into the nearby woods, gathering an ample supply of firewood. Though devoid of any tools, the area bore no traces of human habitation, with the ground scattered with fallen twigs. The trio settled by the campfire, watching the sun dip below the horizon. The sea breeze enveloped them as they reveled in the warmth of the flames, gazing at the myriad stars above. Their spirits lifted. Wang Qianqian could not resist breaking into song. It must be said, her voice was quite enchanting, and as Ma Xiaoyu listened, he found himself reminiscing about his first wife. Despite the passage of many years, her memory occasionally surfaced in his thoughts, recalling how they had first met through the shared joy of singing. Noticing Ma Xiaoyu lost in contemplation, Zhang Sili could not help but inquire, "Brother Ma, what troubles you? Why the sudden shift in mood? Are you recalling something?" At her gentle prompting, Ma Xiaoyu pulled himself back to the present and replied, "It's nothing significant, merely some fleeting memories of people and events from the past. It's getting late, you two should rest." With his words, the two young women felt a touch of shyness and settled down on the palm fronds to sleep. Ma Xiaoyu knew that while their shelter provided some protection from the elements, it offered little defense against wild beasts. To mitigate any potential threats, he lit several more small fires around their refuge. Observing the two women fast asleep, he felt an overwhelming fatigue himself, but refrained from yielding to sleep. Instead, he remained vigilantly by the fire, occasionally adding more wood to the flames. As dawn approached, the night passed without the haunting howls of wolves, and when his eyelids grew heavy, he finally lay down on the palm fronds, swiftly drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 8. The couple by the coast. When Ma Xiaoyu awoke, it was nearly noon. He observed Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili engaged in some activity by the shore. Rising from the palm leaves, they brushed off the remnants of foliage clinging to their garments and made their way toward the coastline. Perhaps alerted by the sound of his footsteps, the two young women turned in unison to gaze at him. "Uncle, you're awake. Why not sleep a little longer?" Wang Qianqian cheerfully inquired. As Ma Xiaoyu approached them, he noticed they were fiddling with their phones. Since their plunge into the ocean, all three of their devices had succumbed to water damage, and despite their attempts over the past few days, none had revived. After splashing his face with seawater, Ma Xiaoyu turned to the two and remarked, "Are you still tinkering with those phones? Even if they powered on, there would be no signal on this desolate island unless you had a satellite phone." The disappointment was evident on their faces upon hearing his words. Returning to the campfire, Ma Xiaoyu cracked open 2 coconuts with a stone and handed them to the girls. As they tilted their heads back to drink the refreshing coconut water, he too enjoyed the sweet nectar from another coconut he had opened. Afterward, he retrieved the fishing net he had salvaged from the shore and meticulously examined it. Despite several holes, it was still usable. Once the net was prepared, he ventured into the woods to find a long stick, which he brought back and tied the net to. He then approached the rocky shoreline and submerged the net into the sea, leaving the outcome of their fishing endeavor to fate. Standing up, he began to search along the coast, with Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili promptly following suit. Noticing their pursuit, Ma Xiaoyu remained silent, and the trio continued along the shoreline. After walking a considerable distance, Ma Xiaoyu suddenly felt his foot snagged by something. Looking down, he discovered an oval-shaped wooden stick. He crouched down and grasped it, pulling with force until a rusted machete emerged from the sand, the stick serving as its handle. Overcome with joy at the sight of the weathered blade, Ma Xiaoyu could not contain his exhilaration and exclaimed loudly. The sudden outburst startled the two girls, causing Wang Qianqian to glare at him and admonish, "What is with the outburst, uncle? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Is this rusty old machete really worth such excitement? You have no idea. This is a treasure. Despite its rust, the utility of this machete is immense." "Forget it. You wouldn't understand, even if I explained," Ma Xiaoyu replied, cherishing the weapon in his hands. As he played with the machete, a sense of curiosity enveloped him. How could such a rusted blade possibly appear on this beach? It seemed improbable that it had been washed ashore by the sea. Perhaps it had been left behind by someone. Yet, there was no visible sign of human existence on this uninhabited island. In a moment of perplexity, he chose to cast aside his thoughts and continued walking towards the shoreline with the two companions. After a brief passage, Zhang Sili suddenly tugged at Ma Xiaoyu's sleeve and exclaimed, "Brother Ma, do you see those two figures lying on the beach?" Ma Xiaoyu lifted his gaze and indeed spotted two motionless individuals sprawled upon the sand, their state uncertain. He hastened over, and upon closer inspection, discerned that it was a man and a woman, both appearing affluent. The man around his age, and the woman seemingly in her 30s. Unsure of how they came to be in such a predicament, Ma Xiaoyu called out to them several times, but received no response. Wang Qianqian, visibly frightened, remarked to Ma Xiaoyu, "Uncle, could they be dead? They're so still. It's quite unsettling." Without replying, Ma Xiaoyu approached the pair, placing his hand near their noses to check for breath. To his relief, he detected faint signs of life. Surmising that they had perhaps been rendered unconscious by the seawater, he promptly moved to the man, placing his hands on his chest and applying firm pressure. Observing that the two girls remained frozen in shock, Ma Xiaoyu urged them, "What are you standing there for? Quickly, lend a hand. Surely you can manage such a simple rescue." At last, the girls snapped back to reality, rushing to the woman and performing chest compressions. As Ma Xiaoyu continued his efforts, the middle-aged man suddenly expelled several mouthfuls of seawater and gradually opened his eyes, erupting into a fit of coughs. Seeing this, Ma Xiaoyu gradually eased his grip. Noticing the bewildered expression on the man's face as he weakly inquired, Where am I? Who are you? Where's my wife? In response to his barrage of questions, Ma Xiaoyu replied, I'm not sure where this is. Is she the one? He gestured towards the woman. The man struggled to sit up, but fatigue overcame him, causing him to collapse again. Ma Xiaoyu quickly supported him and assisted him to the woman. With the help of Wang Qianqian and the other girl, had also coughed up seawater and was slowly regaining consciousness. With an unexpected surge of strength, the middle-aged man broke free from Ma Xiaoyu's hold and staggered towards the woman, embracing her tightly. She reciprocated the embrace, exclaiming, I'm so relieved you're safe. I thought we would never see each other again. Witnessing their tender reunion, Ma Xiaoyu felt a pang of emotion, reflecting on his own longing for a woman who would care for him in such a way. After a heartfelt moment, the couple turned their attention to Ma Xiaoyu and his companions. The man expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for saving us. We will never forget your kindness. Who are you, and how did you come to be here? Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu promptly addressed him. We three are survivors of the cruise ship disaster, having drifted here on a lifeboat. And what about you? How did you suddenly appear in this place? Listening to his words, the middle-aged man sighed deeply before responding. We too were passengers on that ill-fated cruise. We had intended to celebrate our wedding anniversary with a delightful trip, but we never anticipated such a calamity. We found ourselves adrift on a lifeboat until it began to spring leaks. We fought desperately to swim to shore. Realizing that these two were also survivors, the woman interjected, We haven't had a drop to drink in 2 days. Could you possibly spare us some food? In response to her plea, Ma Xiaoyu immediately instructed Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili to assist the woman, while he took it upon himself to support the middle-aged man as they made their way towards the shelter. Fortunately, it wasn't too far to the refuge. Once at the fire, he helped both of them to sit down. Ma Xiaoyu then retrieved 2 coconuts, skillfully splitting them open and offering them to the weary pair. They eagerly accepted the coconuts, tilting their heads back to drink the refreshing coconut water. After they had quenched their thirst, Ma Xiaoyu used a stone to crack the coconuts further, extracting the tender coconut meat and presenting it to them. They took the morsels and devoured them with fervor, their hunger palpable. Chapter 9. New survivors. As the afternoon approached, Ma Xiaoyu, observing the 2 individuals devouring their meal, felt a pang of hunger himself. He turned to Wang Qianqian and the others, instructing, You two stay here and look after them. I shall fetch some provisions. Rising to his feet, he made his way toward the rocky shoreline. Upon reaching the rocks, he began to retrieve the fishing nets hung upon the wooden posts. As he pulled the nets back, he sensed a different weight, faintly perceiving the presence of fish. To his delight, when he finally hoisted the nets fully, he discovered 2 sizable grouper, each weighing around 4 to 5 pounds. Surprised by such a bountiful catch in merely a few hours, Ma Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming joy. He carefully untangled the fish from the nets and returned the nets to the sea. He then picked up a sharp shell from the shore, scraped the scales off the fish, and swiftly opened their bellies to discard the entrails back into the ocean. With the cleaned fish in hand, he returned to the fire pit, where the sight of the 2 large fish brought looks of astonishment to the faces of the 4. Wang Qianqian, her face alight with admiration, exclaimed, Uncle, I never anticipated your prowess. To catch such large fish with that rickety net is truly impressive. Ma Xiaoyu shot her a teasing glance and retorted, What are you good for besides eating? All you do is flatter. You should change your name from Wang Qianqian to Wang the Flatterer. His jest elicited laughter from the others, while Wang Qianqian's displeasure was evident on her face. Amused by her reaction, Ma Xiaoyu chuckled and proceeded to skewer the fish with 2 wooden sticks, placing them over the fire to roast. At that moment, the middle-aged man spoke up, addressing Ma Xiaoyu, Brother, you truly possess remarkable skills. To catch fish from the sea is no small feat, by the way. I am Yang Xiuming, and this is my wife, Li Xiaomei. We are immensely grateful for your timely assistance. Had you not found us, we might have perished on the shore. He continued, When we eventually leave this place, we shall ensure to repay your kindness. Ma Xiaoyu smiled and replied, There is no need for such formality. There is no need to speak of repayment. We are all fellow sufferers, and it is only right to lend a helping hand. He observed the evident affection between the couple, adding, I am Ma Xiaoyu, and this is Wang Qianqian, along with Zhang Sili. We three met aboard the cruise ship. Yang Shuiming responded, given our similar ages, if you don't mind, I shall call you Brother Ma, and you may call me Xiaoyang. Ma Xiaoyu replied, it's just a name. Feel free to address me however you like. As the two fish sizzled to perfection, the group eagerly dug into their meal, devouring the roasted fish in no time. Once they finished, Yang Shuiming took Li Xiaomei by the hand and strolled along the shore. Witnessing their affectionate bond, Ma Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Observing the envious expression on Ma Xiaoyu's face, Zhang Sili remarked, Brother Ma, are you particularly envious of them? Do not worry. With your kind nature, I firmly believe you will eventually find someone you truly love. Wang Qianqian added, indeed, Uncle, do not be overly envious. You will surely discover someone even better. Hearing their words, Ma Xiaoyu remained silent, merely offering a wry smile as he shook his head. He then picked up the large machete he had found and, making his way to the shoreline, began to carefully sharpen it on a stone. Thus, he spent the next 2 to 3 hours polishing the once rusty blade until it gleamed brightly. As dusk approached, he walked over to the rocks to inspect the fishing net, only to find it utterly empty. It seemed that capturing fish here was no easy feat. The 2 grouper he had caught earlier that afternoon were likely mere strokes of luck. He returned the fishing net to the sea and made his way back to the shelter, where he sat beside the fireplace. He took several coconuts, skillfully split them open with a machete, and shared them among the group. After enjoying the coconut water, they scooped out the flesh and savored it while engaging in cheerful conversation by the fire. That night, he and Yang Shuiming took turns keeping watch. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the following morning. The group awoke almost simultaneously, and upon arriving at the beach, they noticed smoke rising from a distance. Confused, they exchanged glances and headed towards the source of the smoke. As they drew nearer, they spotted a considerable number of individuals on the sandy shore, approximately 20 to 30 people. Lifeboats were scattered across the beach, and Ma Xiaoyu wondered when these newcomers had arrived. He approached the group. The newcomers noticed Ma Xiaoyu and his companions approaching and stood to observe them. Before Ma Xiaoyu could speak, a burly man in his 30s stepped forward and demanded, Who are you? How did you end up here? His gaze scrutinized the newcomers. Seeing the intimidating demeanor of the burly man, Yang Shuiming quickly replied with a broad smile. We mean no harm. We're survivors from cruise ship. And you? How did you come to be here? Upon hearing this, the burly man nodded, maintaining a stoic expression as he responded, We too are survivors from a cruise ship, having been washed ashore in lifeboats. Ma Xiaoyu began to observe these individuals closely. They were a mix of men and women. When his gaze fell upon a strikingly beautiful woman, he was struck by a sense of familiarity. After a moment's reflection, he realized that this enchanting woman was none other than the renowned star Xiaoyu. He had only seen her on television before, and now, in person, she was even more stunning than he had imagined. Unable to resist stealing a few more glances, he was suddenly confronted by the burly man, who bellowed, What are you looking at, kid? Be careful, or I might just gouge out your eyes. Upon hearing those words, Ma Xiaoyu felt a surge of anger. Although he was robust and towered over Ma Xiaoyu, he had never backed down in a fight since childhood, and he boldly retorted, What's the matter? Is merely looking too much for you? Is she a fairy? If you wish to fight, then come on. Do you truly think I would fear you? I genuinely do not believe you could gouge out my eyes. He then drew a large cleaver from behind his waist, pointing it at the imposing figure before him. Ma Xiaoyu understood that even if he could not win, he must never allow his spirit to falter. Seeing Ma Xiaoyu brandish such a formidable cleaver, the large man felt a twinge of fear. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, they fear a kitchen knife, especially one as long as that cleaver. Wang Qianqian, witnessing the scene, immediately grasped Ma Xiaoyu's hand, exclaiming, Uncle, please do not fight. I am frightened. At that moment, Xiaoyu also spoke up. She stood and approached the large man, addressing him, Ollie, do not be unreasonable. He is correct. I'm not a fairy. I was born to be seen. Upon hearing her words, the large man relaxed his fists, shot a fierce glare at Ma Xiaoyu, and respectfully retreated behind Xiaoyu. It turned out that this imposing figure was Zhao Shishir's bodyguard, named Ali, who had previously practiced Muay Thai in Thailand and was considered quite proficient. With Ali stepping back behind Zhao Shishir, Ma Xiaoyu lowered the cleaver he held. Lu Shishir then turned to Ma Xiaoyu and said, "Do not take offense. Ali merely has this temperament." Accepting her words, Ma Xiaoyu refrained from further comment. At that moment, Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili finally recognized Zhao Shishir. Wang Qianqian, her face aglow with excitement, exclaimed, "Are you Zhao Shishir? No wonder you look so familiar. I never imagined I would encounter you here. You have no idea. I am a devoted fan." Zhang Sili, equally elated, added, "I am also a loyal fan of yours. I've only ever seen you on television. To see you here is truly a stroke of luck." In response to their admiration, Zhao Shishir nodded at the two and engaged in a brief conversation before turning and settling by the fire. Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili wore expressions of pure delight, while Ma Xiaoyu could only shake his head in resignation, thinking to himself, "It's just a celebrity. Do you really need to act this way?" Chapter 10. Diverging paths. At this moment, the burly figure of Ali stepped forward, surveying the group before addressing everyone. "Since we are all survivors of the cruise ship and have found ourselves stranded on this desolate island, it appears that leaving here anytime soon is improbable. I believe the rescue teams are desperately searching for us. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Therefore, during this waiting period for rescue, we must unite closely." Upon hearing his words, the crowd began to murmur in agreement. "You speak wisely. We should band together as one. Indeed, unity is essential for our survival on this deserted island." "I concur. We must come together and elect a leader." "Yes, we should certainly choose a leader. Not only should we elect a leader, but we should also divide tasks. Men to seek food, while women gather firewood. That makes sense. We should pool our resources and distribute them fairly, ensuring that no one is left wanting." The group continued to discuss animatedly, with even Yang Xueming and his wife, along with Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili, agreeing to this plan. Only Ma Xiaoyu stood silently, listening attentively. Suddenly, someone exclaimed loudly, "I propose that the beautiful Zhao Shishir should be our leader. Though she is a woman, she is a renowned star and possesses considerable influence. With a protector like Ali by her side, I believe everyone would trust her leadership. I support her as our leader." "I agree. Me too." Even Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili echoed in unison. "We concur." The crowd erupted in enthusiastic agreement, seeing that everyone wished for her to take on this role. Zhao Shishir quickly rose and addressed the assembly. "As a woman, I doubt my capability to lead, and I lack survival experience in the wild. However, Ali possesses ample outdoor survival skills. Perhaps you should take the lead?" Upon hearing her suggestion, Ali immediately replied, "Ms. Zhao, please do not say that. I could never assume the role of a leader." At that moment, Yang Xueming interjected, addressing Zhao Shishir, "Since everyone has elected you as the leader, it would be best if you accepted. Given Ali's extensive survival experience, I propose he assist you in this role. You need only oversee the overall direction while we follow Ali's guidance in our daily tasks." With this proposal, apart from Ma Xiaoyu, who remained silent, everyone raised their hands in agreement. Faced with the unanimous support, Zhao Shishir realized she could no longer decline. She addressed the group, "Since you all hold me in such high regard, I will temporarily assume the role of leader. Should I air my decisions or words, I hope you will promptly bring it to my attention. After all, we are all trapped on this desolate island, and I fervently hope that we can unite closely and leave this place as soon as possible." Upon hearing her words, the crowd erupted into applause, and Ma Xiaoyu was pleasantly surprised by the eloquence of this celebrity. At that moment, Zhao Shishir raised her hand to silence the crowd, and then spoke to everyone. "Now, let us allow Ali, our wilderness survival expert, to guide us on our next steps." With Zhao Shishir's words, Ali stepped into the midst of the group, cleared his throat, and addressed them emphatically. "Since Ms. Zhao has entrusted me with the organization, I shall say a few words. First and foremost, we must gather all the supplies we have on us to ascertain what we possess." Upon hearing his instructions, the group promptly produced their belongings, laying them beside Ali. It must be said that they had quite a collection: clothing, food, water, beverages, medicines, and several fruit knives. Even Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili handed over their mobile phones. Yang Xiaoyu extracted a windproof lighter and 2 unopened packs of cigarettes from his pockets. Only Ma Xiaoyu remained rooted to the spot. Noticing his inaction, Ali turned to him and demanded, "What about you? Show us what you have." Ma Xiaoyu smiled and replied, "Why should I share my belongings with you? Besides, I am accustomed to living alone." His retort drew the gaze of the others, while Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili tugged at his sleeve, urging him to say less. Ali clenched his fists angrily and warned him, "If you choose not to join us, let me be frank. Without our help, I assure you, you will perish on this island within days." At this point, Wang Qianqian, her face filled with anxiety, implored Ma Xiaoyu, "Uncle, please stay with us. I do not wish to meet a tragic end on this island." Zhang Sili echoed, "Brother Ma, just stay with us. With so many people, we can look out for one another." Even Yang Xiaoyu and his wife chimed in, urging, "Brother Ma, please stay." However, Ma Xiaoyu remained unmoved and declared to the group, "We have different paths to tread. I am used to solitude. My fate rests in my own hands, and you need not concern yourselves with whether I will meet a grim end on this island." With that, he turned to leave. Seeing Ma Xiaoyu's obstinacy, Ali felt a pang of humiliation and shouted after him, "If you wish to leave, you must leave that machete behind." Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu halted, turned, and retorted, "I have already stated that I will not relinquish my belongings. Do you intend to seize them by force?" Ali, infuriated, clenched his fists, ready to confront him. Sensing the escalating tension, Zhao Shishir promptly rose and interjected, "Ali, since he is unwilling to stay, we cannot force him. Let him go." In response to her words, Ali bellowed, "Then be gone. I hope you will not come begging us for refuge in the future." Ma Xiaoyu retorted, casting a glance at Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili. "Take care of yourselves." With that, he turned and strode purposefully towards the shelter. Watching Ma Xiaoyu depart in such a manner left Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili feeling an inexplicable emptiness within. They both believed that living together would be preferable and could not comprehend why Ma Xiaoyu chose not to stay. Even Yang Xiaoyu and his wife felt that Ma Xiaoyu was being rather obstinate. Chapter 11. Relocation. It was not until Ma Xiaoyu had walked away that Ali addressed the group. "Now that he has departed, let us no longer concern ourselves with him. To survive here, we must first construct a shelter. The men shall venture into the woods to gather materials, while the women will remain by the shore in search of sustenance." Upon hearing his words, the group immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu hastily returned to the shelter, acutely aware that he must leave this place. Sooner or later, that group would find him. Despite their outward semblance of unity, he knew that within a few days, divisions would emerge among them. He was also certain that Wang Qianqian and her companions would inform the group about the presence of coconut trees. Taking advantage of the time before they arrived, he needed to procure as many coconuts as possible to either conceal or carry away. After all, these coconuts were the only source of fresh water available. He approached the coconut tree, spat in his palm, rubbed his hands together, and clutched the machete in his mouth as he began to climb the tree. After nearly half an hour of effort, he finally managed to cut down a substantial number of coconuts. He then sought a dense thicket nearby, dug a deep pit beside it, and placed all the coconuts inside before covering them with soil and scattering some dry grass and leaves on top. With the coconuts securely hidden, he returned to the shelter, packed his clothes into his backpack, and added a few coconuts before heading to the rocky shore to retrieve the fishing net from the driftwood. To his surprise, he found a grouper weighing around 4 or 5 pounds entangled in the net. A delightful stroke of luck, grasping the net and the fish. He took one last glance at the shelter he had inhabited for the past few days. Suddenly, he spotted an oil drum he had salvaged. Clutching the drum, he turned away without a backward glance and walked several kilometers. In the distance, a stone hill emerged, prompting him to approach it with determination. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the hill was covered in stones and weeds, with a cave located 2 to 3 meters above ground level. It appeared to be a natural formation, and he resolved to climb inside and investigate. Once inside the cave, he was overwhelmed with joy. The space was over 1 meter high and measured approximately 5 to 6 square meters. It was more than sufficient for one person, an ideal natural shelter. Not only would it protect him from the elements, but he also need not worry about nocturnal creatures disturbing his peace. He placed his backpack inside the cave and, armed with his machete, ventured into the nearby woods to gather firewood, returning with some palm fronds to lay on the ground. After igniting a small fire at the cave's entrance, he noted that the sun was setting. He took the fish to the shoreline to prepare it, then returned to the cave, skewered the fish on a wooden stick, and placed it over the fire to roast. Sitting at the mouth of the cave, I reveled in the fading hues of the sunset. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the fish skewered on a stick sizzled to a golden brown, releasing fragrant oils. I retrieved a coconut from my backpack, deftly splitting it open, and indulged in the delightful combination of fish meat and coconut juice. Alone, I savored a substantial grouper, my hunger thoroughly satiated. After my meal, I extracted a cigarette from my pocket, lit it, and leisurely began to smoke. Thoughts of Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili, the two girls I'd spent the last few days with, surfaced in my mind. My time with them had been quite joyful, and their absence now left me feeling somewhat disoriented. Yet, upon reflection, I realized that our paths had merely crossed fleetingly. We were not kindred spirits, and my role had required me to look after them. After warming myself by the fire for a while, I lay down on a bed of palm leaves and drifted into slumber. The situation was far less comfortable for Wang Qianqian and the others. Since the afternoon, they had been laboring tirelessly, having scarcely consumed a drop of water. It was not until the sun was nearly set that a group of men returned with an impressive haul of firewood to the shore. Meanwhile, the women had only managed to gather a few sea snails and clams. Gathered around the fire, Zhao Shishir observed the weary group and promptly instructed Ali to distribute the meager rations. However, the scarcity of provisions meant that each person received a pitifully small portion, while the water amounted to merely half a bottle, insufficient even to quench their thirst. Noticing the despondent mood, Ali addressed the group, expressing hope for their understanding regarding the limited food and water. He acknowledged the inadequacy of the provisions, but assured them that he would ensure everyone would be well fed in the future. He promised to take a few individuals to search for food the following morning, while the others would remain behind to expedite the construction of their shelter. In response to his words, the group fell silent, recognizing the truth in his statements. At that moment, Yang Xueming suddenly exclaimed, "Doesn't Ma Ge have plenty of coconut trees where he lives? Why not fetch some coconuts? There's so many there that he can't possibly consume them all alone." His suggestion ignited excitement among the group, except for Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili, who remained apprehensive. Ali, equally enthusiastic, inquired, "Is what you say true? Are there really coconuts there? Why would I deceive you? I just came from there." "If you don't believe me, you can ask them," he replied, gesturing towards Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili, who could only nod in agreement. Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili were perplexed as to why Yang Xueming would disclose the presence of coconuts at Ma Xiaoyu's location to the group. Although they had departed from Ma Xiaoyu, they remained acutely aware of his life-saving kindness. They knew the abundance of coconuts, yet the thought of so many people harvesting them was troubling. If the coconuts were depleted, what would become of Ma Xiaoyu? They couldn't help but silently curse Yang Xueming for his ingratitude. Upon seeing Wang Qianqian and the others nod in agreement, Ali promptly resolved to lead a group to harvest coconuts the following morning. Even Li Xiaomei believed that Yang Xueming should not have disclosed the existence of coconuts at Ma Xiaoyu's location to this group. She pinched him firmly and whispered, "How could you reveal to them that Brother Ma has coconuts? If they trample them all, how will Brother Ma survive? Let's not forget that our lives were saved by him." Hearing her words, Yang Xueming replied softly, "My dear, please listen to me. I understand that this may seem rather unscrupulous, and I acknowledge that our lives were indeed spared by him. However, do you truly believe he can endure alone on this desolate island for long?" My intention in informing Ali about the coconuts was merely to cultivate a favorable impression. Should we manage to escape from here, and if Brother Ma is still alive, I can always offer him a sum of money. Look at his attire. It is evident he hails from the countryside. A monetary gift would surely bring him joy. Chapter 12. The ungrateful one. Upon hearing his words, Li Xiaomei felt a twinge of embarrassment and refrained from further comments. Although she harbored a sense of guilt towards Ma Xiaoyu, she recognized there was little she could do. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard verbatim by Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili, who were taken aback by Yang Xuanming's despicable nature. Had they known this about him when they first encountered him by the coast, they would have chosen not to rescue him. However, the situation was beyond their control. They could hardly deny the group the opportunity to harvest coconuts. With a resigned sigh, the two women accepted the circumstances. At that moment, Ali instructed the women to rest upon the palm fronds beside the fire, while the men took turns keeping watch throughout the night. Early the next morning, Ali roused the slumbering group. As they rubbed their eyes awake, a young man in his 20s complained, "Brother Li, why wake us up so early? You haven't even fed us properly. Must we sacrifice our sleep as well?" Ali felt a flicker of irritation at his complaint, but chose to suppress it. Instead, he addressed the group. "Do you still wish to drink coconut water?" The mere mention of coconut water invigorated everyone, and they sprang to their feet, eagerly responding, "Yes, of course we do. Indeed, I thought I was going to die of thirst." Another chimed in, "Last night, the thought of coconuts had my mouth watering. I was the same. I was so excited I couldn't sleep a wink." Seeing the enthusiasm in their responses, Ali felt a surge of joy and declared, "Then let us go harvest coconuts now." He glanced at Yang Xuanming and added, "You informed us about the coconuts, so you too shall join us. If we gather enough, I'll ensure you receive a generous share." Yang Xuanming eagerly nodded in agreement, his obsequiousness evident. Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili exchanged disdainful glances, astonished by his opportunistic demeanor. Had they known he would turn out to be such a self-serving individual, they would have preferred to leave him on the beach. After a brief exchange of looks, Zhang Sili addressed Ali, "We would like to accompany you." Their request stemmed from a concern for Ma Xiaoyu's safety amidst the group. Ali regarded them skeptically and replied, "What do you two intend to do? Harvesting coconuts is a man's task. You should stay here and gather firewood instead." Unwilling to accept his dismissal, Wang Qianqian interjected, "The man resides beneath those coconut trees, and I fear conflict may arise. Though you're numerous, you've seen the large machete he wields. If a dispute occurs, we could at least mediate." Reflecting on her words, Ali conceded that she had a point and agreed to let the two accompany them. He selected several strong young men to join them, and the group set off toward the grove where Ma Xiaoyu resided. As they drew ever closer to the coconut trees, both Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili became increasingly anxious. If Ma Xiaoyu were to witness them leading this group to harvest coconuts, he would undoubtedly assume that they had betrayed the location. In stark contrast, the informant Yang Xuanming displayed no hint of remorse. Instead, he went out of his way to flatter Ali. After approximately an hour, the group arrived beneath the coconut trees, their hearts filled with exhilaration at the sight of the trees laden with coconuts. However, they did not catch a glimpse of Ma Xiaoyu, who had anticipated their arrival and had vacated the premises the day before. Assuming that Ma Xiaoyu was merely sleeping in the shelter, Wang Qianqian called out loudly, "Uncle, are you there?" When silence met her inquiry, the two hurried to the shelter, only to find it completely deserted, devoid of any belongings, let alone Ma Xiaoyu. They felt a mix of relief and sorrow, relieved that he had departed to avoid conflict with the group, yet sorrowful at the uncertainty of when they might see him again. Observing the emptiness, Ali remarked, "It seems this kid has fled. Perhaps it's for the best, as it spares me the need to intervene." Yet, gazing at the towering coconut trees, which stood over 10 meters high, Ali found himself in a quandary. Although a master of Muay Thai, he was not omnipotent. Scaling such heights was beyond his capabilities. Turning to Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili, he inquired, "How did that kid manage to bring down the coconuts?" Wang Qianqian explained, "Uncle climbed up barehanded to pick them." Ali, skeptical of her claim, retorted, "Don't exaggerate. Such lofty trees with smooth trunks. He is not a monkey. Can he fly?" Zhang Sili quickly interjected, "She isn't lying. Uncle truly climbed up barehanded to harvest the coconuts." With this corroboration, Ali began to reassess his opinion of Ma Xiaoyu. It seemed he possessed genuine skills, which explained his audacity in challenging Ali. Ali then turned to the assembled group and proclaimed, "Who among you can climb trees?" If anyone can ascend and retrieve the coconuts, I shall reward them handsomely, along with additional provisions. The enticing offer stirred excitement among the crowd, yet the daunting height of the coconut trees left them all shaking their heads in resignation. Despite their youthful vigor, they had been raised in privilege, their robust physiques belied by a lack of practical experience. As no one dared to step forward, Ollie felt a twinge of disappointment. At that moment, Yang Xiaoyu approached him and suggested, "Brotherly, since we cannot climb, perhaps with our numbers, we could collectively shake the coconut tree, and the coconuts might fall." Upon hearing his words, Ali Tun couldn't help but feel foolish for not having thought of such an approach. He promptly gathered all the men together, and a collective effort ensued as they forcefully shook the coconut tree. Indeed, this strategy proved effective. The entire tree swayed violently under their combined strength. Before long, coconuts began to fall to the ground, with several individuals unable to evade the descending fruits and getting struck. Nevertheless, the desire to taste the coconuts compelled them to endure the pain inflicted by the falling fruits. Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili stood at a distance, observing the men vigorously shaking the coconut tree. They were astonished that what had been so easily accomplished by Ma Xiaoyu now required a concerted effort from this group. Both women pondered whether leaving Ma Xiaoyu had truly been a wise decision. Chapter 13. Wang Qianqian and her companion searched for Ma Xiaoyu after more than an hour. Ollie, accompanied by a group, had shaken nearly every coconut tree, causing hundreds of coconuts to fall to the ground. Despite their fatigue, the group was exuberant at the sight of so many coconuts. Ollie then led his companions to the shoreline, where they collected several woven bags washed ashore by the tide, filling them with coconuts, and joyfully made their way toward Zhao Shirshir and her group. Upon seeing the abundance of coconuts that Ollie and his companions had brought back, Zhao Shirshir and her group ceased their activities and gathered together. Ollie instructed everyone to pour the coconuts onto the beach, and, at the sight of such a bounty, their eyes glimmered with excitement, unable to resist swallowing in anticipation. Ollie then gathered everyone and distributed a coconut to each person. Those who received them eagerly sought stones to crack them open, tilting their heads back to drink the refreshing coconut water with delight. To reward Yang Xiaoyu, Ollie, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, presented him with 3 of the largest coconuts. The onlookers were filled with envy, while Yang Xiaoyu felt a surge of pride, savoring a sense of superiority. Observing his smug demeanor, Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili could not help but scorn him inwardly, lamenting that leaving Ma Xiaoyu had been their gravest mistake. Ollie then selected the largest coconut, cracked it open with a stone, and handed it to Zhao Shirshir. As she received the coconut, she raised it to her lips and began to drink the sweet juice, displaying none of the airs of a star. After she finished the coconut water, Ollie summoned several robust young men to search for food along the coast, while the others continued constructing shelters. With a frown, Wang Qianqian turned to Zhang Sili and said, "Sili, why don't we seek out the uncle? I feel that being with this group is far less desirable than being with him." Zhang Sili shared the same sentiment, but was uncertain of Ma Xiaoyu's whereabouts. If they couldn't find him, the 2 girls would struggle to survive in this place. Returning would only subject them to ridicule from a group. She promptly conveyed her concerns to Wang Qianqian, reassured by Wang Qianqian's confidence, who stated, "You need not worry. I have faith that I can find the uncle. I noticed some footprints by the coconut trees near the sea, which must belong to him. If we follow the tracks, we are sure to find him." Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, Wang Qianqian was observant. Encouraged by her words, the 2 decided to search for Ma Xiaoyu, concocting an excuse to go to the restroom as they walked along the shore, while the others remained engrossed in their tasks, oblivious to their departure. As noon approached, Ollie returned with his group, having gathered some sea snails and clams along the coast. They placed them over the fire to roast, while the others used wood collected from the forest to erect 2 rudimentary shelters. A group of individuals gathered together, indulging in the freshly roasted clams and conchs. It was then that Ollie realized that Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili were absent from the crowd. He turned to the group and inquired, "Whatever happened to those 2 girls who accompanied us this morning to gather coconuts?" Upon hearing his question, the others also noticed the absence of Wang, Qianqian, and Zhang Sili. Suddenly, a middle-aged man spoke up. I recall that while we were constructing the shelter, they were right beside me. They mentioned needing to use the restroom, and I didn't think much of it. Since then, I haven't seen them again. At this moment, another girl suggested, could they have gotten lost in the woods? Should we go look for them? The others readily agreed to search for the two. Just then, Yang Shuiming stood up and addressed them. I don't think we need a search. They likely want to be lost. I believe they want to find Ma Xiaoyu. One could not help but note the inconsistency in Yang Shuiming's demeanor. He had referred to Ma Xiaoyu as Brother Ma when they were together, but now simply called him by his name after parting ways. Ali, upon hearing this, also suspected the girls had gone to seek out Zhao Ma Xiaoyu. He then spoke to the group. If they wished to seek refuge with that fellow, so be it. Each has their own aspirations. One cannot force a fruit to be sweet if it is unwilling to ripen. If any of you wish to leave, you are free to do so. I shall not retain you, but I hope that once you depart, you shall not return seeking my aid. Upon hearing this, the group collectively affirmed their intention to stay. Ali felt a sense of joy at their response. After finishing the roasted clams and conchs, Ali distributed coconuts to everyone, cracking one open with a stone and handing it to Zhao Shishir. As she received the coconut, Zhao Shishir tilted her head back and drank the coconut water in one swift motion. Observing this, Ali picked up a stone to open another for her. Although she yearned for more coconut water, she promptly stopped him and whispered, since they have chosen me as their leader, I must set an example. How would they perceive me if they saw me excessively consuming coconut water? Hearing her words, Ali slowly set down the stone. One could not deny Zhao Shishir's remarkable emotional intelligence. She possessed a keen understanding of human sentiments. After enjoying the coconut water, Ali decided to venture into the woods with a few companions in search of a water source. Despite the abundance of coconuts, they could only sustain the group for 2 to 3 days. He instructed the others to remain behind and continue reinforcing the shelter. Thus, Ali and his companions set off towards the woods, which had never been inhabited, filled with dense underbrush, making their passage exceedingly arduous. Lacking weapons, they could only grasp a wooden stick as a makeshift armament. As they traversed further, a sense of foreboding enveloped the forest, causing many to feel increasingly apprehensive. At that moment, a young man in his 20s turned to Ali and said, "Brotherly, perhaps we should return? This eerie place is quite frightening, and I feel a bit scared." Upon hearing his words, Ali came to an abrupt halt and glared at him fiercely, exclaiming, "Look at your lack of ambition. Are you already afraid? If you wish to return, then go back on your own. If we cannot find a water source, we may very well perish on this desolate island. Do you understand? In my days of survival in the wilderness, the conditions were far more arduous. I have faced storms and tempests without flinching." Listening to him, the young man dared not utter another word. In truth, Ali's claims were somewhat exaggerated. While he had indeed survived in the wild, it was largely for the sake of entertainment. To be candid, as he traversed this eerie and foreboding forest, a sense of trepidation gripped his heart. Yet, in a bid to steady the emotions of the group, he resorted to fabricating tales. Consequently, the others, convinced of his authenticity, began to flatter him incessantly. Ali, buoyed by their adulation, felt a surge of pride and led the group deeper into the woods. Chapter 14. The King Cobra. Thus, after wandering deep into the forest without discovering a water source, the group stumbled upon scattered animal bones among the underbrush, a sight that was particularly unsettling. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, and the summer heat brought forth a swarm of mosquitoes, tormenting them mercilessly. At that moment, a middle-aged man turned to Ali and said, "Brotherly, I truly cannot continue. We must stop for a moment to rest." Observing the weary faces of his companions, Ali nodded in agreement. They found a large tree and settled beneath its shade. Unbeknownst to them, a king cobra was slowly slithering towards their group. Before long, the serpent had reached the thigh of one man, who only realized its presence when it struck fiercely, sinking its fangs into his leg. A piercing scream erupted from him, and upon hearing his cry, Ali and the others turned to see the snake coiled around the man's thigh, prompting them to recoil in fear. The man shouted desperately to Ali, "Brotherly, please save me." Without hesitation, Ali grabbed a stick and swung it at the king cobra, striking it and causing the snake to retreat swiftly into the nearby underbrush, vanishing from sight. Once the immediate danger had passed, Ali and the others rushed to the man's side, tearing his pants to reveal two distinct rows of bite marks on his thigh, from which blood flowed profusely. The wound began to swell visibly, and the man winced in agony, crying out to Ali, "Brotherly, please save me. I don't want to die here." Panic gripped the group as Ali understood the lethal nature of the king cobra's venom. Without prompt administration of anti-venom, the man would succumb within an hour. Yet, in this desolate wilderness, where not even a bird could be heard, where could they possibly find the necessary serum? They stood helplessly by, watching. Before long, the man's consciousness began to fade, his body slipping into a semi-comatose state, mumbling, "Please save me. I don't want to die here." After more than 10 minutes of despair, he fell silent. Ali placed his hand near the man's nostrils and realized he had ceased to breathe. He shook his head gravely at the others. Witnessing a vibrant life extinguished in an instant filled the group with an escalating dread. One man, overwhelmed by fear, shouted, "This forest is too terrifying. I want to return to the shore. I would rather die of thirst than be bitten by a venomous snake." With that, he bolted towards the coast, and one by one, others followed suit, fleeing in a panic. Only Ali remained, staring at the lifeless body of the man who had succumbed to the snake's bite. The fear within him deepened. He had never anticipated such horror in this forest. Without further hesitation, he too sprinted towards the shore. When they returned to the shore, Xiaoyu and her companions were busy reinforcing their shelter. Observing the disheveled group, the others sensed that something had gone awry and paused their activities to gaze at them. Xiaoyu addressed Ali, inquiring, "Ali, what has happened? Were you not supposed to be searching for a water source? Why had you all returned in such haste? Did something occur in the woods?" Gasping for breath, Ali responded, "One of our companions was bitten and killed by a venomous snake." Upon hearing this, the group realized that one person was missing, and a wave of fear began to wash over them. At that moment, another voice chimed in, "This forest is too terrifying. I shall never dare venture there again." Xiaoyu, momentarily at a loss, exchanged glances with her companions, and after a pause, she turned to Ali and said, "So, Ali, what shall we do next? If we cannot find a water source, we will perish of thirst once these coconuts are consumed." Ali, quick to reassure her, replied, "Miss Xiao, do not fret. There will surely be a solution. However, the forest is indeed perilous. Tomorrow, I will take a few individuals along the coastline to search for any remaining coconut trees. If we absolutely cannot find any, we will have no choice but to brave the dangers of the forest in pursuit of water." Upon hearing this, many expressed their reluctance to enter the woods again, fearful of the venomous snakes lurking within. Observing their trepidation, Ali glared at them fiercely and declared, "If you are unwilling to go, then do not expect to eat when we find neither water nor food." His words silenced the group, and Ali, realizing he had frightened them, continued, "I understand the woods pose a significant threat, but if we cannot locate a water source, we will surely die of thirst here. Consider whether you would prefer to perish of thirst or face the risks of the forest." While his reasoning was sound, the thought of venomous snakes rekindled their fears. Just then, Yang Xiaoyu approached Ali and suggested, "Brotherly, why don't we draw lots to determine who will seek the water source? This way, it is fair. Those chosen must go, and those who refuse should leave." Ali found merit in his proposal, surprised to discover that Yang Xiaoyu possessed the qualities of a strategist. He turned to the group and asked, "What do you all think?" The crowd nodded in agreement, finding the suggestion viable. Seeing their consensus, Ali stated, "Since you all agree, we shall first search the coastline tomorrow for any additional coconut trees. If we do not find any, we will draw lots to decide who will seek the water source. Each day, we will draw lots among the men, selecting 5 to venture forth. How does that sound to you all?" In response to his remarks, the group could only express their agreement. As the afternoon wore on, hunger and thirst began to plague them. Fortunately, 2 rudimentary shelters had been erected, and Xiaoyu and her companions had gathered a sufficient amount of firewood. After resting for a while on the ground, Ali led a contingent of men to the coastline in search of sustenance. As dusk approached, they returned with a modest collection of sea snails and clams, which they placed over the fire to roast. Once the sea snails and clams were perfectly cooked, Ali distributed them among the group, ensuring each person received a clam and a sea snail, along with a coconut. Eagerly, they found stones to crack open the coconuts, relishing the combination of clam meat and coconut water. However, due to the sheer number of individuals, the portions of clams and sea snails were rather meager, leaving them unsatisfied. Nonetheless, they had to make do with their limited provisions. With the shelters established, Ali opted not to assign anyone to keep watch during the night. 2 separate shelters were constructed, one for the men and the other for the women. After dinner, the group retreated to their respective shelters to rest. Chapter 15. Coconut Juice. Boiled fish. Wang Qianqian and her companion followed the trail left by Ma Xiaoyu, arriving near his dwelling cave by the afternoon. By this time, both were undeniably fatigued, famished, and parched. Yet, in their quest to locate Ma Xiaoyu, they trudged along the sun-baked shoreline. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu was nestled within the cave, indulging in succulent lobster meat paired with refreshing coconut juice, living a life of unparalleled comfort. Glancing out, he spotted 2 figures approaching on the beach. Due to the distance, he could not discern their identities, so he grasped his large machete and descended from the cave, fixating his gaze upon the newcomers. As they drew nearer, Ma Xiaoyu recognized their faces, and he promptly sheathed his machete, walking towards them in confusion. Hadn't they been with Xiaoyu's group? What brought them here? Had they encountered trouble? Wang Qianqian and her friend, equally exhilarated upon seeing Ma Xiaoyu, quickened their pace towards him. Upon reaching him, they exclaimed, "How did you find us here? Have you been wronged?" With a look of dismay, Wang Qianqian replied, "Uncle, do you have any food? We're nearly starving." Ma Xiaoyu chuckled at her words and led them into the cave. Once inside, he hoisted them up, and, fortunately, there were still several lobsters left from the morning's catch. The sight of the roasted lobsters made their eyes sparkle, and before Ma Xiaoyu could utter a word, they eagerly seized the lobsters, shedding their shells and devouring them hungrily. Ma Xiaoyu observed them from the side, noting how they resembled famished souls, realizing they had not fared well with Xiaoyu, perhaps due to their hasty consumption. Both began to choke. Observing this, Ma Xiaoyu retrieved 2 coconuts from his backpack, skillfully splitting them open with his machete and handing them over. They eagerly accepted the coconuts, tilting their heads back to drink the coconut water. Ma Xiaoyu leisurely lit a cigarette from his pocket, and soon after, the 2 had finished the roasted lobsters and drained the coconuts. Feeling Ma Xiaoyu's gaze upon them, they both flushed and lowered their heads in embarrassment. After a moment, Wang Qianqian finally lifted her gaze and addressed Ma Xiaoyu, saying, "Uncle, we are sorry. We should not have left you, and now we shamelessly return to seek your help." Following her, Zhang Sili added, "Brother Ma, we truly apologize. You rescued us from the sea, yet we abandoned you, and now we come back." After expressing their remorse, they hung their heads like children caught in a misdeed. Ma Xiaoyu chuckled at their display and reassured them, "Do not be too hard on yourselves. I bear no grievance against you, nor have I ever been angry." Upon hearing his words, the 2 girls felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Observing their discomfort, Ma Xiaoyu reassured them, "All right, there's no need to blame yourselves. Let the past remain in the past. Shall we pretend nothing happened?" Realizing he was offering them an escape, the girls nodded in agreement. After a moment, Wang Qianqian lifted her head, her face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, "Uncle, you have no idea how treacherous Yang Xiueming is. He revealed the location of the coconut grove to Ali and incessantly fawned over him. Had I known he was such a double-crosser, I would have let him perish on the beach. They have stripped the coconuts bare." Ma Xiaoyu, unfazed by her revelation, merely smiled and remained silent. Noticing his indifference, Wang Qianqian pressed on, "Aren't you angry? Thanks to that backstabber, we won't have coconut juice anymore." After she spoke, Ma Xiaoyu slowly responded, "I anticipated this outcome long ago. Otherwise, why would I have moved here? Rest assured, I guarantee you will have coconut juice in the future. I harvested some coconuts yesterday and hid them away." The girls were taken aback, astonished by Ma Xiaoyu's foresight. Wang Qianqian, Her admiration evident, remarked, "Uncle, I never expected you to be so astute, foreseeing this result. I truly admire you immensely." In response, Xiaoyu chuckled, "All right, enough with the flattery. You're quite the sycophant. You should learn from Zhang Silly. Look how refined she is." With that, he decided to cease their idle chatter. "It's getting dark. You two stay here while I gather some firewood and check the fishing nets. You've both devoured our dinner." He then leapt from a cave and ventured into the nearby woods, collecting sticks and binding them with vines before carrying them back. He made his way to the shore to inspect the fishing nets he had set. Fortune smiled upon him, for he discovered 2 fish weighing 3 to 4 pounds each entangled in the net. After retrieving the nets and freeing the fish, he returned the nets to the sea and meticulously cleaned the fish on the shore. Back in the cave, he found 5 coconuts remaining. He quickly split 2 of them open, pouring the coconut water into a makeshift pot crafted from an oil drum. He then cut the cleaned fish into small pieces and placed them in the pot to cook. Both girls were awestruck by his culinary techniques. Zhang Silly remarked, "Magie. I've never seen fish prepared this way before. I wonder if it will taste good? You shall find out shortly." Ma Xiaoyu replied with a smile. He then procured several sticks and fashioned chopsticks from them, also slicing some empty bottles to use as bowls. As the fish and meat reached perfection, the 2 girls eagerly grasped their chopsticks, lifting the tender morsels to their lips and indulging in the delightful feast. The moment the fish touched their tongues, they were utterly captivated, astonished by the exquisite flavor derived from the coconut milk. The fish was not only remarkably succulent, but also imbued with a subtle sweetness from the coconut. They simply could not stop eating, and nearly 80% of the generous pot of coconut fish was devoured by the pair, leaving not a drop of broth behind. After relishing the coconut fish, both felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Wang Qianqian turned to Ma Xiaoyu and exclaimed, "Uncle, I never imagined your culinary skills were so exceptional. Any woman who marries you would undoubtedly be blissfully happy." Her words triggered memories of his former wife, who had also appreciated his cooking, yet ultimately left him. Lamenting his financial struggles, a sigh escaped him. Realizing her gaffe, Wang Qianqian quickly apologized, "Uncle, I'm so sorry. I should have said that. I didn't mean to remind you of painful memories. Truly, I apologize." Ma Xiaoyu shook his head with a smile, reassuring her it's quite all right. "I have long since come to terms with it." The 3 of them sat at the cave's entrance, engaging in light conversation. Ma Xiaoyu added some firewood to the blaze. Although they were not concerned about predators lurking nearby, the fire served to ward off mosquitoes. Eventually, they settled onto the palm leaves and drifted into slumber. Chapter 16. A bath at sea. At the break of dawn the following day, Ma Xiaoyu awoke and, upon opening his eyes, observed that the 2 girls were still peacefully slumbering. He chose not to disturb them. Instead, he noted that the fire at the entrance of the cave had dwindled to a mere collection of glowing embers. He promptly gathered some firewood and added it to the smoldering pile, blowing gently until the flames reignited. Taking a piece of charcoal, he made his way to the shoreline, where he crushed it against a stone. Dipping his fingers into the ocean water, he smeared some of the crushed charcoal onto his teeth and rinsed his mouth with seawater. He then proceeded to inspect the fishing nets, only to find them barren, and he returned the nets to the sea. Back in the cave, he picked up the homemade diving goggles crafted from a plastic bottle and glanced at the still sleeping girls. He then made his way to the rocky outcrop where he had caught lobsters the previous day, stripped down to his underwear, donned the makeshift goggles, and plunged into the ocean, diving beneath the surface to begin his quest for lobsters. When he resurfaced, he held a lobster weighing around half a kilogram in his hands. With a swift motion, he struck the lobster against the rocks until it ceased to move, took a deep breath, and dove back down. In just over half an hour, he had managed to catch 7 or 8 lobsters. Climbing back onto the rocks, he dressed and gathered the lobsters before heading back to the cave. By the time he returned, the 2 girls had awakened. Upon seeing the bounty of lobsters Ma Xiaoyu had brought back, their faces lit up with joy, and Wang Qianqian showered them with praise. Ma Xiaoyu urged the girls to freshen up by the sea while he took a stick to retrieve some charcoal from the fire, placing the lobsters on it to roast. By the time the girls returned from their wash, the lobsters were perfectly cooked. He then produced the last 3 coconuts, skillfully splitting them open so that each of them could enjoy one. Thus, they feasted on lobster meat accompanied by coconut water. After breakfast, Ma Xiaoyu instructed the girls to stay put and not wander off as he intended to fetch more coconuts. Wang Qianqian immediately chimed in, suggesting that it was the perfect opportunity for them to bathe at the sea, as they had gone several days without washing and felt quite unclean. With this, Ma Xiaoyu reminded her, "You may bathe, but do exercise caution and stay clear of deep waters." To which Wang Qianqian replied, "Understood, uncle. Hurry along now. You sound just like my mother, always nagging." Ma Xiaoyu chose not to respond further, shouldering his backpack and making his way toward the coconut grove. As he disappeared from sight, Wang Qianqian turned to Zhang Sili and said, "Uncle has gone far. Let us go wash up." Subsequently, the two individuals emerged from the cave and arrived at the shoreline, stripping themselves bare before plunging into the sea to cleanse themselves. After their refreshing bath, they beheld their soiled garments. Wang Qianqian turned to Zhang Sili and said, "Sili, look at these clothes. They are utterly unwearable. Since it seems the elder won't be returning anytime soon, why don't we wash the clothes and dry them by the fire in the cave? If we see him return, we can quickly put them on. What do you think?" In response to her suggestion, Zhang Sili remarked, "I think that's a splendid idea. There's no one around, and these clothes are on the verge of becoming rancid. How wonderful it would be to have a fresh set of clothes." They then proceeded to meticulously clean their garments in the seawater. Thus, the two of them, completely unclad, returned to the cave carrying their washed clothes. They gathered some firewood to construct a makeshift rack beside the fire and hung their garments to dry. Suddenly, with a playful grin, Wang Qianqian asked Zhang Sili, "Sili, do you think if the elder saw us like this, he might succumb to his primal instincts and harm us?" Zhang Sili couldn't help but chuckle at her comment and replied, "What on earth are you thinking? How come I could be that sort of person? Even if he were to see us, I doubt he would act inappropriately. Besides, he is merely 10 years our senior. Stop referring to him as the elder as if he were ancient." Wang Qianqian, quick to retort, shot back, "What is wrong with me calling him the elder? I've gotten so accustomed to it." Zhang Sili laughed and countered, "Look, Qianqian, I call him brother while you call him uncle. By that logic, I seem to be of a higher generation than you. Should you then address me as aunt?" Wang Qianqian glared at her and declared, "Oh, you mischievous Zhang Sili. How dare you take advantage of me? Just wait until I settle the score with you." And thus, the two began to bicker playfully. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu had been walking for nearly 2 hours before reaching the thicket where he had concealed the coconuts. He unearthed several coconuts, filling his backpack to the brim, and then covered the remaining coconuts again. Upon reaching the beach, he sat on the sand and used his machete to crack open a coconut, tilting his head back to drink the refreshing coconut water, then scooping out the flesh to enjoy. After resting for a while on the beach, he shouldered his backpack and made his way back towards the cave. Along the way, he collected some empty bottles and even found a few severely damaged toothbrushes among the debris washed ashore. As he trudged toward the cave, the weight of the coconuts made his journey laborious, necessitating frequent breaks. It took him nearly 3 hours to finally return to the cave, where he dropped his backpack to the ground and gasped for breath. At that moment, the two girls had already dried their clothes and donned them. Observing Ma Xiaoyu's breathless state, Zhang Sili promptly retrieved a coconut from the backpack, cracked it open with a machete, and handed it to him. After receiving the coconut, Ma Xiaoyu tilted his head back and drank the coconut water. Once he had finished, he rested for a while before feeling a slight return of his strength. The back-and-forth journey had consumed nearly 6 hours, and he was now ravenously hungry. He then made his way to the shore to inspect the fishing net, only to his delight discover a nearly 10-pound grouper caught in it. Elated, Ma Xiaoyu promptly retrieved the fish, detached it from the net, and returned the net to the sea. At that moment, two girls arrived at the shore and were equally thrilled to see such a large grouper. Zhang Sili turned to Ma Xiaoyu and said, "Brother Ma, you've walked for several hours and must be tired. You should return to the cave to rest while I handle this fish." Hearing her words, Ma Xiaoyu chuckled and replied, "You too can actually handle fish?" Upon sensing his disbelief, Wang Qianqian immediately retorted, "Who do you look down upon, old man? We occasionally cook for ourselves. Processing a fish is a piece of cake. To be honest, I have even slaughtered a chicken before. Ma Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh and remarked, "Wow, you are quite impressive. You can even kill a chicken." Before Wang Qianqian could respond, he turned and walked towards the cave, causing her to stomp her foot in frustration. She muttered under her breath, "That old man actually mocked me." Zhang Silly couldn't help but laugh as she said to her, "Stop talking and hurry up to help with the fish." The two then took large cleavers and began skillfully preparing the fish at the shore. It must be said that they handled the fish quite adeptly, and within a little over 10 minutes, they had finished and brought the fish back to the cave. Chapter 17. Selfishness returning to the cave. Wang Qianqian addressed Ma Xiaoyu. "Uncle, what do you think? We've processed the fish so swiftly. Isn't that impressive?" Upon hearing her words, Ma Xiaoyu remarked, "Indeed, quite remarkable. It appears you possess some utility after all." Aware that Ma Xiaoyu was jesting, Wang Qianqian did not take it to heart and continued, "Uncle, that coconut milk fish from yesterday was delightful. Could you prepare some more for us?" Ma Xiaoyu nodded and promptly sliced open 2 coconuts, pouring the milk into a pot. Given the size of the fish, he chopped half into smaller pieces to cook alongside the coconut milk, while the other half was hung by the fire to dry. Before long, the fish was ready, and the 3 began to feast. After their meal, nightfall enveloped the surroundings, and they sat at the cave's entrance for a while, engaging in conversation before resting on palm leaves. In contrast, Ollie and his group faced a more arduous day. Rising early, Ollie led several companions along the coast, searching in vain for coconut trees, returning to the shelter disheartened. The sight of their empty hands left the others feeling equally despondent. By midday, the group scavenged some clams and conchs from the shore, roasting them for sustenance. Ollie distributed a coconut to each person, but as they continued to consume clams and conchs daily without satisfaction, complaints began to arise among the group. After lunch, the men drew lots to determine who would venture into the woods in search of a water source. Lacking paper and pen, Ollie resorted to using uneven sticks, which he held in his hand for the men to draw. Those who drew the shortest sticks were tasked with the water search. The 5 unfortunate souls who drew the shortest sticks felt a wave of gloom, yet had no choice but to proceed into the woods. For to abstain would mean abandoning their efforts. The others who escaped this fate secretly felt relieved, hoping the 5 would successfully locate water. As the 5 ventured into the forest, Ollie led the remaining group back to the shoreline to continue gathering clams and conchs. At this moment, Yang Xueming approached Ollie with a cheeky grin, saying, "Brother Ollie, when I was with Ma Xiaoyu, I noticed numerous lobster shells on the ground. I believe the lobsters in the sea should be quite easy to catch. Eating clams and conchs every day is becoming tiresome. Why don't we dive into the sea and catch some lobsters? If he can do it, surely we can as well." Upon hearing this, a spark of inspiration lit up the faces of the group. Ollie patted Yang Xueming on the shoulder, smiling as he replied, "If you truly manage to catch lobsters, I shall commend you greatly." With renewed enthusiasm, the group gathered at the shore to search for lobsters. Before long, they discovered a multitude of lobsters beneath a rocky outcrop. Eagerly, they shed their clothes and plunged into the water, diving to capture the lobsters. Although lacking diving masks made the endeavor challenging, many still emerged from the depths, triumphant with their catches. Zhao Shishir was in the nearby woods, accompanied by a group of women, gathering firewood and searching for a water source. Meanwhile, 5 individuals ventured deeper into the forest, their hearts racing with trepidation as they navigated the eerie surroundings. The atmosphere grew increasingly ominous with each step, inducing a palpable sense of anxiety and fear among them. They remained vigilant, acutely aware of their surroundings, dreading the sudden appearance of a snake that might strike. At that moment, one among them spoke up, suggesting, "How about we stay here for a few hours since Brotherly is not around? We can return and tell everyone we didn't find any water source. What do you think? The deeper we go into the woods, the more dangerous it feels." Upon hearing this, the others concurred, realizing that if they could merely endure the day, they might escape the task of searching for water the following day. After all, everyone harbored their own private concerns, and no one wished to meet their end in the woods. They settled on a flat patch of ground to rest. After 3 or 4 hours, they finally rose and made their way back towards the shore. Upon returning to the coastline, The five pretended to be out of breath. One of them addressed Ali, saying, "Brotherly, we searched the woods extensively but found no water source. We did encounter several venomous snakes and animal bones, and every step felt perilous." His performance was convincing, and Ali, unsuspecting, responded, "You all have worked hard. You shall receive a bit more when we eat the lobsters later." From morning until now, Ali had successfully gathered a considerable number of lobsters from the sea. Once they were grilled, he distributed one to each person and reserved 5 larger ones for the 5 who had ventured into the woods. He kept the 2 largest for himself and Xiaoyu. The others, observing the distribution, remained silent. When it came time to give lobsters to young Xiaoyu, Ali deliberately presented him with 2 in front of everyone, as it was his suggestion to catch lobsters. This action aimed to illustrate that contributions would be rewarded, thereby invigorating the group's spirit. Upon receiving the lobsters, Yang Xiaoyu displayed an air of self-satisfaction, eliciting a mix of envy and jealousy among the onlookers, some even inwardly criticizing him for being a sycophant. Ali also distributed a coconut to each person, but as the coconuts dwindled, both he and Zhao Shishir grew increasingly anxious. These coconuts would only suffice for 2 or 3 days, and without finding a water source soon, they faced the dire possibility of succumbing to thirst. In recent days, the group had barely managed to scrape by, often going hungry. Finally, with the arrival of lobsters, they were so eager to eat that they would have devoured the shells if possible. Although Yang Xiaoyu was somewhat unreliable, he showed genuine affection for his wife, Li Xiaomei, ensuring she received 2 lobsters while he contented himself with just 1. After indulging in the succulent lobster, Ali, accompanied by a group of men, made their way to the shoreline to resume their quest for more lobsters. However, the multitude of fishermen from the morning had frightened the lobsters away, rendering their efforts fruitless until dusk, when they had only managed to gather a few clams and sea snails to roast and feast upon. Following dinner, the group settled around a crackling fire, engaging in lively conversation. Yang Xiaoyu, perhaps overwhelmed by pent-up emotions, discreetly led his wife to a secluded spot to attend to their intimate needs. Zhao Shishir, on the other hand, bore a heavy heart, and upon noticing her demeanor, Ali promptly inquired, "Miss Zhao, what troubles you? You seem rather discontented." In response to his question, Zhao Shishir merely shook her head, reflecting on the irony of being a celebrated star now stranded on this desolate island, enduring a life of uncertainty and scarcity. After some time spent in conversation, the group retreated to their makeshift shelter for rest, to ward off any nocturnal disturbances from wild beasts. Ali took the precaution of kindling 2 large bonfires at the entrance of the shelter. Chapter 18. Harvesting porcupines the following morning. Ma Xiaoyu and his companions awakened almost simultaneously. They observed that the campfire at the cave's entrance had dwindled to mere embers, with only a few charcoal pieces still glowing faintly. They replenished the fire with additional firewood, and once it blazed anew, Ma Xiaoyu picked up a piece of charcoal and the toothbrush he had found on the beach, setting off towards the shore. Wang Qianqian and her companion also arrived at the coastline, scooping seawater to wash their faces. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu began to crush the charcoal using a stone. Curiosity piqued. Wang Qianqian inquired, "Uncle, what are you doing?" Without looking up, Ma Xiaoyu replied, "I'm preparing some charcoal powder to brush my teeth." "Is that even possible? We should try it too." The 2 girls exclaimed in unison. Hearing their enthusiasm, Ma Xiaoyu handed them the toothbrushes he had collected from the beach. He dipped his finger in the seawater, then coated it with the crushed charcoal powder, and proceeded to brush his teeth. The 2 girls followed suit, wetting their toothbrushes in the seawater and applying the charcoal powder. They found that their teeth felt significantly cleaner after using the charcoal, and they grew increasingly impressed with Ma Xiaoyu's resourcefulness, marveling at his knowledge. Zhang Sili could not contain her curiosity, asking, "Brother Ma, how do you know so much?" With a smile, Ma Xiaoyu responded, "It's just common knowledge. I learned it from television." After their morning routine, Ma Xiaoyu approached the shore to check the fishing net, only to discover it was empty. He returned the net to the sea without attempting to catch any lobsters. Back at the cave, he skewered the leftover half fish from yesterday and set it to roast. Once they had finished their meal, Ma Xiaoyu addressed the girls. You should stay in the cave and avoid wandering around. I'm going into the woods to search for a water source and food. The coconuts I've hidden one tea last much longer, and to survive here long term, I must find water. Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian insisted, Uncle, we want to go with you. After all, staying here is rather dull. However, Ma Xiaoyu firmly declined, stating, the forest is too dangerous, teeming with snakes, insects, and possibly wild beasts. I cannot risk your safety by bringing you along. I'll go alone. If I encounter danger, I can escape more easily without the burden of two companions. Reluctantly, the girls agreed to stay behind, reminding him to prioritize his safety. Ma Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement, loading some empty bottles into his backpack. He slung the pack over his shoulders, grasping a machete, and stepped out of the cave. As he ventured into the woods, he specifically gathered several lengths of nylon rope from the shoreline to secure his sleeves and pant legs, navigating through the dense underbrush with a machete in hand. Clearing his path, having traversed a considerable distance, the quest for water remained unfulfilled, yet several wild chickens and hares had caught his eye. Lacking hunting tools, he could only watch helplessly as they scurried away. The deeper he ventured into the forest, the more ominous and foreboding the surroundings became. However, driven by the need to find water, Ma Xiaoyu pressed onward. After advancing further, a sudden rustling emerged from the thicket ahead. With caution, Ma Xiaoyu grasped his machete and approached the source of the sound. Before he could draw near, a spiny creature burst forth from the underbrush, its beady black eyes curiously fixed upon him. The unexpected appearance of this small animal startled Ma Xiaoyu, who quickly recognized it as a porcupine. To his surprise, the porcupine exhibited no signs of fear. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Xiaoyu swung his machete, striking the creature squarely on the head. The blow sent the porcupine tumbling to the ground, writhing in agony and emitting a series of distressing cries. Without hesitation, Ma Xiaoyu approached the fallen creature, retrieved his machete, and delivered a decisive blow to its skull. The porcupine bled profusely, its legs twitching momentarily before falling still. Gazing at the lifeless porcupine, Ma Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy. Although it weighed only a little over 10 pounds, it would suffice for a meal or two. Furthermore, the porcupine's quills were valuable. They could be used for medicinal purposes or fashioned into arrow tips. He bound the creature with a vine and continued along his path. After walking a bit further without discovering any water source, he stumbled upon some wild onions, which he gathered and placed into his backpack. Realizing he had been out for 2 to 3 hours, he decided to abandon the search for water and head back towards the coastline. By the time he returned to the shore, it was already afternoon. Wang Qianqian and another companion were anxiously awaiting him at the cave's entrance. Upon his return, they exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Wang Qianqian remarked, Uncle, you finally returned. We were worried sick about you. After being gone so long, we thought something had happened. Ma Xiaoyu shot her a glare and retorted, You flatterer, what could possibly happen to me? You're not wishing for my misfortune, are you? Unfazed by his words, Wang Qianqian merely made a face at him. Zhang Sili then inquired, Brother Ma, did you find a water source? With a resigned shake of his head, Ma Xiaoyu replied, No luck today. I'll search again tomorrow. Nevertheless, it wasn't entirely fruitless. I brought back a porcupine and some wild onions. After resting for a moment, he took the porcupine to the shore to begin preparations. He meticulously plucked its quills, gathered some firewood, and ignited a fire pit. He placed the porcupine over the flames to char it slightly, scraped it clean with his machete, and washed it thoroughly with seawater. He then made an incision in the porcupine's belly, extracting the organs while retaining the liver, discarding the rest into the ocean. Finally, he returned to the cave with the porcupine meat and its quills in hand. With a formidable machete, he skillfully severed a portion of porcupine meat, skewering it with a wooden stick before roasting it over the fire. After savoring the succulent roasted porcupine, Ma Xiaoyu made his way to the coastline to inspect the fishing nets, only to discover them disappointingly barren, devoid of any catch. Resigned, he returned the nets to the sea, reflecting on his earlier excursion through the woods, where he had encountered numerous wild chickens and hares. He conceived the idea of crafting a bow and arrow to carry with him, should he come across those creatures again while searching for a water source the following day. He could utilize his newly fashioned weapon. Resolutely, he ventured into the forest with his machete in hand, determined to seek out suitable timber for his bow and arrow. After an extensive search, he finally stumbled upon a tree that exhibited both flexibility and resilience, though he was unaware of its species. Without hesitation, he felled a section and returned to his cave. Chapter 19. Ma Xiaoyu discovers a water source upon returning to the cave. Ma Xiaoyu seized a large machete and skillfully whittled the piece of wood he had brought back into a shape resembling a finger's thickness. He bent it into the form of a bow, and to his delight, the wood showed no signs of breaking. As he released his grip, the wood reverted to its straight form. To enhance its flexibility, Ma Xiaoyu placed the wood over the fire to roast it briefly. He then bent it again into the shape of a bow, securing both ends with nylon string collected from the shoreline, thus crafting a rudimentary bow. Next, he sought out several straight saplings in the woods, chopping them down and returning to the cave to meticulously carve them with his machete. As dusk fell, he had successfully shaped the saplings into sticks resembling chopsticks. The two girls sat quietly nearby, observing him as he crafted the bow and arrows. With his machete, he carved grooves at both ends of the finished sticks. Using porcupine quills, he secured one end of the arrow with nylon string, completing his first arrow. After crafting 4 or 5 arrows, he paused, cutting the remaining porcupine quills into small pieces to roast over the fire for a meal. The trio engaged in light conversation by the fire before retiring early for the night. At the break of dawn, Ma Xiaoyu awoke and, noticing the two girls still asleep, chose not to disturb them. He stepped out to the mouth of the cave, adding firewood to the pile to rekindle the flames. With his backpack, bow, arrows, and machete in hand, he ventured out, first washing his face to the shoreline. He then secured the cuffs of his sleeves and pants with nylon string before heading into the woods. Breathing in the fresh air of the forest uplifted his spirits. Having failed to locate a water source the previous day, he resolved to explore a different direction within the woodland. After wandering for over an hour, he spotted a wild chicken perched on a nearby tree, calling incessantly. Without hesitation, Ma Xiaoyu approached the tree with his bow and arrow. Perhaps due to the animal's lack of fear or the absence of human presence, the wild chicken remained curious rather than fleeing. Standing beneath the tree, Ma Xiaoyu aimed and released an arrow that struck the chicken's body with precision. The arrow, tipped with porcupine quills, pierced through, sending the chicken tumbling several meters into the underbrush. Ma Xiaoyu hurried to retrieve it from the thicket. Extracting the arrow from its body, he grasped the chicken by the head and twisted firmly until it ceased to struggle. He placed the chicken into his backpack and continued on his way. After some time, thirst began to overwhelm him, prompting him to chop down a palm tree and extract its heart to quench his thirst. After savoring the heart of palm, he leaned against a grand tree to rest for a while before continuing his journey forward. As he walked further, he suddenly heard the sound of flowing water, which filled Ma Xiaoyu with joy, prompting him to hasten towards the source of the sound. Before long, a small river came into view not far ahead. He hurried to the riverbank, bent down, and cupped his hands to drink the refreshing water, finding it incredibly sweet. However, he refrained from drinking too much, wary of potential parasites and bacteria lurking within. After a few sips, he stood up to observe his surroundings. The river was less than a meter wide, with a depth of merely 10 centimeters, and the low terrain suggested it had been carved out by rainwater. Subsequently, he retrieved an empty bottle from his backpack and filled it with water, making his way swiftly back to the coast. By the time he returned, it was already afternoon. This round trip had consumed 5 to 6 hours. The two girls were playing along the shore when they spotted Ma Xiaoyu's return. They rushed to him, and he dropped his backpack to the ground, collapsing in exhaustion and panting heavily. Noticing his sweaty and breathless state, Zhang Sili immediately dashed back to the cave to fetch a coconut, returning with a machete to crack it open and hand it to him. Upon receiving the coconut from Zhang Sili, Ma Xiaoyu tilted his head back and drank the coconut water in one go. After quenching his thirst, he exclaimed to the two girls, "I finally found a water source, but it nearly exhausted me." Hearing this, the girls were overjoyed. Wang Qianqian eagerly opened the backpack, and upon discovering it was filled with water and a wild chicken, they were elated. Wang Qianqian grabbed a bottle of water and twisted off the cap. But Ma Xiaoyu quickly cautioned her, "Put that down. You can't drink it just like that." Confused by his warning, she gazed at him, and he elaborated. Although the water appears clean, it may contain parasites and bacteria, which could lead to diarrhea if consumed without boiling it first. Heeding his advice, Wang Qianqian set the bottle down. Back in the cave, she promptly retrieved the pot fashioned from an oil barrel, placed it over the fire, and poured in several bottles of water to boil. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu placed the wild chicken directly onto the flames to singe off the feathers, then took it to the sea to wash with salt water, discarding the innards. Returning to the cave, he found that the water in the pot had reached a boil. After such a long time on the deserted island, it was the first opportunity for the three of them to enjoy hot water. After sipping some hot water, Ma Xiaoyu chopped the wild chicken into smaller pieces and added them to the pot to cook. As the chicken neared readiness, he tossed in some wild onions, allowing them to simmer together. The first taste of stewed wild chicken brought immense happiness to all three, and they savored every drop of broth, leaving nothing behind. Once the stewed chicken was finished, Zhang Sili took out a few more bottles of water and poured them into the pot, intending to boil them, let them cool, and enjoy. Ma Xiaoyu ventured to the seaside to inspect the fishing nets. Fortune smiled upon him today, as he discovered 3 grouper weighing around 3 to 4 pounds ensnared within the nets. He carefully detached the fish from the nets and returned the nets to the sea. Once at the shore, he skillfully prepared the fish before carrying them back to the cave, armed with a large machete. He then ventured into the woods to chop a bundle of firewood, which he bound with vines and carried back to the cave. The three of them gathered around the fire pit at the cave's entrance, engaging in pleasant conversation until nightfall. As darkness fell, Ma Xiaoyu skewered a fish with a wooden stick and placed it over the flames to roast, while reserving the other 2 fish for their meal the following day. After enjoying the roasted fish and sharing a few more words, the trio soon lay down on the ground to rest. Chapter 20. The distressing quest for water. In stark contrast to Ma Xiaoyu's situation, Ali and his companions faced an unfortunate predicament. Upon awakening in the morning, they commenced drawing lots, and today it was Ali, Yang Xiwiming, and 3 others who were tasked with the search for a water source. Ali instructed the remaining men to continue their efforts in the sea, capturing lobsters, while he led Yang Xiwiming and the others into the woods to seek water. The memory of their fallen comrade, who had succumbed to a snake bite, lingered vividly in their minds, prompting them to exercise utmost caution during their expedition. After meandering through the forest for 2 to 3 hours without success, disappointment began to take its toll on the group. They found a spacious clearing where they could rest briefly before venturing deeper into the woods once more. As they traversed the terrain, Ali, who was leading, faintly discerned the sound of flowing water. He gestured for the others to halt and said, "Do you hear that sound? I believe I can hear water flowing." Upon hearing his words, the others listened intently, and indeed, the sound of water reached their ears. Yang Xiwiming, brimming with excitement, exclaimed to Ali, "It seems there truly is the sound of flowing water. You are remarkable for hearing it from so far away. Had you not pointed it out, I would have overlooked it." The others echoed his sentiments, affirming they too perceived the sound. Without hesitation, they hastened towards the direction of the sound. As they drew nearer, the sound of water became increasingly distinct. After traversing a little further, they finally spotted a small river in a depression not far away, which appeared to be connected to the water source discovered by Ma Xiaoyu. In a frenzy of joy, the 5 dashed towards the riverbank, where they quickly knelt down and eagerly quenched their thirst, drinking deeply from the cool water until they felt they could consume no more. At last, Ali turned to the others and declared, "We have finally located a water source. It seems we shall no longer need to worry about fresh water." After resting by the river for a moment, they filled their bottles, which they had brought from the coast, with water and set off back towards the shore, their faces alight with happiness. However, midway through their journey, a sudden roar from the depths of the forest startled them, sending a wave of tension through the group. Yang Xiwiming, trembling, turned to Ali and asked, "Brother Ali, what animal could make such a fearsome sound?" Ali, attempting to maintain his composure, replied, "I cannot say. Without weapons, it would be wise for us to leave this place as soon as possible." Responding to his caution, the group quickened their pace, hastening back to the coast. Upon their return, they felt akin to triumphant heroes, proudly brandishing their filled bottles of river water before the others. Seeing the success of their search, the rest of the group erupted with excitement. Xiaoyu approached Ollie and inquired, "Did you find a water source?" Ollie replied, "Indeed, Miss Xiao. We discovered a small river in the woods, just 4 or 5 kilometers from here. It appears we shall no longer fret over our water supply." Listening to his words, Xiaoyu smiled and nodded. Those who had not sought out a water source returned from the sea with a handful of lobsters. A group of them gathered around the fire to roast the lobsters. Once the lobsters were ready, the 5 who had gone in search of water were each rewarded with the largest ones, and Ollie distributed a bottle of water to everyone. As they feasted on the lobsters and sipped the water, by nightfall, nearly all of them suffered from stomach troubles. It dawned on them that it must have been the water brought back by Ollie and the others that was the culprit. Ollie couldn't help but slap his forehead, chastising himself for his carelessness. Although the water from the small river appeared clean, it likely harbored numerous bacteria and parasites, necessitating boiling before consumption. However, it was too late for such realizations, as the group felt utterly depleted, their bodies almost collapsing from fatigue. They endured the night, and by the next morning, their symptoms of diarrhea had somewhat improved. After a night of discomfort, the group appeared exceedingly haggard, feeling utterly drained. Since they had already located a water source, Ollie decided to share the remaining coconuts with everyone, ensuring that each person received 2. After drinking the coconut water, they gradually began to regain their strength. Ollie then took the group of men back to the coastline to catch more lobsters. To increase their catch, they ventured further along the shore before entering the water to begin their hunt. This time, they caught significantly more lobsters than the day before. They returned to the fire with their bounty, roasting the lobsters until they were perfectly cooked. Each person received 2 lobsters this time. After their meal, Ollie gathered everyone to collect empty bottles from the shoreline, instructing the women to gather firewood while he and the men fetched water from the small river. After nearly 3 hours, they arrived at the riverbank. Gazing at the crystal-clear water, despite their thirst, they hesitated to drink. They rested by the river for a while, filled the empty bottles with water, and made their way back to the coastline, thankfully encountering no dangers along the way. Once back, they poured the water into coconut shells, placing them over the fire to boil. They waited until the water reached a rolling boil and cooled before daring to drink it. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu and his 2 companions slept until the sun was high in the sky. They washed up at the beach, and Ma Xiaoyu checked the fishing net, finding it devoid of fish. He set the net back into the sea. While there were still 2 fish in the cave, he decided to catch more lobsters to store for the future, just in case it rained unexpectedly. He then said to Wang Qianqian and the other, "You 2 head back to the cave first. I'll catch some lobsters." Hearing this, Wang Qianqian immediately protested, saying, "What is wrong, uncle? Are you afraid we'll sneak a peek at you? At your age, who'll be interested?" Ma Xiaoyu replied, "Who has sold? I'm in my prime. Thank you very much. Since you 2 wish to stay here, I'll just go ahead and undress." Upon hearing his words, the 2 girls turned their heads. Ma Xiaoyu immediately stripped down to just his shorts. As he descended into the water, he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to bring his homemade diving mask. He then called out to Zhang Silly, "Silly, I forgot my diving mask. Could you please fetch it for me?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Silly headed towards the cave, while Wang Qianqian, observing Ma Xiaoyu immersed in the sea, remarked, "Uncle, you seem quite lean, yet surprisingly robust." Upon hearing her comment, Ma Xiaoyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Noticing his reaction, Wang Qianqian chuckled and said, "Oh my uncle, I never imagined you could feel shy. This is truly a rarity." Ma Xiaoyu shot her a glare and retorted, "If you keep talking, no one will mistake you for mute. And keep your eyes to yourself." Chapter 21. Weaving the lobster basket. Just as Wang Qianqian was about to express her thoughts, Zhang Silly had already approached with a diving mask in hand. Wang Qianqian fell silent, donning the mask as Ma Xiaoyu took a deep breath and submerged himself into the depths of the sea to catch lobsters. When he resurfaced, a large lobster was clutched in his hand. He tossed the creature onto the sandy shore, while Wang Qianqian and her companions swiftly picked up the wriggling lobster and dispatched it with stones. After 2 hours of labor, Ma Xiaoyu had successfully caught over 10 lobsters. Feeling fatigued from his time in the water, he instructed the 2 to carry the lobsters back to the cave, while he climbed onto the rocks to put on his clothes. Upon returning to the cave, Ma Xiaoyu discovered that the two fish from the previous day, though placed near the fire, had begun to spoil in the heat. He pondered how difficult it was to preserve food in such warm weather and decided he needed a solution. He skewered the fish on a stick and commenced roasting them. He also retrieved some charcoal from the fire and placed all the lobsters within a grill. After enjoying a modest meal of roasted fish and lobster, Ma Xiaoyu took a large machete and ventured into the woods to gather some vines. Upon his return to the beach, Wang Qianqian, intrigued by the abundance of vines he brought back, inquired, "Uncle, why have you cut so many vines?" Ma Xiaoyu explained, "The heat here is intense and food spoils quickly. I intend to weave a lobster basket to keep the caught lobsters and fish alive." Wang Qianqian immediately countered, "Uncle, why go to such trouble? You're quite adept at catching lobsters. You can simply dive in and catch more when you're hungry." In response, Ma Xiaoyu shot her a glare and remarked, "You are indeed short-sighted." He then glanced at her short hair, chuckling, "I should have said, with such short hair, your understanding is also limited. What if a sudden downpour occurs and you can't catch lobsters? And if I'm not around one day, what will you two eat?" Wang Qianqian, irked by Ma Xiaoyu's jab about her hair, felt a surge of annoyance, while Zhang's silly couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Ma Xiaoyu, noticing her reaction, also broke into laughter. Amid their laughter, Wang Qianqian declared, "Humph, you two dare to join forces to mock me. I shall no longer pay you any mind. And you too, silly. I thought we were good friends, but I never expected you to team up with Uncle to bully me." With that, she lowered her head, sulking. Ma Xiaoyu, chuckling, reassured her, all right, don't be upset. You're far too old for such childish behavior. I truly find it entertaining to banter with you every day." He then picked up the vines and commenced weaving the lobster basket. The two watched as he skillfully crafted it, and after more than 2 hours of effort, he had woven a basket capable of holding dozens of lobsters. Observing his remarkable skill, Zhang silly exclaimed, "Ma Gu, how are you so talented? It seems you can do anything." Ma Xiaoyu said to her, "There is no way around it. Children from impoverished families often bear responsibilities early on. My parents urged me to study diligently, but I had little inclination for books and frequently skipped school to catch fish, enduring many a beating from my parents for my misbehavior." At this point, he couldn't help but reminisce about his parents, letting out a deep sigh. Zhang silly, noticing his melancholy, replied, "Don't be disheartened, brother Ma. By the way, are you the only child in your family?" To which Ma Xiaoyu responded, "I have an elder brother. We were quite close during our childhood. But after he graduated from university and became a civil servant, our relationship has deteriorated, particularly after he married. We seldom communicate now, save for the occasional holiday." After finishing his words, he sighed once more. He carried his catch to the shore, removed his clothing, and descended into the water to continue gathering lobsters. Observing Ma Xiaoyu in the sea, Wang Qianqian turned to Zhang Silly and remarked, "I feel quite sorry for him." Zhang Silly agreed, saying, "Indeed, it's hard to believe that Brother Ma has endured such hardship. I think we should find a way to repay him when we leave this place. Without him, we might not have survived." Wang Qianqian nodded in agreement, and after a brief conversation, they took a large machete, exited the cave, and began chopping firewood in the forest. Having placed the lobsters in his basket, Ma Xiaoyu spent another 2 to 3 hours in the seawater, finally catching over 10 lobsters. As time was growing late, he climbed back onto the rocks, dressed, and returned to the cave, where he secured a nylon rope to the basket, stuffed its opening with grass, and submerged it in the sea, anchoring it with a heavy stone on the other end of the rope. Back in the cave, the three shared the leftover grilled fish and lobsters from breakfast, sitting by the fire and chatting. Noticing that their supply of coconuts was dwindling, Ma Xiaoyu planned to venture back to the coconut stash the following day to gather more. As night fell, they sat by the fire at the cave entrance for a while before lying down to sleep. The next morning, Ma Xiaoyu awoke early, added some firewood to the fire, and took a piece of charcoal to the shore, where he crushed it with stones to wash up. After freshening up, he inspected the fishing net he had set in the sea. Fortune smiled upon him today, as he discovered a fish weighing 4 to 5 pounds caught in the net. He detached the fish from the net, replanted it back in the water, and proceeded to clean the fish on the shore. Once he prepared the fish, he returned to the cave, split the remaining 2 coconuts, poured the coconut water into a pot, and chopped the fish into small pieces to cook. At that moment, Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili awoke and greeted Ma Xiaoyu before stepping out of the cave to wash up. When they returned, the fish was ready, and they gathered around the fire to enjoy the meal. After savoring the stew, Ma Xiaoyu announced, "You two stay here. I shall fetch some coconuts." Upon hearing his words, Zhang Sili promptly replied, "We shall accompany you." Wang Qianqian echoed, "Uncle, we will join you. Staying here is driving us nearly mad." With their enthusiasm, Ma Xiaoyu did not decline, and the trio set off towards the place where the coconuts were hidden. Along the way, the two girls engaged in lively conversation, and after 2 hours of walking, they finally arrived at the thicket concealing the coconuts. By this time, both girls were drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Ma Xiaoyu split open 2 coconuts and handed them to the girls, who tilted their heads back and began to drink the refreshing coconut water. He then opened another coconut, drinking its contents with great relish. After savoring the coconut water, he packed a few more coconuts into his backpack. The 3 of them took a moment to rest on the ground before standing up and heading towards the cave. Chapter 22. Torrential rain upon returning to the cave. Wang Qianqian and her companion collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Ma Xiaoyu retrieved coconuts from his backpack, splitting 2 open and handing them to the girls. They eagerly tilted their heads back, drinking the coconut water until not a drop remained. Ma Xiaoyu then cracked open another coconut, consuming its refreshing liquid in one go, before sitting down to rest for a moment. Afterward, he approached the shoreline, lifting the fish basket to examine its contents. To his delight, the lobsters still thrived within. He returned the basket to the sea, then drew up the fishing net for inspection. Fortune smiled upon him today, as he discovered a fish weighing around 4 to 5 pounds entangled in the net. Carefully detaching the fish, he placed it aside and returned the net to the water. He proceeded to prepare the fish along the coast, skillfully cleaning it before bringing it back to the cave. He split 2 more coconuts, pouring the sweet water into a pot, and cut the cleaned fish into chunks, adding them to the pot to simmer. A handful of wild onions was tossed in to enhance the flavor. Once the fish was cooked to perfection, the trio could no longer contain their anticipation and eagerly dug in. After savoring the delectable dish, Ma Xiaoyu handed the large machete to Wang Qianqian, instructing her and her companion to gather some firewood from the nearby woods. Meanwhile, he made his way to the shoreline, climbing onto the rocks, shedding his clothes, and plunging into the sea to continue his hunt for lobsters. Thus, he spent over 2 hours immersed in the water, capturing more than 10 lobsters before returning to shore. Noticing the time slipping away, he ascended the rocks, dressed once more, and inspected the fishing net, only to find it utterly barren. Resigned, he took a few lobsters from the basket and returned to the cave, where Wang Qianqian and her friend had also gathered firewood. As darkness descended, Ma Xiaoyu rummaged through the embers of the fire, retrieving some charcoal to grill the lobsters. After enjoying the succulent roasted delicacies, each of them indulged in a coconut, and the 3 sat at the cave's entrance, engaging in conversation, listening to the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the rocks. Wang Qianqian and her friend began to reminisce about their families. Unbeknownst to them, it had been 20 days since the crew's mishap, and there was still no sign of rescue. With a worried expression, Wang Qianqian turned to Ma Xiaoyu and said, "Uncle, I miss home. When do you think we can leave this place? I'm sure my parents are terribly worried about me." Zhang Sili chimed in, "Brother Ma, do you think we are destined to be trapped here forever?" Upon hearing their concerns, Ma Xiaoyu reassured them, "Do not fret. I believe we will eventually leave this place." His words elicited a deep sigh from both girls, while Ma Xiaoyu pulled out a cigarette, leisurely smoking it. He reflected on their situation, realizing that while they had loved ones to miss, he himself had no one to yearn for, feeling somewhat of a failure in life. After a moment, Wang Qianqian spoke again, "Uncle, what do you think Zhao Sure and the others are doing? And why are you reluctant to live with them?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Ma Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before responding, "You two are still youthful and have yet to traverse many experiences. Do not be deceived by their initial camaraderie. I assure you their circumstances are far from favorable. Otherwise, you would not have sought me out. In this desolate island, devoid of legal constraints, food and water are scarce, and every individual harbors selfish motives. Conflicts are bound to arise amongst them before long. His words resonated with the two, who found his reasoning sound. Ma Xiaoyu continued, remember, on this forsaken island, trust no one but yourselves and remain perpetually vigilant. The one who betrays you may very well be the one closest to you. The two girls were taken aback by his statement, their minds racing with disbelief at the grimness he painted. After a moment, Zhang Sili turned to him and said, Brother Ma, if we can't trust you, whom can we trust? Ma Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement of her concern. Wang Qianqian then interjected, that uncle of ours. You won't harm us, will you? In response, Ma Xiaoyu playfully tapped her on the head and shot her a stern glance, saying, What on earth are you thinking? If I had ill intentions, I wouldn't have waited until now. Rest assured, I have no interest in your airfield. Upon hearing Ma Xiaoyu's jest about her physique, Wang Qianqian bristled, retorting, How can you belittle me like that, old man? Can't you see I'm a 36B? She puffed out her chest defiantly, prompting laughter from both Ma Xiaoyu and Zhang Sili. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Wang Qianqian continued, Uncle, you're not harboring feelings for Sili, are you? Sili, you should be wary of him. Zhang Sili's cheeks flushed as she rebuked, You're making far too much of this. Rest assured, Brother Ma is not that sort of person. Ma Xiaoyu turned to Wang Qianqian and remarked, See, Sili understands me, unlike you, who is merely a sycophant, a white-eyed wolf. Wang Qianqian, incensed by his words, fell silent. After some more light-hearted banter, realizing the hour was late, Ma Xiaoyu added more firewood to the flames. The three then settled on the ground to sleep. In the dead of night, they were abruptly roused by a thunderous clap. The flames of the fire flickering wildly in the gusty winds, signaling an impending downpour. Concerned that the tumultuous winds might sweep away the fish trap and net he had set in the sea, Ma Xiaoyu quickly rose, exited the cave, and made his way to the shoreline to retrieve them, hastening back towards the safety of the cave. Before they could reach the cave, the rain began to cascade from the heavens like pearls. Upon returning to the cave, they set down their fishing nets and baskets and repositioned the fire pit further inside. Soon, a torrential downpour ensued outside, while the three of them sought refuge within the cave, listening to the rhythmic patter of rain. Fortunately, no water seeped into their sanctuary. As the night wore on, a wave of drowsiness overcame them, prompting them to recline on the palm fronds strewn across the ground and succumb to slumber. The rain continued its relentless descent throughout the night, and when dawn broke, they awakened to find the downpour still unabated. Fortunately, they had stocked ample firewood within the cave, and the fish basket still held a good number of lobsters. Ma Xiaoyu took a pot to the cave entrance to collect rainwater, which he placed over the fire to boil. He also set a few lobsters on the flames to roast. At that moment, Wang Qianqian turned to Ma Xiaoyu and said, Uncle, I need to use the restroom. Zhang Sili chimed in, Brother Ma, I need to go too. Observing the continuing deluge outside, Ma Xiaoyu promptly removed his rain jacket and handed it to the two of them, saying, Hold this over your heads to avoid catching a cold. Don't wander too far in such heavy rain. Just step outside the cave. I promise I won't peek. Chapter 23. Qianqian's injury upon hearing Ma Xiaoyu's words. The two women donned his sun-protective clothing and made their way to the cave, hastily unfastening their trousers to relieve themselves. Despite the protective attire, their garments were drenched by the rain. After their necessary business was concluded, they began to crawl towards the cave. Perhaps due to the heavy rainfall, the stones outside the cave were particularly slippery. Zhang Sili managed to enter the cave safely, yet Wang Qianqian lost her footing and fell to the ground, a sharp rock grazing her foot. As she collapsed at the cave's entrance, she let out a piercing scream of agony. Hearing her cries, Ma Xiaoyu sprang to his feet and leaped down to assist her. Zhang Sili extended her hand to pull Wang Qianqian into the cave. Ma Xiaoyu quickly scrambled back inside, only to find Wang Qianqian's trousers stained crimson with blood. Without hesitation, he rolled up her pant leg, revealing a gash approximately 4 to 5 centimeters long on her thigh, which continued to bleed profusely. Zhang Sili was rendered helpless by the sight of such a grievous wound. Ma Xiaoyu immediately tore a strip from his clothing to bandage her injury, recognizing the urgency of treating such a wound to prevent infection. Addressing Zhang Sili, he instructed, Take care of her. I need to step out for a moment. Before she could respond, he grasped a machete and exited the cave, venturing into the rain-soaked forest. The downpour had soaked him through in no time, yet he pressed on, determined to find aid. Navigating the slippery terrain, Ma Xiaoyu stumbled several times. His body now caked in mud. Like a headless fly, he meandered through the woods until, perhaps out of pity, the heavens guided him to a large tree under which he discovered some purslane. This plant, known for its healing properties, could alleviate heat and stop bleeding. He swiftly uprooted the purslane and hurried back to the cave. Upon his return, the two women, witnessing his muddy appearance resembling a drenched chicken, felt deeply moved. In that moment, Ma Xiaoyu appeared as a hero. He rushed to Wang Qianqian's side, unwrapping the cloth from her wound, which continued to bleed, causing her to grimace in pain. Without delay, he chewed some purslane and applied it to her injury, rewrapping it with the cloth. As the rainwater dripped from his hair, Wang Qianqian, overwhelmed with emotion, began to weep softly. This was the first time, apart from her parents, that someone had shown her such kindness. Mistaking her tears for pain, Ma Xiaoyu smiled gently and reassured her, Qianqian, does it hurt a lot? Just endure for a moment. Rest assured, this purslane has excellent hemostatic properties. You will be well in a few days. Hearing his words, Wang Qianqian felt a surge of gratitude and whispered, Uncle, thank you. You are truly a good person. Hearing her speak to him so gently, Ma Xiaoyu felt somewhat unaccustomed and chuckled as he replied, Oh, no more retorts? How suddenly sentimental. Still a bit uneasy. He reassured her, Rest assured, your wound should not become infected. A few days of rest will suffice. Remember, until your wound is fully healed, you must avoid water at all costs. Upon hearing his words, Wang Qianqian refrained from retorting, instead feeling a warm glow in her heart. Noticing the rainwater still dripping from his clothes, Zhang Sili promptly handed him a raincoat. Ma Xiaoyu accepted the raincoat and wiped the rain from his head. Gazing at the lobster that had been grilled to perfection, Ma Xiaoyu picked up the largest one, peeled its shell, and offered it to Wang Qianqian, saying, You are injured. You should eat more to aid your recovery. Wang Qianqian took the lobster he handed her and savored it slowly, lost in her thoughts. After finishing the lobster, Ma Xiaoyu fetched a pot and collected some rainwater at the cave entrance. He then prepared a rich broth with some purslane for Wang Qianqian to drink. As he sat by the fire, attempting to dry his clothes, Zhang Sili suddenly remarked, Brother Ma, at this rate, your clothes may never dry. Wearing wet clothes could lead to a cold. Why not take them off to dry? We can turn our backs and not look. Wang Qianqian chimed in, Yes, uncle. Your clothes are covered in mud. Perhaps you should remove them, rinse them with rainwater, and then dry them. It must be uncomfortable wearing such dirty clothes. Touched by their concern, Ma Xiaoyu felt a wave of gratitude. However, he still felt a bit shy about removing his clothes and replied to both, It's all right. My health is robust, and I doubt I will fall ill, so you need not worry. Understanding his sentiment, they fell silent. And after sitting by the fire for over 2 hours, Ma Xiaoyu's clothes were finally dry, though still stained with mud. Observing this, Zhang Sili carefully cleaned the mud off his garments. By afternoon, the rain continued to pour relentlessly, and the three were compelled to remain in the cave. Ma Xiaoyu then untied the cloth from Wang Qianqian's wound, relieved to see that it had stopped bleeding. He crushed some purslane to apply to her injury and rewrapped it with fresh cloth. As evening approached, the rain outside began to subside, yet a light drizzle persisted. At this moment, Wang Qianqian suddenly felt the urge to relieve herself and turned to Zhang Sili, saying, Sili, I need to use the restroom. Could you assist me? Hearing this, Zhang Sili reached out to help her, but Ma Xiaoyu immediately intervened, asking, Are you going for a number 1 or a number 2? Blushing, Wang Qianqian replied, I need to urinate. Ma Xiaoyu then advised her, You can simply do that at the cave entrance. Your wound has yet to heal, and moving about is inadvisable. If it opens up again, it could cause complications. Moreover, with the rain still falling, contact with water could lead to infection. Before she could respond, Ma Xiaoyu leaped down from the mouth of the cave and made his way towards the shore. Witnessing this, Wang Qianqian felt a surge of emotion. With Zhang Sili's assistance, she approached the cave entrance, unfastened her trousers, and relieved herself. After quite some time, Ma Xiaoyu returned from the coastline his clothes soaked from the persistent drizzle outside. Upon entering the cave, he settled beside the fire to dry his garments. Wang Qianqian, moved yet filled with guilt by his actions, watched as he tended to himself. Once his clothes were dry, Ma Xiaoyu retrieved several lobsters from the fishing basket and began roasting them over the flames. After enjoying the grilled lobsters, he crushed some purslane and reapplied it to Wang Qianqian's wounds. Following a brief conversation by the fire, the trio lay down on palm fronds and drifted into slumber. Chapter 24. The distressed Al Li and his companions did not fare as well as Ma Xiaoyu and his two friends. Apart from fetching water from the stream, they spent most of their days in the sea, attempting to catch lobsters. However, their incessant forays into the water frightened the lobsters away from the shore, forcing them to venture further along the coastline in search of their quarry. Even under these circumstances, the lobsters they managed to catch were scant, leaving them in a state of hunger. One fateful night, while they were deep in slumber, a sudden torrential rainstorm descended upon them. Their makeshift shelters, constructed from scavenged wood and merely topped with a layer of palm leaves, offered little protection. As the winds howled, many of the palm leaves were torn away, allowing rain to pour in. The fire outside their shelter was extinguished by the deluge, and although it was summer, the dampness soaked through their clothing, leaving them shivering in the cold. They huddled together for warmth, expecting the rain to cease by dawn. However, the next day dawned with the rain still pouring relentlessly, rendering everyone a soggy mess. Many began to develop low fevers, and they endured this miserable state until the rain finally subsided by nightfall. Having gone an entire day without food or water, they were thoroughly famished and parched. With their collected firewood now drenched and no dry kindling to be found in the forest, the only sustenance they could manage was rainwater collected in coconut shells. Li, along with a few others, dragged their weary bodies to the shore in search of food, but the coastline yielded nothing. Thus, they spent the night shivering from the cold and gnawing at their hunger. Fortunately, the rain did not return, yet several individuals developed high fevers. As dawn broke the following day, the sun finally emerged, and the group made their way to the shoreline to bask in its warmth. However, those suffering from fevers were not as fortunate. Some were delirious, and their condition left the others feeling helpless. Thankfully, during their earlier gathering of supplies, they had managed to collect some medication. Al Li, disregarding the efficacy of the medicines, hastily administered them to the feverish individuals, leaving their survival to fate. By midday, they finally managed to ignite a fire. Having gone without food for over a day, the prospect of catching lobsters was dim. Instead, they descended to the shore, where they struck at the clinging sea snails and clams on the rocks, bringing them back to roast over the fire. After feasting on the grilled clams and sea snails, they regained some strength. Al Li then led the group back into the water, hoping to catch lobsters once more. Perhaps due to the recent torrential rains, the water had become murky, making the task of capturing lobsters exceedingly difficult. They toiled in the sea for over an hour without success, and frustrations boiled over as despair set in. Ultimately, they resorted to smashing more clams and sea snails against the rocks to roast and consume. As night fell, several individuals suffering from high fevers began to awaken, yet 4 succumbed to their afflictions, passing away before anyone's eyes. The sight of 4 lives extinguished in an instant filled the group with profound sorrow and fear. Zhao Shishir was overwhelmed with grief, yet her lamentations bore no remedy. Ali, accompanied by a group of men, unceremoniously cast the deceased into the sea. Having gone nearly 2 days without sleep, the weary individuals soon lay down on the ground, surrendering to slumber. By the following noon, they gradually stirred awake. Ali led the group back to the shoreline, intent on catching some lobsters to replenish their strength. Although the waters had regained their clarity, the group had only feasted on roasted clams and conchs the previous day, appearing feeble and drained, unable to grasp the lobsters slipping through their fingers. After toiling for over 2 hours, they managed to capture a mere dozen lobsters, which proved insufficient for their hunger. Reluctantly, they resorted to cracking open some clams and conchs on the rocks. Fortunately, during the rain, they collected a considerable amount of rainwater using coconut shells, sparing them the need to fetch water from the nearby stream for the time being. while Ollie had hoped to repair the shelter with the group. Their empty stomachs left them devoid of energy for labor. Thus, their thoughts remained fixated on the relentless pursuit of food, and even their most strenuous efforts yielded only a half-satisfying meal. In contrast, Ma Xiaoyu's situation improved significantly. Upon awakening the previous morning, the sky had transformed into a vast expanse of blue. He promptly cast the fishing nets into the sea, but upon observing the muddied waters along the shore, he abandoned the idea of diving for lobsters. Fortunately, in the bamboo basket within the cave, a few lobsters remained, still intact despite being deceased. After roasting some lobsters, the trio boiled rainwater to drink. Following breakfast, Ma Xiaoyu proceeded to the shoreline to inspect the fishing nets. Perhaps due to the turbid water, the fish had ventured closer to the coast. To his delight, he discovered 6 or 7 fish of varying sizes entangled in the nets, some weighing 4 or 5 pounds, while others weighed 2 or 3. He promptly freed the fish from the net, placing them into a basket for safekeeping, and recast the nets into the sea. Noticing the disheveled state of his clothing, an idea sparked within Ma Xiaoyu's mind. He returned to the cave, armed with a large machete, and ventured into the woods to gather a substantial bundle of vines. Upon returning to the cave, he began weaving a new fish basket. The two girls watched with curiosity as Wang Qianqian inquired, "Uncle, don't you already have a fish basket? What are you doing?" With an air of mystery, Ma Xiaoyu responded, "I cannot reveal it just yet. In a couple of days, you shall understand. By the way, how is your foot healing?" Wang Qianqian replied, "It's much better now, though it still aches a bit." Hearing her words eased Ma Xiaoyu's concern, and he focused intently on crafting the basket, which was significantly larger than the previous one. Zhang Sili could no longer contain her curiosity and implored him, "Ma Ge, could you please stop being so mysterious? I beg you to tell me why you are weaving such a large fish basket." Upon hearing her inquiry, Ma Xiaoyu responded, "I believe that after this deluge, Ollie and his companions will surely find themselves devoid of sustenance. Do you recall when Ollie instructed you all to consolidate the supplies? I observed a considerable amount of clothing and medicine, as well as 2 small knives. I intend to catch some fish and lobsters to barter for their garments and medicines. If we allow them to procure ample food, it will diminish our bargaining power." Concern etched on her face, Zhang Sili remarked, "What if they resort to trickery or force, given their numbers?" In response to her apprehension, Ma Xiaoyu reassured her, "Rest easy, they will not. They fear the large machete I wield, and moreover, if they were to seize by force, they would ultimately find themselves in a dire predicament without food. I believe Zhao Shi is a wise individual. Even if Ali's group were to attempt coercion, she would not acquiesce." Chapter 25. Zhang Sili's scolding of Yang Xueming upon hearing his words. Both girls looked at him with immense admiration. Wang Qianqian, her face flushed with embarrassment, spoke up, "That uncle, could you bring us back some sanitary pads? I noticed there were quite a few when the supplies were delivered." Upon hearing her request, Ma Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement and then diligently began weaving a fishing basket. After nearly 3 hours of effort, he finally crafted a substantial basket. He made his way to the shore, where he retrieved the fishing net, revealing several fish entangled within. Without hesitation, he carefully detached the fish from the net and placed them into the basket, subsequently returning the net to the sea. As twilight approached, Ma Xiaoyu took out the largest fish from the basket, cleaned it by the shore, and then ventured into the cave to split open 2 coconuts, pouring the coconut water into a pot. He then cut the prepared fish into pieces and added them to the pot to begin cooking. After enjoying the boiled fish, Ma Xiaoyu unwrapped the bandage from Wang Qianqian's wound to inspect it. Noticing signs of healing, he felt a sense of relief, realizing it would likely be fully healed in a few days. Seated beside the fire, the 3 engaged in light conversation before retiring early onto palm leaves for the night. The following morning, Ma Xiaoyu awoke early, observing the 2 girls still soundly asleep. He chose not to disturb them, instead quietly adding firewood to the flame at the cave's entrance. He took a piece of charcoal to the shore, ground it with stones, and used his finger to apply some charcoal powder to his teeth before rinsing his face with seawater. Eagerly, he pulled up the fishing net once more, discovering 2 fish had been caught. He placed them into the basket and returned the net to the sea. Looking up, he noticed the water along the shore had become crystal clear, revealing glimpses of lobsters nestled in the crevices of the rocks. Overjoyed, he hurried back to the cave to grab his homemade diving mask, stripped off his clothing, and plunged into the water, beginning to catch lobsters. By the time Wang Qianqian and the other girl awoke, Ma Xiaoyu had successfully caught over 10 lobsters, placing them into the basket. He then climbed back onto the rocks, donned his clothes, and returned to the cave, where he retrieved some charcoal from the fire to grill the lobsters. Once the two girls had cleaned up, the lobsters were ready, and the three of them began to feast. After relishing the lobsters, they split open 3 coconuts, each enjoying one. As the sun climbed high in the sky, Ma Xiaoyu addressed the two, saying, "You both stay at the shelter while I take the fish and lobsters to trade." Hearing this, Zhang Sili felt a twinge of concern and replied, "Ma Gu, I'm a bit worried about you going alone. I'd like to accompany you. Even if I can't be of much help, I can at least assist in carrying the fish and lobsters." In response, Ma Xiaoyu reassured her, saying, "I can manage on my own. Qianqian's leg isn't fully healed yet. You should stay here to take care of her." Upon hearing his words, Wang Qianqian immediately spoke up, "Uncle, let Celia accompany you. My leg injury has nearly healed, and having her with you would provide some assurance. You need not worry about me. I shall remain safe in this cave." Hearing her insistence, Ma Xiaoyu nodded in agreement and handed the backpack to Zhang Sili. The two stepped out of the cave and made their way to the beach, where they scavenged a woven bag from the debris washed ashore and collected a few fish and lobsters from a basket, placing them inside the bag as they headed toward the dwelling of Ali and his companions. The distance to Ali's shelter was approximately 4 to 5 kilometers, and burdened with a heavy bag of fish and lobsters, they found themselves needing to pause for rest after walking for a while. It took them nearly 3 hours to reach the vicinity of Ali's shelter, by which time both were panting heavily and drenched in sweat. In the distance, they spotted Ali and his group foraging for food along the shoreline, and at that moment, Ali's group noticed the approaching figures. However, due to the distance, they did not recognize Ma Xiaoyu. As the two drew closer, Yang Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed to Ali, "Brotherly, isn't that Ma Xiaoyu and Zhang Sili? What do they possibly want? Are they seeking refuge with us?" Upon hearing this, Ali assumed that the pair had indeed come to seek his assistance, and he smugly declared to the others, "Didn't I say that once this kid left, he would soon come back to beg me? I didn't expect him to return so quickly." His words elicited laughter from the group, and even Zhao Shishir and the other girls joined them at the shoreline, as they all stood together, watching the approaching pair. As Ma Xiaoyu and Zhang Sili came within 4 to 5 meters of the group, they halted, with Ma Xiaoyu dropping the woven bag onto the ground and gasping for breath. Zhang Sili was also soaked in perspiration. Ali, observing Ma Xiaoyu's disheveled appearance, chuckled and remarked, "Ma Xiaoyu, what happened to you? Weren't you quite tough when you left? Why are you suddenly back looking for me? I remember there were 3 of you. Where is Wang Qianqian? Has she perished? I told you that if you left us, you would eventually meet your demise here." Well, it seems that has come to fruition. The others regarded him with mocking expressions, and in response, Ma Xiaoyu coldly retorted, "Rest assured, she is alive and well. Even if you were to die, she would not follow suit." At this, Ali's anger flared, his fists clenched tightly. Seeing this, Ma Xiaoyu exhibited no fear, brandishing the large machete in his hand and challenging him. "What do you intend to do? Do you wish to fight? Do you believe I fear you?" Faced with the sight of the machete, Ali hesitated to advance. Ma Xiaoyu continued, "Worry not. I'm not here to engage in a brawl, nor am I seeking refuge with you. I have long asserted that I would rather perish here than turn to you for help." Before Ali could respond, Yang Xiaoyu interjected, "Then what is your purpose in coming here? I am aware of the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon my spouse and me. Rest assured, should we manage to escape this desolate isle, I shall reward you handsomely for your benevolence. However, I must advise you that to endure in this barren environment, it is imperative to align yourself with Li Gu and his companions. If you seek sustenance, I regret to inform you that we possess no surplus provisions to offer you." Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu did not exhibit anger. Rather, he merely smiled. Yet, Zhang Sili could no longer restrain herself and retorted, "You ungrateful wretch! Who covets your filthy money? Had I known, I would have allowed you to perish by the shore. Rescuing you is a far lesser endeavor than saving a mere dog. At least a dog would wag its tail in gratitude. Instead, your ingratitude bites back like a serpent. Considering your stature, what do you contribute aside from flattery and treachery? Were I in your position, I would have long since dashed myself against the rocks. I find it perplexing that you still have the audacity to draw breath. Chapter 26. Exchange of goods. Upon uttering her words, Ma Xiaoyu was immediately struck with astonishment. He never anticipated that the usually gentle Zhang Sili could hurl such venomous insults. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter. Under her scathing rebuke, Yang Xueming and his wife turned crimson, akin to the color of pork liver, while others also chuckled. Many felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing the arrogant Yang rendered speechless by a mere girl. Clenching his fists, Yang Xueming was about to reprimand Zhang Sili, but upon seeing the large machete in Ma Xiaoyu's grasp, he restrained himself. At that moment, Ali abruptly directed his words at Ma Xiaoyu, stating, "I have no time to listen to your quarrels. If your purpose here is merely to bicker, I must ask you to leave, for you are not welcome." Hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu leisurely replied, "I believe you've been hungry for several days, so I specially caught some fish and lobsters to trade with you." After saying this, he bent down and emptied the woven bag, revealing a substantial haul of fish and lobsters, easily weighing around 50 kilograms. The sight of such an abundance left the onlookers with gleaming eyes. Even Zhao Shishir and Ali were taken aback, astonished that he had produced such a bounty from the bag. Yang Xueming, too, stood agape in disbelief. At this juncture, Zhao Shishir finally spoke, asking, "Where did you acquire so many fish and lobsters?" To which Ma Xiaoyu, smiling, answered, "Of course, from the sea. We have many more. I simply couldn't carry them all, so I brought this small portion." Zhao Shishir, still in shock, queried, "What do you intend to exchange for these fish and lobsters?" "We have no other food here." Shaking his head, Ma Xiaoyu responded, "We have plenty of food. I understand that you possess several clothing items and medical supplies here. I wish to exchange these fish and lobsters for 3 sets of clothing, 1 for men and 2 for women, along with some medicine and a few packs of sanitary napkins. Please consider whether you wish to trade. If not, we shall take our leave immediately." Before Zhao Shishir could respond, Yang Xueming eagerly interjected, addressing Ali, brotherly, "Look at them. They're just 2 individuals. Why not simply take it by force?" In response, Ma Xiaoyu proclaimed loudly, "If you dare to lay a hand on us, you must first inquire whether my machete consents to it." Seeing his fierce demeanor, the crowd began to feel a sense of trepidation. Ma Xiaoyu then deliberately remarked to Zhang Sili, "Sili, it seems they are unwilling to trade. Since these fish and lobsters are already dead, it would be a hassle to take them back. We might as well toss them back into the sea." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sili quickly understood that they were attempting to intimidate the others. She promptly crouched down, grasped 2 fish, and began to walk towards the sea. Seeing this, Zhao Shishir hurriedly called out, "Don't throw them away. We agree to the trade." Upon hearing her words, Zhang Sili returned to Ma Xiaoyu, discarding the fish onto the ground. Zhao Shishir promptly turned and made her way to the storage area, retrieving 3 sets of clothing, some medicinal supplies, and a few packets of sanitary napkins. Ma Xiaoyu instructed Zhang Sili to pack the items into a backpack, smiling as he remarked, "Miss Zhao, you truly embody the stature of a great star, unlike certain individuals who merely concoct devious schemes all day. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Should food become scarce in the future, feel free to barter with me. You need only follow the coastline for 4 or 5 kilometers to find me. But let it be known that this offer is exclusively for you women. Should any ill intentions arise, do not blame me for being ruthless." After speaking, he led Zhang Sili towards the direction of the cave. As the 2 departed, the crowd eagerly gathered the fish and lobsters from the ground, bringing them back to the fire to roast. At that moment, Yang Xueming suddenly addressed Zhao Shishir, "Miss Zhao, why not seize the opportunity and take it by force? Even if he wields a large machete, can we not handle him with our numbers?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Shishir shot him a glare and replied, "If we resort to theft, how are we any different from bandits? Did you not observe that imposing weapon in his grasp? A direct confrontation would lead to mutual destruction. If we were to find ourselves in need of sustenance later on, would he still trust us? Clearly, he possesses the means to procure such an abundance of fish and lobsters. Hearing her reasoning, Ollie immediately recognized the wisdom in her words and remarked, "Miss Zhao, your foresight is commendable." Yang Xueming quickly followed suit, apologizing, "I apologize, Miss Zhao, for my lack of consideration. Please forgive me." Zhao Shishir said nothing further, pondering that perhaps she had underestimated Ma Xiaoyu. His ability to effortlessly acquire such provisions, coupled with his foresight of their urgent need for food and his presence with a girl to negotiate for supplies, indicated that survival in this dire situation hinged on relying upon him. However, as the leader of this group, she understood that such sentiments could not be expressed openly in their presence. Once the fish and lobsters were roasted, the group devoured the feast voraciously, consuming the hefty portions in no time, a testament to their hunger. After indulging in the roasted delicacies, buoyed by their renewed strength, Ollie rallied the group to commence repairs on their shelter, keen to avoid being drenched by rain. To prevent leaks in the roof, they scavenged along the shoreline, retrieving plastic sheets from debris washed ashore, covering the roof with them and securing them with stones. They also dug drainage ditches outside the shelter. With the repairs complete, the group returned to the shoreline, diving into the sea to continue their quest for lobsters, while Zhao Shishir led a contingent of women into the woods to gather firewood. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu and Zhang Sili strolled towards the cave, exchanging light-hearted banter. Passing by a cluster of coconuts, Ma Xiaoyu collected a few to stow in his backpack. Upon reaching the beach, they settled onto the sand to rest. Ma Xiaoyu produced 2 coconuts, splitting one open and offering it to Zhang Sili, while he tilted his head back and drank the coconut water from his own. After finishing the coconut juice, Zhang Sili turned to Ma Xiaoyu and said, "Brother Ma, I am increasingly impressed by you. I never anticipated your foresight in predicting that Ollie and his companions would attempt to seize it, and that Zhao Shishir would intervene." Hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu merely smiled in response, remaining silent. After resting on the beach for a while, the two continued their journey toward the cave. Upon their return, Wang Qianqian was anxiously waiting at the cave entrance, having anticipated their arrival. When she saw them, her heart, which had been in suspense, finally eased. She addressed Ma Xiaoyu. "Why have you returned only now? I was terribly worried. I thought something had happened to you." Ma Xiaoyu chuckled and replied, "What could possibly go wrong? Everything is within my control." After saying this, he stepped out of the cave to the shoreline to inspect some fishing nets. To his delight, he discovered a fish weighing around 4 to 5 pounds caught in the net. He skillfully removed the fish, returned the net to the sea, and then processed the fish on the shore, stringing it on a wooden skewer before placing it over the fire to roast. Chapter 27. Qianqian's regret. Once the fish was perfectly grilled, the trio indulged heartily. After their meal, Ma Xiaoyu presented 3 sets of clothing he had exchanged from Zhao Shishir, distributing 2 sets of women's attire to the girls and handing a sanitary napkin to Wang Qianqian. Upon receiving the napkin, Wang Qianqian's face flushed crimson as she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, uncle. I merely mentioned it in passing, never anticipating you would actually procure it." Ma Xiaoyu, remaining silent, held up a set of men's clothing, sizing it against himself. It fit him just right, a welcome contrast to his soiled garments. He addressed the 2 girls, stating, "I am heading to the beach for a bath and cleanse my clothes. Do refrain from sneaking to the shore for a peek." Wang Qianqian, quick to retort, exclaimed, "Pooh, you self-absorbed narcissist. Who would be interested in you? I fear I might develop a pimple from looking." With that, Ma Xiaoyu departed the cave and made his way to the shoreline. After a brief stroll along the coast, he found a secluded rock, stripped down, and immersed himself in the sea for a refreshing wash. Once cleansed, he donned the clothing exchanged from Zhao Shishir and meticulously washed his soiled garments at the water's edge. Upon returning to the shelter, he found that Wang Qianqian and the other girl had already changed in a fresh attire, hanging their used clothes on a wooden rack by the fire pit to dry. Ma Xiaoyu followed suit, draping his clean garments on the rack as well. To his surprise, he noticed the girl's undergarments hanging there, causing a flush to rise on his cheeks. prompting thoughts of their current state of undress. Sitting by the fire, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the two. Wang Qianqian, catching him in the act, warned, "You lecherous uncle. Keep your eyes to yourself, or I shall pluck them from their sockets." Startled, Ma Xiaoyu quickly averted his gaze, muttering, "Who would be interested in such a flat pan? I've seen better." Her response ignited Wang Qianqian's indignation, and a playful repartee ensued between the two, eliciting laughter from Zhang Sili. She remarked, "You two seem restless unless you're bickering. Truly a pair of playful adversaries. You would make a splendid couple." Wang Qianqian, quick to respond, declared, "He is well past his prime and has been divorced twice. I would never consider marrying him." Ma Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, then offered a wry smile. Choosing to remain silent, Wang Qianqian, realizing her slip of the tongue, wished to slap herself for her impulsive words. Zhang Sili shot her a disapproving glance, prompting Wang Qianqian to quickly apologize. "Uncle, I'm sincerely sorry. I spoke without thinking. In my heart, you will always be a good person. Please forgive my thoughtlessness this time." Hearing her words, Ma Xiaoyu could only manage a wry smile as he replied, "I am not angry, nor should you feel guilty. What you said is indeed the truth." After speaking, he walked to the cave entrance, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and began to smoke leisurely. Memories of his time with his ex-wife flooded his mind. He recalled her saying, "Ma Xiaoyu, you are the best person in the world. Yet, what does it matter to be a good person if, in the end, they still leave?" The primary reason was his lack of financial means. These thoughts filled him with melancholy, and he couldn't help but think of his parents, who had departed before he could repay their kindness. He pondered the very meaning of his existence. Observing Ma Xiaoyu sitting at the cave entrance, Zhang Sili turned to Wang Qianqian and said, "Qianqian, it's not my intention to criticize you, but you know that Brother Ma has suffered from the wounds of marriage, yet you still speak to him that way." Watching Ma Xiaoyu's lonely silhouette, Wang Qianqian felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. With a face full of grievance, she replied to Zhang Sili, "Silly, I didn't mean it. I just spoke without thinking for a moment. Do you think Uncle will really be angry?" Hearing her question, Zhang Sili reassured her, "Rest assured. I believe Brother Ma will not be angry. It's just that your earlier words may have stirred up his sadness. You must be more careful with your words in the future." Wang Qianqian nodded like a well-behaved child. Ma Xiaoyu remained at the cave entrance for quite some time, smoking 3 or 4 cigarettes before returning inside. Noticing Wang Qianqian still burdened with guilt, he said to her, "You need not feel guilty. I am not angry at all. I was merely reminded of some past events." After saying this, he took out the medicinal supplies he had exchanged with Zhao Shishir and examined them closely. To his surprise, Zhao Shishir had been quite generous, providing him with some cold medicine, several bottles of anti-inflammatory liquid, and 2 vials of Yunnan Baiyao powder. Gazing at Wang Qianqian's injured leg, Ma Xiaoyu immediately approached her and instructed, "Please roll up your pant leg so I can see your wound." Complying, Wang Qianqian obediently rolled up her pant leg. Ma Xiaoyu carefully unwrapped the bandage from her injury and felt a surge of happiness upon seeing that her wound had begun to heal. He then took a bottle of anti-inflammatory liquid, opened it, and poured some on her wound, followed by sprinkling Yunnan Baiyao powder over it. Wang Qianqian was deeply moved by Ma Xiaoyu's concern. Remembering her earlier words, her heart ached, and she could no longer contain her tears. Believing her tears were due to the pain from the anti-inflammatory liquid, Ma Xiaoyu gently said, "Qianqian, please do not cry. The anti-inflammatory liquid may sting, but it will help your wound heal faster. Just bear with it a little longer. Look at you, such a grown person still crying. Don't you feel embarrassed?" Upon hearing his words, Wang Qianqian ceased her tears and replied, "I am not crying because of that. I miss my family." Ma Xiaoyu spoke to her again, assuring her, "Rest assured, we cannot be trapped here for eternity. I will find a way to lead you all out of this place." After finishing his words, he carefully rewrapped her wound with a cloth strip and placed the newly acquired medicine gently in a corner of the cave. He then returned to the fire, skillfully split open 3 coconuts, and shared one with each person. After savoring the coconut water, the trio engaged in light conversation by the fire for a while. Ma Xiaoyu added some firewood to the flames, and soon enough, the 3 of them laid down on the palm leaves, drifting into slumber. Chapter 28. Fetching water by the stream early the next morning, Ma Xiaoyu awoke before dawn, noticing that Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili were still in deep slumber. He chose not to disturb them and quietly made his way to the entrance of the cave. There, he observed that the clothes hanging on the wooden rack by the fire had completely dried. Without further ado, he added some firewood to the flames, rekindling the fire. After stepping out of the cave, he first ventured into the woods to relieve himself before proceeding to the shore to freshen up. He retrieved the fishing net he had placed in the sea, discovering it bore 3 fish, each weighing around 4 to 5 pounds. Placing the fish into the basket, he returned the net to the sea. Back in the cave, he retrieved his homemade diving mask and made his way to the rocks. Shedding his clothes before donning the mask. Taking a deep breath, he submerged himself into the ocean, intent on catching lobsters. By the time Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili awoke, Ma Xiaoyu had already surfaced with 5 or 6 lobsters nestled in his basket. Shortly thereafter, the 2 women arrived at the shoreline to wash up. Just as Ma Xiaoyu emerged from the water, a lobster clutched in his hand. Wang Qianqian called out to him, "Uncle, why are you catching so many lobsters? Haven't you already exchanged clothing and medicine with Zhao Shishir?" With a smile, Ma Xiaoyu replied, "Rest assured, I anticipate that Zhao Shishir and the others will soon return to trade for fish again. I wish to catch more lobsters and fish so that I can exchange them for additional supplies." Upon hearing his words, the 2 women fell silent and began their own washing at the shore. Ma Xiaoyu, undeterred, placed the lobsters into the bamboo basket and took another deep breath, diving back into the depths of the sea. After completing their washing, Wang Qianqian took a fish weighing 4 to 5 pounds from the basket and prepared it on the shore. She then returned to the cave, skewering the fish with a stick and placing it over the fire to roast. Meanwhile, Zhang Sili remained by the shore, ready to collect the lobsters that Ma Xiaoyu tossed onto the sand. Once Wang Qianqian had finished roasting the fish, she called out to Zhang Sili from the cave entrance, "Sili, the fish is ready. Tell uncle to come back to eat." Ma Xiaoyu instructed Zhang Sili to return to the cave, first while he climbed onto the rocks to don his clothes. Upon returning to the cave, the 3 of them gathered around the fire to enjoy the roasted fish together. After their meal, Ma Xiaoyu split open 3 coconuts, and each of them savored the refreshing coconut water. After relishing the coconut juice, they took a moment to rest by the fire. Ma Xiaoyu then returned to the shore to check the fishing net, only to find it entirely empty. He promptly placed the net back into the sea and donned his diving mask once more, diving deep to catch more lobsters. Wang Qianqian's leg had healed well, and she and Zhang Sili were not idle. They took a machete to the nearby woods to gather firewood, binding it with vines to carry back to the cave. After spending 2 hours in the water, Ma Xiaoyu finally emerged with a substantial catch of lobsters. As the sun reached its zenith, casting its most intense rays upon the land, he decided against continuing his search for lobsters, opting instead to don his clothes and return to the cave. A few days ago, the rainwater collected had been swiftly depleted, and the supply of coconuts was dwindling. Ma Xiaoyu resolved to seize the remaining time to fetch some fresh water from the nearby stream. He addressed Wang Qianqian and the others, instructing them to remain in the cave and not to wander off. Upon hearing his intention to retrieve water, Zhang Sili interjected, "Ma Ge, I'll accompany you." However, Ma Xiaoyu promptly replied, "No, the forest is too perilous, and the mosquitoes are rampant. I will go alone. You stay here and take care of Qianqian." Wang Qianqian immediately protested, "Uncle, my injury is healed. Please let us join you." Ma Xiaoyu shook his head and reiterated, "I will go alone. You both should remain safely in the cave." Without further discussion, he gathered all the empty bottles into his backpack, armed himself with a bow and machete, and exited the cave. He secured his pant legs and sleeves with nylon rope before making his way into the woods, while Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili could only watch him depart, reminding him to stay safe. As Ma Xiaoyu traversed the forest, he was exceptionally cautious, not daring to let his guard down. Fortunately, he reached the stream without encountering any danger. The journey from the cave took over 2 hours, and the oppressive heat of the woods left him drenched in sweat. Perhaps due to the recent heavy rains, the water level in the stream had risen significantly, and the current was much swifter than in previous days. Gazing at the crystal-clear water, Ma Xiaoyu hesitated to drink aware of the potential parasites and bacteria lurking within. Thankfully, he had packed a coconut before departing. He skillfully split it open with his machete, raised it to his lips, and drank every drop of coconut water, then scooped out the flesh to eat. Sitting by the stream, he enjoyed a cigarette, filled his empty bottles with fresh water, and placed them back into his backpack before rising and heading toward the coast. Not far into his journey, he noticed movement in the nearby bushes and discerned 2 gray wild rabbits frolicking within. Ma Xiaoyu carefully set down his machete and advanced a few steps. At a distance of 7 or 8 meters from the rabbits, he swiftly drew his bow and aimed at one, releasing an arrow that struck true, piercing its neck with a tip made of porcupine quills. The neck is the most vital area, and the rabbit collapsed, writhing on the ground and emitting agonizing cries. The other rabbit, startled by the commotion, darted into the nearby thicket and soon vanished from sight. Ma Xiaoyu hastily approached the wild hare, seizing it with a swift motion. He then raised a hand and struck down fiercely at its neck. The hare thrashed its legs briefly before succumbing entirely. After extracting the arrow from its neck, he placed the hare into his backpack and, after taking a few steps back, picked up the large machete lying on the ground, continuing relentlessly towards the cave. The weight of the backpack, filled to the brim with water, made his journey laborious, the straps digging painfully into his shoulders. Yet, he dare not pause to rest, gritting his teeth as he trudged towards the coastline. Thus, he walked for nearly 3 hours, and just as dusk began to settle, he finally returned to the cave. Dropping the backpack to the ground, he collapsed onto the earth, gasping for breath. Zhang Sili immediately brought him a coconut, expertly slicing it open and handing it to him. Gratefully accepting the coconut, he tilted his head back and drained the refreshing coconut water in one go, then sank back to the ground, panting heavily. After a brief respite, he opened his backpack, retrieved the hare, and stepped out of the cave to the shoreline, where he commenced the task of preparing the hare. Chapter 29. Roasting wild rabbit. Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili retrieved some water from their backpacks, unscrewing the caps and pouring it into the pot, which soon began to heat. Ma Xiaoyu had prepared the wild rabbit and brought it back to the cave, skewering it on a wooden stick and placing it over the fire to roast. Within half an hour, the rabbit sizzled with juices, its enticing aroma wafting through the air, causing both Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili to swallow hard. Wang Qianqian remarked to Ma Xiaoyu, "Uncle, this rabbit looks incredibly fragrant. When will it be ready? I feel like I'm starving." Seeing her eagerness, Ma Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle, responding, "Look at you, so easily tempted by roasted rabbit meat. You're quite the glutton. It will taste even better after roasting a while longer." In light of his teasing, Wang Qianqian merely stuck her tongue out at him. As the rabbit reached perfection, Ma Xiaoyu tore off a piece of hind leg and handed it to Wang Qianqian, who, ignoring the heat, ravenously devoured it. He then offered another piece to Zhang Sili, who also took it eagerly, chewing heartily. The two praised Ma Xiaoyu for his excellent roasting skills. Observing their enthusiasm, he too tore off a piece and joined in the feast. In less than 10 minutes, the rabbit had been consumed entirely by the trio, leaving the two girls with a lingering desire for more. They clamored for Ma Xiaoyu to fetch more water and return with additional rabbits. With a mock glare, he admonished them, "Do you think these rabbits are farmed? It's not so easy to catch them. Today was merely a stroke of luck. Who knows if we'll catch more in the future?" The three of them chatted by the fire for a while before lying down on palm leaves to sleep. At that moment, Wang Qianqian turned to Ma Xiaoyu and suggested, "Uncle, why don't we construct a wooden bed? Sleeping on the ground every day is quite uncomfortable." Zhang Sili echoed, "Indeed. Ma Gu, sleeping on the ground for extended periods is not good for your health. Let us build a wooden bed in the cave." Ma Xiaoyu responded to them, "I suspect we will have to relocate soon." At this, the two girls exclaimed in unison, "Why? We feel quite comfortable here. Why must we leave?" Hearing their queries, Ma Xiaoyu explained, "I believe it won't be long before Ollie and his group find this place. Even if they don't drive us away, we won't be able to stay here. Moreover, this location is too far from the river. Fetching water daily would be troublesome. I am currently hoping that Zhao Shishir will arrive soon with supplies to trade, as having sufficient resources is essential for our survival here." After Ma Xiaoyu's explanation, the girls fell silent, having decided to follow his lead since joining him. Before long, The three of them drifted into a peaceful slumber. Zhao Shishir and Ali, however, were not graced with such fortune. Given the multitude of people in their vicinity, Ali would escort several individuals to the riverbank each day for bathing, a journey that consumed no less than 6 or 7 hours. They endured relentless mosquito bites and had to remain vigilant against the sudden emergence of wild beasts from the forest. Each venture to fetch water left the group in a state of palpable anxiety and trepidation. Some suggested relocating to the riverbank for habitation. Yet such a move would entail even greater peril. Presently, the group was ill-equipped, lacking weapons, and finding sustenance for so many within the woods was a daunting challenge. Since the day they exchanged some fish and lobsters with Ma Xiaoyu, the past few days had seen the others, aside from those fetching water, laboring tirelessly along the shore to catch lobsters and fish. Although they managed to capture some lobsters daily, the meager portions allocated to each person were scarcely sufficient for a full meal. That evening, after sharing a roasted lobster feast, a man in his 30s suddenly addressed Xiao Shishir, saying, "Miss Zhao, why not trade some supplies with Ma Xiaoyu for more fish and lobsters? I am truly famished." Upon hearing this, others began to echo similar sentiments. "Indeed, Miss Zhao, these supplies are of little use to us. We might as well barter for some fish and lobsters to have a hearty meal." Another added, "Yes. Since coming to this deserted island, I have lost nearly 20 kilograms. The pangs of hunger are unbearable." The group continued to voice their concerns, and even Ali turned to Xiao Shishir, saying, "I believe it would be wise to gather some supplies and seek out Ma Xiaoyu for fish and lobsters. Only by satisfying our hunger can we muster the strength to work." In truth, Xiao Shishir herself was also starving and had long contemplated trading with Ma Xiaoyu for lobsters and fish. However, she hesitated to voice her thoughts. Hearing the others' pleas, she finally replied, "Very well. Tomorrow morning, I shall gather a few women to exchange supplies for fish and lobsters." Upon hearing this, Ali immediately declared, "I will accompany you." However, Xiao Shishir shook her head in response, saying, "No, you cannot come. Did he not say that only women are permitted? If men were to accompany us, he might refuse to trade." With that, Ali fell silent, merely advising her to prioritize her safety. His protective demeanor towards Xiao Shishir was not solely that of a bodyguard. He harbored his own motives. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he was captivated by her extraordinary beauty and found himself harboring feelings for her. On this deserted island, Ali held her in high regard and consistently sought to impress her, primarily to leave a favorable impression. The following morning, Ma Xiaoyu awoke early. Not wishing to disturb the two girls still in slumber, he quietly took his diving mask and ventured to the mouth of the cave. He added some firewood to the hearth, then stepped out to the shoreline to freshen up. After completing his morning ablutions, he hoisted the fishing net to inspect his catch. To his astonishment, fortune smiled upon him today as 3 splendid grouper, each weighing around 8 pounds, hung from the net. Without delay, he drew the net ashore, carefully detached the fish, and placed them into a basket before returning the net to the sea. As he strolled over to the rocks, glancing back at the cave, he stripped off his clothing, donned a makeshift diving mask, and plunged into the ocean, taking a deep breath before diving into the depths to seek out lobsters. By the time Wang Qianqian and her companion awoke, he had already amassed a considerable number of lobsters in his basket. Approaching the shoreline, they found Ma Xiaoyu still fervently hunting for more lobsters. Zhang Sili could not contain her concern, exclaiming, "Ma Gu, your relentless pursuit of lobsters is admirable. But if Xiao Shishir and the others do not arrive with supplies to barter, all these lobsters in the basket will spoil." Ma Xiaoyu responded with unwavering confidence, "Rest assured, they will surely come." With that, he dove back into the sea to continue his quest for lobsters. Chapter 30. Xiao Shishir took the initiative to approach Wang Qianqian. After the two had finished washing up, they retrieved a large grouper from the fish basket and prepared it right by the shore. They brought the fish back to the cave, cut it into pieces, and split open 2 coconuts to pour the coconut water into a pot, adding the fish pieces to begin cooking. As the fish was nearing completion, Zhang Sili called out from the cave entrance, her voice echoing toward the shore, "Ma Gu, the fish is almost ready. Hurry back to eat." Ma Xiaoyu swiftly climbed onto the rocks, donned his clothes, and returned to the cave. The three of them then sat by the fire, enjoying the coconut-braised fish, which was devoured in no time. After finishing the delectable dish, Ma Xiaoyu stepped to the cave entrance, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and began to smoke leisurely. Suddenly, he noticed a few figures approaching from shore. Though the distance rendered their features indistinct, he could easily surmise that it was Zhao Shishir bringing supplies to exchange for fish and lobsters. A hint of pride crept onto his lips as he turned to Wang Qianqian and the others, saying, "Look, our big star has arrived. Let us go out to greet them." Upon hearing this, the two girls promptly joined him at the cave entrance, raising their eyes to see the group approaching. Zhang Sili immediately gave Ma Xiaoyu a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Ma Ge, I truly admire you. I never expected you to be this prescient." Ma Xiaoyu smiled, then jumped down from the cave to walk toward the shore, with Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili following suit. Zhao Shishir and her companions soon spotted Ma Xiaoyu and his friends and hurried toward them. As they reached Ma Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion at the sight of these once glamorous women now appearing disheveled and breathless. Before he could speak, Zhao Shishir was the first to address him. "Ma Xiaoyu, we're here again to trade for fish and lobsters. I wonder how much we can exchange for these items." With that, the group of women placed their supplies on the ground. Ma Xiaoyu looked up to see a considerable assortment before him: clothes, trousers, some cigarettes, and medicines. Additionally, there were 2 fruit knives, 2 boxes of Durex condoms, and a few packets of sanitary napkins. The sight of such an array left Ma Xiaoyu momentarily stunned. At this moment, Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili also noticed the Durex on the ground, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment as they silently questioned Zhao Shishir's decision to bring them along. Ma Xiaoyu, however, did not rush to discuss the exchange. Instead, he smiled warmly at Zhao Shishir and said, "You've come such a long way. You must be thirsty and hungry. If you don't mind, why not rest for a bit in our cave?" Hearing this, Zhao Shishir nodded. Indeed, the journey had left them all weary and parched. Upon seeing her nod in agreement, Ma Xiaoyu loudly addressed Zhang Sili, saying, "Sili, please escort Miss Zhao and her companions to the cave and fetch them some coconuts to quench their thirst. I shall procure some fish and lobsters to entertain them. After all, they are esteemed guests, and you two are also her devoted admirers. Seize this opportunity to bond with her." Zhang Sili, though puzzled by Ma Xiaoyu's insistence, smiled and led Zhao Shishir and the others towards the cave. Upon entering the cave, Zhang Sili retrieved several coconuts, skillfully splitting them open and offering them to the group. The moment they spotted the coconuts, Zhao Shishir and her companions' eyes sparkled with delight. A middle-aged woman, around her 30s, promptly inquired of Zhang Sili and her companions, "Wasn't that patch of coconuts picked clean? Where did you manage to find these?" Considering how to respond, Zhang Sili was interrupted by Wang Qianqian, who eagerly replied, "An uncle found them in the woods. He said there are plenty of coconuts there. We've been drinking so much coconut water that we could almost vomit." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shishir and her companions gazed at Wang Qianqian with envy, lifting the coconuts to their lips and indulging in the refreshing liquid. Zhang Sili was taken aback by Wang Qianqian's ability to tell such a fib with unwavering composure. Before long, Ma Xiaoyu returned to the cave, bearing a well-prepared large grouper and an assortment of lobsters. The sight of such a bounty left Zhao Shishir and her companions in awe. Ma Xiaoyu took a stick and stirred the smoldering charcoal in the fire, placing the lobsters atop to grill. He then split open several coconuts, pouring the juice into a pot, and chopped the fish into pieces to simmer. With thoughtfulness, he fashioned several plastic bowls from empty bottles for the group and whittled wooden chopsticks for them. The two girls were baffled by Ma Xiaoyu's sudden enthusiasm in hosting Zhao Shishir and her companions. Could it be that he was enamored by Zhao Shishir's beauty? This thought made them feel a twinge of jealousy. At that moment, Zhao Shishir addressed Ma Xiaoyu. "I heard from Wang Qianqian that there are numerous coconut trees in the woods. You've drunk so much coconut water that you could almost vomit?" Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu shot a glance at Wang Qianqian, feigning anger as he retorted, "Qianqian, why do you disclose everything? Now, you can forget about enjoying coconut water in the future." Both Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili were taken aback by his words, surprised that he could fabricate lies with such a straight face. They silently berated him as a cunning old fox. With a deep sigh, Ma Xiaoyu turned to Zhao Shirshir and said, "Indeed, there's a vast grove of coconut trees in the woods. Since Qianqian has let the cat out of the bag, we can only hope that when you go to gather coconuts, you might leave a few for us." Hearing this, Zhao Shirshir and her companions were further convinced of the abundance of coconut trees in the woods. Before long, the grilled lobsters and the simmering fish were ready. Zhao Shirshir and her companions, no longer inclined to be polite, eagerly seized the lobsters and fish pieces, indulging in their feast. After spending such an extended period on the deserted island, they had never experienced such a sumptuous feast. Before long, a considerable pile of lobsters and a pot brimming with coconut juice-infused fish were consumed with great delight. Once they had finished, they contentedly patted their bellies, unaware that Ma Xiaoyu and his companions were enduring a starkly different reality, often going hungry. At that moment, even Zhao Shirshir began to contemplate seeking refuge with Ma Xiaoyu. Once they were satiated, Ma Xiaoyu casually inquired of Zhao Shirshir, "Miss Zhao, what supplies do you have at your location?" With such warm hospitality extended towards her, Zhao Shirshir immediately lowered her guard and replied, "We have some medical supplies and clothing, as well as fishing lines, though we lack hooks. Additionally, we possess some cigarettes and a few lighters, not to mention some toiletries and cosmetics." Chapter 31. Durex. Upon hearing her words, Ma Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled, yet his countenance revealed no hint of emotion. After a considerable pause, he addressed Zhao Shirshir, stating, "These items appear to hold little value. You seem rather pitiable. Why not exchange them all for more fish and lobsters?" Zhao Shirshir, glancing at him, contemplated for a moment before responding, "Allow me to consider it thoroughly." Ma Xiaoyu, indifferent, replied, "It's entirely up to you. In a couple of days, we shall be moving. Once we depart, finding us will be quite a challenge." Upon hearing of his impending departure, Zhao Shirshir inquired hastily, "Where will you relocate?" "This place is quite pleasant. I assent it." Ma Xiaoyu replied, "That I cannot disclose. To be frank, while this location is indeed wonderful, the lobsters in the sea are becoming increasingly elusive. I have discovered a splendid spot, abundant in both water sources and wildfowl. However, I cannot reveal its exact location." Zhao Shirshir felt a pang of envy upon his words, deliberating whether to offer her supplies in exchange for his fish and lobsters. If he truly moved away, locating him thereafter would be quite troublesome. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Zhao Shirshir rose and expressed, "Thank you for your generous hospitality. Regarding the exchange of supplies, let me discuss it with Ali and the others upon my return. What do you think?" Ma Xiaoyu, not displaying much enthusiasm, simply replied, "No need for gratitude. Feel free to confer with them. Those items hold little value for me." With that, he exited the cave, leading a few companions to the shore, where they gathered 2 woven bags and retrieved a fish basket from the sea. He filled the bags with lobsters and fish from the basket and handed them to Zhao Shirshir and her companions. Upon seeing the abundance of lobsters and fish, Zhao Shirshir and her friends were momentarily awestruck. After expressing their gratitude to Ma Xiaoyu, Zhao Shirshir and her companions took the woven bags and headed towards the coast. Once they were out of sight, Zhang Sili turned to Ma Xiaoyu and remarked, "Why are you deceiving them? They seem quite unfortunate. And you, Qianqian, how can you claim there are coconuts in the woods?" With a smile, Ma Xiaoyu replied, "I believe Qianqian's assertion holds merit. I want them to believe we are thriving. Only then will they be inclined to exchange all their supplies for our fish. Just wait and see. It won't be long before they approach us with their goods." Casting a glance at Zhao Shirshir's retreating form, he then addressed his companions, "Remember, on this desolate island, there are no laws to bind us. Anything can transpire. I recognize their plight, but our situation is more dire. If I extend my pity towards them, who will show compassion for us?" After surveying the supplies on the ground, he instructed his companions, "Take these items back to the cave. I shall go catch some more lobsters." 2 girls bent down to gather supplies scattered on the ground. Upon spotting a box of condoms, both of them blushed furiously. Wang Qianqian, picking up the item, was about to toss it into the sea when Ma Xiaoyu quickly grasped her hand to stop her. With a reddened face, Wang Qianqian exclaimed, Uncle, why are you stopping me? What purpose does this serve? It's better to dispose of it now. It's just the two of us here. Do you have ulterior motives? Ma Xiaoyu shot her a glare and replied, What on earth are you thinking? If I had any intentions towards you two, I wouldn't have waited this long. Besides, I have no interest in your frying pan. If I were to have any ulterior motives, I would choose someone like Zhao Shishir, who is rather more voluptuous. This item will prove to be quite useful in the future. With that, he snatched the condoms from Wang Qianqian's hands and tucked them into his pocket. Wang Qianqian, feeling insulted by Ma Xiaoyu's disdain, began to fume. She shouted at him, You old man, how could you look down on me? I've told you countless times not to call me frying pan. You should take a good look at yourself. Do you think a star like Zhao Shishir would ever notice you? Ma Xiaoyu, unfazed by her outburst, chuckled and responded, Well, you never know. Anything can happen on this deserted island. Perhaps Zhao Shishir might actually take a liking to me. After saying this, he turned away and walked towards the shoreline, ignoring the two girls. Wang Qianqian stomped her foot in frustration and said to Zhang Sili, Look at him. You think a celebrity like Zhao Shishir would ever be interested in him? He must be dreaming. If Zhao Shishir ever does take a shine to him, I'll have my name backward. Zhang Sili laughed and replied, I think Ma Ge has quite a charm. It's not impossible that Zhao Shishir might actually fancy him. By the way, writing your name backward still spells Wang, doesn't it? Wang Qianqian, taken aback by Zhang Sili's words, exclaimed, Silly, you can't be serious. Even you think that? You're not developing a crush on the old man, are you? Zhang Sili shook her head and said, Not yet, but who knows about the future? I just feel Ma Ge has a certain allure. Wang Qianqian, incredulous, covered her mouth in shock, while Zhang Sili fell silent and headed towards the cave with their gathered supplies. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Qianqian hurried after her. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu reached the shore. First inspecting the fishing net, he discovered a fish weighing around 3 to 4 pounds caught in it, promptly unhooked it, placed it into a basket, and returned the net to the sea. Climbing onto the rocks, he stripped off his clothes and donned a makeshift diving mask before diving into the water to catch lobsters. Zhao Shishir and the others, carrying the fish and lobsters they had exchanged, made their way back to the shore. At that moment, one of the girls spoke up to Zhao Shishir, saying, Sister Zhao, Ma Xiaoyu is truly impressive. He managed to bring back so much fish and lobster, unlike us who can barely fill our stomachs. Please don't take offense, but I feel he is the only one who can help us survive here. Perhaps we should all align ourselves with him. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Shishir did not feel anger. After all, she recognized Ma Xiaoyu's capabilities and held the belief that only he could lead them to survival in this place. In her heart, she considered Alice and his companions to be mere novices in comparison. However, she was acutely aware that with so many of them seeking refuge with Ma Xiaoyu, he would likely not accept them. Thus, she turned to the girl and said, Xiaoyu, perhaps you are right. It seems he is our only hope for survival here. He exudes an enigmatic aura, and if we were to approach him en masse, he would surely be reluctant to take us in. If you wish to seek his support, I will not stand in your way. I believe he would be inclined to assist you. The girl, named Mo Xiaoyu, was a service attendant aboard the cruise ship, possessing a certain beauty and still youthful at the tender age of 25. She had intended to marry her boyfriend, who also worked as a service attendant on the ship. By the end of the year, unfortunately, the unforeseen calamity struck, and while she managed to escape, her boyfriend was lost to the depths of the sea. Upon hearing Zhao Shishir's remarks, Mo Xiaoyu fell silent, for she had already begun to contemplate seeking refuge with Ma Xiaoyu and his group. She recognized that remaining with Alice and his companions would make survival exceedingly difficult. Yet, uncertainty loomed over her. Would Ma Xiaoyu be willing to accept her? If she were to part ways with Zhao Shishir and the others, and if Ma Xiaoyu rejected her, she would undoubtedly perish on this desolate island. Chapter 32. Mo Xiaoyu's departure. When Zhao Shishir and her companions returned to the shelter, Ali and his group were busy catching lobsters by the coast, while a few others had gone to the riverbank to fetch water. After a morning's toil, Ali and his companions had managed to gather only a dozen lobsters from the sea. Upon seeing Zhao Shishir's return, they all paused and approached her. Ali exclaimed, Miss Zhao, you have finally returned. Why were you gone for so long? I thought that brat Ma Xiaoyu was giving you trouble. If you hadn't returned soon, we would have gone looking for you." In response, Zhao Shishir shook her head and smiled, saying, "He didn't trouble us at all. Rather, he warmly hosted us, treating us to some fish cooked in coconut milk and grilled lobsters." Ollie responded, "Oh, I see. But wait, didn't we pick all the coconuts from that grove? Where did you get the coconuts to entertain you?" Zhao Shishir was at a loss for words, knowing that if she spoke the truth, Ollie and his companions would certainly go searching for the coconuts in the woods, which would surely incite Ma Xiaoyu's resentment toward her. Just as she pondered how to respond, one of the women who had accompanied her suddenly exclaimed, "I heard from Wang Qianqian that Ma Xiaoyu found a vast grove of coconut trees in the forest, and the area around their cave is strewn with coconut shells. He even scolded Wang Qianqian a bit for it." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shishir cast a glance at her, surprised that she had revealed this information first. The revelation of a significant number of coconut trees in the woods brightened the eyes of Ollie and his companions, who thought that if they could find this so-called coconut grove, their future days would be much improved. Zhao Shishir chose to say nothing further, merely hoping that Ma Xiaoyu would not hold a grudge against her. She then emptied the woven bag filled with fish and lobsters onto the ground. The sight of so many fish and lobsters brought joy to Ollie and his companions, as there was more than enough for a hearty meal. Before Zhao Shishir could say anything, Ollie and the others hurriedly took the fish and lobsters to the fire to grill them. Seeing this, Zhao Shishir could only shake her head in resignation. After a while, those who had gone to the river to fetch water returned, each one panting and sweating profusely. They settled by the fire, gasping for breath, and upon noticing the fish and lobsters grilling, they couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. Once the fish and lobsters were ready, Ollie and his group sat by the fire and devoured the food ravenously. Zhao Shishir and her companions, having already had their fill with Ma Xiaoyu, merely partook in a symbolic manner. Mo Xiaoyu observed the eating habits of the group and realized that if she continued to live with Ollie and his companions, she would inevitably perish from hunger on this desolate island. Her resolve to seek refuge with Ma Xiaoyu and his companions grew stronger. Even if Ma Xiaoyu chose not to take her in, she had no intention of returning. It would be far better to succumb to starvation here than to endure a meager existence with no sustenance. The fish and lobsters brought back by Zhao Shishir and her group were quickly devoured by Ollie and his companions. After feasting to their heart's content, they felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. As darkness began to envelop the island, Zhao Shishir gathered everyone together and addressed them, saying, "Ma Xiaoyu mentioned that they plan to leave in a couple of days. He suggested that if we have any supplies, we should exchange them for fish and lobsters as soon as possible. What are your thoughts on this?" Upon hearing her words, many expressed that the supplies were practically useless here and that it would be more prudent to trade them for fish and lobsters from Ma Xiaoyu. Noticing Ollie's silence, Zhao Shishir turned to him and asked, "What do you think, Ollie?" Only then did Ollie respond thoughtfully, "Miss Zhao, while those supplies may not be of immediate value, they could prove useful in the future, since we are aware of the abundance of coconut trees in the forest. Why don't I take a few people to search for them tomorrow? If we locate the coconut trees, our chances of survival on this island will improve significantly. If we fail to find them, we can then consider whether to trade the supplies for fish and lobsters." Upon hearing his suggestion, the group fell silent, with only Yang Xuanming voicing his agreement. "I believe what Brotherly says holds merit. Even if we decide to trade the supplies for fish and lobsters, there's no urgency. If Ma Xiaoyu can find coconuts on this island, I am certain we can as well. His ability to catch fish and lobsters primarily relies on that fishing net. In my opinion, we should seize his net. That way we can enjoy fish daily." Hearing this, Zhao Shishir couldn't help but inwardly curse him, realizing that without the intervention of Ma Xiaoyu and his companions, he and his partner might have perished long ago on the shore. It was shocking to witness his cruel disposition. Deep down, she understood that although the others had elevated her to the position of leader, they were largely following Ollie's commands. She sensed that Ollie no longer held her in the same regard as before and recognized that it would not be long before he and his companions disregarded her authority. Consequently, her thoughts of seeking refuge with Ma Xiaoyu began to solidify. After chatting around the fire for a while, the group returned to their shelters to sleep. The next morning, before dawn had broken, Mo Xiaoyu awoke, glanced at the still sleeping Zhao Shishir and others, and quietly exited the shelter, making her way swiftly toward the cave where Ma Xiaoyu and his companions resided. She has resolutely decided to seek refuge with Ma Xiaoyu and his companions. Even if Ma Xiaoyu does not accept her, she has no intention of returning. As the sun began to rise, Zhao Shishir and the others gradually stirred from their slumber. Initially, the group of women failed to notice the absence of Mo Xiaoyu, but as they approached the shoreline to freshen up, they soon realized she was no longer among them. Consequently, the women began to call out Mo Xiaoyu's name vociferously, yet after an extended period of shouting near the shelter, no response was forthcoming. It was then that Zhao Shishir addressed the others, stating, "No need to shout. I believe she has sought refuge with Ma Xiaoyu and his group. In any case, it's better that she escapes the suffering and hunger here." Upon hearing their cries, Ali and a group of men emerged from the shelter. Ali, with an expression of displeasure, questioned the girls, "What is going on? Why are you shouting so early in the morning? Can't anyone get a decent night's sleep?" A girl stepped closer to Ali and explained, "When we awoke this morning, we discovered that Mo Xiaoyu was missing, which prompted us to call out. According to Miss Zhao, it seems she has gone to join Ma Xiaoyu." Upon hearing that another girl had sought refuge with Ma Xiaoyu, Ali felt a surge of anger. Why did they all wish to align themselves with him? Was he truly that capable? Nevertheless, he refrained from losing his temper and coldly remarked to the group, "Since she wishes to seek refuge with Ma Xiaoyu, we cannot compel her to stay. We can only hope she does not return to plead with us in the future." After saying this, he summoned a few men to search the coconut grove that Ma Xiaoyu had mentioned, while Zhao Shishir led the remaining women into the woods to gather firewood. Meanwhile, the other men proceeded to the shoreline, wading into the water to catch lobsters. Chapter 33. A newcomer. When Ma Xiaoyu awoke, Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili were still deep in slumber. He chose not to disturb them and, taking his diving mask, made his way to the cave's entrance. He added some firewood to the pile and then stepped outside to the shore to freshen up. After retrieving the fishing net from the sea for inspection, he discovered 2 fish caught within it. He removed the fish, placed them into the basket, and returned the net to the water. Climbing onto the rocks, he shed his clothing, donned the diving mask, and descended into the depths of the ocean to catch lobsters. He was aware that since his conversation with Zhao Shishir the previous day, Ali and the others would venture into the woods to search for coconuts, while Zhao Shishir would undoubtedly return with supplies to trade for fish and lobsters. Furthermore, Ma Xiaoyu understood that this cave could not serve as a long-term refuge, given the scarcity of fresh water. Fetching water from the nearby creek would demand 5 to 6 hours for a round trip, and there was no guarantee of safety during such excursions. To ensure their survival on this deserted island, it was essential to relocate and establish a shelter by the creek. This would necessitate gathering additional supplies to enhance their chances of enduring this isolated existence. When he resurfaced, he had successfully caught a lobster weighing about 7 or 8 tails. The lobsters along the stretch of coast had become increasingly elusive, yet the fishing net proved reliable, yielding several fish daily. After spending over 2 hours in the water, he had managed to capture 6 or 7 lobsters. By this time, Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili had awakened and made their way to the shore to wash up. Observing Ma Xiaoyu still busy in the water, Zhang Sili called out, "Ma Gu, are you not tired? Why not come up for a rest and then continue?" Ma Xiaoyu shook his head, inhaling deeply before diving back into the depths. Zhang Sili could only shake her head in resignation. She then retrieved a 4 to 5 pound grouper from the basket and began to prepare it with the small knife she had exchanged from Zhao Shishir the day before. As she focused on her task, Mo Xiaoyu was seen approaching from a distance along the shore. Wang Qianqian noticed her and exclaimed, "Sili, look quickly. Isn't that the girl who came with Zhao Shishir yesterday? Why is she here alone?" Zhang Sili immediately looked up, and at that moment, Ma Xiaoyu resurfaced, spotting Mo Xiaoyu walking towards them. He too was puzzled as to why she had come alone, but soon considered that she might be seeking refuge with them. Before long, Mo Xiaoyu arrived before the trio, drenched in sweat after several hours of walking along the coast. Her face was flushed, and she was panting heavily. Wang Qianqian addressed her. "Why did you come here alone? Did Ali and the others bully you?" Hearing this, Mo Xiaoyu looked at the three with a pitiful expression and pleaded, "Please, take me in. I do not wish to perish here. I understand that seeking refuge with you is my only means of survival. My name is Mo Xiaoyu, a stewardess aboard the cruise ship. My boyfriend is also a steward on the same vessel. We had plans to wed by the year's end, but unexpectedly, disaster struck the ship. I managed to escape, yet my boyfriend was not as fortunate." As I spoke, tears began to flow uncontrollably. The three individuals gazed at me with sympathy, and sensing their silence, I feared that Ma Xiaoyu was reluctant to take me in. I implored him, "Ma Gu, I beg you. I am willing to undertake any menial or arduous tasks. If you do not shelter me, I fear I shall not survive here for long." With that, I felt my knees. Upon witnessing this, Ma Xiaoyu immediately turned to Wang Qianqian and urged, "Qianqian, what are you waiting for? Hurry and help her up." Responding to his words, Wang Qianqian quickly assisted me to my feet. Ma Xiaoyu then addressed me, "You and I are both unfortunate souls. Since you have chosen to be with us, I will do my utmost to care for you." Hearing this, I bowed deeply in gratitude and said, "Ma Gu, thank you. I will definitely heed your guidance. I shall take on any dirty or laborious tasks, as long as I am not left hungry." Ma Xiaoyu chuckled and replied, "If you choose to live with us, we shall be a family. If all the unpleasant tasks are entrusted to you, what would that make me?" His words warmed my heart, and in that moment, I finally sensed a semblance of home, unlike the time spent with Ali and his group. I expressed my gratitude once more, and Wang Qianqian smiled, saying, "Joining us is the right choice. Do not be misled by Ma Gu's age or appearance. He is quite a good person and quite capable, unlike Ali and his lot, who are of no worth." Wang Qianqian's words brought a smile to my face, while Ma Xiaoyu shot her a disapproving glare, saying, "I say, Wang Ma Pai, is this how you compliment someone? Who is old? Who is not appealing?" After this, he ignored her, took a deep breath, and resumed his dive to catch lobsters. Once Zhang Sili had finished preparing the fish, the three girls returned to the cave. Zhang Sili placed a pot over the fire, poured in 2 bottles of water collected from the nearby stream, added some wild scallions, and cut the processed grouper into pieces before placing them in the pot to cook. As the fish neared completion, Wang Qianqian called from the cave entrance, "Uncle, hurry back for dinner. The fish is ready." Ma Xiaoyu responded and climbed atop the rocks to don his clothes before returning to the cave. We then picked up our makeshift utensils, plastic bottles, and wooden sticks, and began to relish the fish, although it was merely seasoned with wild scallions. The 4 of us found joy in our meal. After finishing the boiled fish, Ma Xiaoyu leisurely took out a cigarette and began to smoke, while Mo Xiaoyu appeared restless. Observing her discomfort, Ma Xiaoyu addressed her, saying, "You need not feel so constrained. Feel free to do as you wish and speak your mind." Upon hearing his words, Montak Xiaoyu Shy nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing her tattered clothing, Ma Xiaoyu promptly offered her a set of women's garments he had exchanged from Zhao Shishir the previous day. He continued, "Take this outfit. Shortly, Zhang Sili will accompany you to the distant shoreline for a bath. Change into this, and if it doesn't fit, we will find you something more suitable." He added, "I will venture into the woods to see if I can catch some wild rabbits and chickens. Eating fish and lobsters every day has become rather tiresome." Gratefully accepting the clothes from Ma Xiaoyu, Mo Xiaoyu expressed her thanks, to which he replied, urging her to feel at ease and not be overly polite. He secured a large machete at his waist, picked up his bow and arrows, and set off to search for sustenance in the forest. Chapter 34. Nearly bitten by a snake upon seeing Ma Xiaoyu venture into the woods, Wang Qianqian, with a visage etched in concern, cautioned him, "Uncle, the woods can be perilous. Do tread carefully. Should you encounter any wild beasts, flee swiftly." Zhang Sili and Mo Xiaoyu echoed her sentiments, urging him to remain vigilant. Ma Xiaoyu nodded and stepped out of the cave, first securing his sleeves and pant legs with nylon rope, then drawing a hefty machete from his waist before cautiously making his way into the forest. As Ma Xiaoyu departed, Mo Xiaoyu remarked, "Brother Ma is truly a good man." Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili exchanged knowing smiles but remained silent. Mo Xiaoyu then turned to Wang Qianqian and inquired, "By the way, have you two known Brother Ma for a long time?" Why do you call him uncle? He doesn't seem significantly older than us. Could he genuinely be your uncle? In response, Zhang silly chuckled and recounted how she and Ma Xiaoyu had met on the cruise ship, detailing how he had rescued them during the mishap. Upon hearing her tale, Ma Xiaoyu grasped that they too had encountered Ma Xiaoyu on the ill-fated voyage, and that he was, indeed, their savior. Wang Qianqian chimed in with a smile. I have grown accustomed to calling him uncle. I find him quite amiable, though I do enjoy our playful banter. And let me advise you, it would be wise to refrain from mentioning his wife in his presence. He's been divorced twice. Mo Xiaoyu nodded thoughtfully, pondering how such a good man could have experienced 2 divorces. At that moment, Zhang silly interjected, enough of this chatter, while Brother Ma is away. Let us hurry to the seaside for a refreshing bath. With that, the 3 girls rose, exiting the cave and heading towards the shoreline. Upon reaching a secluded rocky area, they shed their garments and plunged into the sea for a wash. After bathing, they laundered their clothes, gathering sticks to construct a makeshift rack on the beach to dry them. As the 3 frolicked along the coast, Ma Xiaoyu navigated the woods with caution. After traversing a short distance, he was startled by the distant call of a wild chicken. Looking up, he spotted the bird clamoring incessantly on a nearby branch. Quickly, he secured his machete at his waist, grasped his bow, and stealthily approached the wild chicken. Positioning himself beneath the tree, he aimed and loosed an arrow, which unfortunately struck the tree trunk instead of the bird. Startled, the wild chicken fluttered away to another tree, continuing its raucous calls. Frustrated by his misfire and muttering a curse under his breath, Ma Xiaoyu was relieved to have brought several arrows along. He retrieved his bow and approached the new tree, inhaling deeply before taking aim once more. This time, his arrow found its mark, piercing the wild chicken's body with a tip fashioned from porcupine quills. The wild chicken, propelled by the arrow embedded in its body, soared several meters before tumbling into the thicket, where it writhed in agony, emitting a series of anguished cries. Ma Xiaoyu promptly approached the underbrush and retrieved the fallen wild chicken. Despite being grasped in his hand, the creature continued to struggle. With a firm grip on its neck, Ma Xiaoyu twisted with determination, silencing the wild chicken completely. Only after confirming its death did he remove the arrow from its body, lifting the bird and continuing deeper into the woods. As he passed a dense tree, Ma Xiaoyu sensed something above him and halted, slowly raising his gaze. There, coiled upon the branches, was a serpent of considerable girth, poised to strike, its head mere inches from him. The sight of such a formidable creature sent a chill down his spine, rendering him momentarily paralyzed with fear. His back felt cold, his scalp tingled, and even the hand gripping the machete began to tremble, with his heartbeat echoing loudly in his ears. Uncertain of whether the snake was venomous, he contemplated the dire consequences of a bite. The thought of succumbing before reaching the coast filled him with dread as sweat trickled down his forehead. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed the serpent adopting an aggressive stance. Ma Xiaoyu cautiously lifted his machete, and in that instant, the snake lunged at him. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped while swinging his machete towards the serpent. The blade cleaved through the creature, severing it in two, and it fell to the ground, still writhing. Ma Xiaoyu, undeterred, struck the serpent's head multiple times until it lay motionless. Gazing at the mangled remains, he exhaled deeply, uncertain of the snake's venomous nature. Even if it were non-venomous, a bite could still inflict severe injury. Reflecting on the encounter filled him with a sense of foreboding. He resolved to exercise greater caution in the woods from then on. Withdrawing a cigarette from his pocket, he lit it and inhaled deeply, allowing himself a moment to regain composure. Approaching a large tree, he stripped a section of bark and used it to bind the severed snake, slinging it over his shoulder as he made his way toward the coast. In the rural fields where Ma Xiaoyu resided, snakes were a common sight, including venomous varieties like cobras. However, most snakes posed no threat. Having grown up unafraid of them, he often captured snakes to frighten his female classmates. He recalled an incident from middle school when he had caught a small, vibrant green snake and placed it within the pencil case of a girl seated in front of him. The moment she opened it, she let out a piercing scream, resulting in Ma Xiaoyu facing the ire of both his teacher and parents. It was their first encounter with such a large serpent. Upon returning to the shoreline, Wang Qianqian and her companions spotted the snake hanging from Ma Xiaoyu's neck from a distance. Startled, they instinctively recoiled, with Wang Qianqian exclaiming loudly, "Uncle, what on earth are you doing? Why would you drape a snake around your neck? You must remove it. It looks rather frightening." Ma Xiaoyu first dropped the wild chicken he was holding onto the ground, then cast the large snake aside. Addressing the trio, "It is merely a dead snake. What is there to fear? However, I must admit that this creature startled me half to death just moments ago. Had I not reacted quickly, it might have bitten me." Upon hearing his words, the three cautiously approached Ma Xiaoyu. With a concerned expression, Wang Qianqian inquired, "Uncle, are you hurt?" Ma Xiaoyu replied irately, "Isn't that a redundant question? If I were injured, would I still be standing here? Nonetheless, I shall be more vigilant in the woods from now on. A bite from this creature could have dire consequences." Chapter 35. Delectable Snake Meat. Gazing at the severed snake upon the ground, Wang Qianqian addressed him, "Uncle, this snake is already dead. Why do you insist on bringing it back? Do you intend to consume it?" Ma Xiaoyu chuckled in response. "Ah, you have guessed correctly. This substantial serpent must weigh at least 7 or 8 pounds. Snake meat is indeed a nourishing delicacy. If we were to cook it alongside this wild chicken, the flavor would be extraordinary, and the snake skin is also quite valuable." Upon hearing his words, Wang Qianqian immediately shook her head, declaring, "I dare not partake. You may eat it if you wish. I shall content myself with grilling some lobsters." Ma Xiaoyu, amused by her reply, turned to Zhang Sili and inquired, "And you, Sili, do you also shy away from snake meat?" Zhang Sili too shook her head, while only Mo Xiaoyu spoke up, "I have tasted snake meat before. It is quite palatable." In unison, Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili retorted, "No matter how good it may taste, we shall not eat it." With a smile, Ma Xiaoyu replied, "Very well. If you two won't eat, then Xiaoyu and I shall indulge. Just be sure not to drool. Xiaoyu, please prepare the wild chicken while I attend to this snake. I shall brew a splendid pot of dragon and phoenix stew for you." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoyu promptly took the wild chicken back to the cave, placing it over the fire to roast. Before long, the feathers of the chicken were singed away, and she retrieved a knife to begin processing it by the shore. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu meticulously skinned the snake, hanging the meat to dry on a nearby branch, discarding the entrails into the sea while preserving the gallbladder. Upon returning to the cave, Ma Xiaoyu poured some water into the pot as Mo Xiaoyu re-entered with the prepared chicken. He chopped the snake into small pieces and the chicken into chunks, placing both into the pot to simmer, adding some wild onions for flavor. Stepping out of the cave, he gathered natural sea salt crystals from the crevices of the rocks and returned to the cave to add them to the pot. Ma Xiaoyu understood that these crystals would require processing to become fine salt, but he lacked the time and energy for such endeavors. A rare indulgence in sea salt crystals would not significantly harm their health. Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili observed Ma Xiaoyu, who was enthusiastically simmering the snake meat. They retrieved 2 lobsters from the fish basket and placed them on the fire to grill. As the aroma of the snake and chicken stew filled the air, both Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili could not help but swallow hard. Noticing their reaction, Ma Xiaoyu grinned and asked, "Are you truly not tempted to taste even a morsel?" They both shook their heads, to which Ma Xiaoyu replied to Mo Xiaoyu, "Since they choose not to eat, that leaves more for us." After finishing his words, Ma Xiaoyu picked up his chopsticks and savored a piece of snake meat, relishing every bite. Mo Xiaoyu followed suit, enjoying her own piece while exclaiming, "Brother Ma, I never imagined your stew would be this delectable. It truly is exquisite." The two indulged in the snake meat and wild chicken, while Wang Qianqian observed them with growing envy, the tantalizing aroma wafting from the pot making her mouth water. Zhang Sili tentatively inquired, "Xiaoyu, is the snake meat really that delicious?" As she chewed, Mo Xiaoyu replied, "Indeed, it is incredibly fragrant. Why not try a piece?" She then offered a small morsel to Zhang Sili, who accepted it, slowly placing it in her mouth. After a few chews, she was taken aback by the tenderness and flavor, exclaiming to Wang Qianqian, "Qianqian, this snake meat is absolutely delightful." Without hesitation, she picked up a larger piece and devoured it heartily. Seeing Zhang Sili relish her meal, Wang Qianqian felt compelled to taste it as well. She seized a small piece from the pot and began to eat, her eyes lighting up in surprise after just a few chews. She quickly grabbed another sizable piece, savoring every bite. Noticing her enjoyment, Ma Xiaoyu chuckled. Didn't you say you would never eat this? Wang Qianqian blushed at his remark and retorted, You insufferable old man. Always teasing me. I won't talk to you anymore. Ma Xiaoyu simply smiled, and within half an hour, the large pot of snake and wild chicken stew was completely devoured. Even the broth was savored till the last drop. After the meal, the group felt invigorated. Wang Qianqian said to Ma Xiaoyu, Uncle, I never expected the snake meat to be this good. I feel so full of energy. Next time, bring back a couple more for us to try. Ma Xiaoyu shot her a glance and replied, You think it's that easy? This snake nearly cost me my life today. He then stepped out of the cave and approached the shore to retrieve the fishing net, which yielded a fish weighing around 4 to 5 pounds. He removed the fish and placed it in the basket before returning the net to the sea. Climbing onto the rocks, he stripped off his clothes and dove into the water to continue catching lobsters. Meanwhile, Wang Qianqian and the other girls busied themselves with large machetes, heading into the nearby woods to gather firewood. They toiled away until dusk, when Ma Xiaoyu finally returned to the cave, dressed again. The three girls had also collected a fair amount of firewood, bundling it with tree bark to carry back to the cave. Having indulged in a hearty feast of snake and wild chicken meat earlier in the afternoon, none of the four felt the pangs of hunger, leading them to forego meal preparation. Instead, they gathered around the campfire, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Mo Xiaoyu turned to Ma Xiaoyu and remarked, Brother Ma, Ali and his companions are already aware that you have discovered coconut trees in the woods. You should be wary of them, lest they deplete all the coconuts from the forest. Upon hearing her words, Ma Xiaoyu and the others couldn't help but chuckle. Observing their laughter, Mo Xiaoyu appeared bewildered. Ma Xiaoyu then explained, I intentionally deceived Zhao Shishir and the others. I never actually spotted any coconut trees in the woods. My main intention was to divert Ali and his group into spending most of their time searching for coconuts. This way, they would be more inclined to trade their provisions for fish and lobsters with me. The coconuts you enjoyed yesterday were ones I had hidden away a few days prior. Realizing the cleverness of his ruse, Mo Xiaoyu laughed and said, Brother Ma, I never anticipated you would be so cunning, deliberately misleading them. I can only imagine that Ali and his friends have been tirelessly scouring the woods for coconut trees. If they discover you tricked them, they might just be furious enough to spit blood. The group continued their pleasant banter by the fire for a while before returning to the cave, where they lay down on palm leaves and soon drifted off to sleep. After their extended stay on the deserted island, Mo Xiaoyu found this to be the most restful night she had experienced thus far. Chapter 36. Zhao Shishir's thoughts ally and his companions found themselves in a rather unfortunate predicament. Early in the morning, Ally led a group into the woods in search of coconut trees. Initially, spirits were high, but after several hours of fruitless wandering, exhaustion set in, and they had yet to find a single coconut. Little did they know, this was merely a ruse concocted by Ma Xiaoyu and Wang Qianqian to deplete their energy. There were no coconut trees in the forest. Their intent was solely to tire them out. Dragging their weary bodies back to the coastline, the group cursed and complained, their faces reflecting their disappointment at returning empty-handed. Zhao Shishir and her companions, however, remained silent. The lobsters along the shore were becoming increasingly elusive. By evening, the group managed to roast the few lobsters they had caught, barely satisfying their hunger. Zhao Shishir addressed Ally and the others, suggesting, in my opinion, we should take our supplies and seek out Ma Xiaoyu to trade for some fish and lobsters. Upon hearing her proposal, most of the group raised their hands in agreement. The enthusiasm that had once characterized their arrival on the deserted island had dissipated, leaving them akin to deflated balloons. Seeing the majority in favor, Ally reluctantly nodded in compliance. Zhao Shishir had already contemplated aligning herself with Ma Xiaoyu's group. As a prominent star, she found it disheartening to endure the precarious existence alongside Ally and his companions, often facing uncertainty over their next meal. She realized that to survive in this place, her best option was to seek support from Ma Xiaoyu and his crew. At dawn the following day, Zhao Shishir called upon a few women, gathering the remaining supplies into woven bags scavenged from the shoreline, and set off towards the cave where Ma Xiaoyu and his group resided. Ally and his companions could only watch her depart. After she left, Yang Xueming suggested to Ally, "Brotherly, why not take matters into our own hands and seize what we need? After all, it's just Ma Xiaoyu, a single man. Do we really have to fear him with so many of us?" Ally entertained the notion of robbing Ma Xiaoyu, but as he observed Zhao Shishir's retreating figure, he shook his head in resignation. He had no desire to leave a negative impression on her. He replied to Yang Xueming, "Let us wait for Miss Zhao to return with the fish and lobsters. We can enjoy a hearty meal, and then tomorrow we'll venture to the woods once more to search for coconut trees. If we still find nothing, we can seek out Ma Xiaoyu. Rest assured, I will reclaim the supplies he traded." After speaking, he led a few men to fetch water from a nearby stream, while the others remained at the shore to catch lobsters. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu and his 3 companions were busy searching for natural sea salt crystals among the crevices of the rocks. Ma Xiaoyu surmised that Zhao Shishir would soon approach him with supplies to trade for fish and lobsters. Once he obtained her provisions, he planned to relocate with the 3 girls to the riverbank, fully aware that Ally and his group would inevitably seek him out for trouble. Although armed with a large machete, confronting Ali and his companions felt akin to striking a stone with an egg. The 4 individuals gathered the sea salt crystals they had collected into empty bottles, amassing 5 or 6 bottles to bring back to the cave. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu commenced the preparation of a sizable grouper he had retrieved from the fish basket along the shore. As he diligently focused on his task, Wang Qianqian and the others glanced up to see Zhao Shishir and her companions approaching. Zhang Sili remarked, "Ma Gu, you truly possess a prophetic insight. Zhao Shishir and her group have indeed arrived." Ma Xiaoyu looked up at the approaching figures of Zhao Shishir and smiled. "Ah, I did not anticipate their swift arrival." After this, he resumed his work on the fish. By the time he finished, Zhao Shishir and her companions had reached him. Noticing the woven bags in their hands, Ma Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Miss Zhao has finally come to her senses. Had you not arrived, we would have departed. You all appear to have missed breakfast. Why not stay and share a meal with us?" Zhao Shishir nodded in agreement, as the group was beginning to feel lightheaded from hunger. Ma Xiaoyu retrieved some lobsters from the fish basket and, with the prepared fish in hand, led Zhao Shishir and her companions toward the cave. Upon arrival, he placed a pot over the fire, poured in some water, and chopped the fish into small pieces to boil. He added some wild onions and pulled some charcoal from the fire to grill the lobsters. Zhao Shishir glanced at Mo Xiaoyu, noticing that she was dressed in a clean, neat outfit, and remarked cheerfully, "Xiaoyu, it seems you are faring quite well here." Mo Xiaoyu shyly nodded in response. Soon, the pot of fish and the grilling lobsters were ready. Ma Xiaoyu served each of them a large grilled lobster and filled each bowl with steaming fish. Zhao Shishir and her companions devoured the meal with great enthusiasm. After finishing the lobsters and fish, one of the women Zhao Shishir had brought suddenly asked Ma Xiaoyu, "Did you not go to gather coconuts?" Wang Qianqian immediately chimed in with a laugh. "Oh, I've nearly had my fill of coconuts from drinking them daily, which is why the uncle did not go to pick any." Having heard this, Zhao Shishir and her companions said nothing further. After a bit of conversation, Zhao Shishir stood to leave, and Ma Xiaoyu accompanied them to the shore. Emptying the contents of the fish basket, lobsters and fish, into woven bags, he handed to Zhao Shishir and her friends. Zhao Shishir expressed her gratitude to Ma Xiaoyu before leading her group back toward the coastline. After walking a short distance, Zhao Shishir suddenly turned back alone and approached Ma Xiaoyu, asking Ma Xiaoyu, "Could you tell me where you found the coconuts?" Hearing her inquiry, Ma Xiaoyu smiled and replied, "To be frank, I did not discover any coconut trees in the forest. Those coconuts were hidden away by me long before. Ever since that day I left you all alone, I anticipated your arrival to collect coconuts, so I harvested some in advance and concealed them. It was my intention to create a rift, which is why I relocated here." Upon hearing his words, Zhao Shishir wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Ma Xiaoyu continued, "Miss Zhao, I apologize for deceiving you. My collaboration with Qianqian in our previous exchanges was merely a ruse to encourage you to bring supplies in exchange for fish and lobsters. His revelation left Zhao Shishir even more astounded. She had not expected that everything was part of Ma Xiaoyu's scheme. At this moment, her resolve to align herself with him strengthened, and she tentatively asked, "If I were to seek refuge with you, would you be willing to take me in?" Ma Xiaoyu was taken aback by her proposition. Was she not the leader of Ali's group? Why would she suddenly consider joining him? Observing his reaction, Zhao Shishir mistakenly interpreted his silence as reluctance to accept her, and with a heavy heart, she turned to leave. Ma Xiaoyu, noticing her departure, quickly called out, "Miss Zhao, as long as you're not afraid of the hardships that may come with being with us, I would gladly welcome you into our fold. However, I cannot fathom why you, as their leader, would suddenly wish to join our ranks." With a wry smile, Zhao Shishir replied, "Even as their leader, I find myself struggling for sustenance, and I am utterly ignorant of most matters. It is Ali who calls the shots, and they heed only him." Chapter 37. Zhao Shishir seeks refuge with Ma Xiaoyu. Upon hearing her words, Ma Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Shishir continued, "I am well aware of your capabilities. You are undoubtedly far superior to Ali and his associates. I understand that only you can lead us to survive in this place. Rest assured, if we ever manage to leave, I shall repay you handsomely." Ma Xiaoyu quickly responded, "Miss Zhao, you truly honor me with your regard. There is no need for talk of repayment. We are all in dire straits, and I will assist as best as I can. However, we are about to leave this place." Zhao Shishir inquired, "Is it really that intolerable here? Why the sudden urge to depart?" With a sigh, Ma Xiaoyu explained, "There is a severe lack of fresh water. Fetching it requires a journey of 4 to 5 hours. Moreover, the lobsters and fish in the sea are becoming increasingly elusive. I suspect that Ali and his group will soon come looking for us." As he spoke, Zhao Shishir's admiration for him grew, and she said, "I shall take my leave for now. I will return tomorrow." Understanding her motives, Ma Xiaoyu realized that her departure was primarily to placate Ali and his crew. Watching her retreating figure, he thought to himself that this renowned star was indeed quite astute, a smile escaping his lips as he turned back toward the cave. Upon returning to the cave, Wang Qianqian eagerly approached him. "Uncle, what were you and the superstar discussing for so long by the coast?" With a chuckle, Ma Xiaoyu replied, "Zhao the superstar asked if I would consider joining her. She promised that if I helped her survive here, she would reward me handsomely upon our departure and even introduce me to a model as a wife." Wang Qianqian, believing his words, exclaimed anxiously, "Uncle, you and T actually agree, would you? You cannot promise her that. What would happen to us if you left? It's just one wife. Once we leave, I can introduce you to someone, or if necessary, I would marry you myself." Her words elicited laughter from Ma Xiaoyu and the others. Zhang Sili, observing Wang Qianqian's flustered demeanor, remarked with amusement, "All right, Qianqian, Ma Gu is just joking. I believe Zhao Shishir was merely inquiring about the coconut trees." At her comment, Ma Xiaoyu couldn't help but give Zhang Sili a thumbs up, saying, "Sili, you are truly clever." Realizing she had been deceived, Wang Qianqian's face flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "You mischievous uncle. How dare you tease me? I won't pay you any attention." Ma Xiaoyu merely smiled in response, and then picked up his diving mask, intent on catching lobsters by the shore. Zhang Sili also took up a machete to gather firewood, but Ma Xiaoyu quickly intervened, saying, "No need to chop any more wood. We have enough to last a day or two. We must leave soon, and I believe Ali's group will be here to cause trouble shortly. Please gather your belongings while I go catch some lobsters and fish." Upon hearing his words, Zhang Sili relinquished the large machete in her hand and began to tidy up her belongings. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu approached the shoreline with a diving mask, first hauling up the fishing net submerged in the water. To his delight, he discovered 2 fish weighing around 5 to 6 pounds entangled in the net. He carefully detached the fish and placed them into a basket before returning the net to the sea. Climbing onto the rocks, he shed his clothing and descended into the water, where he began to catch lobsters. He remained immersed for several hours, successfully gathering a considerable number of lobsters. However, as fatigue set in, Ma Xiaoyu climbed back onto the rocks, donned his clothes, and made his way towards the cave. When Zhao Shishir and her companions returned with the lobsters and fish exchanged for supplies, Ali and his group having filled their woven bags with fish and lobsters, gathered around the fire to roast their catch. Zhao Shishir refrained from mentioning the absence of coconut trees in the nearby forest to Ollie and the others. Once the fish and lobsters were grilled to perfection, the group devoured their meal with great satisfaction. The following morning, before dawn had broken, Zhao Shishir awoke. Casting a glance at the still sleeping women, she felt a pang of sympathy but quietly exited the shelter, making her way towards the cave where Ma Xiaoyu and the others resided. By the time the sun rose and Ollie and his group awakened, Zhao Shishir had vanished. Initially, they assumed she had gone to the restroom, but as nearly half an hour passed without a sign of her, concern began to mount. A woman, who had accompanied Zhao Shishir the previous day to exchange supplies with Ma Xiaoyu, then informed Ollie and the others that Zhao Shishir had spoken with Ma Xiaoyu alone. Realizing that Zhao Shishir might have sought refuge with Ma Xiaoyu, Ollie was consumed by a surge of anger. He could not fathom that the woman he cherished would turn to Ma Xiaoyu. What qualities did Ma Xiaoyu possess that made him so appealing? Why did those close to him consistently abandon him for him? At that moment, Ali's heart was filled with murderous intent, and he called upon his companions to hasten towards Ma Xiaoyu's cave. However, Zhao Shishir had already arrived at the cave where Ma Xiaoyu and his group resided. Anticipating her arrival, Ma Xiaoyu remained unfazed when she appeared, though Wang Qianqian and the others were taken aback, astonished that even Zhao Shishir would seek Ma Xiaoyu's company. It seemed that their decision to align with Ma Xiaoyu was indeed the wisest choice. Wang Qianqian and the other girls began to engage Zhao Shishir in conversation. Observing this, Ma Xiaoyu quickly interjected, stating that they needed to depart swiftly. If Ollie and his group discovered that Miss Zhao was missing, they would undoubtedly rush to the cave. Fortunately, Zhang Sili and the others had gathered all usable supplies and placed them in woven bags the previous day. Ma Xiaoyu returned to the shoreline, retrieved the fishing net, and emptied the fish and lobsters from the basket into the woven bags. Ma Xiaoyu gathered several pieces of nylon rope he had collected from the shore and instructed a few girls to bind their sleeves and pant legs together, leading them towards the riverbank with their supplies. As they departed, he used a wooden stick to inscribe on the sandy beach, "We have enjoyed good days. The remaining firewood in this cave is left for you." He also drew a playful expression in the sand. By the time Ollie and his group arrived, Ma Xiaoyu and his companions had long since departed. Upon seeing the words left by Ma Xiaoyu on the beach, Ali's anger intensified, and he shouted, "Ma Xiaoyu, do not be too pleased with yourself. One day, I will find you and make you suffer 1,000 deaths. And you, Zhao Shishir, did you not consider my unwavering devotion? You followed Ma Xiaoyu so readily. I swear I will one day humiliate you thoroughly." Hearing Ali's frenzied outburst, those around him were so frightened that they dared not breathe. After a considerable time, as Ali's fury subsided somewhat, Yang Shuiming cautiously approached him and inquired, "Brother Li, since Ma Xiaoyu has escaped, what shall we do next?" Coldly responding, Ali remarked, "What else can we do? Since they have left, we shall remain here. If Ma Xiaoyu can catch lobsters and fish, so can we." With that, he climbed into the cave to inspect it. Although the cave was relatively spacious, it could not accommodate so many people. He then led a portion of the group into the woods to search for materials to construct a shelter, while the others ventured into the sea to catch lobsters. Chapter 38. Moving to the riverbank, Ma Xiaoyu guided 4 girls through the dense woods, making their way towards the riverbank. Armed with a large machete, he led the way while the girls closely followed in his wake. The forest was alive with towering trees and thick underbrush, the ground occasionally strewn with remnants of small animal carcasses. The quartet remained particularly vigilant, exchanging few words and taking little respite on their journey. After nearly 3 hours, they finally arrived at the riverbank, their bodies drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. Once they set down their supplies, they collapsed onto the grass by the river, gasping for breath. Observing the crystal-clear water, Wang Qianqian bent down to scoop some up with her hands, eager to drink. However, Ma Xiaoyu swiftly intervened, cautioning her, "Though the water appears pristine, it harbors countless bacteria and parasites. It is imperative to boil it before consumption." Upon saying this, he rose and ventured into the nearby woods to gather some firewood. He soon ignited a small fire by the riverbank and retrieved a pot made from an oil drum, filling it with water from the river and placing it over the flames. Turning to the girls, he instructed, "Stay here and do not wander off. I will scout along the riverbank to find a suitable location for our shelter." With that, he took his machete and began to walk along the bank. After nearly half an hour, he stumbled upon a relatively flat and spacious area, not far from some bamboo of a suitable thickness, ideal for constructing a shelter. He returned to the fire, where Xiaoyu had prepared a bowl of cooled boiled water for him in a plastic bottle. Xiaoyu accepted the refreshing water and drank it eagerly. Wang Qianqian inquired, "Uncle, have you found a place to build a shelter?" Xiaoyu replied, "I have discovered a flat and spacious clearing nearby, with plenty of bamboo around, perfect for our shelter. It's just half an hour's walk from here. Let us have a bite to eat and then move over." He then took 5 lobsters from the coast and placed them on a fire to grill. In less than 20 minutes, the lobsters were ready, and the group eagerly peeled the shells and began to feast. After enjoying the lobsters and drinking some water, they gathered their belongings and set off towards the riverbank. Upon reaching the site for their shelter, Xiaoyu instructed the girls to clear away the weeds and leaves, while he took up his machete to chop down bamboo. With the aid of the machete, it was not overly strenuous to fell the bamboo, and in under 10 minutes, he had cut down a stalk of a suitable thickness. He meticulously trimmed away the branches and leaves, working tirelessly for 3 or 4 hours until he had harvested over 10 bamboo poles of the desired size. Exhausted yet determined, they carried the bamboo to the designated clearing for their shelter. By this time, the group was utterly fatigued. As the sun began its descent, Xiaoyu instructed several young women to gather firewood nearby to ignite a bonfire. He himself ventured into the woods, wielding a large machete to harvest palm leaves, which he laid upon the ground. Time was not on their side, so Xiaoyu procured a grouper, slicing it into pieces to simmer in the pot. After enjoying the boiled fish, the night had fully enveloped them, and they gathered around the fire, engaging in conversation. It was their first night spent deep within the dense forest, and the occasional sounds of wildlife stirred a sense of unease and fear among the girls. Noticing their apprehension, Xiaoyu smiled and reassured them, "There's no need to feel so tense. You will get accustomed to it. I recall when I was a teenager attending middle school. I once ran away from school, too frightened to return home, and ended up hiding in the mountains for 2 days. In our region, the custom dictates that the deceased are interred in the mountains, where graveyards abound. I would sleep beside graves at night, and the food I consumed was often offerings meant for the departed." His tale alleviated the girls' earlier anxiety, and Zhao Shishir laughed, saying, "You truly are quite daring. Had it been me, I would have been terrified. What happened afterward? Did your family not worry about you?" Xiaoyu chuckled. "Of course they were worried. My parents and relatives scoured the mountains for 3 days before finally finding me. Upon my return home, I received quite the thrashing." The girls erupted in laughter, and Wang Qianqian remarked, "Uncle, I never imagined you were such a mischievous child." Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Zhao Shishir turned to him and said, "Brother Ma, I genuinely appreciate your hospitality. Rest assured, once we leave this deserted island, I will repay your kindness." With a warm smile, Xiaoyu replied, "Miss Zhao, you are too kind. We are all in dire straits. It is only natural to help one another. There is no need for talk of repayment. Besides, it is an honor for us to share this experience with a celebrated star like yourself. When we eventually depart, I will proudly tell others that I lived alongside a beautiful celebrity." His words elicited more laughter from the girls, and Zhao Shishir responded, "You needn't call me Miss Zhao all the time. Just Shishir will suffice. It rolls off the tongue more easily. Despite being a prominent star, I too have my struggles. I feel like a canary trapped in a cage, constantly aware that my every word and action is scrutinized by countless eyes, fearing I might say or do something wrong." After she spoke, she let out a long sigh. Xiaoyu and the others nodded in agreement, understanding that while some might only see the glamour on the surface, the hardships beneath remain unseen. After some time spent in conversation, Xiaoyu advised the girls, "You should get some rest. The humidity in the woods is quite heavy at night, so please dress warmly. I will stay up to keep watch." Hearing his words, Xiaoyu spoke to him, "Marge, perhaps it would be best if I took the watch tonight. You have had quite a taxing day." Upon hearing her suggestion, Ma Xiaoyu felt a wave of appreciation wash over him. He smiled gently and replied, "You should rest for now. I can manage for a while longer. If I truly find myself unable to continue, I will awaken you to take my place." With his reassurances, the few girls finally settled down on the palm, fronds to sleep, to safeguard against any nocturnal predators that might threaten their peace. Ma Xiaoyu kindled several fires around the perimeter of the palm leaves. As he glanced at the slumbering girls and then raised his eyes to the vast tapestry of stars above, memories of his parents surged in his heart, leaving him to wonder how they were faring in their distant abode. Thus, he remained by the fireside, vigilantly watching over the girls, occasionally tossing more firewood into the flames. Even though exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, his eyelids drooping with fatigue, he refrained from disturbing the peaceful slumber of the girls. Chapter 39. Rivals. They sat by the campfire until dawn, and, as the first light of day broke, several girls began to awaken. Upon seeing his weary visage and reddened eyes, they were moved, realizing he had vigilantly guarded them throughout the night. Mo Xiaoyu, with a hint of reproach, turned to him and said, "Brother Ma, why didn't you wake me?" Ma Xiaoyu smiled and replied, "I saw you all sleeping soundly and couldn't bear to disturb you. Please do not wander off. I'll take a quick rest." With that, he lay down on the palm leaves and quickly fell into a deep slumber. Observing the slumbering Ma Xiaoyu, Zhao Shushu remarked, "Brother Ma is truly a good person." Wang Qianqian immediately added, "Indeed, he is the finest person I have ever met, with a gentle temperament and character, though his fate seems rather harsh." Intrigued by her words, Zhao Shushu inquired, "What makes his fate so harsh? Could you share his story with me?" Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili recounted how they had met Ma Xiaoyu on the cruise ship, how he had rescued them during the shipwreck, and the events that transpired on the deserted island. After hearing their tale, Zhao Shushu and Mo Xiaoyu were astonished to learn of Ma Xiaoyu's numerous hardships. Zhao Shushu found herself stealing glances at the still sleeping Ma Xiaoyu. As they chatted, they noticed that Ma Xiaoyu remained in slumber and not wanting to wander aimlessly. They found themselves at a loss for what to do. After a while, Mo Xiaoyu picked up a large machete, stood up, and walked toward the woods. Zhang Sili, noticing this, quickly called out, "Where are you going? Didn't Brother Ma say we shouldn't wander off?" Mo Xiaoyu paused and reassured them, "You need not worry. I grew up in the mountains, and we'll just take a look in the nearby woods to see if I can find any wild vegetables. Eating fish and shrimp every day calls for some green vegetables to replenish our vitamins." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sili promptly responded, "We're not comfortable with you going alone. I'll accompany you. Qianqian, you and Shushu stay here and boil some water." With that, she stood up and joined Mo Xiaoyu as they ventured into the woods, while Wang Qianqian took a pot to the riverbank, filled it with water, and set it over the fire to boil. Mo Xiaoyu and Zhang Sili wandered deep into the woods, and suddenly, Mo Xiaoyu's gaze was captivated by a cluster of green plants beneath a large tree. She hurriedly approached, found a stick, and began to dig. Zhang Sili walked over and asked Xiaoyu, "What is this? Can it be eaten?" Without looking up, Mo Xiaoyu replied, "This is plantago, which grows abundantly in our fields. We often dig it up to cook. It has a slightly bitter taste, but helps clear heat and detoxify." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sili bent down to assist her, and together they unearthed all the plantago beneath the tree before turning back towards the shelter they had constructed. When the two returned to the fire, Ma Xiaoyu was still sound asleep, while Wang Qianqian and Zhao Shushu sat by the flames, engaged in conversation. Upon noticing the plant and grass that Mo Xiaoyu and her companion had brought back, both Zhao Shushu and Wang Qianqian were puzzled by its nature and inquired about it. Mo Xiaoyu proceeded to explain the culinary uses and benefits of the plant and grass to them. She then took the grass to the riverside to wash it clean, returning to the fire with a grouper fish she had brought from the coast, which she prepared by cleaning it by the water's edge. She found a stick, skewered the fish, and placed it over the fire to roast. Additionally, she put the washed plant and grass into a pot to boil, and added a sprinkle of naturally occurring sea salt crystals from a bottle. Observing the several fish she had brought from the coast, Mo Xiaoyu worried they might spoil if left too long. So, she constructed a simple wooden rack beside the fire with some sticks and crushed a bit of sea salt with a stone, evenly rubbing it onto the fish before hanging it on the rack. The trio, witnessing Mo Xiaoyu's adeptness, were taken aback, never expecting her to possess such knowledge. Wang Qianqian exclaimed, "Wow, Xiaoyu, you're amazing. How do you know so much?" Mo Xiaoyu smiled and replied, "It's nothing. Nearly every rural girl where I come from knows this." Zhao Shishir chimed in, "Xiaoyu, with all this knowledge, you're practically a virtuous wife. And since Brother Ma is such a good person, you two would make a perfect pair?" Upon hearing Zhao Shishir's remark, Wang Qianqian immediately protested. "No way." Surprised by her reaction, Zhao Shishir turned to her and teased, "What do you mean, no way? Do you want to marry Brother Ma?" Wang Qianqian's face flushed with embarrassment, unsure of why she had reacted that way, and quickly said to Zhao Shishir, "How could I ever like someone so much older?" Zhao Shishir laughed again. "Then why the protest?" Wang Qianqian hurriedly explained, "Brother Ma is many years older than Xiaoyu. It just doesn't seem right." Zhao Shishir chose not to press further, merely smiling, while Mo Xiaoyu quickly interjected, Shishir, please don't say such things. It would be awkward if Brother Ma overheard." At that moment, Ma Xiaoyu had awoken, rubbing his eyes and asking, "Are you all talking about me?" The girls quickly shook their heads. Ma Xiaoyu did not pursue the matter further, stood up, and walked to the riverbank to wash his face, feeling instantly rejuvenated. Approaching the fire, he noticed the plantain grass boiling in the pot and inquired, "Where did you find the plantain grass?" Wang Qianqian eagerly replied, "Uncle, you know about plantain grass? Xiaoyu dug it up from the woods." Ma Xiaoyu cast a glance at her and responded, "In our fields, plantain grass grows abundantly. How could I not recognize it? It's quite valuable. It sells for several dollars a pound where I come from." After saying this, he looked at the fish hanging on the rack and remarked, "This must have been handled by Xiaoyu as well." Several girls promptly nodded in agreement. Ma Xiaoyu gave Mo Xiaoyu a thumbs up and couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiaoyu, you are truly remarkable, a quintessential virtuous wife and mother, unlike certain individuals who merely engage in flattery and bickering with me." After saying this, he deliberately glanced at Wang Qianqian. Upon hearing his words, Wang Qianqian immediately felt displeased and retorted loudly, "Do you really mean me, uncle?" Ma Xiaoyu chuckled and replied, "I never mentioned any names. How could you assume I was speaking about you?" At his response, Wang Qianqian found herself at a loss for words. Zhang Silly, witnessing their quarrel, quickly interjected with a smile, "I truly admire both of you. You spend all day sparring with words. What a pair of adversaries." Ma Xiaoyu glanced at Wang Qianqian and continued, all right, I won't tease you anymore. Look at how flustered you've become." Afterward, he wielded a large machete and skillfully chopped a section of bamboo to craft several bamboo bowls. At that moment, the fish had turned a golden brown, sizzling and glistening with oil, while the plantain leaves simmered in the pot were also ready. The group began to enjoy their meal, alternating between bites of fish and the tender plantain leaves. Chapter 40. Constructing the shelter after dining. The group commenced the construction of their shelter. Ma Xiaoyu, accompanied by several young women, selected a suitable clearing for the endeavor and began to excavate deep pits. Although lacking proper tools, the soil here was relatively loose, making the task manageable. In less than half an hour, they had successfully dug several deep pits. They then chose the thickest bamboo stalks, positioning them upright in the pits, followed by placing stones and earth within to secure them firmly. Thus, each bamboo stood resolutely in place, and they further reinforced the structure by binding the bamboo together with vines and tree bark. As dusk approached, their diligent efforts culminated in the completion of the shelter's primary framework. Exhausted and famished after several hours of labor, Mo Xiaoyu caught a fish and cooked it in a pot for their meal. After consuming the fish, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Since the shelter was not yet fully erected, someone had to keep watch through the night. Mo Xiaoyu insisted that Ma Xiaoyu lie down on palm fronds to sleep while she took the watch. Ma Xiaoyu did not protest and swiftly fell into a deep slumber upon the palm leaves. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoyu remained steadfast by the fire until the midnight hour, when she could no longer endure the fatigue and called Wang Qianqian to take her place, allowing herself to finally rest. The following morning, as dawn broke, Ma Xiaoyu awoke to find Wang Qianqian seated by the fire, her face etched with fatigue. He quickly urged her, "Qianqian, the day is nearly upon us. You should rest." At his prompting, Wang Qianqian laid down on the palm leaves. Ma Xiaoyu then approached the nearby stream to wash up briefly before taking his machete to the area where bamboo grew, commencing to chop down stalks. By the time Zhao Shishir and the others stirred from their slumber, Ma Xiaoyu had already felled a substantial quantity of bamboo. After the group freshened up, they joined him in transporting the bamboo to the shelter site. They resumed the construction of the shelter's walls and roof, and after several more hours of labor, they finally completed the structure. Following a meal of a grouper brought back from the coast, they took a moment to rest. With the shelter now erected, the need for night watch was alleviated, and they merely kindled a small fire at the entrance of the shelter. Perhaps due to 2 consecutive days of strenuous work, the group felt quite fatigued, and the next morning they awoke just before noon, discovering that the fire at the entrance had already extinguished. Ma Xiaoyu stepped outside the shelter to rekindle the fire. Upon arriving at the riverbank, they refreshed themselves before skewering a fish with a wooden stick and placing it over the fire to roast. After enjoying the grilled fish, Ma Xiaoyu led a few companions back to the riverbank, where they excavated a substantial amount of soil. They mixed in some dry grass and leaves, blending them thoroughly, before adding water to create a malleable mud, which they generously applied to the walls and roof of their shelter. Finally, they covered it with a layer of palm leaves, ensuring that even in the event of rain, they would remain protected. At that moment, their clothes were soiled, and Wang Qianqian remarked to Ma Xiaoyu, "Uncle, look at us. We're utterly filthy and have developed quite a peculiar odor. Do you think we could wash up in the river?" In response to her suggestion, Ma Xiaoyu replied, "Bathing is permissible, but please prioritize safety. I will venture into the woods to see if I can procure some additional food." After securing the sleeves of his shirt and the legs of his trousers with nylon rope, he took his machete and bow and arrow and made his way into the forest. Before he had ventured too far, Wang Qianqian called out, "Uncle, you want to sneak back to spy on us while we're bathing, will you?" Her question elicited laughter from Zhao Shishir and the others. Ma Xiaoyu chuckled and assured her, "Rest easy, I have no such inclinations. I am far more disinterested in your flat frying pan and would rather observe the 3 of them." With that, he continued into the woods. Wang Qianqian, annoyed, stamped her foot and muttered, "It's not a flat frying pan, you know." She then glanced at Zhao Shishir's well-endowed figure, feeling a pang of insecurity. Once Ma Xiaoyu disappeared into the forest, the others approached the riverbank, shedding their clothing and stepping into the water to indulge in a refreshing bath. Although they had occasionally washed in seawater recently, which left a layer of white salt crystals on their skin, the discomfort was alleviated by the sweet relief of fresh water. After bathing, they cleaned their discarded clothes and hung them on branches by the river to dry. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu tread carefully through the woods. Not far into his journey, he heard the call of a wild chicken. Looking up, he spotted a wild hen perched on a nearby branch, calling incessantly. Without hesitation, Ma Xiaoyu grasped his bow and stealthily approached the bird. To his surprise, the hen remained on the branch as he drew near. Taking aim, he released an arrow that struck the wild hen's body, the porcupine quill tip piercing through. The hen, along with the arrow, was propelled several meters before crashing to the ground, thrashing about and emitting cries of distress. Ma Xiaoyu rushed over, seized the hen by the neck, and with a swift twist, ended its struggle. After securing the wild hen, he continued deeper into the woods but saw no other signs of life. Realizing that he had been away for over an hour, he presumed the girls must have finished their bathing by now. He turned and made his way toward the shelter. On the path back, he spotted some plantain by a large tree. He crouched down and uprooted the plantain before continuing toward the shelter. Upon his return, he found several girls gathered around the campfire, engaged in lively conversation. As soon as they saw Ma Xiaoyu, the girls rose to their feet. Wang Qianqian, noticing the wild chicken and plantain in his hands, exclaimed with childlike glee, "Wow, Uncle, you are amazing. I never expected you to bring back a wild chicken after such a short time. It seems we shall have wild chicken soup for dinner." Ma Xiaoyu chuckled and replied, "You are quite the foodie. I wonder how you can eat so much without gaining any weight." As he spoke, he cast a deliberate glance at her chest. Hearing his comment and noticing his gaze, Wang Qianqian immediately frowned, stamped her foot, and retorted, "Humph. You old man, I won't talk to you anymore." With that, she sulked by the campfire. Chapter 41. The shelter is completed. As they witnessed the playful banter between the two, Zhao Shishir and her companions could not help but chuckle. The antics of this lively pair certainly added a considerable amount of amusement to their day. And Mo Xiaoyu, smiling, said to Ma Xiaoyu, "Brother Ma, you must be weary. Allow me to handle this wild chicken." She then took the wild chicken and plantain leaves from his hands, fetched a pot, and went to the stream to fill it with water. Once the water boiled, she briefly scalded the chicken and began to pluck its feathers. Observing her deftness, Ma Xiaoyu felt a sense of joy. Meanwhile, Zhang Sili and Zhao Shishir meticulously washed the plantain leaves by the stream, while Wang Qianqian sat sulking beside the fire. Ma Xiaoyu leisurely smoked a cigarette nearby. Watching him relax, Wang Qianqian's irritation grew, prompting her to turn her head away in deliberate disregard. Noticing her displeasure, Ma Xiaoyu chuckled and inquired, "Qianqian, what troubles you? Are you still upset?" Wang Qianqian remained silent, merely letting out a huff. Ma Xiaoyu continued, "I happen to possess a method for enhancing your bosom. It yields quick results." Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian's interest was piqued, and she turned to him, asking eagerly, "Uncle, please tell me what this method is." At that moment, Zhao Shishir and the others also looked up at Ma Xiaoyu. With a playful grin, Ma Xiaoyu replied, "Do you truly wish to know? But you must promise not to be angry." Wang Qianqian insisted, "Just tell me. I promise I won't be mad." Ma Xiaoyu then slowly revealed, "In truth, the most effective way to enlarge your chest is to marry a man who will massage it for you daily." At this revelation, Zhao Shishir and the others burst into laughter, while Wang Qianqian's face flushed crimson, taken aback by his suggestion. Just as she seemed ready to retaliate, Ma Xiaoyu quickly reminded her, "We agreed not to get angry." With her impulse to strike him subdued, Wang Qianqian stood and returned to the shelter, retrieving a change of clothes from her backpack. Turning to the group, she announced, "I'm filthy and need a shower. Don't you dare peek." The girls exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Ma Xiaoyu strolled along the riverbank for some distance until he could no longer see the shelter, at which point he shed his clothes and entered the water to bathe. Once he finished and was about to dress, he suddenly noticed something crawling in the grass by the riverbank. Cautiously, he grabbed a stick and parted the foliage, revealing a crab weighing about 3 or 4 tails. Slowly making its way, ecstatic at the sight of such a sizable crab, Ma Xiaoyu quickly seized it, skillfully binding its pincers with a piece of grass. He then continued to scour the riverbank's underbrush, and before long, he caught another crab. Thus, he became engrossed in the delightful pursuit of crabs, completely losing track of time. As dusk approached, I finally managed to catch 6 or 7 crabs, binding them with grass. After washing my clothes in the spot where I had just bathed, I made my way to the shelter. By this time, Wang Qianqian and the others were anxiously waiting by the fire. Upon my return, they all sighed in relief. Zhao Shishir turned to me and said, "Ma Ge, why did you take so long to bathe? We thought something had happened to you." With a cheerful smile, I responded, "What could have happened? I want to catch some crabs to treat you all." With that, I revealed several lobsters I had caught from behind my back. The girls were overjoyed and astonished at the sight of such large crabs. Zhang Sili exclaimed, "Ma Ge, I am increasingly impressed by you. I never imagined you could catch crabs while bathing. It seems we can indulge in a delightful feast." I chuckled and replied, "I also didn't expect to find crabs in this little river. But be cautious when bathing. Getting pinched by those crab claws would not be pleasant." The girls nodded in agreement, and Mo Xiaoyu retrieved some charcoal from the fire, placing the crabs atop to grill them. Meanwhile, I hung my freshly washed clothes on a branch to dry. After a little over 10 minutes, the crabs were perfectly grilled, and we gathered around the fire to enjoy our meal. With crabs, wild chicken, and boiled plantain, everyone felt quite satisfied. Having been stranded on this deserted island for quite some time, it was the first opportunity for Zhao Shishir and Mo Xiaoyu to savor such a grand feast. Unlike the previous days of meager rations, Zhao Shishir earnestly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Ma Ge, I sincerely thank you. I never expected to enjoy such a delicious meal on this deserted island. If it weren't for your kindness, I might still be starving." Mo Xiaoyu chimed in, yes. Ma Ge, I also wish to express my gratitude for your shelter. Without you, I wouldn't know how to survive here. Hearing their heartfelt words, I quickly replied, you are both too kind. As I have said before, we are all in this together and should help one another. Now we are like family, so there is no need for such formality. After dinner, we sat by the fire and chatted for a while before lying down on palm leaves to sleep early. The next morning, after a brief wash, we began digging drainage ditches outside the shelter. Fortunately, the soil was relatively soft, and within 2 hours, we had excavated several ditches. Mo Xiaoyu skewered a piece of marinated fish with a stick and placed it on the fire to grill. I constructed a bamboo door for the shelter, securely binding it to the walls with vines. After enjoying a meal of grilled fish, Ma Xiaoyu resolved to construct a fireplace within the shelter, ensuring that cooking would remain convenient even in the rain. He promptly gathered a few companions and ventured to the riverside to collect stones, which they transported back to the shelter. Initially, they stacked the stones to form a fireplace. Then he mixed some clay to seal the crevices tightly. Ma Xiaoyu then procured a section of bamboo, roughly the diameter of a bowl, and inserted a wooden stick into the bamboo tube to puncture the joints, creating a makeshift chimney. By afternoon, he had successfully established a fireplace within the shelter. Sleeping on the ground was less than ideal, so Ma Xiaoyu, accompanied by several girls, cut down more bamboo to fashion 2 beds, one large and one small. The larger bed would accommodate the girls, while the smaller one was intended for Ma Xiaoyu himself. Once the beds were constructed, he gathered some palm leaves and thickly layered them atop the bamboo beds for added comfort. To celebrate the completion of their new abode, Ma Xiaoyu brought forth the last 3 fish he had. He skewered 2 on sticks to grill and cut the remaining 1 into pieces to be boiled in a pot. After enjoying their dinner, the group retired early to their beds for a restful night. Chapter 42. The Smoky Rabbit Hole at the break of dawn the following day. Ma Xiaoyu awoke, observing the several girls still enveloped in slumber. Choosing not to disturb their rest, he quietly rose from his bed and stealthily exited the shelter, making his way to the riverbank to freshen up. Upon returning, he seized his bow and machete, preparing to venture forth in search of sustenance. At that moment, Mo Xiaoyu had also stirred from her sleep. Upon seeing Ma Xiaoyu brandishing the machete and bow, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and inquired, Brother Ma, why are you up so early? Ma Xiaoyu replied, we have consumed all the fish brought from the seaside. I am going into the woods to see if I can procure some food. Upon hearing his words, Mo Xiaoyu immediately sprang from her bed and whispered, I will accompany you. Just wait for me to wash my face. Before Ma Xiaoyu could respond, Mo Xiaoyu hastily exited the shelter and approached the riverbank to freshen up. Ma Xiaoyu followed her and cautioned, the forest is too perilous. I can manage alone. You should remain here in the shelter. Mo Xiaoyu promptly countered, Brother Ma, you gotta seek food every day. I feel quite guilty. I grew up in the mountains and am somewhat familiar with the jungle. It would be nice to have company. Recognizing her determination, Ma Xiaoyu said nothing further. Returning to the shelter, he gathered several nylon ropes for her to secure her sleeves and pant legs, and handed her a small knife exchanged from Ollie. Thus, the two set forth into the woods. Ma Xiaoyu led the way with his machete, while Mo Xiaoyu closely followed. The sun had just begun to rise. Although it was summer, a thin veil of mist shrouded the forest, impairing visibility. From a distance, the woods appeared lush and verdant, the fog swirling like a scene from a fairy tale. Yet, the two were too preoccupied with their task to appreciate the beauty around them, proceeding with utmost caution and barely exchanging words. After wandering through the woods for nearly an hour, aside from the scattered remains of animals on the ground and the occasional chirping of birds from the branches, they had yet to spot a single wild chicken, leaving them feeling somewhat disheartened and disappointed. Fortunately, the sun had risen higher, and the mist had completely dissipated. After more than an hour of trekking, both were drenched in sweat and panting heavily. They found a large tree, cleared away some dry grass and leaves, and sat down to rest for over 10 minutes before continuing their journey deeper into the woods. Not long after setting off again, Mo Xiaoyu suddenly grasped Ma Xiaoyu's wrist and exclaimed, Brother Ma, look ahead. There are wild rabbits. Ma Xiaoyu immediately turned his gaze in the direction she pointed. Not far from a large tree, Two gray wild rabbits were leisurely nibbling on the grass below, approximately 10 meters away. Without hesitation, Ma Xiaoyu drew his bow and stealthily approached the rabbits. As he drew closer, the wild rabbits seemed to sense the encroaching danger, swiftly darting into the nearby thicket, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, Ma Xiaoyu felt a surge of frustration wash over him. He quickly approached the thicket and parted the branches to investigate. Upon careful examination, he discovered a hole the size of a bowl nestled within the underbrush, clearly the entrance through which the two rabbits had just scurried away. Understanding the adage of the crafty rabbit having 3 burrows, Ma Xiaoyu inferred that this rabbit hole likely had additional exits nearby. He turned to Mo Xiaoyu and instructed, Xiaoyu, keep watch here and ensure the rabbits do not escape. I shall search for other entrances. After speaking, he commenced a thorough search in the vicinity. Before long, he spotted another hole about the size of a bowl, beneath a tree some 4 to 5 meters away from the thicket. Without hesitation, Ma Xiaoyu used his hands to fill the entrance with dirt, firmly compacting it with his feet. He continued his search, but found no additional rabbit holes. Returning to the thicket, he said to Mo Xiaoyu, please gather some dry grass. I intend to smoke out the rabbits. Mo Xiaoyu promptly set off in search of dry grass, while Ma Xiaoyu wielded a machete, clearing away the branches to fully expose the hole. Soon, Mo Xiaoyu returned with a bundle of dry grass. Ma Xiaoyu ignited the grass near the entrance and placed the freshly cut branches atop the fire. In no time, a thick plume of smoke began to rise, and Ma Xiaoyu instructed Mo Xiaoyu to fan the smoke towards the hole while he positioned his hands at the entrance, poised for the rabbits to emerge. After approximately 4 to 5 minutes, the tunnel filled with smoke and one rabbit, unable to withstand the fumes, dashed toward the opening. Quick as a flash, Ma Xiaoyu seized at the moment its head appeared. The rabbit shrieked in desperation, attempting to retreat into the hole, but Ma Xiaoyu was resolute. He yanked it out, grasped its hind legs, and delivered a decisive blow to its neck. The rabbit thrashed a few times before falling still. Ma Xiaoyu discarded the lifeless rabbit onto the ground and returned his hands to the entrance, patiently awaiting the second rabbit. Sure enough, another rabbit soon emerged from the burrow. Ma Xiaoyu swiftly captured it as well, delivering a swift strike to end its life. He resumed his vigil at the hole, anticipating a third rabbit. But after the fire dwindled and no more smoke rose, he concluded that only 2 rabbits resided within. Looking at the 2 rabbits, each weighing at least 7 or 8 pounds, Ma Xiaoyu felt a wave of satisfaction. Turning to Mo Xiaoyu, he exclaimed, Xiaoyu, your keen eyes were invaluable. Had you not spotted those 2 rabbits, we would surely be facing hunger today. Upon hearing his words, Mo Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed once more. She picked up the rabbit from the ground, and the 2 continued on their path, yet no other animals were in sight. After more than 2 hours since leaving the sanctuary, they decided to cease their search and turn back toward the shelter. As they walked a while longer, Mo Xiaoyu suddenly pointed toward a large tree and said to Ma Xiaoyu, Brother Ma, do you see those? Are they mugwort? Having grown up in a rural area devoid of mugwort, Ma Xiaoyu was unfamiliar with it, and he replied, I have no idea. There's no mugwort where I come from. By the way, can mugwort be eaten? At this, Mo Xiaoyu smiled and responded, mugwort is not edible, but it can be used to repel mosquitoes. Our area is quite underdeveloped, with most houses constructed of earth and wood. In the days before insecticides and mosquito coils, we would often gather mugwort during summer nights, burning it in our rooms to ward off insects. My parents told me that mugwort not only drives away mosquitoes, but also aids in sleep. Chapter 43. The Craft of Sea Salt. Upon hearing her words, Ma Xiaoyu nodded thoughtfully and remarked, I see. I have indeed gained some knowledge today. Mo Xiaoyu, taken aback by his compliment, blushed and quickly waved her hands, saying, Brother Ma, you overestimate me. It's merely because we cultivate mugwort in our region that I am aware of it. The 2 then made their way to the tree, confirming it was indeed mugwort. Mo Xiaoyu's spirits lifted as she joyfully seized the large machete from Ma Xiaoyu's hands, skillfully cutting a substantial bundle of mugwort and binding it with tree bark. Together, they continued their journey toward the shelter. Upon their return, Wang Qianqian and the others had already gathered at the entrance, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Their faces brightened at the sight of the 2 wild rabbits Ma Xiaoyu carried. Wang Qianqian exclaimed, "Uncle, you are truly impressive. You always manage to bring back food. It seems we shall feast on rabbit meat again today. I thought you two were off having a secret rendezvous in the woods." At her teasing, Mo Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed, while Ma Xiaoyu shot her a stern glance and replied, "Do not speak so frivolously. As a middle-aged man, I am unfazed, but little Xiaoyu is still a girl. It would be quite improper if others were to overhear." Wang Qianqian chuckled, "But uncle, there are only us here. Who would hear us?" Taken aback by her words, Ma Xiaoyu retorted, "You have misjudged this time. Had it not been for Xiaoyu's keen eyes spotting the rabbits, you would have been left with nothing but dirt to eat today. I merely assisted her." Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian and the others turned their attention to Mo Xiaoyu. Noticing the bundle of mugwort she held, Zhao Shishir inquired, "Xiaoyu, what do you have there? Is it wild vegetables?" With a smile, Mo Xiaoyu replied, "This is mugwort, used to ward off mosquitoes." Their spirits lifted at the news, for they had been suffering the torment of mosquito bites during the nights, each bearing numerous welts. Wang Qianqian praised, "Xiaoyu, you are truly remarkable, unlike us who know so little." Mo Xiaoyu simply smiled, choosing not to respond further. She placed the mugwort on the ground and said to Ma Xiaoyu, "Brother Ma, you should take a rest. I will handle the rabbits." Ma Xiaoyu smiled back, "Today, you have made a significant contribution. Rest well. I shall take care of this minor task." With that, he took the small knife from her hands and proceeded to the riverbank to begin processing the rabbits. Seeing this, Wang Qianqian and the others hurried to assist. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoyu untied the harvested mugwort, found a large stone, and laid the mugwort leaves out to dry. In less than half an hour, Ma Xiaoyu had finished processing the two rabbits, washing their pelts clean and hanging them on a branch to dry. Gathering some firewood, a fire was ignited outside the shelter. A wild rabbit was skewered with a wooden stick, and a piece of sea salt crystal was retrieved from bottle, crushed with stones, and sprinkled generously over the rabbit. After several vigorous rubs, the rabbit was placed over the flames to roast. As it cooked, the rabbit turned a golden brown, sizzling and oozing fat, causing Wang Qianqian and the others to salivate in anticipation. Once the rabbit was ready, Ma Xiaoyu used a small knife to carve it open, and the group, unable to contain their eagerness, grabbed the hot meat and began to feast. In less than 10 minutes, the rabbit was completely devoured, leaving the group with a lingering sense of satisfaction. After resting briefly by the fire, Ma Xiaoyu fetched a bamboo stalk, roughly the diameter of a bowl, and drilled a small hole in its base using his knife. He then collected some charcoal by the riverbank, layering it with sand, followed by charcoal, and repeating this process until the bamboo tube was filled. Wang Qianqian and the others looked at Ma Xiaoyu with puzzled expressions, inquiring about his intentions. Before he could respond, Mo Xiaoyu interjected, suggesting that Ma Gu was crafting a rudimentary filter to remove impurities from the sea salt crystals. Ma Xiaoyu, impressed by her insight, gave her a thumbs up and praised her cleverness, causing Mo Xiaoyu to blush with embarrassment. He then instructed Wang Qianqian and the others to retrieve the pot and the sea salt crystals collected from the coast. Zhang Sili promptly returned to the shelter with the pot and several bottles of sea salt crystals. Ma Xiaoyu then asked Mo Xiaoyu to fetch more bamboo tubes. Filling one with water and adding some sea salt crystals, he stirred vigorously with a thin stick until the crystals dissolved completely. Next, he poured the salt water into the makeshift filter crafted from the bamboo tube, placing a pot beneath it. Soon, the filtered salt water trickled through the small hole at the bottom of the bamboo into the pot. Zhao Shishir and the others, witnessing this, hurriedly added the remaining sea salt crystals to their bamboo tube, along with some river water, and began stirring. Once the pot was filled with the filtered seawater, Ma Xiaoyu placed it over the fire to boil, while the rest of the filtered seawater was stored in bamboo tubes. The process of evaporating the seawater to produce sea salt was lengthy, and seeing that time was still on their side, Ma Xiaoyu decided to venture to the riverbank to catch some crabs for dinner. He announced to Wang Qianqian and the others, "You stay here to oversee the salt making. I will go catch some crabs to improve our meal." Without hesitation, Wang Qianqian exclaimed, "Uncle, I want to go with you to see how you catch crabs." Zhao Shishir eagerly exclaimed, "I too wish to have a look." Hearing their enthusiasm, Ma Xiaoyu did not decline. He nodded at the two of them and then addressed Mo Xiaoyu and Zhang Sili, saying, "You two shall remain here while the three of us venture forth to catch crabs." With that, he led the two girls along the riverbank in search of their quarry. Before long, they noticed a commotion in the grass by the river's edge. Parting the foliage, they discovered a crab weighing around 2 to 3 tails, brandishing its claws defiantly. Quick as a flash, Ma Xiaoyu seized the crab. Its formidable pincers flailed wildly, prompting him to swiftly grab a blade of grass and secure the creature in a makeshift binding. He then passed it over to Wang Qianqian. The trio resumed their exploration along the riverbank. Chapter 44. Zhao Shishir's finger caught by a crab as they continued their journey. The trio stumbled upon a crab hidden among the grass. Just as Ma Xiaoyu reached out to catch it, Zhao Shishir eagerly interjected, "Ma, go. May I have a try?" Seeing her enthusiasm, Ma Xiaoyu felt it impolite to refuse and cautioned her, "Remember to be quick and precise. Grab its body and avoid those formidable pincers." Zhao Shishir nodded in acknowledgement, though the prospect of catching a crab filled her with trepidation. Taking a deep breath, she extended her hand towards the crab lurking in the grass. Perhaps due to her anxiety, her fingers barely grazed the crab before it clamped down fiercely with its pincers. Startled, Zhao Shishir let out a shriek and frantically attempted to shake off the crab, but it seemed determined to cling on. Wang Qianqian, equally alarmed, screamed in response. Observing the commotion, Ma Xiaoyu rushed to grab her hand, using his other hand to forcefully pry the crab's pincers open. He then deftly stomped the crab down and carefully released Zhao Shishir's finger from its grip, revealing a gash from which blood flowed freely. Instinctively, Ma Xiaoyu placed her bleeding finger in his mouth and began to suck on it, a sudden act that left both Wang Qianqian and Zhao Shishir in stunned silence. Wang Qianqian gaped, while Zhao Shishir's face turned crimson. Realizing his rashness, Ma Xiaoyu quickly withdrew, and Zhao Shishir pulled her finger away. Wang Qianqian chided, "I must say, uncle, your boldness is rather blatant. This incident will give you tales to tell for a lifetime." Feeling a wave of embarrassment, Ma Xiaoyu turned to Zhao Shishir, apologizing, Sure, I didn't mean to take advantage. I acted out of concern when I saw your finger bleeding. I am truly sorry." Zhao Shishir lowered her gaze and softly replied, "Ma Go, I don't blame you. It's my fault for being so clumsy. I couldn't even catch a crab." Ma Xiaoyu reassured her, "It's perfectly fine. Everyone has their first time. Failure is a part of learning. I, too, was often pinched by crabs when I was younger. With practice, it gets easier." Noticing her still bleeding finger, Ma Xiaoyu turned to Wang Qianqian, instructing, "Qianqian, please take her back and find some medicine to disinfect the wound. Apply some Yunnan Baiyao powder for bandaging." Zhao Shishir quickly interjected, "Ma Go, it's just a minor injury. I'm not that fragile." Ma Xiaoyu shook his head, insisting, "It's better to be cautious. If you get an infection here on this island, it could be serious." Hearing this, Zhao Shishir relented, turning to head back towards the shelter, while Ma Xiaoyu resumed his search for crabs in the grass. Recalling the recent scene, Ma Xiaoyu could only shake his head in resignation, pondering his own recklessness. Fortunately, Zhao Shishir was not angry. He also reflected on the inconveniences of living with several girls. Though they hadn't voiced any complaints, it was inevitable that they might harbor some sentiments over time. He resolved to hastily construct a shelter for himself to avoid unnecessary troubles. And thus he and Wang Qianqian made their way towards a refuge. Suddenly, Wang Qianqian addressed Zhao Shishir, "Sister Shishir, I believe that uncle did not intend to take advantage of you earlier. Please do not be upset with him. I know he's a good man." As Wang Qianqian was a year younger than Zhao Shishir, she referred to her as sister. Despite frequently bantering with Ma Xiaoyu, she held a deep respect for him. Throughout their time together, he had never taken advantage of her, a courtesy that was not to be expected from others. Hearing this, Zhao Shishir smiled and replied, "I know that Brother Ma is a good person. He acted that way to save me. I am neither angry nor do I blame him. It was my own foolishness that led to my fingers being pinched by the crab." At that moment, Mo Xiaoyu and Zhang Sili were seated by the fire, concocting sea salt. Upon noticing Wang Qianqian and Zhao Shishir's return, Zhang Sili queried, "Weren't you two with Brother Ma to catch crabs? Why are you back so soon?" "Shishir accidentally got her finger pinched by a crab, so we returned," Wang Qianqian explained. Mo Xiaoyu quickly interjected, "You must disinfect and bandage that immediately. An infection on this deserted island is no trifling matter." Wang Qianqian and Zhao Shishir were momentarily taken aback, astonished at how Mo Xiaoyu echoed Ma Xiaoyu's words. Zhao Shishir couldn't help but tease, "Xiaoyu, you and Brother Ma truly share a connection. You just said the same thing. It seems you two are a match made in heaven. Perhaps you should consider marrying him. You seem quite compatible." Mo Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, "Sister Shishir, please don't say such nonsense. This is merely common sense. It is normal for me and Brother Ma to express the same sentiments." Noticing her embarrassment, Zhao Shishir laughed, "Xiaoyu, do you have feelings for Brother Ma? Why else would you be blushing?" At this, Mo Xiaoyu's face grew even redder as she stood up and declared, "Stop saying such things. I'm going to fetch some medicine for you." With that, she hurried towards the shelter. Observing her demeanor, the other three sensed that she might indeed harbor feelings for Ma Xiaoyu. Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili felt a pang of discomfort, yet they could not articulate why they felt this way. Before long, Mo Xiaoyu returned with the medicine, first using disinfectant to cleanse the wound, then sprinkling a bit of Yunnan Baiyao powder onto it. Lacking gauze, she resorted to cutting a strip from her own clothing with a small knife to bandage the injury. She then advised Zhao Shishir, "Sister Shishir, try to keep the wound dry until it has fully healed. I believe it will be fine in 2 or 3 days." Zhao Shishir promptly nodded in agreement. The four of them gathered around the campfire, engaging in lively conversation. After a while, Wang Qianqian could no longer suppress her curiosity and turned to Mo Xiaoyu, saying, "You can't possibly have developed feelings for the older man, can you? He is, after all, a decade your senior and has been divorced twice." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Rather than answering directly, she replied, "In truth, if two individuals genuinely love each other, an age difference of several decades is quite normal. My father is over a decade older than my mother, yet they seem quite content together. When I consider marriage, I don't focus on age or linger on past relationships. What matters to me is that he treats me well." Upon hearing her words, Wang Qianqian and the others seemed to grasp the implications and chose not to press further. However, both Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili felt an inexplicable unease stir within them, though they refrained from expressing it outwardly. Chapter 45. Building a small shelter, it was only as the sun began its descent that Ma Xiaoyu returned, carrying over a dozen crabs bound together with grass. The sight of such a bountiful catch filled the others with unrestrained joy. Zhang Sili exclaimed, "Brother Ma, you are truly remarkable to have caught so many crabs. It seems we shall feast on a splendid crab dinner." Ma Xiaoyu placed the crabs on the ground and glanced at Zhao Shishir's injured finger, inquiring, "Shishir, how is your finger?" "Thank you for your concern, Brother Ma. It has been disinfected and bandaged." Zhao Shishir replied with a smile. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ma Xiaoyu rummaged through the fire pit and retrieved some charcoal, placing the crabs atop to roast. During his absence, Mo Xiaoyu had managed to boil 2 large bottles of sea salt from the filtered seawater. Although this sea salt differed somewhat from the usual table salt, it was still consumable. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mo Xiaoyu rose once more, approaching the stone where mugwort was drying. After several hours of sun exposure, the mugwort had reached a semi-dry state. She gathered the herb and twisted it into long strands akin to rope, igniting a few pieces and placing them in various corners of the shelter. When the crabs were finally roasted, Ma Xiaoyu intentionally handed Zhao Shishir a crab missing a claw. Chuckling, "Here, this crab is the one that pinched your finger. Quickly eat it to exact your revenge." His remark elicited laughter from the girls, with Mo Xiaoyu teasingly responding, "Brother Ma, I didn't expect you to be so humorous." Ma Xiaoyu smiled, but remained silent, and the group began to crack open the crabs with stones, indulging in their delightful feast. After enjoying the roasted crabs, they lingered by the fire, engaging in cheerful conversation without haste to return to the shelter. Addressing the girls, Ma Xiaoyu expressed, "I plan to construct a small shelter for myself tomorrow. After all, I am of a certain age, and it doesn't seem appropriate for me to share a shelter with you young ladies." Wang Qianqian promptly replied, "I say, uncle, we don't mind at all. What do you care? Mo Xiaoyu chimed in, indeed. Brother Ma, we all believe you are a good person. Please stay with us. Zhao Shishir added, yes. Brother Ma, to stay with us. We one team mind. Zhang Sili also encouraged him not to build an additional shelter, insisting he stay with them. Ma Xiaoyu shook his head, responding, I appreciate your kindness, but I feel it would be inappropriate to reside with you young ladies, and I am not accustomed to it. Please, do not persuade me further. I have made my decision. With that, the girls fell silent, and, as the night wore on, they continued to process the remaining filtered seawater into sea salt. After seasoning the rabbit they had not eaten at noon with some of the sea salt, they finally returned to the shelter, securing the door with a large stick before lying down to sleep. It must be said that the efficacy of mugwort in repelling mosquitoes is remarkable within the sanctuary. The presence of these pests has notably diminished, allowing the few inhabitants to sleep more soundly. Although Ma Xiaoyu had retired late the previous night, he awoke at the break of dawn, his eyes fluttering open to find several girls still ensconced in slumber. Swiftly, he donned his shoes, seized a large machete, and quietly exited the shelter. He made his way to the riverbank to freshen up before proceeding to the bamboo grove, where he began to chop down bamboo. By the time Wang Chanqian and the others stirred from their slumber, Ma Xiaoyu had already felled over 10 bamboo stalks, each as thick as a bowl. Once the girls had completed their morning routines, they assisted in transporting the fallen bamboo back to the sanctuary. Ma Xiaoyu pondered that since he resided alone, there was no need for the shelter to be overly spacious. It merely needed to provide protection from the elements. With the bamboo he had collected, he deemed it sufficient for his needs. He then cleared a patch of ground beside the existing shelter and commenced his construction. By afternoon, he had erected the main frame of the shelter using the bamboo. Having been engaged in the construction from morning until now, the group was famished, their stomachs growling in protest. Mo Xiaoyu retrieved the remaining wild rabbit from the previous day, skewering on a stick and placing it over the fire to roast. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu led Wang Chanqian and the others into the woods to gather palm leaves and vines. Once the rabbit was cooked, he sliced it open with a small knife, and the group sat on the ground, eagerly devouring the roasted meat. After their meal, the shelter was devoid of any food, and there was no urgency in completing the small shelter. Ma Xiaoyu then suggested that the girls remain in the sanctuary to rest while he ventured into the woods to forage for additional sustenance. Though crabs could be caught in the grass by the river, their shells were cumbersome, and the edible meat was minimal. Thus, he began to bind his sleeves and pant legs with nylon rope, prompting Mo Xiaoyu to do the same. Observing this, Ma Xiaoyu insisted, Xiaoyu, you should stay here and rest. I can manage alone. Mo Xiaoyu shook her head, replying, I'd prefer to accompany you. It's safer to have someone for support in case of danger. Wang Chanqian and the others echoed her sentiment, advocating for her to join him. Ma Xiaoyu relented, and after both had secured their clothing, they armed themselves with a bow and the machete and ventured into the woods. With Ma Xiaoyu leading the way and Mo Xiaoyu closely following with a small knife in hand. At this moment, the sun blazed fiercely, casting a sweltering heat upon the forest. They had not ventured far before their clothes became drenched in sweat. Yet, driven by the need to find food, they pressed on deeper into the woods. After traversing a considerable distance, the sudden call of a wild chicken pierced the air. Both individuals looked up to behold a wild chicken incessantly squawking atop a grand tree not far away. Ma Xiaoyu promptly instructed Mo Xiaoyu to remain in place while he grasped his bow and arrow, cautiously approaching the bird. Remarkably, the wild chicken exhibited no fear of the slowly advancing Ma Xiaoyu. Even as he reached the base of the tree, the creature continued its cacophony without taking flight. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Xiaoyu aimed his arrow with precision and released it. The shaft struck the wild chicken squarely, propelling it several meters away, where it tumbled to the ground in a flurry. Without hesitation, Ma Xiaoyu sprinted towards the fallen bird, seized it by the neck, and with a decisive twist, silenced its struggles. He then extracted the arrow from its body and handed the wild chicken to Mo Xiaoyu before continuing deeper into the forest. Chapter 46. Confronting the wild boar as they ventured further along the path, a sudden cacophony of animal howls erupted from the distant woods. Upon hearing this unsettling sound, the two immediately halted their steps. Mo Xiaoyu inquired, "Brother Ma, what creature produces such a chilling cry? It's rather frightening." Ma Xiaoyu shook his head, replying, "I'm not entirely sure, but it sounds as though it might be a wild boar. I cannot say for certain." At his words, Mo Xiaoyu's expression shifted dramatically as she suggested, "Brother Ma, perhaps we should turn back. In our hometown, wild boars often emerge to ravage crops. And there was even an elderly man who was killed by one. If it truly is a wild boar, it is best not to provoke it." Ma Xiaoyu, aware of the ferocity of wild boars, glanced at the machete in his hand and then at the wild chicken Mo Xiaoyu was carrying. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed her, "Consider that we are 5 in number, and our daily food consumption is substantial. Relying solely on hunting wild chickens and hares is not a sustainable solution. If we could capture a wild boar, we would be set for 10 days or even half a month without needing to search for food. Moreover, with this machete, if it is indeed a wild boar, I could stand a chance against it." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before responding, "Brother Ma, I still believe it is too perilous. If it were a small boar, it might be manageable, but I fear the larger ones would be formidable adversaries." As the cries of the wild boar echoed from the woods, Ma Xiaoyu insisted, "I still wish to investigate. Fortune favors the bold. If we encounter a larger boar, we shall retreat." With his insistence, Mo Xiaoyu fell silent, and the two began to approach the source of the cries. As they drew nearer, the sounds of the wild boar became increasingly distinct. Ma Xiaoyu quietly instructed Mo Xiaoyu, "You walk behind me. If we encounter a wild boar and the situation appears dire, do not hesitate to run without worrying about me." Mo Xiaoyu, displeased, retorted, "Brother Ma, what do you take me for? I could never abandon you to flee alone." Without further argument, they continued forward until they spotted a wild boar, weighing over 100 pounds, not far within the thicket, busily gnawing on tender leaves while intermittently emitting its characteristic calls. The boar was neither large nor small, and Ma Xiaoyu thought that, with his machete, he stood a fair chance against it. Mo Xiaoyu, however, wore an expression of deep concern. After observing the boar for a moment, Ma Xiaoyu grasped his machete and began to approach it cautiously. Seeing this, Mo Xiaoyu followed closely behind. As they neared the boar, tension mounted, and Ma Xiaoyu's hand gripping the machete began to tremble. At that moment, the wild boar noticed the two slowly approaching, and perhaps due to its curiosity at encountering humans for the first time, it lifted its head to regard them, revealing its formidable tusks that appeared particularly menacing. As the two individuals drew closer together, the wild boar suddenly emitted a series of fierce roars. A look of anxiety crossed Mo Xiaoyu's face as she turned to Ma Xiaoyu and inquired, "Brother Ma, what is this wild boar doing?" Ma Xiaoyu replied, "I believe it is asserting its territory, proclaiming its sovereignty with that cry." Mo Xiaoyu suggested, "Perhaps we should leave, Brother Ma." Without further comment, Ma Xiaoyu took a few more steps forward, then abruptly drew his bow and shot an arrow at the wild boar. Although the creature's hide was tough and its flesh resilient, the quill-tipped arrow found its mark. The arrow pierced the boar's body, inciting its fury, and it charged wildly toward the pair. Ma Xiaoyu swiftly discarded his bow, gripping his machete tightly. Mo Xiaoyu, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen, observing her distress. Ma Xiaoyu quickly pushed her aside just as the boar lunged at him, narrowly evading the assault by sidestepping. With all his strength, he swung his machete at the beast, striking it squarely on the head. The wild boar let out a deafening scream that echoed through the forest, numbing Ma Xiaoyu's arms with the force of the blow. Wounded, the boar became even more enraged. After a brief dash forward, it pivoted and charged at Ma Xiaoyu once more. Seeing the boar approach, he again sidestepped, finding himself in close proximity to a tree as thick as a barrel. The boar, unprepared for his sudden evasion, collided headfirst into the trunk, causing the tree to shake violently. Dazed from the impact, the boar presented Ma Xiaoyu with an opportune moment. He seized the chance and struck its head with his machete again, severing its snout. The boar howled in agony, blood pouring from its wounds as it charged at Ma Xiaoyu once more. This time, he stood firm, raising his machete to deliver another crushing blow to the creature's skull. The strike cleaved a deep gash into the boar's head, but in its fury, the beast knocked Ma Xiaoyu to the ground, attempting to bite him. Blood streamed from its head, splattering across Ma Xiaoyu's face as he desperately held the machete against the boar's snout. On the brink of succumbing to the creature's strength, Ma Xiaoyu shouted to Mo Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, why are you still dawdling? Help me." The brief moments that had transpired since he had pushed her aside felt like an eternity. And only now, hearing his call, did she snap back to reality. Grabbing a sturdy stick from the ground, she swung it vigorously at the boar's head. After enduring 3 strikes from Ma Xiaoyu's machete and now being battered by Mo Xiaoyu, the wild boar could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed to the ground. Ma Xiaoyu immediately sprang to his feet, discarding the hefty machete in his hand. He seized the wooden stick from Mo Xiaoyu and relentlessly struck the wild boar's head until it lay motionless. Only then did he cease his assault, collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for breath, Mo Xiaoyu also sank to the earth, her gaze fixed on the bloodied face of Ma Xiaoyu. Trembling, she uttered, "Brother Ma, you nearly frightened me to death. You are truly formidable. To confront such a massive wild boar head-on is beyond belief. I am in awe of you." Ma Xiaoyu rolled up his sleeves to wipe the blood from his face and replied, "I owe you my gratitude, had it not been for your presence. That boar might have bitten me." Mo Xiaoyu shook her head and said, "When the boar charged at us, I was completely paralyzed with fear. If you hadn't pushed me out of the way, it would have surely knocked me to the ground." Chapter 47. Harvesting the wild boar. Gazing at the wild boar lying on the ground, Ma Xiaoyu remarked with a smile, "This creature must weigh over 100 pounds. It seems we shall have enough sustenance for 10 days to half a month." Mo Xiaoyu, still somewhat shaken, responded, "Reflecting upon your confrontation with the wild boar was truly harrowing. Thankfully, we managed to subdue it." After resting for a brief moment, Ma Xiaoyu promptly rose, wielding a large machete to cut some vines, which he used to bind the boar's 4 legs. He then found a sturdy piece of wood to pierce through the legs, and together they hoisted the boar, moving toward their shelter. Carrying the weight of the boar amidst the difficult terrain of the forest, they found themselves needing to pause for rest after every stretch of their journey. As dusk approached, they finally managed to bring the boar near the shelter. Meanwhile, Wang Qianqian and the others were growing increasingly anxious. It had been hours since the two had departed, and with nightfall imminent, Wang Qianqian expressed her concern. Why haven't they returned yet? Could they have encountered some danger in the woods? Zhang Sili echoed her worries. Indeed, they should have been back by now. Surely, they haven't run into any real peril. Zhao Shishir reassured them. I believe they must have been delayed by something. They should be returning shortly. Not long after she spoke, Ma Xiaoyu and Mo Xiaoyu emerged, hoisting the wild boar toward the shelter. Upon seeing them, the trio's tension finally eased, and they hurried to greet them. The sight of the enormous boar they had brought back left them utterly astonished. Once they set the boar down, both men collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Zhang Sili quickly rushed back to the shelter, filling bamboo bowls with cool water to offer them. As they drank deeply, Wang Qianqian noticed the blood on Ma Xiaoyu's face and, filled with concern, asked, "Uncle, are you injured? Why is there so much blood on your face?" Ma Xiaoyu shook his head, reassuring her, "I am unharmed. The blood is that of the wild boar." With his words, Wang Qianqian finally felt relieved. Zhao Shishir then exclaimed, "Ma Ge, you two are incredibly formidable. You managed to bring back such a large wild boar." Mo Xiaoyu smiled and added, "All the credit goes to Ma Ge. He was exceptionally brave, confronting the boar single-handedly. To be honest, when the boar charged at us, I was utterly frozen with fear. Had it not been for Ma Ge pushing me aside, I might have been bitten." Hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu quickly replied, "Xiaoyu, you are far too modest. Without your assistance, I too could have been harmed by the boar." He then turned to Wang Qianqian and the others, saying, "Qianqian, please gather some dry grass nearby. We must attend to the boar promptly. In this heat, if we delay, it could spoil rapidly." Wang Qianqian and her companions swiftly ventured into the nearby woods to gather a substantial amount of dry grass. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu and another companion sat beside the carcass of the wild boar, panting heavily. Before long, Wang Qianqian and her friends returned with an impressive bundle of dry grass. Having regained some strength, Ma Xiaoyu and Wang Qianqian transported the wild boar to the riverbank, where they spread the dry grass atop the boar and set it ablaze. Soon, the air was filled with the acrid scent of singed pig hair. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Ma Xiaoyu returned to their shelter to fetch some firewood, igniting a small bonfire by the river. With the dry grass consumed, the boar's hair was thoroughly incinerated. Together, they carried the wild boar to the river for cleaning. Ma Xiaoyu then gathered some palm leaves nearby, laying them on the grassy bank before placing the clean boar atop them. Armed with a machete, he began the task of gutting the boar, a process that took over an hour to complete before they finally returned to the shelter with the finely cut boar meat. Only the liver was retained from the entrails, while the rest was discarded into the river to be swept away by the current. By the time they returned to the shelter, everyone was utterly exhausted. Ma Xiaoyu took a portion of the wild boar ribs, chopping them into smaller pieces to cook in a pot. The remaining boar meat was seasoned with sea salt, tied with nylon string, and hung by the fireplace. This ample supply of meat would suffice for the group for 10 to 15 days. Once the ribs were stewed to perfection, they eagerly gathered their bowls and chopsticks, devouring the dish until not a drop of broth remained. After their hearty meal, Xiaoyu, noticing the blood smeared across Ma Xiaoyu's face and clothes, suggested he wash up by the river. Ma Xiaoyu, in agreement, retrieved a change of clothes from his backpack and made his way to the riverbank. He first washed the blood from his face, then changed out of his bloodied attire, rinsing it clean before hanging it on a nearby branch to dry. That day had certainly worn Ma Xiaoyu out, and upon returning to the shelter, he collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep sleep. Wang Qianqian and the others soon followed suit. The next day, around noon, they gradually awoke, washed up by the river, and, after a modest meal of wild boar meat, set to work constructing a small shelter. Having already made significant progress the previous day, they now needed only to apply some mud to the roof and walls of the structure. Ma Xiaoyu led the group to the riverbank to dig up some soil, mixing it with grass and leaves to achieve a consistent texture, adding water to create a suitable mud mixture. After 2 to 3 hours of diligent effort, they finally applied a thick layer of mud to the walls and roof of the shelter. They also excavated several drainage ditches leading directly to the river, culminating in the successful construction of a modest yet functional shelter. Having cut down several bamboo stalks, I constructed a bamboo bed within the shelter and laid a thick layer of palm leaves upon it. Noticing that the hour was still early, Ma Xiaoyu addressed Wang Qianqian and the others, saying, "You all stay here. I shall go take a bath." After speaking, he took a change of clothes and walked along the riverbank for a short distance before disrobing and stepping into the water to wash himself. Once he had finished bathing, he thoroughly cleaned his clothes in the river before making his way back to the shelter. Upon his return, he found several girls sitting by the river, engaged in conversation. Ma Xiaoyu hung his freshly washed clothes on a tree branch to dry, then found a stone by the river to sit upon. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and began to smoke leisurely. Chapter 48. The ingenious Mo Xiaoyu, observing Ma Xiaoyu sitting alone on a stone, smoking a cigarette, Mo Xiaoyu approached him and spoke. "Brother Ma, could you share your story with me?" Upon hearing her request, Ma Xiaoyu glanced up at her, offering a wry smile as he replied, "What story do I have to tell? Ultimately, I am nothing but a complete failure." Mo Xiaoyu responded, "Brother Ma, you must not think this way. In my eyes, you are the most remarkable person. Without you, we would not have survived here. I sense that you are a genuinely good person, yet I feel there are many things you keep hidden within your heart. If possible, I would like to be your confidant." Taken aback by her words, Ma Xiaoyu pondered, wondering what had prompted this young girl to express such sentiments. At that moment, Xiaoyu chimed in with a smile, "Brother Ma, don't you realize? Xiaoyu is confessing her feelings to you." At her words, Mo Xiaoyu's face instantly flushed crimson, resembling a monkey's backside. Lowering her head, she retorted shyly to Xiaoyu, "Sister Shir, how can you say that? I am not confessing to Brother Ma. Please don't joke around." Seeing her flustered state, Xiaoyu continued with a playful grin. "If you're not confessing, then why are you blushing? I believe you and Brother Ma are quite compatible. Why not marry him?" Ma Xiaoyu quickly interjected, "Sure. Please don't tease her. Look how embarrassed she is. Besides, I am no longer young, my family's circumstances are poor, and I have been divorced twice. Who would ever look at me? At this, Wang Qianqian chimed in, Uncle, you must not say that. In our eyes, you are the best person. Don't worry. It's just one wife we're talking about. We will definitely find you a beautiful and virtuous one. Ma Xiaoyu shook his head, choosing not to respond further. After a moment of silence, Mo Xiaoyu spoke again. Brother Ma, I would like to go cut some bamboo and weave a few baskets. What do you think? Ma Xiaoyu replied. Can you weave baskets? With a smile, Mo Xiaoyu explained. In our village, bamboo is abundant. During our leisure time, villagers weave items from bamboo to sell at the market. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu immediately said, I will go with you to cut bamboo. He then hurried back to the shelter, grabbing a large machete and heading towards the bamboo grove. Seeing this, Mo Xiaoyu quickly stood up and followed him. Upon reaching the bamboo grove, Ma Xiaoyu raised the machete, aimed at a bamboo stalk the thickness of a bowl, ready to chop. Mo Xiaoyu swiftly intervened, saying, Brother Ma, we don't need bamboo this thick for weaving baskets. The best size is about the thickness of an arm. Acknowledging her advice, Ma Xiaoyu nodded and, with minimal effort, felled several bamboo stalks of the appropriate thickness, removing the branches and leaves. Under Mo Xiaoyu's guidance, he then cut the bamboo into segments over a meter long. Together, they hoisted the bamboo and made their way back to the shelter. As dusk approached upon their return to the shelter, Mo Xiaoyu delicately wielded a machete to chop the bamboo she had gathered, meticulously transforming it into strips. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu took a small knife to cut down the fatty wild boar meat hanging above the fireplace, preparing to render the lard in a pot. After more than an hour of diligent effort, they had successfully rendered a generous pot of lard, which Mo Xiaoyu carefully poured into bamboo tubes. She then cut a piece of wild boar meat into small chunks and placed it into the pot to cook. By this time, Mo Xiaoyu had also crafted a substantial number of bamboo strips. After enjoying the stewed wild boar meat, Mo Xiaoyu began to weave a bamboo basket with the prepared strips, while Ma Xiaoyu and the others watched her with curiosity. Observing her adeptness, Ma Xiaoyu could not help but exclaim, Xiaoyu, I never imagined you possessed such skill. It seems you can do anything. In our hometown, you would be the quintessential virtuous wife, and any man who marries you would surely be blissful. Mo Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed at his comment, while Wang Qianqian chimed in, I say, Uncle, your admiration is rather obvious. It seems you have taken a liking to Xiaoyu. Perhaps you wish to marry her yourself. Ma Xiaoyu did not refute her statement, but responded, who wouldn't want to marry such a virtuous girl? If I were a decade or so younger, I would certainly pursue her. Alas, I am past that age, and I do not expect to find such happiness in this lifetime. It seems I must hope to encounter her in my next life. At his words, Mo Xiaoyu blushed once more and quietly replied, Brother Ma, my desires are quite simple. I seek someone who can genuinely care for me. I am indifferent to his age or family background. My parents have an age difference of over a decade, yet they appear quite content. After a deep sigh, she continued, I initially planned to marry by the end of this year, but I never anticipated this cruise would meet with disaster, nor that my boyfriend would perish at sea. To be honest, my relationship with him never brought me much joy. He grew up in the city with a well-off family, and whenever I visited, I felt his parents looked down on me. A significant part of my parents' desire for me to marry him stemmed from his family's wealth, though I sense they harbor some disdain for him as a person. Ma Xiaoyu nodded in understanding, slowly responding, indeed. Every parent wishes for their children to find a suitable partner. Yet, the reality of society is harsh. While we are all said to be equal, class distinctions are profoundly entrenched. People often view one another through tinted lenses. When you are wealthy and powerful, many will seek your favor, but in times of hardship, you will discover that apart from your parents, others will shy away from you. The girls fell into contemplative silence, pondering the truth in Ma Xiaoyu's words. Amidst their conversation, Mo Xiaoyu had woven a beautifully intricate bamboo basket. Ma Xiaoyu and her companions showered her with praises. As time slipped away, Ma Xiaoyu rose to return to her sanctuary for some rest. Suddenly, Zhang Sili spoke up, Brother Ma, don't you still have those coconuts you buried earlier? They won't spoil after being buried for so long, will they? Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Look at me, getting older and my memory failing. I completely forgot about the coconuts hidden by the coast. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have recalled it all. First thing tomorrow, I'll retrieve them and perhaps catch some lobsters by the seaside as well." Afterward, he advised the girls to retire early, took the bamboo basket that Mo Xiaoyu had just woven, and stepped out of the shelter. He entered his room, gathered some mugwort, rolled it into small strips, set them alight at the foot of his bed, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 49, Encountering Ollie and others by the coast. As dawn broke the next morning, Ma Xiaoyu awoke before the sun had fully risen. He stepped out of the shelter and approached the small river for a brief wash. After placing his bow, arrows, and makeshift diving mask into a bamboo basket, he slung it over his shoulder and grasped a large machete, intending to head towards the coast. Just as he exited the shelter, he noticed the bamboo door of Wang Qianqian's shelter creaking open. Zhao Shishir emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and upon seeing Ma Xiaoyu with his basket and machete, she exclaimed, "Brother Ma, why are you heading to the coast so early?" Ma Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement, and Zhao Shishir continued, "Brother Ma, let me accompany you. Staying here all day is driving me mad. It would be wonderful to get some fresh air by the sea." Hearing her plead, Ma Xiaoyu quickly replied, "You should stay here. The woods are perilous, teeming with snakes, insects, and rodents, and we are quite a distance from the coast." Zhao Shishir shook her head and implored, "Brother Ma, please take me with you. I promise to stay right behind you." With her insistence, Ma Xiaoyu relented, and Zhao Shishir hurried to the riverbank for a quick wash. She joined Ma Xiaoyu, who instructed her to tie her sleeves and pant legs with nylon rope, and handed her a small knife. Thus, the two set off towards the coast. The sun had just begun to rise, and the leaves and shrubs in the forest were still glistening with dew. They had not ventured far when their clothes were dampened by the moisture, but fortunately, it was summer, and they did not feel particularly cold. After walking for a while, the sun ascended higher in the sky, its rays filtering through the trees, casting a warm glow upon them. They felt an indescribable comfort as the sunlight enveloped them, and their clothes emitted warmth. After more than 2 hours of trekking, they finally arrived at the coast, making their way directly to a thicket where coconuts were hidden. They cleared away the dirt and discovered fresh coconuts nestled in a deep pit. Ma Xiaoyu took his machete and cracked one open, handing it to Zhao Shishir. She tilted her head back and savored the coconut water with delight. Ma Xiaoyu similarly cracked open another, drinking the coconut water in one go before scooping out the flesh to eat. They stored the remaining coconuts in the bamboo basket, and standing beneath the coconut trees by the shore, Ma Xiaoyu said to Zhao Shishir, "Rest here for a while. I'll go catch some lobsters in the sea." With that, he took his diving mask and approached a rocky outcrop by the shore to observe carefully, spotting lobsters nestled in the crevices of the rocks. He stripped off his clothes, leaving only his shorts, donned the diving mask, took a deep breath, and submerged himself into the water, beginning to catch lobsters. When he resurfaced, he was holding a lobster weighing about 7 or 8 tails. Zhao Shishir, who had been nearby, quickly made her way to the shore upon seeing him catch the lobster. As she reached the beach, Ma Xiaoyu tossed the lobster onto the sand. Zhao Shishir gazed at the lively lobster, momentarily at a loss for what to do. She could only find a wooden stick on the shore and began to strike the lobster's head vigorously until it lay completely still. A few minutes later, Ma Xiaoyu caught another lobster and tossed it onto the sand, where Zhao Shishir similarly ended its life with the stick. Thus, unknowingly, over 2 hours slipped by. Ma Xiaoyu had managed to catch nearly 20 lobsters from the sea. Just then, Zhao Shishir suddenly noticed a few figures approaching along the beach. However, they were too far away for her to discern their features. She hurriedly called out to Ma Xiaoyu, who was still in the water, "Ma go, look over there. Someone is coming." At that moment, Ma Xiaoyu, still submerged, faintly heard Zhao Shishir's voice and quickly surfaced. Upon looking up, he saw several individuals walking toward them. Without a thought for Zhao Shishir still on the shore, he scrambled onto the rocks to put on his clothes. When Zhao Shishir saw Ma Xiaoyu standing before her nearly bare, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she hurriedly lowered her gaze. Ma Xiaoyu swiftly donned his attire and dashed to the coconut tree, grabbing the bamboo basket and a large machete before returning to the shore. where they hastily gathered the lobsters into the basket. At that moment, the group was now only about 10 meters away from the pair, and it was too late for them to leave. They could clearly see the faces of the newcomers, led by Ollie, followed closely by Yang Xueming and others. Ma Xiaoyu immediately brandished the machete, standing defensively and glaring at Ollie and his companions. Ollie and his group halted a few meters away, and with a jovial smile, Ollie addressed Zhao. Sure. Miss Zhao, it's been several days since we last met. You've been quite elusive. You are our leader, after all. Why have you vanished without a word? Zhao Sure raised her head to reply. As for being a leader, I feel like I'm being forced into it. I know my own limitations quite well, and I believe I lack the capability to lead you all in survival here. I have no desire to live a hand-to-mouth existence. Upon hearing this, Ali's expression shifted instantly, and he inquired, So it seems you have no intention of returning? Zhao Sure shook her head. I feel quite content being here with Ma Ge. He takes good care of me. Ali retorted with a hint of jealousy. Oh, so just a few days apart, and you're already calling him Ma Ge. Are you truly offering yourself to him? At Ali's insinuation, Zhao Sure felt a surge of anger, but struggled to contain her fury as she replied. You guessed it right. I have indeed devoted myself to Ma Ge. Not just me, but even Wang Qianqian and the others have given themselves to him willingly. To be honest, this is our choice, and it is none of your concern. Upon hearing her words, Alatan's fury intensified, and he glared at her with malevolence, proclaiming, Zhao Sure, you are nothing but a wretch, degrading yourself for a mere morsel of food. Not only you, but even Wang Qianqian and her ilk are despicable creatures. Had I known you were such a person, I would have long since taken advantage of you. In response, Zhao Sure remained surprisingly unfazed, smiling as she retorted, And what of it if I am a wretched creature? Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. You have long harbored designs on me, haven't you? Now at last, your true self is laid bare. Alitan responded with a booming voice. I have craved your body for quite some time. Once I deal with that scoundrel surnamed Ma, you shall see how I handle you. Chapter 50. Sudden assault. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Xiaoyu dashed towards Ali with remarkable swiftness, launching a ferocious strike with his large blade. Ali was caught off guard, entirely unprepared for Ma Xiaoyu's sudden ambush. By the time he realized what was happening and attempted to evade, the blade was already descending upon him. He could only pivot to the side, yet Ma Xiaoyu's weapon still managed to carve a deep gash across his robust arm, blood gushing forth relentlessly. Ma Xiaoyu then delivered a powerful kick to Ali's abdomen, sending him staggering backward for several paces. He nearly collapsed onto the sandy beach, but fortunately, Yang Xueming and others were there to catch him. Ma Xiaoyu swiftly returned to Zhao Shure's side, leaving the group in shock at his unexpected aggression. Gazing at the gaping wound on his arm, measuring over 10 centimeters in length and continuing to bleed profusely, Ali gritted his teeth against the pain and shouted at Ma Xiaoyu, You dare to ambush me? I swear I will end you. With that, he charged towards Ma Xiaoyu, who showed no fear and swung his blade in response. Realizing the danger, Ali quickly retreated to the side of Yang Xueming and the others, exclaiming loudly, Let us take him down together. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with 5 lobsters, and the girls from the shelter will be at their leisure. Upon hearing Ali's declaration, the people behind him appeared eager to engage, yet the sight of Ma Xiaoyu's formidable blade left them hesitant. Having witnessed Ma Xiaoyu's silent ferocity moments before, they understood the peril of risking their lives for mere lobsters and women. Observing their reluctance, Ali derisively called them a bunch of cowards. In response, Yang Xueming and the others remained silent, thinking to themselves, If you're so brave, why don't you go ahead? Ma Xiaoyu glared menacingly at the group, warning, If you're not afraid of death, feel free to give it a try. And you, Ali, if you continue spewing nonsense, I will make you regret it. As for Sure and the others, they are not to be trifled with. Casting a glance at Ali's still bleeding arm, Ma Xiaoyu added, Consider this wound a lesson for you. If you tend to it promptly, you might save your arm. Otherwise, it may need to be severed. If I were you, I would rather hasten to bandage the injury than waste time here. Moreover, I have coated my blade with a substance that, while not fatal, will certainly cause you considerable pain for a while. Ali growing anxious, hurriedly inquired, "What have you smeared on that blade?" Ma Xiaoyu smiled, but chose to remain silent. Ollie could only feel the persistent pain in his arm, pondering what Ma Xiaoyu had smeared on the knife. Since Ma Xiaoyu was unwilling to divulge, he refrained from further inquiries and shouted at the two, "You wait. One day, I will come to seek my revenge." Ma Xiaoyu chuckled and replied, "I shall be ever ready to receive you. Please take your leave. I have to rush back to enjoy roasted lamb legs and coconut juice." Upon hearing this, Ollie and his companions gritted their teeth in frustration, yet felt powerless against him. Yang Xuanming glanced at the bamboo basket at Zhao Shishir's feet, filled with coconuts and crabs, and addressed Ma Xiaoyu, "Brother Ma, could you possibly tell us where you acquired these coconuts?" Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu cast him a sidelong glance and said, "So now you call me Brother Ma? In light of our acquaintance, I shall share this with you. After all, I cannot consume all these coconuts myself." After speaking, he casually gestured towards the forest and added, "They're over there in that grove, just 6 or 7 kilometers from here, although the path is rather treacherous." Yang Xuanming nodded in silence, and Ollie, feeling dejected, led his group towards the coastline. After they had walked a considerable distance, Zhao Shishir remarked, "Brother Ma, you were incredibly brave, charging ahead without uttering a word. You truly frightened me. I was thinking that if Ollie and his gang captured us, it would be better to die than to endure it." "Thank you." Ma Xiaoyu smiled at her and replied, "We are all family here. No need for such formality. Protecting you is my duty. To be honest, I was quite anxious as well. But I understand the principle of striking first. My sudden attack was primarily to instill a sense of intimidation in them. If it were face-to-face, I certainly wouldn't stand a chance against you as a bodyguard. Even with a knife in hand, had they been a bit bolder and rushed at me, I would not have been their match." Hearing this, Zhao Shishir nodded repeatedly and then said, "Brother Ma, you mentioned something being smeared on the big knife. Yet I was unaware." Ma Xiaoyu laughed and replied, "I was merely trying to scare them. There is nothing on my knife." Zhao Shishir chuckled and said, "Brother Ma, I never imagined you could be so mischievous, deliberately deceiving Yang Xuanming into believing there are coconuts in the forest. It seems in the coming days they will undoubtedly scour the woods searching for coconuts. I wonder how they will react once they realize they've been tricked." Ma Xiaoyu continued, "In this desolate island, anything is possible. After all, there are no legal constraints here." From Ali's tone earlier, it is evident that the women in his shelter have likely suffered greatly. After finishing his words, he let out a deep sigh and, with a bamboo basket on his back, set off towards the shelter accompanied by Zhao Shishir. Having traversed half the distance, both felt utterly fatigued, their garments thoroughly drenched in sweat. They could only seek refuge beneath a large tree, where they cleared away the withered grass and leaves beneath it and settled down to rest. Ma Xiaoyu then retrieved 2 coconuts from the bamboo basket, splitting one open and handing it to Zhao Shishir. He took the other for himself, tilting his head back and drinking every last drop of the coconut water, leaving not a trace behind. He then scooped out the coconut flesh and devoured it eagerly. After resting on the ground for a while, they resumed their journey towards the shelter. Fortunately, they encountered no dangers along the way, and thus returned to the shelter safely. Meanwhile, Wang Qianqian and the others had been anxiously waiting at the entrance of the shelter. Upon seeing the two return, they collectively sighed in relief. And Mo Xiaoyu promptly approached Ma Xiaoyu to relieve him of his bamboo basket, and upon glimpsing the lobsters and coconuts within, they could not help but feel a surge of joy. Chapter 51. Weaving bamboo traps for crabs. Ma Xiaoyu sat beside the fireplace, breathing heavily, while Zhao Shishir, still shaken, addressed Wang Qianqian and the others. "I owe it all to Brother Ma. Otherwise, I would have been caught by Ollie and his gang." Upon hearing her words, Wang Qianqian and the others eagerly inquired about the incident. Zhao Shishir recounted what had transpired along the coast, and, after listening, they all felt a wave of fear for the two, simultaneously showering praises upon Ma Xiaoyu's bravery. Ma Xiaoyu remained silent, gathering some firewood to ignite a small bonfire outside the shelter. As the flames dwindled to glowing embers, he placed the lobsters he had brought back from the shore onto the fire to roast. Once the lobsters were ready, they all gathered around, and Ma Xiaoyu split open several coconuts, handing them out. They feasted on succulent lobster meat while sipping coconut juice. After their meal, Wang Qianqian turned to Ma Xiaoyu and said, "Uncle, we plan to wash up by the river. Please don't come and peek." Ma Xiaoyu chuckled, replying, "Resta surd. Even if you showed me, I might not be inclined to watch. Just be careful not to get pinched by any crabs while bathing." The girls took their change of clothes and strolled downstream to find a relatively secluded spot. They stripped off their garments and waded into the river to wash themselves. Ma Xiaoyu pondered the potential dangers of bathing in the river daily and decided it would be wiser to construct a bathing area by the riverbank. This way, bathing would be both convenient and safe. After all, the wild boar meat hanging in the shelter was sufficient to sustain them for at least 10 to 15 days. Without hesitation, he took his machete and ventured into the bamboo grove to cut some bamboo. After the girls finished bathing, they washed their soiled clothes in the river and returned to the shelter to hang them on branches to dry. Noticing Ma Xiaoyu chopping bamboo, Wang Qianqian curiously asked, "Uncle, why are you cutting bamboo again?" Without lifting his head, Ma Xiaoyu replied, "I believe bathing in the river daily poses certain risks. And considering that you girls have your discomforts during certain days of the month, prolonged exposure to cold water is not ideal. I intend to build a bathing area by the river, which will make washing up much easier." Upon hearing this, the girls were touched by his thoughtful consideration. Zhang Sili remarked, "Brother Ma, I didn't realize you were such a warm-hearted person. You even thought of our monthly troubles." After this, the girls joined him in the bamboo grove, helping to carry the cut bamboo to the riverbank. They worked diligently until dusk, successfully transporting a dozen bamboo poles back to the river. Upon returning to the shelter, Mo Xiaoyu took a piece of wild boar belly meat, sliced it thinly, and marinated it simply with sea salt and wild onions. He then ignited a fire outside the shelter, allowing the flames to burn down to glowing coals. Once again, the marinated wild boar belly was skewered onto wooden sticks. A few individuals gathered around the glowing charcoal, eagerly roasting the succulent meat. Although it had merely been seasoned with sea salt and wild scallions, their enjoyment was palpable. Mo Xiaoyu addressed her companions, suggesting, "When we find the time, I shall venture into the woods to seek additional seasonings. Though we are stranded on this desolate island, we must not be negligent in our culinary endeavors." Her words were met with unanimous approval from Wang Qianqian and the others, for she was undoubtedly a true gastronomic enthusiast. Noticing some split bamboo strips on the ground, Ma Xiaoyu turned to Mo Xiaoyu and proposed, "Xiaoyu, do you think you could weave a crab trap from these bamboo strips? I can only manage a simple fish basket, but if we had a trap, we could feast on crabs daily." He then sketched the general shape of the trap on the ground. After observing for a moment, Mo Xiaoyu picked up the bamboo and began to weave. Witnessing her dexterity, Ma Xiaoyu could not help but exclaim, "Xiaoyu, you are truly clever. Just a glance, and you can create such wonders. You possess not only remarkable skill, but also an exceptional talent for cooking. If we ever depart from this place, you could easily open a restaurant." Mo Xiaoyu smiled and replied, "I once dreamed of opening a home-cooked restaurant, but I lack the initial capital. My parents' health is not the best, and most of my earnings go towards their medical expenses." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shishir quickly interjected, "No worries, Xiaoyu. Once we leave this place, I will invest in your restaurant." Zhang Sili and Wang Qianqian chimed in, "We can invest as well." Touched by their kindness, Mo Xiaoyu shook her head and said with a smile, "I appreciate your goodwill. You can assist me momentarily, but you cannot support me for a lifetime. I still wish to realize my dreams through my own efforts." Her determination earned her the admiration of Ma Xiaoyu and the others. With a smile, he suggested, "How about this, Xiaoyu? If we ever leave here, we could partner to open a restaurant together. After all, I still have some compensation fund from my parents, which should be enough to start a restaurant. You handle the culinary artistry, and I will provide the capital." Just as he finished speaking, Wang Qianqian interjected, "Uncle, I believe you're not proposing a partnership. Rather, you wish for Xiaoyu to be the boss while you take the lead." Hearing this, Mo Xiaoyu blushed and lowered her head, while Ma Xiaoyu shot her a disapproving glance and said, "We're discussing serious matters. What are you rambling about? Do I appear to be that kind of person?" Wang Qianqian and the others responded almost in unison, "Very much so," overwhelmed by their remarks. Ma Xiaoyu fell silent and chose not to pursue the topic further. As the hours passed, Mo Xiaoyu successfully completed the crab trap and handed it to Ma Xiaoyu, saying, "Brother Ma, is this what you envisioned? If it is not quite right, I shall make adjustments." Ma Xiaoyu examined the trap and found it nearly identical to his imagination. Beaming at Mo Xiaoyu as he exclaimed, "Yes, exactly. It is indeed remarkable. I never expected you to accomplish it so swiftly. I am utterly enamored with you." Upon hearing his words, several girls were taken aback. Wang Qianqian turned to him and asked, "Uncle, what did you just say? Did you just profess your love for Xiaoyu?" Ma Xiaoyu, dismissive, retorted, "What on earth are you thinking? That was merely a colloquial expression. Do you not understand?" Wang Qianqian shook her head and replied, "I don't comprehend. All I heard was you saying you love Xiaoyu." Ma Xiaoyu chose not to pursue the conversation further. Instead, he stood up, took a small knife, and cut several pieces of wild boar meat, placing them into a cage. He addressed the group, "I shall take this cage to the stream and see if I can catch some crabs. If we manage to catch any, Xiaoyu, you can leave a few more later." Grasping a still-burning piece of firewood, he made his way to the stream, placing the cage in a particularly lush area of aquatic vegetation. After returning to the fire, the group engaged in light conversation for a while before each retreated to their respective shelters to rest. Chapter 52. Constructing the bathroom the following morning. Several individuals rose early and made their way to the riverbank to freshen up. After washing, Ma Xiaoyu eagerly approached the river. Retrieving the bamboo cage he had placed beneath the water plants for inspection. To his delight, he discovered 4 crabs nestled within. Overjoyed, he brought the cage to the girls and exclaimed to Mo Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, look at the remarkable crab trap you wove from bamboo strips. It has yielded 4 large crabs overnight." The girls, witnessing the crabs inside the cage, shared in his excitement. Mo Xiaoyu replied, "Brother Yu, I will weave a few more this evening." Nodding in agreement, Ma Xiaoyu returned to the shelter, carefully removing the crabs from the cage. He bound them with grass and added a piece of wild boar meat into the trap before placing it back beneath the water plants. Upon returning to the shelter, Ma Xiaoyu rummaged through the embers in the fireplace, retrieving some glowing charcoal. He placed the 4 crabs atop the hot coals to roast and sliced a piece of wild boar meat into small chunks, which he set to boil in a pot. After Wang Qianqian and the others finished washing up, they returned to the shelter. Mo Xiaoyu said to Ma Xiaoyu, "Brother Yu, I believe the wild boar meat needs to simmer a bit longer. I will go into the woods to gather some plantain leaves." Without hesitation, Ma Xiaoyu responded, "I will accompany you. Qianqian, you 3 stay in the shelter and do not wander off." With that, he grabbed a machete, slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder, and set off with Mo Xiaoyu towards the woods. Not far along their path, they spotted some vibrant green plantain leaves beneath a large tree. The two quickly knelt down to uproot the leaves and place them into the bamboo basket. After walking a bit further without encountering more leaves, they decided to turn back towards the shelter. Upon returning, they found that the 4 crabs had been perfectly roasted over the charcoal, and the aroma of the boiling wild boar meat wafted through the air. Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili took the plantain leaves from the basket to wash them in the stream, then added them to the pot with the wild boar meat to cook together. After enjoying breakfast, the group moved to a spacious area by the riverbank, clearing away the dried grass and leaves to begin constructing the bathroom. The process mirrored that of building the shelter. They first dug several holes a few dozen centimeters deep, then selected sturdy bamboo poles to place in the excavated holes, burying them with stones and earth, compacting the soil with their feet. Thus, the vertical posts began to rise. They connected these posts using vines and bamboo, spending several hours finally erecting the primary framework of the bathroom. After returning to the shelter for a quick meal of wild boar meat, they resumed their work on the walls and roof of the bathroom. By nightfall, they had successfully constructed a rudimentary bathroom out of bamboo by the riverbank. Exhausted from their labor, they returned to the shelter, where Ma Xiaoyu chopped some wild boar ribs into smaller pieces and set them aboil. Mo Xiaoyu, seizing a bamboo stalk, commenced to split it into strips. As the wild boar ribs simmered to perfection, the group eagerly grasped their bowls and chopsticks, indulging in a hearty feast. In no time, the large pot of stewed ribs was devoured completely, leaving not a drop of broth behind. After their evening repast, Mo Xiaoyu picked up the prepared bamboo strips and began weaving a crab trap, while Wang Qianqian and the others followed suit, attempting to replicate Mo Xiaoyu's craftsmanship. Ma Xiaoyu, not idle, also took some bamboo strips, intending to fashion a container for crabs. After more than an hour, Mo Xiaoyu had successfully completed a crab trap. In contrast, the traps crafted by Wang Qianqian and her companions were rather dismal, ultimately resulting in failure. With a dejected expression, Wang Qianqian turned to Mo Xiaoyu, exclaiming, "Why does it seem so easy when you do it, yet so challenging for us?" Mo Xiaoyu chuckled and responded, "Every craft has its master. I have been weaving since childhood, so it comes naturally to me. You are all educated individuals, and such hands-on work may not be your forte." Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian lamented, "I feel quite useless. Were it not for you and the uncle, I might have starved to death on this deserted island." Ma Xiaoyu, overhearing her, raised his head with a smile, saying, "Who says Qianqian is useless? At the very least, you possess a silver tongue. Your knack for flattery is something we could all learn from." This elicited laughter from the girls. Infuriated, Wang Qianqian bit down hard on Ma Xiaoyu's arm. He yelped in pain, "Let go. Are you a dog? Why do you bite so easily? If you don't release me, I might just retaliate." Though he spoke thus, he refrained from striking her. Zhang Sili promptly interjected, "Qianqian, what are you doing? Let go and stop throwing tantrum." At this, Wang Qianqian finally released her grip, revealing a row of deep bite marks on Ma Xiaoyu's arm, with blood seeping from the wounds. She glared at him, saying, "Uncle, you only know how to bully me. If you want to hit me, then go ahead. I won't retaliate." Ma Xiaoyu quickly reassured her, "I was only joking. How could I bear to strike you? I'm a grown man. What would it say about me to hit a little girl?" Seeing the blood on his arm, Wang Qianqian felt a wave of regret wash over her, and she couldn't help but start to cry softly. Noticing her tears, Ma Xiaoyu hurriedly said, "Qianqian, don't cry. I was in the wrong for saying that. If it makes you feel better, go ahead and bite me again." He then extended his arm toward her. Looking at the offered arm and the marks left by her previous bite, Wang Qianqian replied, "Uncle, that must hurt. Look, you're bleeding." Ma Xiaoyu shook his head and remarked, "I have tough skin and thick flesh. I'm perfectly fine. This is the first time in my life a girl has bitten me, and it feels rather nice." After saying this, he lowered his head and resumed weaving the cage. Observing his still bleeding arm, Wang Qianqian promptly fetched some disinfectant to tend to Ma Xiaoyu's wound. Upon noticing her concern, Ma Xiaoyu chuckled, "My body is not so delicate. There is no need for such fuss. It will heal in a couple of days. Let us save the disinfectant for later." Hearing his words, Wang Qianqian put the disinfectant away. She then inquired, "Are you really not in pain, uncle?" Soda. Ma Xiaoyu shook his head in response. Thus, the evening wore on, and Mo Xiaoyu crafted 2 more crab traps while Ma Xiaoyu fashioned one for crabs as well. As the hour grew late, Ma Xiaoyu bid farewell to the others and returned to his shelter to rest. Chapter 53. Sure is bitten by snake the following morning upon awakening. Ma Xiaoyu eagerly rushed to inspect the crab trap he had placed beneath the water plants. To his delight, he discovered 3 large crabs ensnared within the trap, filling him with joy. Returning to the shelter, he sliced some wild boar meat and placed it in the crab traps that Mo Xiaoyu had woven the previous evening. Carrying the traps alongside his own handmade contraption, he made his way to the riverbank. First, he carefully removed the crabs from the trap, transferring them into his crafted container for nurturing, and subsequently positioned several crab traps beneath the water plants along the riverbank. Upon returning to the shelter where Wang Qianqian and the others resided, he found Mo Xiaoyu already preparing breakfast. Upon noticing Ma Xiaoyu's entrance, Wang Qianqian swiftly grasped his arm, which bore the marks of her previous bite, lifting his sleeve to reveal the still vivid impressions of teeth. With a heart full of remorse, she addressed him, "Uncle, I am truly sorry. Does your arm still hurt?" Ma Xiaoyu shook his head, assuring her, "It's perfectly fine now. There is no need for excessive concern." Once the wild boar meat was thoroughly stewed, they gathered around to partake in their meal. After breakfast, Ma Xiaoyu led the girls back to the riverbank, where they excavated some earth, mixing it with dried grass and leaves until well blended, then adding water to form a thick paste. They applied this mixture generously to the walls and ceiling of the bathing area to prevent rain leakage. Additionally, Ma Xiaoyu took the initiative to collect some river stones to pave the floor of the bath and dug drainage channels outside. After several hours of labor, they were both exhausted and famished, their bodies caked in mud, and the afternoon sun beat down mercilessly upon them. Returning to the shelter, Ma Xiaoyu cut a piece of wild boar meat into smaller chunks and set it to boil. Zhang Sili remarked, "Brother Ma, look at us, we are covered in mud. We wish to wash in the river." Acknowledging her words, Ma Xiaoyu nodded and cautioned them. "Given the heat, please exercise caution while bathing. There may be venomous snakes lurking in the grass. It would be prudent to choose a spot with sparse vegetation." The mention of snakes sent a shiver of fear through the girls. Yet the state of their filthy clothing spurred them to grab their spare garments and head towards the river. Upon reaching the riverbank, the girls shed their clothes and eagerly stepped into the water to cleanse themselves. Just as they were enjoying their bath, Zhao Shirshir suddenly screamed, exclaiming, "I think I've been bitten by something." Hearing her cry, the other girls were thrown into a panic, turning to see a snake as thick as an arm, slithering away from her. Terrified, they began to scream. At that moment, Ma Xiaoyu was seated by the fireplace. Upon hearing their cries, he immediately sprang to his feet and rushed towards them. As he arrived at the bathing area where several girls were, he lifted his gaze to find them standing by the river, completely unclothed and shrieking. Ma Xiaoyu was immediately engulfed by a wave of embarrassment, swiftly turning away. Upon noticing his sudden appearance, Wang Qianqian and the others halted their cries, and upon realizing their state of undress, hastily reached for their garments to cover themselves. In a flurry of anxiety, Ma Xiaoyu addressed them. "What did you see? Why are you so frightened?" Wang Qianqian replied, "Sister Shirshir was bitten by a snake." At her words, Ma Xiaoyu's heart tightened. He pondered the gravity of a snake bite on this desolate island. It could easily lead to dire consequences. By this time, the girls had managed to dress, and Ma Xiaoyu quickly turned and rushed to Zhao Shirshir's side, his expression fraught with concern. "Where were you bitten?" he inquired urgently. Blushing, Zhao Shirshir whispered, "On my thigh." "How do you feel now?" He pressed further. She responded promptly, "It hurts terribly on my leg." Without hesitation, Ma Xiaoyu scooped her up in a princess carry and sprinted towards the shelter, with Wang Qianqian and the others gathering their neglected clothes and following closely behind. Upon reaching the shelter, Ma Xiaoyu gently placed Zhao Shirshir on the bed and retrieved a small knife to cut away her pants. There, on her pristine thigh, were distinct bite marks from the snake, oozing fresh blood. Fortunately, there were no signs of swelling around the wound, and the blood was bright red. Prompting a sigh of relief, it seemed the snake that had bitten her was non-venomous. He quickly procured some disinfectant and poured it over her wound. The moment the disinfectant touched her skin, Zhao Shirshir grimaced in pain and exclaimed, "Brother Ma, am I going to die here? I haven't lived enough yet." Ma Xiaoyu chuckled softly, reassuring her, "Silly girl, what are you worrying about? The snake that bit you is not poisonous. In a couple of days, this wound will be fine." Hearing his words, the other girls felt a wave of relief, though they would likely be hesitant to bathe in the river again after today's ordeal. After disinfecting her wound, Ma Xiaoyu sprinkled some Yunnan Baiyao powder on it and tore a strip from her ruined pants to bandage the injury. He advised her, "The wound is now dressed. For the next couple of days, keep it dry. I believe it will heal in no time. Your pants are beyond repair. You'll need to change into a new pair. I'm going to the river for a smoke." With that, he stepped out of the shelter, found a stone by the riverbank, and sat down. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took several deep puffs. As his mind wandered back to the sight of the girls by the river, he couldn't help but marvel at their figures, which surpassed those of his two former wives. After taking a moment to rest on a stone while enjoying a cigarette, I finally rose and made my way towards the shelter. Upon my return, Zhao Shirshir had already changed into a fresh pair of trousers, and the wild boar meat in the pot was perfectly cooked. The group gathered together to savor the stewed wild boar. Once we finished our meal, Ma Xiaoyu addressed the girls, advising them to refrain from bathing in the small river in the future. After all, we had constructed a bathing area. Now, all that remained was to build a bathing pool within it. Even when washing clothes, one must remain vigilant and aware of their surroundings. Fortunately, The snake that bit Sure today was non-venomous. Had it been a poisonous one, it could have caused serious trouble. Upon hearing his words, the girls nodded in agreement. Chapter 54. Reluctance to admit at this moment. Wang Qianqian blushed and addressed Ma Xiaoyu. Uncle, confess honestly, did you see us completely exposed by the riverside? Naturally, Ma Xiaoyu could not admit to such an accusation. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "What are you talking about? When I heard your cries, I hurried over, only concerned about whether you were in trouble. How could I possibly notice if you were clothed or not?" Wang Qianqian pressed him further. "Then why did you turn away as soon as you reached the riverbank?" Ma Xiaoyu explained. "It was only when I arrived at the riverside that I saw a blinding sight, which compelled me to turn around. I swear, I saw nothing at all." Hearing his words, the girls realized he was trying to evade the truth, leaving them speechless. Reflecting on the scene by the river, they couldn't help but blush once again. Wang Qianqian, eager to extract more from Ma Xiaoyu, playfully inquired, "Uncle, it wouldn't be a problem if you did see us. Just admit it. Which one of us has the best figure?" Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu recognized her attempt to bait him. He thought to himself, this girl is quite clever, but she's still too inexperienced to fool me. With a calm demeanor, he responded, "I didn't see anything, so how would I know who has the best figure? Why don't you all strip down now and let me take a look?" Wang Qianqian was instantly infuriated, yet there was nothing she could do about his steadfast denial. Amused by her frustration, Ma Xiaoyu chuckled, "You don't look very old, yet you have quite a bit of cunning. You still have much to learn about trying to trick me. I have no time for idle chatter. You all should keep yourselves occupied. I need to gather some stones to build a bath." With that, he winked at Wang Qianqian, burst into laughter, and exited the shelter. Seeing his retreat, Wang Qianqian was filled with indignation and turned to Mo Xiaoyu and the others, exclaiming, "Did you see how he acted? He clearly saw us and still refuses to admit it." Mo Xiaoyu, smiling, reassured her, "Even if Brother Ma did see us, it's no big deal. The situation was urgent. I doubt he did so intentionally." Wang Qianqian retorted, "Of course you wouldn't mind. You like Brother Ma. You'd be delighted for him to see." To this, Mo Xiaoyu blushed and lowered her head, saying, "Qianqian, stop talking nonsense. Well, have I ever liked Brother Ma?" Zhang Silly chimed in, "I think even if Brother Ma did see us, it's not a problem. It doesn't affect us in any way." Zhao Sure added, "I agree with Silly. If Brother Ma truly had ill intentions, he would have acted long ago. Besides, now that he has seen us, what can we do? Are you hoping he will take responsibility?" Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian's face flushed as she exclaimed, Sure, what are you talking about? I don't want him to take responsibility for anything. Rest assured, even if I never find a man in this lifetime, I will never marry him. An elderly individual who, despite their age, still delights in sparring with me verbally, leads me to ponder how exasperating life would be should I ever marry him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sure chuckled and remarked, "Well, that may not be the case. Perhaps one day you might find yourself earnestly pleading for him to marry you." Wang Qianqian immediately shook her head and replied, "He can wait until the next lifetime for that to happen." Zhao Sure chose to refrain from further comment, merely smiling in response. Mo Xiaoyu then rose to address the group, stating, "You all rest here. I shall assist Brother Ma." After which, she exited. Zhang Silly, seeing this, promptly followed suit, while Wang Qianqian picked up the clothes that had yet to be washed and said to Zhao Sure, "Sister Sure, your leg is injured. You should remain here at the shelter to rest. I will take care of the laundry." As she watched them depart the shelter one by one, Zhao Sure's thoughts drifted back to Ma Xiaoyu's anxious demeanor and the moment he had carried her back, stirring a wave of emotion within her. Unbeknownst to her, her feelings for Ma Xiaoyu had begun to shift. Since aligning herself with him, he had attended to her every need with the utmost care. She recalled the time when a crab had pinched her, and without hesitation, he had taken her finger and placed it in his mouth. She also remembered how he had fiercely confronted Ollie and his group on the beach, brandishing a machete for her sake. A warm sensation enveloped her heart, and a hint of a blissful smile graced her lips. Though she was a celebrated star, surrounded by the wealthy and influential, she knew that their fondness for her stemmed primarily from her celebrity status. Should her fame wane, they might not even spare her a glance. Despite being a prominent figure in the limelight, Few understood the arduous struggles that lay beneath the surface of her glamorous fade. During her time on the deserted island with Ma Xiaoyu, she felt an unparalleled sense of ease, free from the machinations and deceit often found in her previous interactions. The simplicity of Ma Xiaoyu and his companions was refreshing, devoid of ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu and his friends spent nearly 2 hours by the riverside, successfully gathering a considerable amount of pebbles to bring back to the bathing area. As time was slipping away, they paused their efforts. Ma Xiaoyu inspected the crab traps he had set, yielding a satisfactory catch of 7 or 8 crabs from 4 traps. Upon returning to the shelter with their bounty, Ma Xiaoyu filled a pot with water from the river and set it over the fireplace before placing the crabs inside to boil. Once the crabs were cooked, the group eagerly dug in, relishing the exquisite flavors of the river's offerings. While savoring the succulent crabs, Wang Qianqian exclaimed, "These crabs are simply divine. If only we had some red vinegar and mustard to accompany them, it would be even more delightful." Ma Xiaoyu shot her a disapproving glance and retorted, "What are you thinking? Having crabs is already a treat. You're wishing for red vinegar and mustard? Should I fetch you a couple of bottles of red wine to enjoy with them as well?" Upon hearing his words, Wang Qianqian immediately responded, "If you can procure some red wine, I would be willing to comply with any request you make, even if it means marrying you." Ma Xiaoyu chuckled and replied, "That is indeed what you said. Do not go back on your word. If one day I truly manage to bring back red wine, you must fulfill my request, whatever it may be. The 3 of us can bear witness." Wang Qianqian, skeptical of his ability to acquire red wine on this desolate island, confidently declared, "I stand by my words. If you genuinely bring back red wine, I shall do whatever you ask, even if it means washing your underwear." Ma Xiaoyu, still smiling, retorted, "You wish to wash my underwear? I would decline that offer. I fear you may not clean them properly. Rest assured, I will one day bring you that red wine." The group continued to chat by the fireplace for a while, and as time passed, Ma Xiaoyu bid farewell to the girls and returned to his shelter to rest. Chapter 55. Discovering wild yam early the next morning. After rising, Ma Xiaoyu made his way to the riverbank for a brief washing, then proceeded to inspect the crab traps. Today, fortune favored him as he retrieved 7 or 8 sizable crabs from the 4 traps. After transferring the crabs into a bamboo cage for safekeeping, he returned to the shelter where Mo Xiaoyu had already begun preparing breakfast. After their meal, Ma Xiaoyu led a few companions to the bathroom, where they began constructing a bath using the river stones they had carried back the previous day. After 2 to 3 hours of diligent work, they finally managed to assemble a bath made of pebbles. They then ventured to the riverbank to excavate some soil, which they mixed with dried grass and leaves, ensuring a uniform consistency. Adding water, they created a thick mud mixture, which they applied generously both inside and outside the bath. Next, they found a bamboo pole, roughly the thickness of a child's arm, and used a stick to pierce through the joint of the bamboo tube. This was inserted horizontally from the bottom of the bath, extending outwards to serve as a drainage pipe. Once these tasks were completed, they dug a deep trench outside the bath, placing firewood inside and igniting it. Ma Xiaoyu contemplated that if they could dry the mud on the fireplace with the heat, the bath would soon be ready for use. After returning to the shelter to cook some wild boar meat, Ma Xiaoyu noted that it was still early. Mo Xiaoyu turned to him and said, "Brother Ma, I would like to explore the woods to see if I can find some seasonings and wild vegetables." Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu replied, "I'm not entirely comfortable with you going alone. I will accompany you." At this, Wang Qianqian immediately chimed in, "Uncle, can I join you as well? I would like to take a stroll in the woods." Ma Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. The 3 of them secured their sleeves and pant legs with nylon ropes. Ma Xiaoyu slung a bamboo basket over his back and wielded a machete, while Mo Xiaoyu took up a bow and arrows, and Wang Qianqian carried a small knife. They exited the shelter and headed into the woods. The sun was fierce, and the forest felt stiflingly hot. Ma Xiaoyu led the way with his machete, while Mo Xiaoyu and Wang Qianqian followed closely behind. After nearly an hour of trekking, they had only found some plantain and wild onions. As they continued through the woods, Wang Qianqian, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, turned to Ma Xiaoyu and said, "Uncle, I really can't go on. Can we find a place to rest?" Ma Xiaoyu chuckled and replied, "See, I told you to stay at the shelter. Yet you insisted on enduring this hardship. They soon located a large tree, and after clearing away some dry grass and leaves beneath it, the three of them settled down for a brief respite. After resting for over 10 minutes, they rose and resumed their journey deeper into the woods. As they traversed a little further, Xiaoyu suddenly spotted some vines near a thicket that resembled sweet potato leaves. She tugged at Ma Xiaoyu's arm and exclaimed, "Brother Ma, look at these vines. Could they be wild yams?" Upon hearing her words, Ma Xiaoyu immediately directed his gaze towards the vines and remarked, "I cannot say for certain, but they do bear a striking resemblance." The two then approached the vines, which resembled sweet potato leaves. Ma Xiaoyu began to excavate the roots and, before long, unearthed an object akin to a sweet potato. Xiaoyu joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Ma, look, it truly is wild yam. We could sell this for over 10 yuan per pound back home." Xiaoyu also expressed excitement, and the two of them enthusiastically continued to dig for wild yams, while Wang Qianqian stood nearby observing. After nearly half an hour, they had harvested 7 or 8 wild yams, each several decimeters in length. Overjoyed at their bountiful find, they placed the wild yams into a bamboo basket and swiftly made their way back to the shelter. Upon returning, Zhao Shishir curiously gazed at the wild yams in the basket and inquired of Ma Xiaoyu, "Brother Ma, where did you find so many sweet potatoes?" The girls could not help but laugh at her misidentification of the wild yams as sweet potatoes. And Mo Xiaoyu corrected her, saying, "Sister Shishir, these are wild yams, not sweet potatoes." Zhao Shishir's face flushed with embarrassment as she responded, "I apologize. I seldom cook, and while I do enjoy yams, I distinctly remember them being white. Why are these so dark?" The others reflected on her status as a prominent star, who would rarely need to cook. Ma Xiaoyu explained, "If you peel the wild yam, you'll find it is indeed white inside." He then broke a yam in half to demonstrate, and Zhao Shishir nodded in understanding, saying, "I'm sorry for embarrassing myself in front of you all. Please don't mock me." The group shook their heads in amusement. As evening approached, Ma Xiaoyu ventured into the bathroom once more. Upon noticing the soil atop the bathing tub, his heart sank. The mud, subjected to the relentless heat of the fire, had cracked and fallen away entirely. It seemed the soil lacked sufficient cohesion. A more adhesive variety would need to be sourced. Back at the shelter, Xiaoyu noticed Ma Xiaoyu's troubled expression and promptly asked, "Brother Ma, what is wrong? You look quite distressed." Ma Xiaoyu explained, "The mud I applied to the bathing tub has completely cracked and fallen off due to the heat. Clearly, its cohesiveness is inadequate to withstand the fire." Suddenly, Zhang Sili recalled something and suggested, "Brother Ma, we are known for our ceramics production. I have observed the process before, and they crush stones to mix with the soil. Perhaps we could try that method." In response, Ma Xiaoyu shook his head and replied, "I am aware of the raw materials used in ceramic production. It requires feldspar kaolin, quartz sand, and colorants mixed together. But on this desolate island, where am I to find such materials?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu replied, "Ma Ge, I am uncertain whether you have clay tiles in your region. However, in our locality, the tiles are crafted from clay that is fired, and this clay is relatively easy to procure. One merely needs to dig a meter or two by the riverbank to uncover it." Reflecting on her words, Ma Xiaoyu recalled that in his village, there were once individuals who utilized white and black clay to produce the bricks and tiles necessary for constructing houses. A surge of joy filled his heart as he responded to Xiaoyu, "Indeed, in our area, we also use clay to fire bricks and tiles, and this clay is quite accessible. Tomorrow morning, I shall search along the riverbank." Chapter 56. Xiaoyu's confession after engaging in conversation by the fireplace for a while. The night had completely enveloped the surroundings. Xiaoyu took some wild boar ribs from above the hearth, chopped them into smaller pieces, and placed them in a pot to simmer. As the ribs neared completion, she skillfully peeled 2 wild yams, slicing them open to add to the pot for a delightful stew alongside the boar ribs. When the yams were finally cooked, the group eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks to begin their feast. Perhaps it was the addition of the wild yams that made the ribs exceptionally delectable that evening. A large pot of wild boar ribs and yam was devoured in no time, leaving not a trace of broth behind. Following their dinner, The group resumed their chatter, while Ma Xiaoyu picked up some bamboo strips to weave. Observing this, Ma Xiaoyu mistakenly thought she was crafting crab traps and quickly interjected, "Xiaoyu, you needn't bother, for crab traps are more than sufficient. We catch plenty of crabs each day, enough for our meals." With a smile, Ma Xiaoyu replied, "Brother Ma, I simply cannot sit idle. Besides, I am not weaving crab traps. I wish to create some baskets to store things. Perhaps I am just a restless soul. When I have nothing to do, I feel particularly bored." Hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu chuckled and remarked, "You are the epitome of a virtuous wife. If you were to marry into our family, you would surely be in high demand." Wang Qianqian immediately chimed in, "Uncle, I see you have designs on marrying Xiaoyu. Don't think for a second that I am oblivious to your little schemes." Ma Xiaoyu shot her a fierce glare and retorted, "You speak nonsense. Why would I want to marry Xiaoyu? She would never look an old man like me, having been divorced twice. Besides, even if I did wish to marry her, what is it to you? Do you wish to marry me?" To this, Wang Qianqian swiftly responded, "You can dream. Maybe in the next lifetime." Ma Xiaoyu laughed and turned to Mo Xiaoyu, saying, "Xiaoyu, do not heed her wild words. I merely spoke offhandedly. Do not overthink it." With her head bowed, Mo Xiaoyu assured him, "Brother Ma, rest easy. I won't overthink it. You needn't belittle yourself. I think you are quite wonderful. You are caring and kind-hearted. Any woman who marries you will surely be happy." Zhao Shishir and the other girls were taken aback by Mo Xiaoyu's words. Realizing she had developed feelings for Ma Xiaoyu, a wave of inexplicable discomfort washed over them, the reasons for which they could not fathom. Ma Xiaoyu shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "What use is it to be kind-hearted and caring? I have come to understand this society. Without money, it matters not how good or capable you are." Recognizing that he had been reminded of his former wife, the girls were at a loss for words on how to console him. After a prolonged silence, Mo Xiaoyu mustered her courage and said, "Brother Ma, I think you're a good person. When we leave this deserted island, if you find yourself without a wife, I will marry you." Upon hearing her words, several girls were momentarily taken aback, for they did not anticipate that Mo Xiaoyu would so boldly confess her feelings to Ma Xiaoyu. After listening, Ma Xiaoyu chuckled and replied, "Xiaoyu, I appreciate your kindness, but I am quite aware of my own circumstances. A girl as wonderful as you deserves better than to be entangled with someone like me. If I were to marry you, it would be akin to ruining your life." Mo Xiaoyu wished to say more, yet Ma Xiaoyu had already risen and made his way towards his shelter. Observing Ma Xiaoyu's departure, Wang Qianqian turned to Mo Xiaoyu and said, "Xiaoyu, you cannot possibly be serious about marrying that older man." Mo Xiaoyu responded, "I genuinely believe that marrying Brother Ma would bring me happiness. My expectations are modest. I simply hope my partner treats me well. I'm not concerned with his family background. Marriage should be about mutual care and understanding, while everything else is secondary. I cannot fathom why Brother Ma's wife would choose to divorce him. Such a fine man deserves to be cherished." Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian grew anxious and quickly retorted, "You cannot marry that older man. The age difference is too great. It's simply inappropriate." In response to her urgency, Mo Xiaoyu scrutinized Wang Qianqian for a moment before smiling and saying, "Why do you oppose my marrying Brother Ma so vehemently? I see. You must have feelings for him yourself." Wang Qianqian's face flushed crimson, resembling a monkey's backside, as she softly replied, "How could I possibly like him? Don't be ridiculous." Mo Xiaoyu chuckled again and said, "Whether you like him or not, only you truly know. In truth, it is entirely normal to have feelings for someone as admirable as Brother Ma. It is not just you. I believe that if we remain on this deserted island long enough, even Si Li and Sister Shir might fall for him." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shishir and Zhang Si Li quickly asserted that they would never develop feelings for Ma Xiaoyu. Mo Xiaoyu chose to remain silent, lowering her head to continue weaving a bamboo basket. The following morning, Ma Xiaoyu awoke early, opening the bamboo door of his shelter. He noticed that the shelter where Wang Qianqian and the others resided remained firmly shut, suggesting that they were still fast asleep. After gathering some crushed charcoal to brush his teeth and wash his face by the river, he proceeded to check the crab traps hidden beneath the water plants. Today, the traps yielded a bountiful catch, with over 10 crabs collected from 4 traps. Carefully, he extracted the crabs and placed them into a bamboo container, then made his way to the bathing area to knock down the remaining dirt on the bathing pool. At that moment, Wang Qianqian and the others had also awakened and approached the river to wash up. Upon seeing Ma Xiaoyu in the bathing area, Wang Qianqian called out from the entrance, "What are you doing, uncle?" Without looking up, Ma Xiaoyu replied, "I'm cleaning the dirt from the bathing pool. Later, I will see if I can find some clay by the river." Wang Qianqian said nothing further and began her own morning routine by the river. Once Ma Xiaoyu had meticulously cleared away all the dirt from the bathtub, he made his way to the shelter where Wang Qianqian and the others resided. There, he observed a pot simmering over the fireplace, filled with crabs. After relishing the meal, Ma Xiaoyu addressed the girls, saying, "Xiaoyu and I will venture to the riverside in search of clay. Qianqian, you 3 remain here at the shelter. If you find yourselves bored, you may gather firewood from the nearby woods." With that, he took up a hefty machete, slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder, and set off towards the riverbank accompanied by Mo Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Wang Qianqian and her companions exited the shelter and headed into the adjacent forest to collect firewood. Fortunately, the area was abundant with towering trees, and there were plenty of fallen branches scattered on the ground. Within less than half an hour, the trio had gathered 3 large bundles of firewood, which they secured with tree bark and carried back to the shelter. Chapter 57. Discovering the Black Clay. Ma Xiaoyu, accompanied by Mo Xiaoyu, traversed the bank of a small river, stopping intermittently to excavate deep pits into the earth, hoping to unearth clay beneath the surface. This endeavor proved to be quite labor-intensive, and after 2 to 3 hours of digging, they had created numerous holes, yet their search yielded no clay, leaving them somewhat disheartened. Their clothes were drenched with perspiration, compelling them to seek refuge in a shaded area to rest. Eager for a hot bath, they resumed their search along the riverbank after a brief respite. After nearly 2 hours of relentless digging without success, Missouri Xiaoyu turned to Ma Xiaoyu and suggested, "Brother Ma, perhaps we should return. It seems there may not be any clay here, and continuing to dig seems futile." Though Ma Xiaoyu entertained the thought of conceding, the hours of effort weighed heavily on him, and he was reluctant to abandon their quest. He replied, "We've already invested several hours. It feels unjust to give up now. Let us proceed a bit further and excavate a couple more holes. If we still do not find any clay, we shall turn back." With little choice, Mo Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. The pair pressed on for nearly 100 meters before commencing their excavation anew. As they delved deeper, having already burrowed down several decimeters, they were met with a glimmer of hope when they noticed the soil beginning to darken. Ma Xiaoyu dug a little deeper, and to his astonishment, the earth had transformed into a rich black hue. Upon inspecting a handful, he realized they had indeed discovered black clay. With uncontainable excitement, Ma Xiaoyu exclaimed to Mo Xiaoyu, "Look, Xiaoyu, this is black clay. We use it to make pottery back home." Mo Xiaoyu shared in his joy, realizing that their perseverance had borne fruit after several hours of toil. They swiftly expanded the opening, clearing away the surrounding earth and filling a bamboo basket with the black clay, which weighed approximately 100 to 150 pounds. To transport their precious find back to the shelter, they fashioned a makeshift harness with some vines and found a sturdy stick to assist in lifting the basket. Despite their combined efforts, the burden was significant, with each individual bearing around 70 to 80 pounds. The path alongside the river was uneven, necessitating frequent pauses for rest. After more than an hour of laborious trekking, they finally returned to the shelter, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. Their arduous journey had nearly drained them, their clothes thoroughly soaked with sweat. Zhang Sili, witnessing their state, promptly brought 2 bowls of cool water for them. Gratefully, they accepted the water and drank deeply, taking a moment to recuperate before they felt somewhat revitalized. Fortunately, Wang Qianqian and the others had prepared a hearty stew of wild boar meat with mountain yam, and upon returning to the shelter, they gathered together to enjoy their lunch. A large pot of wild boar stew with yam was consumed entirely by a few individuals in no time, leaving not a drop of broth behind. After lunch, Ma Xiaoyu returned to the bathroom, pouring the black clay he had brought back on the ground. Observing the dark, murky substance, Wang Qianqian could not help but inquire, "Uncle, what is this? Why is it so black?" Ma Xiaoyu replied, "This is black clay. We use it for crafting cookware. Dishes prepared in pots made from this black clay taste far superior to those cooked in iron pots." Hearing this, Wang Qianqian refrained from further questioning. Ma Xiaoyu then procured a stone to crush the black clay, adding some water before removing his shoes and treading vigorously upon it. Witnessing this process, Wang Qianqian, Zhang Sili, and Zhao Shishir felt a surge of curiosity. Zhao Shishir inquired, "Brother Ma, what are you doing?" Before Ma Xiaoyu could respond, Mo Xiaoyu cheerfully explained, "Brother Ma is doing this to ensure the clay binds together better. It's akin to the process of kneading dough for steamed buns." At her words, the three nodded in understanding. Thus, after nearly an hour of trampling the black clay, Ma Xiaoyu inspected a lump and found its cohesiveness satisfactory. He then led the girls to the bathroom, where they applied a thick layer of the prepared clay to the tub, pausing only when the entire surface was sufficiently coated. Noticing some remaining clay, Ma Xiaoyu fashioned a few pots and bowls, placing them on a large rock by the river to dry. As dusk approached, the group retreated to the shelter, settling by the fireplace to converse. At that moment, Wang Qianqian could not contain her curiosity any longer and asked Ma Xiaoyu, "Uncle, once the black clay dries on the tub, will we be able to bathe?" Ma Xiaoyu chuckled softly, replying, "It's not that simple. After it dries, we must check for cracks. If any are found, they must be repaired. If there are no cracks, we must then fire it for several hours. Only if it emerges unscathed can we consider it successful. Any cracks would necessitate reparation." Hearing this, Wang Qianqian nodded and added, "Heaven forbid there be any cracks. I've been feeling miserable not having bathed these past few days." After chatting for a while, Ma Xiaoyu, exhausted from the day's labor, bid farewell to the girls and returned to the shelter, collapsing onto his bed and falling into a deep slumber. The following morning, he awoke only when the sun had risen high in the sky. Upon opening the wooden door of the shelter, he found Wang Qianqian and the others already washed and sitting on the stones by the river, engaged in conversation. As Ma Xiaoyu approached the riverbank, Zhao Shishir greeted him with a smile, saying, "Brother Ma, why are you up so late today? This isn't like you. Did you sneak out last night to engage in mischief?" Hearing her words, Ma Xiaoyu chuckled and remarked, "Perhaps I was simply exhausted from yesterday. I had a restful night. And what mischief could I possibly engage in here? If I were to indulge in any wrongdoing, it would certainly involve you all." Wang Qianqian shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "You dream too grandly, uncle. If you wish to conspire with us in mischief, perhaps you should wait for the next lifetime." Ma Xiaoyu laughed again and replied, "Your reluctance does not imply that others share the same sentiment. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaoyu?" And Mo Xiaoyu, taken aback by Ma Xiaoyu's sudden shift of focus on her, blushed and lowered her head, softly responding, "Brother Ma, why are you asking me? How should I know?" Ma Xiaoyu chose not to reply further and proceeded to the riverbank to freshen up. Chapter 58. The construction of the bathhouse after completing his ablutions. Ma Xiaoyu made his way to the riverbank to inspect the crab traps concealed beneath the aquatic vegetation. Observing his departure, Wang Qianqian immediately turned to Mo Xiaoyu and inquired, "Xiaoyu, confess honestly, have you and the uncle already engaged in a secret liaison? Otherwise, why would he have questioned you in such a manner just now?" Montauk Xiaoyu, her face flushed with embarrassment, hurriedly protested, "How could that be? Please do not speak such nonsense. Well, have I ever had a relationship with Brother Ma? How could I possibly know why he said that?" Zhao Shishir chuckled and added, "Xiaoyu, just be truthful. We are all sisters here. If you and Brother Ma hadn't shared something, why would he have questioned you alone, instead of asking me or Silly?" With her head bowed, Mo Xiaoyu replied, "Sister Shishir, why are you joining in with these wild accusations? I truly have no connection with Brother Ma." Zhang Silly nodded in agreement, stating, "I too believe that you and Brother Ma must have shared some secret affection. You often go out together. Who knows what might have transpired in the woods or by the river?" In that moment, Mo Xiaoyu felt as though she could jump into the Yellow River and still not clear her name. Since they all held such beliefs, any further explanation would be futile, perhaps even exacerbating the situation. Thus, she refrained from further defense and told the three of them, "You may say whatever you wish." With that, She hastily joined Ma Xiaoyu by the river to retrieve the crab traps. Their haul for the day was quite satisfactory, yielding 8 or 9 crabs weighing 3 to 4 tails from the 4 traps. After bringing the crabs and traps back to the shelter, Mo Xiaoyu fetched a pot and filled it with water from the river, placing it by the fireplace. Ma Xiaoyu then extracted the crabs from the traps, binding them with grass and placing them directly into the pot to cook. He also cut a piece of wild boar meat, placing it into the trap before returning it to the riverbank to be hidden beneath the aquatic plants. After securing the crab trap, he proceeded to the bathhouse. Upon inspecting the bath, he found that the black mud smeared on its surface had dried completely, with not a single crack in sight, bringing him a surge of joy. It seemed that the construction of the bathhouse had succeeded to a considerable degree. He then gathered some firewood and placed it in the drainage ditch beside the bath, igniting a small fire. Upon returning to the shelter, the crabs had finished cooking, and the group gathered to enjoy the feast. After indulging in the delectable crabs, Wang Qianqian could not restrain herself any longer and turned to Ma Xiaoyu, asking, "Uncle, be honest, have you and Xiaoyu confirmed your relationship?" Taken aback by her inquiry, Ma Xiaoyu responded, "What nonsense are you spouting? When have Xiaoyu and I confirmed anything?" Wang Qianqian pressed on. "Then why did you speak to Xiaoyu that way by the river?" Ma Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, trying to recall his earlier words. After some reflection, he gently tapped her on the head, laughing, "What on earth are you always thinking about? I was merely joking. Can't you tell? I'm truly at a loss for you." With that, he stood and exited the shelter. Mo Xiaoyu, smiling, turned to Wang Qianqian and said, "Did you hear that? I have nothing with Brother Ma." After speaking, she grasped the large machete and stepped out of the shelter. The 3 companions understood that she intended to gather firewood, so they hastily followed her into the woods to assist in chopping the timber. Ma Xiaoyu first ventured into the bathroom, adding more firewood into the tub, before checking the clay pots drying on the stones outside. The clay vessels and bowls had thoroughly dried. He examined each one meticulously and found no cracks, which filled him with delight. He then began to dig a deep pit in the ground. After nearly half an hour, he had excavated a pit close to half a meter deep. He placed some firewood inside, set the dried pots atop the timber, and covered them with additional firewood. He then ignited the wood, and once the flames consumed the entire pile, he swiftly filled the pit with soil, burying the fire completely before piercing several ventilation holes into the earth above. As dusk approached, Ma Xiaoyu returned to the bathroom to find the firewood in the trench extinguished. The clay coating on the tub had darkened and glistened under the intense heat. Tapping it with his finger produced a resounding thud. He meticulously inspected every inch of the tub and was astonished to discover that not a single crack was present. Unable to contain his joy, he burst into laughter and called out to Qianqian and Shur at the entrance of the bathroom. The girls, gathered around the fireplace, were startled by his exclamation and hurriedly rose to investigate. Upon reaching the bathroom, Zhang Sili inquired, "Ma Gu, what is the matter?" With palpable excitement, Ma Xiaoyu proclaimed, "The tub is complete and intact. Go fetch the bamboo tubes and bring some water to clean it." Elated by his announcement, the girls dashed back to the shelter for bamboo tubes, filled them with water from the nearby stream, and began to cleanse the tub. Ma Xiaoyu returned to the pit where the pots were fired, noticing that the soil covering the wood had collapsed entirely and turned a deep black from the flames. He found a stick to push the earth aside, revealing that the firewood had been reduced to mere ashes, though it still radiated significant heat. Returning to the shelter, he retrieved the pots, drew water from the stream, and after some time managed to extract the pottery from the pit, inspecting them closely. Aside from one bowl that had shattered into 2 pieces, the rest remained unscathed. He then took the finished pottery to the stream for a thorough cleaning. Back at the shelter, he eagerly placed the clay pot atop the fireplace, added water, and chopped some wild boar meat into small pieces, placing them into the pot to cook. Wang Qianqian and her companions meticulously scrubbed the bathing pool, then added some fresh water within and kindled a fire beneath with a few twigs. Upon returning to the shelter, they beheld the cookware crafted by Ma Xiaoyu. Wang Qianqian chuckled and remarked, "Uncle, how is it that these clay pots appear so dark and unattractive? Is the food cooked in them even edible?" Ma Xiaoyu shot her a glare and retorted, "Considering they were made like this, it's already quite impressive. Yet you still find fault. You haven't even attempted to mold one yourself. All you do is complain. Wang Qianqian stuck out her tongue and fell silent. Chapter 59. Taking a hot bath. Time passed, and the wild boar meat simmering in the pot began to release an enticing aroma, causing everyone to involuntarily swallow in anticipation. Xiaoyu peeled a wild yam, cutting it into small pieces before adding it to the pot to cook alongside the boar meat. Before long, the delectable stew of wild boar and yam was ready, and the group eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks to indulge in the meal. It must be said that the dishes prepared in the clay pot had an extraordinary flavor. Xiaoyu, while savoring her food, turned to Ma Xiaoyu with a smile, saying, "I never expected that the food cooked in this clay pot could be so delicious. If it weren't for being with you, I might never have tasted such exquisite flavors on this deserted island." Ma Xiaoyu chuckled and replied, Sure, you are a prominent star. You must have had your fill of delicacies. Have you learned to flatter during your time with Qianqian?" Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian immediately protested. "I say, uncle, when have I ever flattered anyone?" Ma Xiaoyu remained silent, merely winking at her before returning to his meal. Soon, the pot of wild boar meat was entirely consumed, leaving not a drop of broth behind. At that moment, the water in the bathing pool had also heated up, and the girls eagerly made their way to the bathroom to enjoy their baths. Having spent so much time on the deserted island, it was their first opportunity to bathe in hot water. Zhang Sili could not contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Ma Gu, you are truly remarkable. I never imagined we could take hot baths on this deserted island." Wang Qianqian chimed in, "Indeed. I must admit, while I enjoy bickering with Uncle, he is truly impressive. He seems to understand everything." Zhao Shishir added, "I remember when I was living with Ali and the others, we often went without food. Now, we have our fill every day and can even bathe in hot water." Xiaoyu said nothing, merely smiling. Noticing her silence, Wang Qianqian urged, "Xiaoyu, why are you so quiet? Share your thoughts about Uncle." Xiaoyu shook her head and replied, "I think I'll refrain from commenting. If I say too much, you'll start suggesting that I have feelings for Ma Gu and wish to marry him." The girls, completely undraped, gathered around the bathing pool, using bamboo tubes to pour hot water over themselves. As they admired Zhao Shishir and the other statuesque figures, Wang Qianqian felt a wave of insecurity wash over her, especially when comparing herself to Xiaoyu, whose ample curves resembled two ripe papayas. Curiously, Wang Qianqian asked Xiaoyu, "What did you eat to grow like that? Do you have any tips for enhancing one's bust?" In response, Xiaoyu chuckled and said, "I simply eat grains and vegetables. Didn't Ma Gu say that to enhance your bust, you should find a man to massage you daily? That will surely help." Hearing her words, Zhao Shishir and Zhang Sili couldn't help but burst into laughter, while Xiaoyu felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. After their bath, the girls returned to the shelter with their changed clothes. Upon seeing the girls transformed after their wash, Ma Xiaoyu was pleasantly surprised and remarked, "I must say, you all look rather enchanting after your bath." Wang Qianqian chuckled and replied, "Of course, we are all stunning beauties. Living with us, you should count your blessings. By the way, Uncle, who do you think is the most beautiful among us? If one were to judge beauty among these girls, Zhao Shishir would undoubtedly be the standout, with her exquisite looks, figure, and height." However, Ma Xiaoyu recognized this as a perilous question and wisely refrained from declaring Zhao Shishir as the most beautiful. Instead, he said, "You are all lovely in your own ways. Yet, if I were to choose a partner, I believe Xiaoyu would be the most suitable." After speaking, he took a change of clothes and stepped out of the shelter, heading to the bathroom where he stripped down and luxuriated in the warm water of the bath. Meanwhile, Wang Qianqian and the others sat by the fireplace, tending to their still dripping hair. Suddenly, Zhang Sili remarked, "Have you all noticed? It seems Ma Gu has a bit of a soft spot for Xiaoyu." Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili nodded in agreement, while Xiaoyu lowered her head, blushing. After nearly half an hour, Ma Xiaoyu finished his bath, donned a clean outfit, and felt an indescribable sense of comfort. He then washed his discarded clothes in the bath and removed the leaves blocking the bamboo tube at the bottom, allowing the water to flow outside the shelter. Exiting the bathroom, he hung his clean clothes on a branch to dry. Upon returning to the shelter, the girls turned their gazes toward him, and Wang Qianqian laughed, "Uncle, Who would have thought you'd look rather dapper after a bath, though you were a bit older? Just look at that scruffy beard of yours. You ought to tidy it up, and your hair could use a trim too. Ma Xiaoyu shot her a glare and retorted, "Is this how you compliment someone? I know what I look like. In my prime, I was quite the handsome lad, with girls vying for my attention. Time truly is a ruthless reaper. Who would have thought that the youthful heartthrob has turned into a portly uncle in the blink of an eye? I wish I could shave and spruce myself up. But alas, my razor was left on the cruise ship." Wang Qianqian immediately shot back, "Oh please, uncle, how can you boast so shamelessly? You complain about your weight, and yet you puff up with pride. I never knew you could be so self-absorbed." Mo Xiaoyu, recalling something, suddenly went to the bed's underside, retrieved the supplies they had exchanged, and rummaged through them. Before long, she produced a small pair of scissors and approached Ma Xiaoyu, saying, "Ma Gu, shall I give you a haircut?" Ma Xiaoyu looked at her with curiosity and asked, "You can cut hair?" Mo Xiaoyu nodded. "I used to apprentice at a barber shop." After speaking, she stood behind Ma Xiaoyu and began to cut his hair. Before long, Ma Xiaoyu transformed into a man with a crew cut. Mo Xiaoyu then delicately took a pair of small scissors to trim his beard. In that moment, the two appeared as if they were a couple deeply in love. Ma Xiaoyu dared not even breathe, allowing Mo Xiaoyu to hold his face as she meticulously shaped his beard. At that instant, he could almost hear the pounding of his own heart. Wang Qianqian and the others watched the pair intently. And it was not until some time had passed that Mo Xiaoyu finally ceased her grooming. With a little adjustment to his hair and beard, Ma Xiaoyu looked instantly several years younger, and the girls were momentarily dazzled. After spending some time chatting by the fireplace, Ma Xiaoyu bid farewell to the girls and returned to his sanctuary for some rest. Chapter 60. A moment of terror as dawn broke the following morning. Ma Xiaoyu awoke with the sun's first light. He opened the wooden door of the shelter and spotted Mo Xiaoyu by the riverbank, engaged in her morning wash. Ma Xiaoyu thought he had risen early enough, only to discover that Mo Xiaoyu had awakened even earlier than he. Approaching the river, he called out to her, "Xiaoyu, why did you get up so early? You could have slept a bit longer." With a smile, Mo Xiaoyu replied, "Brother Ma, I couldn't sleep past midnight. So as soon as the sky brightened, I got up. What about you? Why not rest a little more?" He responded, "I am of an age where sleep eludes me. I rise with the dawn at home as well." After a brief wash, he moved to inspect the crab traps. Unfortunately, they yielded a meager catch of only 3 crabs from 4 traps. He removed the crabs from the traps and placed them into a bamboo basket before repositioning the traps beneath the aquatic vegetation. Upon reaching the shelter where Wang Qianqian and the others were staying, he found them still sound asleep in their beds. Mo Xiaoyu sat beside the fireplace, where a pot simmered with some wild boar meat. Ma Xiaoyu glanced at the dwindling supply of wild boar meat and quietly remarked to Mo Xiaoyu, "You stay here at the shelter. I will venture into the woods to see if I can find more food. This meat will only last a day or 2. Mo Xiaoyu quickly responded, "Then let me accompany you. It would be dull to stay here alone, and having each other for company is safer." Ma Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, standing to gather his belongings. He first secured the sleeves of his shirt and the legs of his trousers with nylon rope, then armed himself with a bow and a large machete. Stepping out of the shelter, he found Mo Xiaoyu already prepared. She had tied her sleeves and pant legs, carrying a bamboo basket on her back and a small knife in hand. Together, they ventured into the woods. The sun had only just risen, and mist still lingered among the trees, limiting visibility. Dew clung to the leaves and shrubs, soaking their clothing as they walked. After traversing for over an hour, the mist gradually lifted, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, enveloping them in warmth and comfort. Breathing in the fresh woodland air, their spirits lifted. As they continued on, they suddenly heard the call of a wild chicken. Looking up, they spotted a wild chicken perched atop a large tree, squawking incessantly. Ma Xiaoyu instructed Mo Xiaoyu to remain in place while he stealthily approached the tree. Drawing his bow, he aimed at the chicken and released an arrow, which merely plucked a few feathers from its plumage. Startled, the wild chicken took flight, disappearing into the distance. The arrow embedded itself in the tree trunk. Frustrated at his failure to hit the target and having wasted an arrow, Ma Xiaoyu couldn't help but curse under his breath. At that moment, Mo Xiaoyu joined him and said, "Brother Yu, do not be too disheartened. Even the best falter at times, and humans are no exception." Ma Xiaoyu nodded and promptly handed his large machete to Mo Xiaoyu, while he climbed up the tree to retrieve the arrows lodged in its trunk. The two continued their venture deeper into the woods. After traversing a distance, they arrived at the base of a dense tree, when suddenly, Mo Xiaoyu grasped Ma Xiaoyu's arm with urgency. He halted and turned to her, noticing her complexion had drained, as if she had encountered something dreadful. Just as he was about to inquire, Mo Xiaoyu, trembling with fear, pointed a quivering finger at a branch above Ma Xiaoyu's head. Instantly, he sensed a looming danger, as if something sinister lurked above. Casting a furtive glance at the branch, a wave of cold sweat broke out on his brow. There, coiled above him, was a serpent thicker than his arm, a venomous king cobra. Its triangular head was strikingly prominent, and, at that moment, the snake was merely 2 or 3 meters away from Ma Xiaoyu's head, flicking its tongue menacingly and glaring at him with intent to strike. He understood that a bite from this creature would surely spell his demise. Gradually, he raised a hand, gesturing for Mo Xiaoyu to retreat. At that moment, she appeared even more anxious than he, but upon seeing his signal, she slowly stepped back. Ma Xiaoyu, in the meantime, cautiously unsheathed the machete from his waist, keeping his peripheral vision fixed on the king cobra above. After a tense standoff, the cobra suddenly lifted its head, signaling an imminent attack. Ma Xiaoyu swiftly dodged to the side just as the snake lunged at him. Seizing the moment, he swung his machete with all his might, severing the serpent in two. Although now in 2 pieces, the cobra did not succumb immediately. It writhed violently on the ground. Without hesitation, Ma Xiaoyu picked up a sturdy stick and began to strike the serpent's head relentlessly until it was reduced to a pulp, finally bringing it to a complete stillness. Seeing that Ma Xiaoyu had vanquished the formidable snake, Mo Xiaoyu rushed to his side, collapsing into his embrace, breathless with fear. "Brother Ma, you terrified me just now. I was truly afraid that the king cobra would bite you." Ma Xiaoyu gently patted her back, then softly pushed her away, smiling as he replied, "I owe my safety to you today. Had it not been for your warning, I might have already fallen prey to that serpent. Fortunately, we escaped unharmed. I shall exercise greater caution in these woods from now on." After saying this, he collected the severed snake from the ground and placed it into a bamboo basket. Observing this, Mo Xiaoyu quickly asked, "Brother Ma, what do you intend to do with the snake's corpse? Surely, you wouldn't bring it back to consume, would you? Although there are those in our vicinity who indulge in snake meat, I have yet to sample it." Ma Xiaoyu nodded and replied, "This fellow just frightened me half to death. It would be splendid to prepare it into a stew. If only we could procure a wild chicken to add to the mix, it would be utterly perfect." No sooner had he spoken than the call of a wild chicken echoed nearby. He chuckled heartily and said to Mo Xiaoyu, "You see, as soon as we mention wild chicken, it appears right at our doorstep." Chapter 61. Setting Traps After Speaking. He picked up his bow and arrow and slowly approached the wild chicken. Upon reaching the base of the tree where the wild chicken perched, he drew his bow and aimed at the bird resting atop the tree. With a swift release, the arrow struck true, piercing the wild chicken's body with a quill fashioned from porcupine quills. The bird, along with the arrow embedded in it, flew several meters before tumbling into the thicket, writhing in agony and emitting a series of pained cries. Ma Xiaoyu rushed to the thicket, seized the wild chicken, and with a firm twist of its neck, ensured its demise. He then extracted the arrow from its body and placed the bird into the bamboo basket. Mo Xiaoyu turned to him and said, "Brother Ma, it's getting late. Shall we head back?" Ma Xiaoyu nodded, and the two made their way toward the shelter. After walking for a while, Mo Xiaoyu spotted some vines resembling sweet potato leaves near another thicket. They quickly recognized it as wild yam. The two squatted down and began to dig, spending over 10 minutes unearthing 7 or 8 roots of wild yam. Upon their return to the shelter, Wang Qianqian and the others had already been waiting at the entrance. Seeing the pair return, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. However, their relief turned to shock when they glimpsed the severed body of the king cobra within the bamboo basket. Zhao Shishir, somewhat frightened, inquired, "Brother Ma, why on earth did you bring back such a large snake?" Ma Xiaoyu replied, I owe it all to Xiaoyu. Had she not been with me, I might have been bitten by that king cobra. At this, Wang Qianqian and the others eagerly pressed for details about what had transpired. Mo Xiaoyu, still shaken, recounted the events that unfolded in the woods. After hearing her narrative, Wang Qianqian and the others felt a wave of fear for Ma Xiaoyu. With a worried expression, Wang Qianqian said to him, Uncle, perhaps it would be best to refrain from searching for food in the woods in the future. The crabs we catch from the stream should suffice for us. What if you encounter danger in the forest? Xiaoyu discerned her concern and felt a wave of warmth, smiling as he replied, How could I do that? Although the crabs are quite delicious, they lack nutritional value. Besides, I am unburdened. Even if I were to perish on this deserted island, it would be a form of liberation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shishir quickly interjected, Brother Ma, how can you say such a thing? You have us. Ma Xiaoyu chuckled and responded, Indeed, I have all of you. I promise to bring you safely away from here. With that, he took the severed snake from the bamboo basket and proceeded to the stream to prepare it. Zhang Sili, meanwhile, fetched a pot to collect water from the stream, placing it on the hearth to boil. After the water had been heated, several girls arrived at the riverbank to prepare the wild chicken. By the time Ma Xiaoyu finished processing the snake and returned to the shelter, Mo Xiaoyu and the others had already taken care of the wild chicken. Ma Xiaoyu retrieved a large knife to chop the wild chicken, then cut the snake meat into small pieces and placed them in a pot to cook. As the wild chicken and snake meat simmered to perfection, he peeled a piece of wild yam, chopping it into small sections to add to the pot. Before long, a fragrant stew of snake meat, wild chicken, and wild yam was ready. Ma Xiaoyu, Wang Qianqian, and Zhang Sili eagerly took up their bowls and began to eat heartily. However, Zhao Shishir and Mo Xiaoyu hesitated, their chopsticks unmoving. Noticing this, Ma Xiaoyu urged them, Come on, eat up. It's delicious. Wang Qianqian chimed in, Yes, sure, the snake meat is incredibly tasty. The last time Uncle cooked it by the coast, Silly and I were hesitant at first, but once we took a bite, we couldn't stop. Zhang Sili added, Indeed, the snake meat is delightful. I assure you, once you try it, you'll want more. With such encouragement, Mo Xiaoyu and Zhao Shishir finally took a small piece and slowly chewed. Just as Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili had described, the snake meat was exceptionally tender, and they found themselves unable to stop eating. Before long, the large pot of snake meat and wild chicken was completely devoured, leaving not a drop of broth behind. After finishing their meal, the group still appeared unsatisfied. Once breakfast was over, Ma Xiaoyu addressed the girls, I intend to dig some traps outside the shelter. This will serve two purposes, to ward off any wild beasts that might attack, and to prepare for the inevitable trouble from Ollie and his group. The girls had come to rely on him as their pillar of strength, and they readily agreed to his plan. Without hesitation, they stood up, grabbed wooden sticks, and began digging traps outside the shelter. Fortunately, the ground near the river was moist and soft, making it relatively easy to excavate, even with just wooden sticks. However, since Wang Qianqian, Zhang Sili, and Zhao Shishir were unaccustomed to heavy labor, it wasn't long before their palms were blistered from the sticks. Ma Xiaoyu urged them to take a break, while he and Mo Xiaoyu continued to dig. Observing from his side, Zhao Shishir and the others felt a pang of inadequacy as they watched Ma Xiaoyu and Mo Xiaoyu labored diligently. Exchanging glances, they picked up the sticks once more, enduring the pain in their palms to continue digging. Ma Xiaoyu did not stop them. He understood that in order to survive here, they must continuously push their limits. Only by mastering survival skills could they thrive in this environment, ensuring that even if he were to encounter misfortune, they would be capable of taking care of themselves. Thus, they persevered until dusk, finally stopping to return to the shelter. Wang Qianqian and her companion's hands were now covered in blisters, yet they bore the discomfort with resilience. Upon witnessing the scene, Ma Xiaoyu addressed the trio, You are all delicate and tender-skinned, and seldom engage in strenuous labor. Just endure for a while. Once your palms develop calluses, you shall be fine. He then wielded a large machete and ventured into the bamboo grove, felling several stalks, which he subsequently cut into lengths of several decimeters, binding them together to carry back to the shelter. Mo Xiaoyu approached the riverside, retrieving several crabs from the bamboo cage. which she tied together with grass before returning to the shelter and placing them in a pot to boil. After they had feasted on crabs, Ma Xiaoyu picked up the machete once more, taking the bamboo to sharpen both ends. He toiled away until late into the night, meticulously honing the tips of the substantial pile of bamboo. After exchanging pleasantries with a few girls, he rose and returned to his shelter, where he gathered some mugwort, kneading it into small strips to ignite, placing them in various corners of the shelter. He then secured the door with a wooden stick and reclined on his bed, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. Chapter 62. The Durex that fell from the pocket, perhaps the exhaustion from digging traps yesterday, took its toll. The following morning, as the sun ascended high in the sky, the group gradually awoke. After a brief morning wash, Ma Xiaoyu made his way to the riverbank to inspect the crab traps. However, fortune was not in his favor today, yielding only 6 crabs from the 4 traps. Upon returning to the shelter, he found Mo Xiaoyu had taken a piece of wild boar meat from the fireplace and was simmering it in a pot. Observing the scant remaining meat, Ma Xiaoyu wore a troubled expression. Addressing the girls, he said, "After we finish eating, I must venture into the woods to see if I can gather some food. The crab traps have not been fruitful lately, and we have only this little bit of wild boar left." Mo Xiaoyu promptly replied, "I'll accompany you. It will be safer that way." Nodding in agreement, Ma Xiaoyu felt reassured. Wang Qianqian chimed in, "Then the 3 of us will continue digging traps." Ma Xiaoyu advised the trio, "Your palms are blistered. It would be best for you to rest at the shelter today. If you feel idle, gather some firewood to stock up. It has been rather humid these past few days, and I sense a heavy rain approaching." The 3 girls nodded in understanding. After enjoying the stewed wild boar, Ma Xiaoyu and Mo Xiaoyu secured their sleeves and pant legs with nylon rope, slinging bamboo baskets over their shoulders. Armed with bows and machetes, they ventured into the woods. Having narrowly escaped a bite from a king cobra the day before, they proceeded with heightened caution. After nearly an hour of traversing the forest, aside from the occasional chirping of birds and scattered animal bones on the ground, they had yet to encounter any other creatures, leaving them feeling somewhat disheartened. By this time, the sun had risen high, and the woods were stiflingly hot, their clothes soaked with perspiration. As they pressed on, fatigue set in, prompting Ma Xiaoyu to seek a spacious spot where he cleared away dry grass and leaves before resting on the ground. Barely seated for a short while, a box of Durex unexpectedly tumbled from his pocket. This box had been procured from Xiaoyu in exchange for grouper and lobster upon their arrival on the deserted island. Ma Xiaoyu habitually carried a box with him, knowing it served not only as contraception, but also as a means to store water in dire situations. At that moment, he remained oblivious to its fall, but Mo Xiaoyu noticed and picked it up, her face instantly flushing crimson. In a hushed tone, she asked, "Brother Ma, why did you bring this with you?" Realizing what she held, Ma Xiaoyu swiftly snatched it from her grasp and returned it to his pocket, his face awash with embarrassment as he stammered, "Xiaoyu, let me explain. It's not what you think. The reason I always carry it with me is primarily to store water sources." However, it was evident that Mo Xiaoyu did not quite believe him. Blushing, she softly remarked, "Brother Ma, I can actually understand you. At just over 30, you are in the prime of your physical vitality. Moreover, spending every day with a few of us, witnessing what you desire yet cannot attain, must be quite unbearable. Just tell me honestly, do you secretly resolve your needs at night when you are alone?" Upon hearing her words, Ma Xiaoyu felt utterly flustered. Even with 100 mouths, he could not clarify the misunderstanding. All he could do was respond, "Xiaoyu, do I seem like that kind of person to you? I genuinely brought this for the purpose of storing water, nothing like what you imagine." Despite his protestations, Mo Xiaoyu remained somewhat skeptical and whispered back, "Brother Ma, even if you do tend to your personal needs, there is no shame in that. But do be mindful of the frequency. You mustn't endanger your health." As her insinuations grew more vivid, Ma Xiaoyu found himself at a loss for words and could only let out a deep sigh. Noticing his silence, Mo Xiaoyu mistakenly believed he was embarrassed by her deduction. She blushed again and assured him, "Rest easy, Brother Ma. I will keep this secret for you and won't mention it to Qianqian and the others. Also, if you ever find it hard to hold back, you can tell me in private, and I will help you." Ma Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shook his head and replied, "Ah, it's like trying to wash away the mud with the yellow river. It's really not as you think, and I am not that kind of person." After saying this, he stood up and continued walking toward the woods, with Mo Xiaoyu hastily rising to follow closely behind him. As they walked further, Ma Xiaoyu faintly heard the bleating of a goat and halted, turning to Mo Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, did you hear that? I think I heard a goat." Mo Xiaoyu shook her head, saying, "I didn't hear anything." "Brother Ma, are you imagining things?" Ma Xiaoyu also shook his head, doubting his own hearing. They continued forward, and once again, the bleating of a goat echoed. This time, both of them heard it clearly. They exchanged glances and headed towards the direction of the sound. After walking several hundred meters, the bleating grew increasingly distinct, prompting them to quicken their pace. As they advanced, they spotted a group of 7 or 8 wild goats leisurely grazing on the grass from a distance of just over 100 meters. Ma Xiaoyu glanced at the bow and arrow in his hand and the large knife at his waist. Hitting a goat from such a distance seemed nearly impossible. However, he was aware of the goats' heightened alertness. If they approached carelessly, the goats would scatter. He then whispered to Mo Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, stay here and try to remain quiet. I'll see if there is a chance to sneak up on the goats and take one down." After speaking, he gently severed a dense branch, crouched down, and held it in front of him as a shield to obscure his form, gradually advancing towards the wild goats. Mo Xiaoyu also crouched down, remaining utterly still as she observed Ma Xiaoyu. Although they were less than 100 meters away from the herd of wild goats, Ma Xiaoyu exercised utmost caution and vigilance. With each step he took forward, he would pause to survey the surroundings, ensuring that the goats remained oblivious to his presence before daring to inch closer. As he drew nearer to the wild goats, his anxiety intensified. Chapter 63. The Hunt for the Wild Goat. As Ma Xiaoyu found himself less than 20 meters away from a herd of wild goats, he dared not advance any further. Fortunately, he was nestled beside a thicket of dense shrubs. With utmost caution, he maneuvered into the foliage, quietly awaiting the opportune moment to strike. After a few agonizing minutes of anxious anticipation, one of the wild goats gradually approached his hiding place. At that moment, Ma Xiaoyu was entirely concealed by the shrubs, rendering him unseen by the unsuspecting goat. As the creature drew nearer, Ma Xiaoyu slowly raised his bow, aiming carefully at the goat. Suddenly, the goat halted leisurely, mere 3 or 4 meters from the thicket, grazing on the grass below, completely oblivious to the arrow poised for release. Recognizing that this was the perfect moment to shoot, Ma Xiaoyu aimed for the goat's neck and unleashed a powerful shot. The arrow, fashioned from porcupine quills, struck true, embedding deep within the goat's neck. In a desperate bid for escape, the goat turned to flee, but Ma Xiaoyu swiftly released a second arrow, which found its mark in the goat's abdomen. Witnessing the goat's flight, Ma Xiaoyu sprang from the thicket, pursuing the direction in which it had fled, while the other goats scattered in all directions, vanishing from sight in mere moments. And Mo Xiaoyu, observing Ma Xiaoyu's chase, rose to follow him. Yet, the speed of the 4-legged goats far surpassed that of Ma Xiaoyu on 2 legs. Despite having struck the goat with 2 arrows, it sprinted away with remarkable swiftness, quickly disappearing from Ma Xiaoyu's view. Unperturbed by the situation, Ma Xiaoyu tracked the goat's trail of blood, following it for nearly 2 kilometers until he finally spotted the injured creature beneath a large tree. The goat lay there on the brink of death, emitting pitiful cries of agony. Breathless from the pursuit, Ma Xiaoyu approached slowly, feeling utterly spent. As he neared, the goat, sensing its imminent fate, struggled to rise in a futile attempt to escape. However, it was evident that its strength had waned from the loss of blood, and no amount of effort could lift it from the ground. It continued to emit mournful cries as Ma Xiaoyu picked up a sturdy stick and struck the goat's head with force. The goat kicked a few times and then lay still, lifeless. Exhausted, Ma Xiaoyu collapsed beside the carcass, gasping for breath. After nearly 10 minutes, Mo Xiaoyu arrived, panting heavily. Upon witnessing that Ma Xiaoyu had successfully taken down the goat, a wave of joy washed over her, prompting her to sit beside him, both of them breathing heavily in the aftermath of the hunt. As it was summer, The two were dressed quite lightly. Mo Xiaoyu wore a revealing white short-sleeve top, accentuating her ample bosom, and her breath came in quick gasps. Ma Xiaoyu, seated at a height, naturally caught sight of Mo Xiaoyu's pink lingerie and her well-proportioned figure. Overcome by a sudden thirst, he could hardly contain himself. Mo Xiaoyu seemed to notice his gaze lingering on her, and instead of feeling any disdain, she felt a thrill of delight. Intentionally, she tugged at the neckline of her white top, which only made Ma Xiaoyu's view clearer, causing him to feel as though he might faint from the intensity of the moment. He quickly averted his eyes. With a teasing smile, Mo Xiaoyu asked Ma Ge, "Do you think I look good?" Ma Xiaoyu nearly blurted out, "Absolutely stunning," but quickly caught himself and stammered, "What are you talking about? I have no idea." And Mo Xiaoyu chuckled. "Then what did you just say was so stunning?" Caught off guard, Ma Xiaoyu hastily pointed to some wildflowers nearby, saying, "I meant those wildflowers are beautiful." Mo Xiaoyu merely smiled at his response, not pressing the matter further. Ma Xiaoyu then stood up and ventured into the woods to gather a few vine branches. He bound the legs of a wild goat and fashioned a pole to carry it, with Mo Xiaoyu assisting him as they made their way back to the shelter. Although the goat weighed only around 70 to 80 pounds, the uneven terrain made their journey arduous, requiring frequent breaks. After nearly 3 hours of this laborious trek, they finally returned to the shelter. Wang Qianqian and the others had been anxiously awaiting their return at the entrance, and upon seeing them, they collectively sighed in relief. The trio was astonished and delighted to see Ma Xiaoyu, and Mo Xiaoyu had brought back a wild goat. As they reached the entrance, the two dropped the goat to the ground, gasping for breath. Zhao Shishir quickly rushed back to the shelter to fill 2 large bamboo bowls with cool boiled water, which she handed to them at the entrance. They accepted the water and drank it down without a moment's hesitation. After quenching their thirst, they sat on the ground, still panting. Wang Qianqian exclaimed, "You two are incredible. Bringing back such a large goat means we can feast on roasted lamb. You have no idea how much I adore lamb." Ma Xiaoyu shot her an exasperated glare and replied, "At your age, all you think about is food. Look at your priorities." Wang Qianqian, undeterred, stuck out her tongue and made a silly face in response. Mo Xiaoyu then chimed in, "This goat was shot by Ma Ge. I was merely along for the ride." Upon hearing her words, Ma Xiaoyu hastily replied, "Xiaoyu, why are you so humble? If it weren't for you, I would never have been able to bring back this wild goat." Zhao Shishir chuckled and remarked, "Oh my, you two are still being modest." Blushing at her comment, Mo Xiaoyu quickly retorted, "Sister Shishir, why are you saying such nonsense? Well, have Ma Ge and I ever been a couple? Ma Xiaoyu Gaimdin, Shishi. You mustn't speak carelessly. Xiaoyu and I are completely innocent. We haven't done anything at all." Zhao Shishir laughed again and said, "Ma Ge, I was just joking. Look at how flustered you become. I never suggested that you did anything with Xiaoyu. Why are you so eager to explain? Could it be that you truly wish to pursue something with Xiaoyu?" Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu chose not to elaborate further. Chapter 64. A bet between Ma Xiaoyu and Mo Xiaoyu. After resting for a considerable time, the group felt their strength somewhat restored. Together, they carried the wild goat to the riverside. Ma Xiaoyu took a small knife and began to skin the goat. After half an hour's labor, he had successfully removed the skin and set it aside. He then made an incision on the goat's belly, extracting the entrails and placing them beside him. Grabbing a large cleaver, he began to butcher the meat, and within 30 minutes, he had efficiently divided the goat meat and brought it back to their shelter. As for the goat's entrails, he discarded all but the liver into the river. Observing Ma Xiaoyu toss the goat's stomach and intestines into the river, Mo Xiaoyu immediately exclaimed, "Brother Ma, why are you throwing away those entrails? They are quite valuable." Without hesitation, she removed her shoes, wading into the water to retrieve the discarded parts. Ma Xiaoyu replied, "I know that the stomach and intestines can be quite tasty when cooked, but they are notoriously difficult to clean." With a smile, Mo Xiaoyu assured him, "Leave the cleaning to me, Brother Ma. I promise to rid them of any unpleasant odor." Hearing her confidence, Ma Xiaoyu chuckled, "If you manage to cleanse them completely, I shall do whatever you ask." Mo Xiaoyu nodded enthusiastically, stating, "You said it, Brother Ma. If I succeed in cleaning them, you must comply with my requests." Ma Xiaoyu acknowledged her with a nod and returned to the shelter, chopping some ribs into small pieces and placing them in a pot to cook. He then went back to the river to wash the goat skin. Watching Mo Xiaoyu's confident demeanor, Wang Qianqian remarked to Ma Xiaoyu, "Uncle, I have a feeling you might lose to Xiaoyu this time. Have you seen how sure of herself she is? What will you do if she makes you wash her underwear?" Ma Xiaoyu laughed. "If I lose and she asks me to wash her underwear, I will accept it." Mo Xiaoyu, overhearing their conversation, blushed at Wang Qianqian's words and retorted, "Qianqian, what are you saying? I would never make Brother Ma wash my underwear. Even if he was willing, I wouldn't want him to." Afterward, she resumed her task of cleaning the stomach and intestines. She carefully flipped the stomach inside out, scrubbing it thoroughly several times. Then, she gathered some firewood from the shelter, built a small fire by the river, and set a pot filled with water over the flames to boil. Once the water was heated, she placed the stomach and intestines into the pot and added some ashes from the burned wood, vigorously scrubbing them together. After several rounds of this process, she washed the stomach and intestines in the river again. Returning to the shelter, she took some sea salt, mixed it with water in the pot, and waited until the water was hot enough to handle. She then added the stomach and intestines, seeking out some lush green grass by the river to toss into the pot as well. After several vigorous rubs, I finally cleaned the sheep's stomach and intestines in the small river. Bringing my nose close, I detected no lingering odors and, filled with excitement, made my way toward the shelter with the clean sheep's stomach and intestines in hand. Upon returning to the shelter, I presented the cleaned items to Ma Xiaoyu, exclaiming, "Brother Ma, you have lost this time. Do you detect any unpleasant scent now?" Ma Xiaoyu leaned in to sniff and, indeed, found no trace of any odor, prompting him to give Mo Xiaoyu a thumbs up, saying, "Xiaoyu, you are truly impressive. What would you like me to do?" Before Mo Xiaoyu could respond, Zhao Shishir chimed in with a grin. "Xiaoyu, I think you should make him wash your underwear." Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili nodded in agreement at this suggestion. Mo Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed as she replied to Ma Xiaoyu, "Brother Ma, I haven't decided yet. I'll let you know when I do, but you mustn't go back on your word." Ma Xiaoyu confidently assured her, "Rest assured, I will not go back on my word." At that moment, the fragrant aroma of the stewing lamb ribs wafted through the air, and everyone was already feeling quite hungry, unable to resist the tantalizing scent emanating from the pot. They began to salivate. Wang Qianqian eagerly inquired, "Uncle, are the lamb ribs done yet? I'm already salivating." Ma Xiaoyu chuckled, "It will be ready soon, don't rush. The lamb ribs taste better when stewed a little longer." Once the lamb ribs were thoroughly cooked, everyone grabbed their bowls and chopsticks and began a feast. Although only a hint of sea salt was used for seasoning, the lamb ribs were incredibly tender and delicious. In less than 10 minutes, the large pot of stewed lamb ribs was completely devoured, with not even a drop of broth left. After finishing, everyone still appeared unsatisfied, and as time was getting late, Wang Qianqian and the others headed to the bathroom. They filled bamboo tubes with water from the river and poured it into the bathing pool. They then ignited a fire in the drainage ditch to heat the bathing water. Once the water in the pool was sufficiently warmed, the girls brought their change of clothes and began their baths. After they finished, Ma Xiaoyu entered the bathroom, stripped down, and luxuriated in the warm water for nearly half an hour. Finally, he donned a clean outfit, washed his soiled clothes in the pool, and hung them on a branch outside the shelter to dry. Upon returning to the shelter, he noticed the girls skewering lamb meat with sticks. Seeing this, he remarked, "It looks like you all plan to grill lamb skewers." The girls nodded in agreement, and Wang Qianqian teased, "I say, Uncle, why does it take an old man like you so long to take a bath? Are you secretly up to no good in there?" Hearing her words, Mo Xiaoyu was reminded of the Durex that had fallen from Ma Xiaoyu's pocket earlier that afternoon. She could not help but cast a sidelong glance at him, pondering whether he had clandestinely sought to satisfy his bodily desires in the bathroom. Upon noticing Mo Xiaoyu's gaze fixed upon him, Ma Xiaoyu instantly comprehended her thoughts. He promptly extended a hand to gently pat her on the head and said, "Xiaoyu, why are you looking at me like that? You don't actually think I was up to any mischief in the bathroom, do you?" "I am utterly speechless." With that, he snatched the skewered lamb from Wang Qianqian's hands and placed it beside the fireplace to roast. Observing as her carefully prepared lamb skewers were whisked away by Ma Xiaoyu, Wang Qianqian exclaimed loudly, "You old rascal! Why did you take my skewers? If you wanted some, couldn't you have made your own?" Without turning around, Ma Xiaoyu retorted, "Who told you to speak ill of me? These lamb skewers will serve as compensation for my emotional distress." After indulging in the roasted lamb skewers, Ma Xiaoyu rose and returned to his shelter, securing the door with a wooden stick. He then lay on his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 65. The wolf pack's ambush in the dead of night, while several individuals were deep in slumber. A sudden chorus of wolf howls erupted from the forest outside the shelter, jolting them awake in an instant. Ma Xiaoyu swiftly scrambled out of bed, donned his shoes in the darkness, and grasped the large machete that lay beside his bed. He approached the entrance of the shelter, peering through the cracks of the bamboo door to survey the outside. However, the impenetrable darkness obscured his view, and yet the howls indicated that the wolves were alarmingly close, and their numbers seemed considerable. Having spent a significant amount of time by the river, it was the first time Ma Xiaoyu had heard such haunting howls. Though he possessed a measure of courage, the chilling sounds sent beads of cold sweat cascading down his back. The shelter, while robustly constructed, left him uncertain about its ability to withstand an assault by a pack of wolves. Wang Qianqian and the others were similarly roused by the eerie howling, their faces pale with fear as they huddled in their beds. As the howls persisted, the girls trembled in terror, prompting Wang Qianqian to cry out, "Uncle, please come quickly. I'm so frightened. The howls are terrifying." Hearing her distress, Ma Xiaoyu reassured her loudly, "Do not fear. I am here," he called out to Mo Xiaoyu. "Open the bamboo door. I am coming in." Gathering her courage, Mo Xiaoyu hurriedly descended from her bed, approached the entrance, and removed the wooden stick propping the door shut. Shouting back, "Ma Ge, hurry over here," Ma Xiaoyu promptly opened the bamboo door and swiftly made his way to the shelter where Wang Qianqian and the others were. Once inside, Mo Xiaoyu quickly secured the door again with a wooden stick. The interior of the shelter was shrouded in darkness, save for the glowing embers of the charcoal in the fireplace, still flickering faintly. Without hesitation, Ma Xiaoyu added some firewood to the fireplace and blew vigorously, soon coaxing the flames back to life. The shelter was illuminated instantly, revealing the three girls still curled up on their beds, trembling. Ma Xiaoyu spoke to them gently. "Do not be overly afraid. Our shelter is constructed from bamboo, as thick as a bowl, and the walls are coated with a thick layer of mud. It will not be easy for the wolves outside to breach our defenses." Reassured by his words, the girls began to relax, rising from their beds to gather near the fireplace. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu, wielding his machete, returned to the entrance to assess the situation outside. As the howls drew nearer, he could clearly hear the sounds of the wolves' footsteps, realizing that their shelter had been encircled by the pack. Fully aware of the terror that wolves could instill, Ma Xiaoyu understood that it was nearly impossible to confront the encroaching wolves with only his machete. At that moment, he could only place his hope in the bamboo shelter that stood between them and the imminent threat. Although the night was pitch black, he could discern the glimmering eyes of the wolves through the gaps in the bamboo door, counting at least a dozen of them lurking in the shadows. As Ma Xiaoyu beheld the multitude of wolves outside, his grip on the large machete trembled uncontrollably. Wang Qianqian and the others huddled closely together in fear, while only Mo Xiaoyu, mustering her courage, approached Ma Xiaoyu with a bow and arrow in hand. She, too, noticed the glimmering eyes of the wolf pack and, quaking, inquired, "Brother Ma, can this sanctuary truly withstand an assault from the wolves?" Ma Xiaoyu shook his head in response. "I cannot say for certain. If this sanctuary fails to repel their advance, we will become mere prey in an instant." His words deepened the girls' terror, causing their hands and feet to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, the wolves seemed to sense their presence, becoming increasingly agitated, their growls growing louder by the second. Understanding that an attack was imminent, Ma Xiaoyu braced himself as the pack surged toward the sanctuary. In a coordinated frenzy, a dozen wolves collided with the walls, causing the entire structure to shudder violently. Fortunately, the walls remained intact, though some of the mud plaster was dislodged. Seeing that their initial assault had failed, the wolves retreated momentarily, preparing for a second charge. The previous impact had frightened the occupants considerably, and Wang Qianqian and her companions began to weep softly. Ma Xiaoyu realized that if the wolves continued their relentless attacks, the sanctuary would eventually succumb to their might. In a moment of urgency, he glanced at the burning firewood in the hearth and devised a plan. "Stop crying and help me," he commanded the three girls. "Quickly add more firewood to the hearth. These wolves, fierce as they are, fear fire." Upon hearing his words, the girls immediately ceased their sobbing and began to throw firewood onto the flames. Setting down his machete, Ma Xiaoyu approached the hearth, retrieving 2 burning logs. He then moved to the sanctuary's entrance and addressed Mo Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, remove the stick propping up the bamboo door. When I count to 3, you shall open it. As I throw the flaming logs outside, close it promptly. Do you understand?" Mo Xiaoyu nodded, removing the stick and placing her hand on the door. Ma Xiaoyu began his count. 1, 2, 3. At the count of 3, Mo Xiaoyu swiftly opened the bamboo door, and Ma Xiaoyu hurled the burning logs toward the wolves, while she quickly shut the door behind him. This tactic proved effective. The wolves, wary of fire, recoiled in disarray, retreating a couple of steps while continuing to howl in agitation. Upon witnessing the situation, Ma Xiaoyu approached the fireplace once more and retrieved 2 pieces of burning wood. He then addressed Wang Qianqian and the others, instructing them to each take 2 pieces of flaming timber as well, so that we could collectively hurl them toward the pack of wolves outside. Although Wang Qianqian and her companions were filled with trepidation, they each grasped 2 pieces of the blazing wood. The 4 of them then stood side by side at the entrance of the shelter. Ma Xiaoyu inquired if they were prepared, stating that he would begin the countdown if they were ready. The girls all nodded in affirmation, observing their readiness. Ma Xiaoyu commenced his loud counting. As he reached the number 3, Mo Xiaoyu swiftly opened the bamboo door of the shelter, and the group promptly hurled their burning wood towards the encroaching wolves. Chapter 66. Scaring away the pack as several individuals discarded the firewood they held. Mo Xiaoyu swiftly closed the bamboo door of the shelter. The sudden flurry of flaming wood startled the wolves outside, prompting them to retreat. However, 2 of the wolves were struck by the burning logs, their fur singed away in an instant, eliciting agonized howls of distress. The remaining pack, equally alarmed, stepped back a few paces. Once the embers on the ground extinguished, the wolves cautiously approached the shelter once more. Observing this, Ma Xiaoyu led Wang Qianqian and the others to the fireplace, where they picked up some burning wood and moved to the entrance of the shelter. As he counted to 3, Mo Xiaoyu swiftly opened the bamboo door again. The 4 of them simultaneously hurled the flaming logs towards the advancing wolves, and once again, 2 wolves were struck, letting out another chorus of painful cries. The rest of the pack, witnessing this, retreated in disarray. Thus, a stalemate ensued with the wolves for nearly an hour. Every time the pack neared the shelter, the group would throw the burning wood at them. Perhaps the wolves realized they could not breach the sanctuary, for after a bout of furious howling, they turned and fled into the woods, disappearing from sight. With the wolves finally gone, the group sighed in relief, collapsing beside the fireplace, panting heavily. After a while, they recovered their composure. Wang Qianqian, her face etched with concern, inquired, "Uncle, do you think the wolves will return?" Ma Xiaoyu shook his head, responding, "I believe they won't come back tonight, but I sense they will return eventually. Fortunately, the shelter is quite sturdy and can withstand the wolves' ferocious attacks. It seems we must hasten the digging of traps." His words rekindled the girls' worries. After some time, Ma Xiaoyu urged them, "You should all get some sleep. I will do the same." Wang Qianqian quickly replied, "Uncle, I'm scared. Could you stay with us?" Zhao Shishir and the others echoed her plea, compelling Ma Xiaoyu to reluctantly remain in the shelter. He added more firewood to the fireplace, and the girls lay down to sleep while Ma Xiaoyu settled beside Zhao Shishir. As he lay next to these beautiful women, breathing in their delicate fragrance, his mind began to wander. It was only natural to feel a stir of emotions in such proximity. He intentionally kept a distance from Zhao Shishir. Yet he found himself lost in thoughts for quite some time before finally drifting into a restless slumber, due to the disturbance from the wolves the previous night. The next morning, they awoke only when the sun was high in the sky. As Ma Xiaoyu opened his eyes, he noticed Zhao Shishir's hand resting on him. Gently, he lifted her hand away. Rising from a bed, he donned his shoes and ventured out of the refuge to the riverbank for a simple wash. He retrieved the crab traps hidden beneath the aquatic vegetation and inspected them. Today's yield was commendable. 10 large crabs were caught in 4 traps. He placed the crabs in a bamboo cage for safekeeping and returned to the shelter to fetch some goat entrails, which he chopped into pieces and placed inside the traps before submerging them once more in the water plants. Outside the shelter, he picked up a wooden stick and began digging traps. When Xiaoyu and her companions awoke, they too washed up and joined Ma Xiaoyu in the excavation. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu returned to the shelter, where she cleaned some goat stomachs and intestines, cutting them into small chunks to boil in a pot. After more than 2 hours of digging, the goat entrails were finally ready. The group returned to the shelter, retrieved bowls and chopsticks, and eagerly began to feast on the cooked entrails. Once they finished their meal and took a brief respite, they resumed digging traps. Despite the blisters forming on their palms, the memory of the wolf pack from the previous night spurred them on to persevere. As dusk approached, they had managed to excavate several trenches, each over a meter wide and deep, around the shelter. Exhausted from the day's labor, they slumped against the hearth. Ma Xiaoyu then took some goat ribs, chopped them into smaller pieces, and set them to simmer in a pot. Observing the blisters on the palms of Wang Qianqian, Zhang Sili, and Zhao Shishir, now broken and bleeding, he felt a pang of compassion. It was indeed a challenge for these delicate girls to engage in such strenuous work, yet survival on this desolate island necessitated such efforts. He remarked to them, "You have all endured much for the sake of digging these traps, and your hands bear the marks of your toil." Wang Qianqian responded, "It's nothing, uncle. As long as the traps can withstand the wolves' assault, we fear neither hardship nor fatigue." Zhang Sili and Zhao Shishir nodded in agreement, affirming their resolve to endure any trial as long as it ensured their safety from the wolf pack. Ma Xiaoyu, heartened by their words, nodded appreciatively and then stood up to retrieve the disinfectant and Yunnan Baiyao powder from beneath the bed. Approaching the hearth, he gently took Wang Qianqian's delicate hand, unscrewed the cap of the disinfectant, and advised her, "It may sting a bit when the disinfectant touches your wounds, so bear with it." After applying the disinfectant to her injury, Wang Qianqian felt a sharp pain, but stifled any sound. Once he had treated her wound, he sprinkled some Yunnan Baiyao powder on it before taking Zhao Shishir and Zhang Sili's hands to apply the disinfectant and powder on their injuries as well. He instructed them, "Avoid letting the wounds come into contact with water. They will heal in a day or 2. The 3 girls were deeply touched by Ma Xiaoyu's considerate care for them. He then turned to Xiaoyu and asked, "Would you like to sanitize as well?" Xiaoyu smiled and replied, "I have tough skin and flesh. I often do farm work at home, and my palms have long been calloused." Ma Xiaoyu chuckled and chose not to respond further. Once the lamb chops were thoroughly stewed, they eagerly grabbed bowls and chopsticks, diving into the meal. After enjoying the delectable lamb stew, Ma Xiaoyu bid farewell to the others and returned to his shelter for some rest, while the girls also retired to their beds early. Chapter 67. The screams in the forest the following morning, as dawn broke, Ma Xiaoyu awoke with the first light. He opened the bamboo door of the shelter and noticed that the dwelling of Wang Qianqian and her companions remained tightly shut, suggesting that the girls had yet to rouse from their slumber. After washing his face by the small river and checking the crab traps, he was pleased to discover a bountiful catch. 7 or 8 large crabs had been ensnared in the 4 traps. With a sense of accomplishment, Ma Xiaoyu gathered some firewood and ignited a small fire by the riverbank. As the wood burned down to glowing embers, he placed several crabs atop the charcoal to roast. By the time Wang Qianqian and the others emerged from the shelter, the crabs were perfectly cooked. Upon seeing them, Ma Xiaoyu called out cheerfully, "You all certainly know how to sleep in. The sun has already risen high, and you're just getting up. Hurry over and enjoy the crabs." As the girls approached the river to wash up, Ma Xiaoyu quickly cautioned Wang Qianqian and her friends, "Since you 3 have injuries on your palms, it will be best to avoid the water. I can keep watch here." Heeding his advice, the girls settled beside him, while Xiaoyu quickly washed her hands and joined them by the fire. They cracked open the roasted crabs with stones and began to feast. After finishing the delectable crabs, Ma Xiaoyu spoke to the trio, saying, "You 3 should take the day off. Mo Xiaoyu and I will place the sharpened wooden stakes into the traps. With that, he stood up and, along with Mo Xiaoyu, carried the pointed stakes to the traps, driving them into the earth one by one with stones. Once all the sharpened stakes were firmly inserted, they ventured into the woods to gather additional branches and palm leaves to cover the traps, camouflaging them with a layer of dirt. Satisfied with their handiwork, Ma Xiaoyu nodded approvingly at Mo Xiaoyu and remarked, "With these traps set, we need not fear the wolf pack's return. Should they attempt to assault the shelter, they will fall prey to these snares. I am eager to witness how these beasts meet their demise at my hands." Mo Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, reassured that the traps would indeed provide a defense against any wolf pack attacks. Noticing that the day was still young, Mo Xiaoyu suggested, "Brother Ma, since we have time, why don't we venture into the woods to gather some plant and herbs to cook?" Ma Xiaoyu consented, and the two returned to the shelter, equipped with bamboo baskets and machetes. They secured their sleeves and pant legs with nylon rope and set off into the woods. After walking for a while, they discovered a patch of plant and herbs beneath a large tree. They knelt down to uproot the herbs, placing them into the basket before continuing their search. As they walked further, they found more plant and herbs along with wild onions. Having filled half their basket with the herbs, they decided it was time to return to the shelter. At that moment, a sudden scream echoed from the distant woods, causing both of them to change their expressions. And Mo Xiaoyu turned to Ma Xiaoyu and said, "Brother Ma, there are only a few of us and Ali's group on this desolate island. That scream must have come from Ali's people. Should we go investigate?" Ma Xiaoyu nodded, and the two hurried towards the source of the scream. As they approached, the cries became increasingly distinct. After walking a bit further, they spotted a man in his 30s, injured and lying beneath a large tree. Upon seeing him, they rushed over to his side. As they reached the man, they noticed he was covered in wounds from animal bites, blood continuously flowing from his body. Upon seeing Ma Xiaoyu, he grasped his arm desperately, stammering, "Help! Help! Me!" Ma Xiaoyu surveyed the man's injuries and realized that even if he attempted to save him, the man would likely not survive. He asked, "How'd you end up here? What happened to you?" The man replied in broken phrases, A few of us came out to search for food and encountered a wild boar here. The wounds on me were inflicted by the boar." Ma Xiaoyu pressed on, "What about the others?" The man shook his head helplessly and said, "When they saw the boar, they all ran away. If they hadn't fled, I wouldn't have been attacked. Please save me. I don't want to die here." Hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu shook his head in resignation. And Mo Xiaoyu urged, "Brother Ma, perhaps we should help him. He seems quite pitiful." Ma Xiaoyu replied, "Look at all his wounds and the blood he has lost. Even if we wanted to save him, it would be futile." As soon as he finished speaking, the man slowly lost consciousness, and soon thereafter, his breathing ceased entirely. The two stood there, watching a vibrant life extinguish, an indescribable sorrow filling their hearts. And Mo Xiaoyu then suggested, "Brother Ma, should we bury him? At least he would find peace in the earth." Ma Xiaoyu nodded, and the two began to dig a grave beneath the tree. Together, they lifted the man and placed him into the pit, covering him with soil. After laying him to rest, Ma Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim, "I never imagined how insignificant we humans are in the face of nature. I wonder if one day I might meet a similar fate here. At least he had us to bury him. If I were to perish on this desolate island, I might very well become prey for the animals." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoyu quickly reassured him, "Brother Ma, don't say such things. You are so capable. How could you possibly die here? You still need to lead us away from this place. Let's not dwell on dark thoughts. We should return quickly." Thus, they made their way back to the shelter, where Wang Qianqian and the others noted that both seemed somewhat disheartened. Zhao Shishir inquired of Ma Xiaoyu, "What troubles you? Brother Ma, have you encountered some difficulties?" Ma Xiaoyu recounted the events that transpired within the forest, and upon hearing his tale, the group was enveloped in a wave of melancholy. As twilight approached, Ma Xiaoyu placed a portion of lamb into a pot to simmer, while the young women gathered some plant and leaves and washed them by the riverside. When the lamb was nearly cooked, they added the cleaned leaves to the pot to meld with the meat. After finishing their dinner, they indulged in some wild bananas, then sat by the fireplace to engage in light conversation. Ma Xiaoyu exchanged farewells with the girls before returning to his shelter. Lying in bed, he could not shake the haunting memory of the unfortunate soul who perished in the woods, nor could he dispel thoughts of Wang Qianqian and the others, wondering if he would be able to care for them properly. Thus, he wrestled with these thoughts for a while before drifting into a troubled slumber. Chapter 68. Mo Xiaoyu shoots the porcupine. As dawn broke the next day, Ma Xiaoyu awoke early, emerging from the shelter to find the dwelling of Wang Qianqian and her companions still firmly closed. After freshening up by the riverside, he began to inspect the crab traps he had placed beneath the aquatic vegetation. To his delight, the traps yielded a bountiful catch, netting 8 or 9 sizable crabs. He placed the crabs into a bamboo cage, returned the traps to their watery hiding spots, and then fetched a large machete from the shelter. He ventured into the bamboo grove and harvested 2 thick bamboo stalks. Upon returning with the bamboo, he encountered Wang Qianqian and her group as they emerged from their shelter. Noticing his load, she curiously inquired, "Deshu, what do you intend to do with those bamboo stalks?" With a smile, Ma Xiaoyu replied, "Wolves are said to fear fire, so I plan to fashion a few torches. If the pack dares to launch another ambush, we shall be prepared to defend ourselves." Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian refrained from further questioning. The girls proceeded to wash up by the river before returning to the shelter. Mo Xiaoyu took a piece of mutton from the fireplace, cutting it into small chunks and placing it in a pot to cook. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu chopped the bamboo into sections of several decimeters in length, then ventured into the woods to gather some dry grass and tree bark. Back at the shelter, he used the machete to carve several slits into the bamboo, tightly twisted the dry grass together, and bound it with the bark. He then smeared some rendered wild boar fat onto the grass before stuffing it into the bamboo tubes, thus crafting a rudimentary torch. He meticulously created 7 or 8 such torches, carefully placing them beneath the bed. At that moment, the mutton in the pot was ready, and the group eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, devouring the hearty stew. In no time, the entire pot of braised mutton was consumed. After the meal, Ma Xiaoyu addressed the others, saying, "Stay here in the shelter and do not wander off. I shall go into the woods to see if I can find some plantain and wild onions, and perhaps dig up some wild yam." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoyu immediately responded, "Ma Ge, I would like to accompany you for safety." Zhao Shishir quickly chimed in, "Ma Ge, may I join as well? I'm utterly bored staying in the shelter all day." Wang Qianqian also added, "Yes, uncle, it is dreadfully dull here. We wish to explore the woods." Seeing their eager expressions, Ma Xiaoyu felt reluctant to refuse. He instructed them, "Tie your sleeves and pant legs with nylon rope, and stay close behind me in the woods." The girls nodded vigorously and quickly found nylon ropes to secure their attire. Thus, they set off into the woods, with Ma Xiaoyu leading the way, wielding his machete, while the girls followed closely behind. After wandering for nearly an hour, they finally discovered some plantain and wild onions beneath a grand tree. Coinciding with the afternoon, the hottest part of the day, Wang Qianqian and her companions were already drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Ma Xiaoyu and Mo Xiaoyu were slightly better off. Observing their plight, Ma Xiaoyu chuckled and remarked, "See, I told you to stay comfortably in the shelter, yet you insisted on enduring this hardship." After scanning the surroundings, he found a sturdy tree and cleared away some dead grass and leaves from beneath it, inviting the others to rest in its shade. As they took a moment to recuperate, a rustling sound suddenly erupted from the nearby bushes. Ma Xiaoyu immediately sprang to his feet, brandishing a machete as he cautiously approached the undergrowth. Mo Xiaoyu, noticing his movement, swiftly armed herself with a bow and followed suit. Before they could reach the thicket, a porcupine unexpectedly darted out, its round eyes fixed on them. Without hesitation, Mo Xiaoyu drew her bow and released an arrow that struck the porcupine squarely in the head. The creature collapsed, rolling on the ground while emitting a series of anguished cries. Seeing this, Ma Xiaoyu hurried over, wielding his machete, and delivered a decisive blow to the porcupine's head. The force of the strike nearly severed its skull, and a torrent of blood gushed forth as it struggled briefly before succumbing to death. Turning to Mo Xiaoyu, Ma Xiaoyu exclaimed, "I never expected your archery skills to be so remarkable. You hit the porcupine right in the head." Mo Xiaoyu blushed and replied, "Brother Ma, It was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Ma Xiaoyu placed the porcupine into a bamboo basket, calling out to Wang, Qian, and the others as they resumed their journey deeper into the woods. After covering some distance, Ma Xiaoyu suddenly heard a buzzing sound. Upon investigation, he spotted a massive beehive on a nearby tree, roughly the size of a small round table, bustling with bees entering and exiting. The sight of such a large hive astonished him. In his previous foraging days, he had only encountered hives the size of a wash basin. He thought to himself, with a hive this size, the honey inside must be plentiful. The hive was approximately 3 to 4 meters off the ground, and climbing the tree would be a trivial task for him. However, his immediate concern was to disperse the bees. He turned to Wang Qian and the others, instructing, "You all should move back. I will devise a way to bring down this beehive. Soon, we shall feast on wild honey." The sheer size of the hive sent a shiver of apprehension through the girls. Wang Qian cautioned him, "Uncle, perhaps we should reconsider. A hive of this magnitude likely houses thousands of bees. Being stung by them is no trivial matter." Zhao Shishir and Zhang Sili also advised him against provoking the bees. Although they all desired honey, the method of harvesting it appeared excessively perilous. Mo Xiaoyu urged him to leave while he still could. With a smile, Ma Xiaoyu reassured them. "What is there to fear? Fortune favors the bold. I often venture into the mountains to gather wild honey at home. Rest assured, I will be fine." He instructed Qian and the others to retreat to a safe distance while Mo Xiaoyu remained to assist him. Given his steadfastness, the girls ceased their attempts to dissuade him. Wang Qian and her companions turned and walked away, retreating 50 to 60 meters before hiding behind a large tree, their faces etched with concern as they watched Ma Xiaoyu. Chapter 69. Harvesting wild honey. The two individuals first gathered some firewood nearby, placing it beneath the grand tree that sheltered the beehive. They then cut fresh leaves and ignited the fire, laying the newly severed foliage atop the flames. As the wood continued to burn, the fresh leaves created a thick plume of smoke that swiftly ascended into the air. The pair retreated to a safe distance, and soon the beehive nestled atop the tree was enveloped in the smoke rising from the fire. The bees within the hive, disturbed by the smoke, began to swarm out in droves. After approximately 10 minutes, the majority of the bees had fled, and the fire was nearing its end. Ma Xiaoyu instructed a few of the girls to remain in place while he hastened towards the base of the tree. Upon glancing at the hive above, he began to ascend the tree, reaching the vicinity of the hive in less than 2 minutes. Drawing a large machete from his waist, he struck at the branches with force, severing them until the hive plummeted to the ground. Descending from the tree, he used the machete to slice open the beehive, revealing glistening golden honey within. Several dazed bees, affected by the smoke, continued to writhe atop the hive. He called out to Mo Xiaoyu and the others, "Quick, bring the bamboo basket." Upon hearing his summons, the girls rushed forward with the basket. Ma Xiaoyu took it from them, emptied its contents, porcupine quills, plantain leaves, and wild onions, onto the ground, and then returned to gather some palm leaves to line the basket. He proceeded to cut the wild honey into pieces and place them inside the basket. The hive contained a substantial amount of honey, filling the basket completely. He slung the basket over his back while Mo Xiaoyu and the others collected the scattered porcupine quills, plantain leaves, and wild onions. The group then made their way toward the shelter, traveling a considerable distance before locating a large tree. After clearing away some dry grass and leaves from beneath it, they settled down to rest in the shade. Ma Xiaoyu retrieved a generous chunk of wild honey from the basket and offered it to the others. Upon receiving the honey, Mo Xiaoyu and the others eagerly tore off pieces and began to devour it ravenously. The wild honey possessed a delicate floral aroma and an exquisite sweetness that made it impossible for them to stop indulging. Having consumed a significant portion of the wild honey, they eventually rose and resumed their journey toward the shelter. Upon their return, they gathered around the fireplace and began to converse merrily. Glancing at the leg of lamb hanging above the fire, Ma Xiaoyu cheerfully remarked to the girls, "Would you like to savor some roasted lamb?" At his suggestion, the girls' eyes sparkled with excitement, and Wang Qian exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Uncle, you have no idea how much I adore roasted lamb. Will you prepare some for us?" Ma Xiaoyu nodded in agreement and instructed the girls to dig a deep pit by the small river, while he retrieved a hind leg of lamb from the fireplace and began to carve it with a small knife. Once again, he sprinkled coarse sea salt upon the leg of lamb, vigorously massaging it several times, before slathering a generous layer of wild honey over the meat. He then wielded a large cleaver and ventured to the riverbank, where he harvested some wild banana leaves, wrapping the honey-coated leg of lamb in layers of leaves. As he approached the riverbank to ignite the fire, several young women had already excavated a pit nearly half a meter deep. Ma Xiaoyu instructed them to place some firewood in the pit and ignite it. When the wood had burned down to mere charcoal, he placed a wrapped leg of lamb atop the embers, covering it with a layer of pebbles, and added more firewood on top before setting it ablaze. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu, along with Wang Qianqian and a few others, began preparing a porcupine by plucking its quills one by one. They lit a fire at the riverbank and placed the porcupine upon it, allowing it to roast. In no time, the quills were singed away, and they took the porcupine to the river to clean it thoroughly. With a small knife, they made an incision, extracting the internal organs while retaining the liver, discarding the rest into the flowing water. They then cut the porcupine meat and hung it by the fireplace in their shelter. As dusk approached, hunger gnawed at them. Wang Qianqian turned to Ma Xiaoyu and exclaimed, "Uncle, when will the roasted lamb leg be ready? I feel as though I might perish from hunger." In response, Ma Xiaoyu chuckled and replied, "You're quite the glutton. Do you think you're the only one starving? We're equally famished. This leg of lamb has been roasting for 4 to 5 hours. It should be ready to eat." With that, he led everyone back to the riverbank, only to find that the fire in the pit had completely extinguished. Ma Xiaoyu instructed the girls to gather some firewood and reignite a fire beside the pit. Using a stick, he shifted the stones aside, revealing that the banana leaves encasing the lamb had been charred. The moment he peeled back the leaves, a cloud of steaming, aromatic fragrance wafted into the air, causing everyone to involuntarily swallow. The leg of lamb had turned a beautiful golden brown, sizzling and oozing fat. Ma Xiaoyu promptly laid some wild banana leaves on the ground beside the pit and placed the roasted lamb leg upon them. He then took a knife and began to slice the lamb, and without a moment's hesitation, the group eagerly grabbed pieces of the hot meat, devouring it ravenously. The girls praised Ma Xiaoyu's culinary skills as they feasted. The roasted lamb was devoid of any gamey flavor, instead infused with the delicate sweetness of honey and the refreshing essence of banana leaves. In less than 10 minutes, the 7 to 8 pound leg of lamb was completely devoured. Satiated, the group patted their bellies in contentment and took a moment to rest beside the fire. The girls then made their way to the bathroom to refresh the water in the tub, igniting a fire in the drain to begin heating water for their bath. Almost an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the water in the bath had reached a delightful temperature. Several young women entered the bathroom, shedding their garments entirely, and began to splash the water with bamboo tubes as they commenced their cleansing ritual. After their refreshing baths, they returned to the sanctuary, taking a seat beside the fireplace while they tended to their still damp tresses. Upon their return, Ma Xiaoyu rose to retrieve a fresh change of clothes from her own refuge. She, too, disrobed in the bathroom and luxuriated in the warm embrace of the bath water, relishing the soothing experience. After approximately half an hour of indulgence, she dressed again, placing her soiled garments into the bath for a thorough rinse before hanging them to dry on the branches outside the sanctuary. Finally, she secured the door and nestled into her bed, surrendering to the embrace of sleep. Chapter 70. The wolf pack strikes again in the depths of the night. Several individuals were still ensconced in slumber when a sudden chorus of wolf howls erupted from the forest, rousing them from their dreams. Ma Xiaoyu swiftly climbed out of bed, donned his shoes, seized his machete, and made his way to the entrance of the shelter, peering through the narrow gap of the bamboo door. Yet, the outside world remained cloaked in darkness, obscuring his view. The wolf pack's howls, however, resonated ominously close to the shelter. Wang Qianqian and the others were similarly startled awake. Drawing from their previous encounter, they exhibited a notable composure, though fear still lingered. One by one, they descended from their beds, fastening their shoes. Ma Xiaoyu rushed to the door, calling out, "Ma, the wolves are back. Hurry over." Hearing her cries, Ma Xiaoyu responded loudly, "Quickly, open the door." I'm coming. He then retrieved a wooden stick propped against the bamboo door, unfastened it, and hastened toward Mo Xiaoyu's quarters. Mo Xiaoyu swiftly opened the bamboo door, and after Ma Xiaoyu entered, she secured it once more with a stick. At this juncture, Wang Qianqian and the others had gathered some firewood to stoke the hearth. As the logs ignited, the shelter was instantly illuminated, and the sight of Ma Xiaoyu's presence instilled a sense of reassurance among them, dispelling their earlier trepidation. They settled beside the fireplace, listening to the howls of the wolves outside, which grew increasingly distinct, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. Ma Xiaoyu promptly rose and approached the entrance, peering through the gap in the bamboo door. There, at a distance of merely 10 meters from the shelter, pairs of wolf eyes glimmered in the night, and upon counting, he discerned that approximately a dozen wolves were lurking outside. It appeared the shelter was once again encircled by the pack, yet Ma Xiaoyu remained unperturbed. After all, numerous traps had been set outside, and sharpened stakes were embedded within. Beneath the shelter's bed lay an array of homemade torches. The wolf howls continued to echo persistently, growing increasingly agitated. Ma Xiaoyu understood that the pack was preparing to launch an assault on the shelter. Indeed, within moments, a horde of wolves charged toward the shelter. But before they could close the distance, the foremost wolves suddenly found themselves ensnared, plummeting into the traps that had been meticulously arranged. The stakes pierced the bodies of the fallen wolves, eliciting anguished cries of suffering from within the traps. The remaining wolves, witnessing their companions' misfortune, recoiled in fright, momentarily retreating and howling in distress. The cacophony of anguish from the trapped wolves brought a sense of vindication to Ma Xiaoyu and his companions, who couldn't help but erupt into laughter. The wolves standing nearby, upon hearing their mirth, grew increasingly furious, their howls rising to a fever pitch. Before long, the remaining wolves launched another assault on the sanctuary. This time, the pack seemed to have learned from experience, realizing that there were no traps at the entrance of the refuge, and thus they sprinted directly towards it. With a resounding crash, two wolves collided violently with the bamboo door, startling the individuals inside the sanctuary. The bamboo door shook, but fortunately remained intact, although one of the vines securing it was snapped. Observing that their initial attempt did not succeed in breaching the door, the wolves retreated momentarily to gather their strength for another charge. Ma Xiaoyu understood that if this continued, the bamboo door would inevitably succumb to the relentless assault of the wolves. He shouted to Wang Qianqian and the others, urging them to quickly retrieve the torches from beneath the bed and light them. Responding to his command, the girls hastened to the bedside, fetched the torches from beneath, and ignited them in the fireplace. Crafted from dry grass and generously coated with pig fat, the torches blazed fiercely once lit. The girls brought the flaming torches to the entrance, and Ma Xiaoyu instructed them, "When I count to 3, Xiaoyu will remove the stick propping up the door. I will swiftly open the bamboo door, and you all throw your torches at the wolves outside. Do you understand?" The girls nodded eagerly in agreement. Ma Xiaoyu began his countdown, and upon reaching 3, Mo Xiaoyu immediately removed the stick from the top of the bamboo door, allowing Ma Xiaoyu to fling it open. The wolf pack, seeing the door ajar, surged towards it, and simultaneously, Wang Qianqian and the others hurled their torches at the approaching wolves. As the torches flew through the air, Ma Xiaoyu quickly shut the door again, while Mo Xiaoyu reinforced it with a wooden stick. 2 of the torches struck their marks, igniting the thick fur of 2 wolves. They let out anguished howls, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames until they finally managed to rise. Singed but alive, the remaining wolves hesitated, retreating a short distance to howl in frustration. Ma Xiaoyu urged Wang Qianqian and the others to continue lighting torches. The trio swiftly ignited more torches and approached the sanctuary's entrance. They resumed their coordinated efforts, as Ma Xiaoyu counted to 3 once more. Mo Xiaoyu quickly removed the stick from the bamboo door, allowing Ma Xiaoyu to swing it open again. Wang Qianqian and her companions hurled their torches at the wolves. The sight of the flying torches sent the wolves scattering in panic. Although the torches did not hit their targets this time, the wolves were sufficiently intimidated. The standoff persisted for over 10 minutes until the wolves, realizing they could not gain the upper hand, howled into the sky before swiftly retreating into the woods, leaving behind an eerie silence. As they observed the wolf pack finally depart, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of several individuals. Only a few wolves, ensnared in the trap, continued to emit anguished cries from time to time. Listening to the wretched sounds emanating from the trap, Xiaoyu turned to Ma Xiaoyu and inquired, "Brother Ma, what shall we do about those wolves trapped inside?" Ma Xiaoyu replied, "There is no need to concern ourselves with them. They will perish soon enough. I believe the wolf pack will not return tonight. You all should rest early." With that, he opened the bamboo door of the shelter, disregarded the trapped wolves, and returned to his quarters, quickly succumbing to slumber. Witnessing Ma Xiaoyu's departure, Xiaoyu and the others also settled into their beds. Chapter 71. Return to the shore. Due to the wolf pack's nocturnal assault the previous night, the group did not awaken until nearly noon the next day. Ma Xiaoyu emerged from the bamboo door of the makeshift shelter and made his way to the riverbank for a brief wash. He then approached the trap to inspect it, discovering that 5 wolves had fallen victim to its snares. Each wolf was impaled by sharpened wooden stakes, their blood long dried to a dark hue, and they were infested with ants and various flying insects, emitting a foul odor. Ma Xiaoyu promptly summoned Xiaoyu and the others, and together they dragged the carcasses to the riverbank. Without delay, he took up a knife and began skinning the wolves. Observing his efforts, the others joined in, and after approximately 3 hours, they had successfully removed the pelts from all 5 wolves. As they gazed at the skinned wolves, Wang Qianqian inquired, "Uncle, how shall we handle the wolf meat? It has a rather pungent odor." Initially, Ma Xiaoyu had intended to preserve some of the wolf meat for consumption. But given that their shelter still contained some mutton and that the bamboo cage in the river held a considerable number of crabs, he decided against it. Moreover, the wolf meat had begun to spoil. He cut away some leg meat for the girls to take back to the shelter to dry by the fireplace, while the remainder was discarded into the river to be carried away by the current. They carefully cleaned the wolf pelts in the river multiple times, scraping off the fat, and then hung the pelts on branches to dry. The process of handling the carcasses had consumed several hours, and by now, the group was ravenous. Xiaoyu returned to the shelter, cut the wolf leg meat into small pieces, and began to cook it in a pot. Ma Xiaoyu checked the crab traps hidden beneath the water plants. Today's catch was decent, yielding over 10 large crabs from the 4 traps. He placed the crabs in a bamboo basket, returned the traps to their submerged position, and inhaled the delightful aroma wafting from the pot of wolf leg meat as it cooked. Once the meat was ready, they gathered to partake in the meal. The mutton, while more pungent than the flavors of wild boar, was still palatable. After enjoying the stewed wolf meat, Ma Xiaoyu took Xiaoyu into the woods to gather some sticks, which they cut into shorter lengths and sharpened at both ends. They returned to the trap, cautiously descended into it, and retrieved the broken stakes. They then replaced them with the sharpened ones, covering the trap with additional branches and palm fronds, finally sprinkling some earth over the top for camouflage. As dusk approached, the group collected firewood from the forest. Ma Xiaoyu returned to the river, retrieved some crabs from the bamboo cage, and bound them in grass to bring back to the shelter, where he began to boil them. By the time the crabs were cooked, night had fully descended, and they gathered together to enjoy their meal of crabs. After indulging in succulent crabs, Wang Qianqian and a few others made their way to the bathing area. They retrieved a bamboo tube and fetched some water from the stream to fill the bathing pool. A fire was ignited in the drainage ditch to heat the water. Once the water reached a pleasant warmth, they took turns enjoying a hot bath. Upon returning to their shelter, they gathered around the fireplace, where several girls began to tend to their still damp hair. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu sat nearby, his gaze flitting between the girls. Noticing Ma Xiaoyu's lingering gaze, the girls felt a twinge of embarrassment. Wang Qianqian addressed him with playful reproach. "You lecherous old man, are you harboring some indecent thoughts while staring at us?" Ma Xiaoyu chuckled in response. "Just look at you. Neither front nor back has any appeal. What kind of thoughts could I possibly have? At least one should be like Xiaoyu, with the right proportions." His words incited Wang Qianqian's irritation, prompting her to proudly accentuate her figure and retort, "Take a good look at what it means to have curves." Xiaoyu blushed at the exchange, finally breaking the silence to say, "Brother Ma, The sea salt we've prepared is running low. It will last us only a day or two at most. Should we venture to the seaside again to gather some more salt crystals? Ma Xiaoyu immediately replied, I shall go to the shore tomorrow to collect more sea salt crystals and see if I can salvage any useful supplies. I might also catch some lobsters and fish for us to eat. The girls expressed a desire to accompany him, and although he hesitated to leave them behind, he ultimately agreed, feeling more secure with their presence. After some light conversation, Ma Xiaoyu bid farewell to the girls and returned to his shelter to rest. Wang Qianqian and the others secured the bamboo door and settled down for the night. At the break of dawn the next day, before the sun had fully risen, Mo Xiaoyu awoke and stepped outside to wash up at the stream. Upon returning, she took a piece of lamb from the fireplace, diced it into smaller portions, and placed it in a pot to cook. By the time Ma Xiaoyu and the others roused from their slumber, the lamb was nearly ready, and they gathered to enjoy their breakfast together. After their meal, Ma Xiaoyu instructed the girls to fill some empty bottles with water from the stream and place them in the bamboo basket. He retrieved a pot made from an oil barrel and his homemade diving goggles from under the bed, adding them to the basket. They secured their sleeves and pant legs with nylon rope, shouldered the bamboo basket, and set off toward the coast, with Ma Xiaoyu leading the way wielding a machete, closely followed by the girls. After more than 2 hours of traversing the stifling woods, they finally arrived at the shoreline, albeit without incident. The girls, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, collapsed onto the sandy beach to catch their breath. After a brief respite, Ma Xiaoyu rose and ventured into the woods to gather some firewood, which he used to ignite a small fire on the beach before retrieving his homemade diving goggles from the bamboo basket. He approached the shoreline and found a rock on which he stood, meticulously observing the underwater realm, where he could faintly discern lobsters nestled among the crevices of the seabed. Without hesitation, he stripped down to merely his shorts, donned a makeshift diving mask, and plunged into the ocean, taking a deep breath before submerging himself to commence his pursuit of lobsters. When he resurfaced once more, he held in his hand a lobster weighing approximately 4 to 5 tails. Upon witnessing his catch, Mo Xiaoyu and the others hastily made their way to the rocky shore. Ma Xiaoyu tossed the lobster onto the sandy beach, inhaled deeply, and then dove back into the depths to continue his quest. Chapter 72. The affection beneath the great tree. Thus, more than an hour passed, during which Ma Xiaoyu had captured over a dozen lobsters, ample enough for a delightful feast for several individuals. Mo Xiaoyu and her companions returned to the fire pit, retrieving some charcoal from within the flames, upon which they began to roast the lobsters. Ma Xiaoyu climbed back onto the rocks, donned his clothing, and rejoined the gathering by the fire. Having previously procured natural sea salt crystals from the crevices of the rocks, Ma Xiaoyu took the opportunity, while the lobsters roasted, to gather several empty bottles and commenced his search for naturally formed sea salt crystals along the shore. When he returned to the fire pit with a bottle brimming with the precious crystals, Mo Xiaoyu and the others had already finished roasting the lobsters. They settled upon the ground, encircling the fire, peeling the shells from the lobsters, and indulging in their meal. After savoring the roasted lobsters, Zhang Sili retrieved a pot from their bamboo basket and placed it over the fire, pouring in several bottles of water brought from their shelter to boil. Once the water reached a boil and cooled, they each drank some, and Ma Xiaoyu addressed Wang Qianqian and the others, suggesting they search along the shore for additional natural sea salt crystals while he scoured the coastline for useful resources. With that, he slung the bamboo basket over his shoulder, rose, and began walking toward the coast. Mo Xiaoyu, noticing this, immediately stood and followed closely behind him. Wang Qianqian and the others, observing the scene, said nothing, but also rose to join the search for naturally formed sea salt crystals. Before long, Mo Xiaoyu had caught up to Ma Xiaoyu and cheerfully proposed, "Brother Ma, let me accompany you. It's always better with company." Ma Xiaoyu smiled softly without uttering a word, and together they strolled along the shoreline. After more than an hour of walking, aside from encountering some debris washed ashore by the sea, they found no other usable resources. Both felt a tinge of disappointment as the sun blazed overhead, and they trudged along the sandy beach, their clothes soaked in sweat. With no other choice, They sought refuge beneath a large tree that grew along the coastline, resting in its shade. Due to the thinness of their attire, Ma Xiaoyu could faintly discern Mo Xiaoyu's undergarments, his gaze occasionally wandering towards her. Mo Xiaoyu seemed aware of his furtive glances, yet she felt no aversion. Rather, a flicker of anticipation ignited within her. Throughout their time together, she had begun to develop feelings for Ma Xiaoyu, unperturbed by the 10-year age difference between them. After a few moments of silence, Mo Xiaoyu suddenly turned to Ma Xiaoyu and asked, "Brother Ma, what do you think of me?" Taken aback by her unexpected inquiry, Ma Xiaoyu paused before responding. "I find you quite admirable, diligent and virtuous, not to mention your beauty and amiable disposition. Whoever marries you will undoubtedly be very fortunate." Upon hearing his words, Mo Xiaoyu felt a delightful warmth in her heart, her cheeks flushing as she responded, "Ma Ge, you truly know how to make someone happy. I'm not as wonderful as you say. Aside from being able to do some farm work, I am rather clueless. Otherwise, I wouldn't be working as a waitress on a cruise ship." Ma Xiaoyu quickly replied, "I think you are quite remarkable and would make a splendid wife. If I were younger, I would certainly pursue you, but at my age, even if I tried, you would surely overlook me." Mo Xiaoyu immediately retorted, "Who says that? I think you are quite wonderful. You are the best man I have ever met. To be honest, I feel that I am already in love with you." After saying this, she shyly lowered her head. Ma Xiaoyu was taken aback by her confession. It was the first time someone had expressed their feelings for him since his divorce, and from such a beautiful girl at that. After a considerable pause, Ma Xiaoyu finally spoke. "Xiaoyu, you mustn't say such things lightly. Your feelings are likely influenced by the fact that I am the only older man here. Once you leave this place, you may not feel the same way." Mo Xiaoyu promptly lifted her head, her expression serious as she replied, "Ma Ge, I am not speaking impulsively, nor is it merely because you are the only man here. I truly have fallen for you. Even if I someday leave this place, my heart will not waver." Her words moved Ma Xiaoyu deeply. To receive a confession from such a girl was an incredibly joyous occasion. Mo Xiaoyu continued, "Ma Ge, I understand that your age is when desires are most intense, and being around us girls daily, you are bound to have thoughts. Otherwise, you wouldn't carry condoms in your pocket every day." Before Ma Xiaoyu could finish, she reached into his pocket and pulled out a box of condoms. Ma Xiaoyu felt as if he could never cleanse himself of the situation. He realized that any explanation would be futile, so he chose to remain silent. Seeing his reaction, Mo Xiaoyu assumed she had hit the nail on the head and moved closer to him. The two were now intimately close, and as Ma Xiaoyu inhaled her faint fragrance, he felt his hormones surge. Struggling to maintain composure, he said, "Xiaoyu, you mustn't do this. Do you not realize you are playing with fire?" Mo Xiaoyu, her face flushed, whispered, "Ma Ge, I am doing this willingly, and I know you have been holding back for too long." Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu could no longer resist. Almost instinctively, he wrapped an arm around Mo Xiaoyu, who trembled slightly at the embrace, resembling a gentle kitten leaning against him. Faced with the alluring beauty in his arms, Ma Xiaoyu lost all restraint and kissed her lips, while Mo Xiaoyu slowly closed her eyes. Under the sprawling branches of the ancient tree, the two individuals succumbed to a passionate embrace, their lips entangled in an ardent kiss. Ma Xiaoyu's hands wandered restlessly across her figure, while Mo Xiaoyu clung tightly to him. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed as their garments lay scattered upon the ground. Mo Xiaoyu, acutely aware of what was to follow, blushed deeply and cautioned Ma Xiaoyu, "Brother Ma, please be careful and do not forget to use protection." He nodded in response, and thus they surrendered to their desires beneath the great tree, lost in their fervor. Eventually, they paused, breathless and glistening with perspiration, yet overwhelmingly satisfied. Mo Xiaoyu felt a delightful languor enveloping her body. She had not anticipated Ma Xiaoyu's fervent prowess. Shyly, she remarked, "Brother Ma, I never imagined you could be so formidable. I am truly overwhelmed with happiness." Chapter 73. The thoughts of Zhao Shishir and others upon hearing her words. Ma Xiaoyu embraced her once more, assuring her, "Xiaoyu, rest assured, I will be responsible for you. I shall cherish you for a lifetime." His declaration filled Mo Xiaoyu with an overwhelming sense of sweetness. The two of them lingered beneath the tree in their bare state for quite some time before Mo Xiaoyu suggested, "Brother Ma, shall we take a bath in the sea?" Without hesitation, Ma Xiaoyu swept her into a princess carry and made his way toward the coastline. Upon reaching the shore, they waded into the water and began to cleanse themselves. Ma Xiaoyu gently scooped seawater, meticulously washing Mo Xiaoyu's body. In that moment, she felt an immense wave of happiness. After a while, they returned beneath the grand tree, dressed in their clothes, and began searching along the coast. However, after walking for nearly 2 hours, aside from some debris washed ashore, they only found a few empty bottles and some nylon ropes. As time passed, Ma Xiaoyu turned to Mo Xiaoyu and suggested, "Xiaoyu, it is getting late. Shall we head back?" Mo Xiaoyu nodded, but as she was about to turn, she caught a glimpse of what appeared to be coconut trees in the distance. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "Brother Ma, look over there. Could those be coconut trees?" Ma Xiaoyu followed her gaze and discerned the silhouette of coconut trees on the distant beach, though he could not be certain due to the distance. Shaking his head, he replied, "It's too far to tell. Let us go and see for ourselves." He took Mo Xiaoyu's hand, and they walked towards the trees. As they drew nearer, they could finally see several coconut trees adorned with coconuts. Both of them were filled with exuberance as they hurried towards the trees. Soon, they stood beneath the coconut trees, gazing up at the abundance of coconuts hanging from the branches. Ma Xiaoyu spat into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and began to ascend the tree. In less than 2 minutes, he had climbed 7 or 8 meters high, firmly gripping the trunk with his legs. With one hand freed, he retrieved a large machete from his waist and struck decisively at the junction of the coconuts and the trunk. A cascade of coconuts plummeted to the ground. Ma Xiaoyu then tossed the machete down and clung tightly to the trunk, sliding down swiftly to the ground. He picked up the machete, chopped 2 coconuts in half, and handed one to Mo Xiaoyu. As she tilted her head back to drink the coconut water, Ma Xiaoyu did the same, savoring every drop. Having not tasted coconut water for several days, both felt immensely satisfied. After finishing the coconut water, they rested beneath the coconut tree for a while. Ma Xiaoyu climbed back up to gather more coconuts, placing them into a bamboo basket. With the basket full, he made his way towards Wang, Qianqian, and the others. The weight of the bamboo basket filled with coconuts forced them to pause frequently to rest along their journey. After nearly 3 hours, they finally returned to the fire pit, where Wang Qianqian and the others were engaged in conversation. Upon seeing the two return, the trio promptly rose to their feet. Their spirits lifted at the sight of the coconuts in the bamboo basket. Wang Qianqian exclaimed with excitement, "Uncle, where did you two find these coconuts? It's been almost a month since we last tasted coconut water." Ma Xiaoyu placed the bamboo basket on the beach, took a few coconuts, and cracked them open, handing them to the girls. Wang Qianqian and her companions joyfully sipped the refreshing coconut water. After each had consumed the juice from 2 coconuts, Ma Xiaoyu addressed them, saying, "It's getting late. It seems we won't be able to return to the shelter tonight. You all should gather some firewood and palm leaves from the woods while I catch some lobsters in the sea." With that, he stood, donned his homemade diving mask, and made his way to the rocky coastline. He stripped off his clothes, put on the mask, and plunged into the water, beginning his quest for lobsters. Meanwhile, Wang Qianqian and the others ventured into the woods to collect firewood and palm leaves. While they were cutting palm fronds, Wang Qianqian suddenly noticed several hickeys on Mo Xiaoyu's neck and inquired, "Xiaoyu, what is with those marks on your neck? Did you and the uncle sneak away to do something while you were out?" At her question, Zhao Shishir also looked at the hickeys, and upon being asked, Mo Xiaoyu immediately lowered her head. Her face flushed and whispered to the 3 they were left by Brother Ma. Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian and the others felt a pang of jealousy. Wang Qianqian gritted her teeth and demanded, "Xiaoyu, tell me the truth. Did the uncle bully you? Just wait until I get back. I'll sort him out." And Mo Xiaoyu hastily replied, "Brother Ma didn't bully me. I went willingly. He treats me well." Realizing that Mo Xiaoyu had indeed become intimate with Ma Xiaoyu, the trio fell silent, their hearts heavy. They returned to the fire pit with the firewood and palm leaves. Finding Ma Xiaoyu still in the sea, catching lobsters, Mo Xiaoyu immediately walked toward the shoreline. As she departed, Wang Qianqian turned to Zhao Shishir and Zhang Si, saying, "Why is Xiaoyu so foolish, just giving herself to the uncle? This time, the uncle is truly a case of an old bull with a young calf." Hearing this, Zhao Shishir laughed and replied, "I sense a hint of envy in your words. Do you perhaps have feelings for Brother Ma?" Flushed with embarrassment, Wang Qianqian retorted, "Sister Shishir, don't say such things. How could I possibly like the uncle? I'm attracted to tall, rich, and handsome men." Zhao Shishir countered, "You needn't deny it. I know you like Brother Ma. Seely likes him too, and I must admit I have a bit of a crush on him as well. After all, he is such a wonderful person. It's not shameful to like him." Zhang Silly sighed, "But what good does that do? It's not like we can compete with Xiaoyu, who has already made her move. We can only wish them both well. And they do seem quite suited for each other." Upon hearing her words, Zhao Shishir spoke again, "I beg to differ. After all, on this desolate island, Ma Ge is the only commendable man. We are uncertain if we can ever leave this place. Since Xiaoyu can harbor feelings for Ma Ge, why can't I? At worst, I shall simply dedicate myself to him." Wang Qianqian and Zhang Silly were utterly astonished by her declaration, as they had not anticipated such sentiments would emanate from her. It seemed she was insinuating a desire to wed Ma Xiaoyu alongside Xiaoyu herself. However, upon further reflection, one could see the rationale in her words. After all, aside from Ali and his companions, Ma Xiaoyu stood as the sole man on this island, and he possessed such admirable qualities. Marrying him would hardly be a misfortune. Chapter 74. Return to the sanctuary at this moment. As Ma Xiaoyu emerged from the water's surface, he beheld Mo Xiaoyu, her face radiant with joy, standing by the rocky shoreline. Without hesitation, she tossed him the lobster she had caught before taking a deep breath and plunging back into the depths to continue her pursuit. Observing the lively lobster in his grasp, Mo Xiaoyu swiftly picked up a stone and struck its head, silencing it in a matter of moments. The sun dipped below the horizon, and Ma Xiaoyu had successfully caught over 10 lobsters. Mo Xiaoyu called out to him, "Ma Ge, hurry up. This bounty is enough for all of us." With their relationship now confirmed, Ma Xiaoyu climbed onto the rocks, donned his clothes, and together they gathered the lobsters to the fire pit. He rummaged through the embers, placing the lobsters directly on the grill to roast. The group settled around the fire, when suddenly Wang Qianqian remarked to Ma Xiaoyu, "Uncle, you truly are something. Such a fine catch like Xiaoyu has fallen for you. A mere pig." Realizing that Mo Xiaoyu had divulged their intimate affair, Ma Xiaoyu, undeterred, retorted to Wang Qianqian, "What nonsense is that? This is love, do you not understand? Even if you wanted me to, I would not be inclined. Look at you, lacking in curves, unlike my Xiaoyu, who is quite the vision." Zhao Shishir, feeling a pang of jealousy, chimed in, "Ma Ge, you just began your relationship, and already you are showing off. She is all yours now." Wang Qianqian, irked, glared at Ma Xiaoyu and exclaimed, "I can't believe Xiaoyu has lost her senses to choose you. Rest assured, even if every man in the world perished, I would never marry you." With that, she turned her head aside, sulking. Ma Xiaoyu merely chuckled, choosing not to respond. When the lobsters were finally ready, they gathered to feast. After enjoying the roasted delicacies, Ma Xiaoyu split open several coconuts, offering the girls a refreshing drink. They sat around the fire, engaging in light-hearted conversation. To safeguard against nocturnal predators, Ma Xiaoyu ignited additional fires around their encampment. As the hour grew late, he advised the girls, "It's getting late. You should rest. Tomorrow morning, we will return to the sanctuary. I will keep watch tonight." And Mo Xiaoyu immediately suggested, "Ma Ge, why don't I keep you company during the watch? It will be nice to have a companion." Gently patting her back, Ma Xiaoyu replied, "You've had a long day. It's best you sleep early. With me here, there is no need for you to stay up." A wave of happiness washed over Mo Xiaoyu, while Wang Qianqian and the others felt a twinge of envy. Thus, Ma Xiaoyu sat by the fire, silently guarding the girls, occasionally adding wood to the flames. Eventually, as the night wore on and fatigue overcame him, he succumbed to sleep, drifting off in a haze. When he opened his eyes once more, the sun had already risen high in the sky. He found himself lying on palm leaves, with Mo Xiaoyu's jacket draped over him, which filled Ma Xiaoyu with a rush of emotion. Rising from the palm leaves, he noticed several girls by the shore, searching among the rocks for naturally formed sea salt crystals. Since yesterday, they had collected 4 or 5 bottles of these beautiful crystals. With such an abundance, they could easily produce 2 to 3 bottles of sea salt, enough to sustain them for some time. After washing his face at the water's edge, he called the girls back, gathering their findings into a bamboo basket and covering the fire pit with sand. With the basket on his back, he headed towards the shelter, leading the way with a machete, while the girls followed closely behind. After nearly 3 hours, they finally returned to the shelter, encountering no dangers along the way. Once back, they all sat by the fireplace, breathing heavily as they rested. After a while, Ma Xiaoyu added some firewood to the hearth and ignited the flames, then chopped a piece of wolf meat into small chunks and placed it in a pot to cook. As the wolf meat simmered, the girls eagerly prepared their bowls and chopsticks, ready to feast. After enjoying the delicious wolf stew, they rested by the fireplace for a while. Ma Xiaoyu then took his machete to the riverbank, where he cut a section of bamboo about the width of a bowl. He carefully drilled a small hole in the bottom with a knife and retrieved some charcoal from the hearth. Layering charcoal and sand inside the bamboo, he fashioned a simple filtration device. He called for Mo Xiaoyu and the other girls to bring the sea salt crystals they had collected, pouring them into the bamboo to dissolve completely. The resulting salt water was filtered through their makeshift device. Next, they kindled a fire by the river and poured the filtered salt water into a pot to begin the lengthy process of boiling down the sea salt. With time still on their side, Ma Xiaoyu said to the girls, "You stay here to continue the salt making. I will venture into the woods to find some plantain to cook." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoyu immediately stood and declared, "Brother Ma, I will accompany you. Let us also gather some mugwort while we're at it." Ma Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. They secured their sleeves and pant legs with nylon ropes, shouldered their bamboo basket, and armed themselves with bows, arrows, and a machete before heading into the woods. After walking a considerable distance, they finally found some plantain beneath a large tree, and around the bushes, they discovered some mugwort. Just as they were about to turn back to the shelter, the sudden call of a wild hen echoed from nearby woods. Looking up, they spotted a plump wild hen perched on a branch, calling out incessantly. Ma Xiaoyu set down the bamboo basket and instructed Mo Xiaoyu to remain where she was, while he stealthily approached the tree where the wild hen roost, bow in hand. As he approached the tree and grasped his bow, he aimed at the wild chicken perched atop the branches and released an arrow. The projectile struck the bird squarely, with a quill fashioned from porcupine quills nearly piercing its body. The wild chicken, along with the arrow embedded in it, was propelled several meters before crashing to the ground. Tumbling uncontrollably, Ma Xiaoyu swiftly made his way over, seized the bird by its neck, and with a forceful twist, rendered it motionless after a few futile struggles. He then extracted the arrow from the bird's body, tossed the wild chicken into the bamboo basket, and with the basket secured on his back, made his way towards the shelter. Chapter 75. Ma Xiaoyu's injury upon returning to the refuge. Wang Qianqian and the others were seated by the fire beside the small river, diligently boiling seawater to extract salt. They placed a bamboo basket on the ground, fetched a pot filled with river water from the refuge, and set it over the fire to heat. Mo Xiaoyu, on the other hand, carried a large stone from the riverbank to the fire and placed mugwort atop it to roast. Once the water reached a boiling point, Ma Xiaoyu added a wild chicken to the pot for blanching before proceeding with its preparation. In less than 20 minutes, the wild chicken was ready. He returned to the refuge, split open several coconuts, and poured the coconut water into the pot, placing it over the fireplace. He then chopped the prepared chicken into smaller pieces and added them to the pot to simmer. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoyu and the others busied themselves by washing plantago leaves at the riverbank. As the chicken neared completion, they added the clean plantago leaves into the pot to cook alongside the chicken. Soon enough, the coconut-infused chicken was ready. The group gathered around, eagerly using their bowls and chopsticks to devour the meal. The chicken, stewed in coconut water, was exquisitely delicious, and they relished every bite. The large pot of chicken and plantago leaves was consumed in no time, leaving not a trace of broth behind. After the meal, the group appeared unsated, lingering by the fireplace for a chat. Wang Qianqian and the others then returned to the riverbank to continue their salt extraction process. Ma Xiaoyu went to inspect the crab traps hidden beneath the aquatic vegetation, having not checked them for 2 days. He found over a dozen large crabs across the 4 traps, placing them into a bamboo basket for safekeeping. He then returned to the refuge, cut some wolf meat, and placed it back into the crab traps before submerging them once more. As night fell, Wang Qianqian and the others had successfully crystallized enough seawater to fill 3 bottles, providing ample salt for their needs for some time. They proceeded to the bathing area, swapped out the water in the tub, and ignited a fire in the drainage ditch to heat the water for bathing. Once the water was sufficiently heated, they took turns bathing and changed into fresh clothing. After their baths, the girls gathered by the fireplace, tending to their damp hair, while Ma Xiaoyu returned to the riverbank to retrieve the mugwort he had left on the stone. After several hours of roasting, the mugwort was half-dried. Having observed Mo Xiaoyu rolling mugwort into moxa sticks previously, Ma Xiaoyu had learned the technique and began to roll the half-dried mugwort into form. Once he had finished crafting the moxa sticks, he bid farewell to the girls and returned to his refuge. There, he lit several moxa sticks and placed them in various corners of the shelter, propped the bamboo door shut with a stick, and lay down to rest. Observing Ma Xiaoyu's departure, Zhao Shishir suddenly smiled and remarked to Mo Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, look, Ma Ge has left. Why don't you go with him? After all, you two have already crossed that threshold. Living together wouldn't be an issue." Upon hearing her words, Mo Xiaoyu's petite face instantly flushed a deep crimson, akin to that of a monkey's bottom. In truth, she harbored a desire to share living quarters with Ma Xiaoyu. Yet she was apprehensive about the remarks from Zhao Shishir and the others. Zhao Shishir's comment further intensified her embarrassment. Observing Mo Xiaoyu's blushing visage, Zhao Shishir refrained from teasing her any further. Once their hair had dried, the group of girls nestled into their beds for slumber. In the dead of night, while they were still immersed in dreams, a thunderous clap jolted them awake. Ma Xiaoyu opened his eyes to the sound of the bamboo door of their shelter creaking ominously in the fierce wind. Peering through the cracks of the door, he beheld a tempest of lightning and thunder outside. Wang Qianqian and the others were similarly roused by the thunder's roar. Shortly thereafter, torrential rain began to pour outside the shelter. Fortunately, the roof and walls of their abode were thickly coated with mud, ensuring no leaks despite the downpour. As Ma Xiaoyu contemplated the deluge, he realized that the river's water level would undoubtedly rise, threatening to sweep away the crab traps and the cage harboring the large crabs hidden beneath the aquatic vegetation. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly leapt from his bed, donned his shoes, and draped a wolfskin over his head before striding towards the entrance of the shelter to remove the wooden bar propping the bamboo door. The instant he opened the door, raindrops, propelled by the gusty winds, struck him squarely in the face. Without a second thought, he ventured into the darkness, making his way to the riverbank, relying on memory to locate the crab traps concealed beneath the water plants. After a laborious search lasting over 10 minutes, he successfully retrieved 4 traps, placing them beneath a large tree, before swiftly hoisting the cage containing the crabs from the river and sprinting back towards the shelter. Outside, the world was enveloped in darkness. However, just a few steps in his run, he suddenly slipped, crashing into the muddy ground, his head colliding with a rock. Dazed and disoriented, he struggled to rise from the muck, gathering the scattered traps before hastily returning to the shelter. By the time he reached safety, he resembled a drenched chicken, every inch of him soaked and filthy. The shelter lacked a fireplace, and its interior was cast in shadow, intensifying the throbbing pain in his head. In the dark, he stumbled to his bedside, grasping a piece of clothing to wipe the mud from his forehead. The moment the fabric brushed against the spot where he had struck the rock, a fresh wave of agony surged through him, leading him to suspect he had sustained a cut that was now bleeding. If left untreated, infection could easily ensue. He hastily approached the entrance of the shelter, calling out, "Xiaoyu, are you awake? Please open the door." Upon hearing his voice, Mo Xiaoyu responded promptly, "Ma Ge, we were all awakened by the thunder. Is there something you need at this late hour?" Ma Xiaoyu called out again, "I hit my head on a rock, and I think I'm bleeding. Please, open the door quickly." At his urgent plea, the girls sprang from their beds and hurried to the entrance. removing the wooden bar from the bamboo door and swinging it open. Ma Xiaoyu also heard the sound of the bamboo door creaking open and hurriedly made his way towards the sanctuary where the others had taken refuge. Upon entering, Mo Xiaoyu swiftly picked up a wooden stick and secured the bamboo door shut. Meanwhile, Wang Qianqian promptly gathered some firewood and placed it into the fireplace, leaning in to blow vigorously. Before long, the firewood ignited, illuminating the entire sanctuary in a warm glow. Chapter 76. Treating wounds. At this moment, Mo Xiaoyu and the others finally recognized Ma Xiaoyu, who was covered head to toe in mud, his clothes completely drenched and blood streaming from his head, staining his face crimson. The sight filled several girls with profound concern. Mo Xiaoyu spoke up. Ma Ge, what on earth happened to you? How did you end up like this? Ma Xiaoyu replied, I saw that it was pouring rain and thought that the crab traps and the lobsters I caught were in the creek, fearing they might be washed away. I went to retrieve them, but unexpectedly, I tripped and my head struck a large rock. Hearing this, the girls felt a mix of anger and sympathy. Mo Xiaoyu admonished him, with such heavy rain and darkness outside, what were you thinking going out? It's just a few crab traps. We can always set more. Zhang Sili then took a pot, opened the bamboo door of their shelter, and placed the pot under the eaves to catch rainwater, setting it on the fireplace to boil. Noticing that Ma Xiaoyu's clothes were completely soaked and caked with mud, Zhao Shishir urged him, Ma Ge, quickly take off your clothes. You might catch a cold like this. Ma Xiaoyu wanted to comply, but felt embarrassed in front of the girls. Wang Qianqian chimed in, Uncle, just take off your clothes. Look at you covered in mud. At your age, why be shy around us? Yet, Ma Xiaoyu remained unmoved. Observing his reluctance, Zhao Shishir quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Mo Xiaoyu, who immediately understood and approached him without waiting for his consent, beginning to help him remove his clothes. Ma Xiaoyu protested, I'll do it myself. I wouldn't dare trouble you. After saying this, he began to awkwardly peel off his soaked garments, leaving only his underpants. The girls, including Wang Qianqian, couldn't help but blush as they admired his bronze skin and muscular physique, surprised by how fit he was, sitting awkwardly by the fireplace. Ma Xiaoyu watched as Mo Xiaoyu tore a strip of cloth from his clothes to apply pressure to the wound on his head. Before long, the water in the pot was heated, and Mo Xiaoyu took a cloth, soaked it in the hot water, wrung it out, and began to clean the mud from his head and face. Once the mud was removed, the girls finally saw the gash on his head, which measured about 4 to 5 centimeters long, the surrounding scalp indented, and blood still flowing from the wound. The sight of such a significant injury made the girls gasp in shock. Wang Qianqian, with a worried expression, said, Uncle, how could you be so careless? That must hurt terribly. Ma Xiaoyu reassured her, I have tough skin and strong flesh. I'm fine, so there's no need to worry about me. Mo Xiaoyu handed the strip of cloth to Zhao Shishir, then swiftly knelt down to retrieve the medical box. From within, she extracted a pair of small scissors and approached Ma Xiaoyu, carefully snipping away the hair near his wound. Zhao Shishir, using a damp cloth, gently wiped away the blood surrounding the injury. Mo Xiaoyu then produced some antiseptic, addressing him with concern, Brother Ma, this antiseptic may sting when it touches the wound. Please bear with it. Ma Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement. As Mo Xiaoyu opened the bottle and poured the antiseptic over the wound, a sharp pain surged through Ma Xiaoyu's head, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. Despite the excruciating discomfort, he gritted his teeth and remained silent, eliciting a pang of sympathy from the observing girls. After applying the antiseptic, Mo Xiaoyu took out a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao powder and sprinkled it onto the wound. However, the gash was too large, and the powder could not staunch the bleeding. In a moment of urgency, the girls poured the entire contents of the powder onto the injury, finally managing to close it somewhat. Mo Xiaoyu then delicately wrapped the wound with a roll of gauze. Once the bandaging was complete, the girls sighed in relief, though Ma Xiaoyu's head appeared comically wrapped like a rice dumpling, prompting concern rather than laughter from them. Mo Xiaoyu then took the cloth strip from Zhao Shishir, dampened it with warm water, and began to clean the mud and water from Ma Xiaoyu's body. He remained still, allowing her to tend to him, embodying the tenderness of a couple deeply in love. As she wiped away the dirt, Ma Xiaoyu felt a wave of emotion and happiness wash over him. After ensuring he was clean, Mo Xiaoyu hung his discarded clothes on a protruding bamboo stick at the entrance of the shelter to let the rain wash them. With the heavy rain still falling outside, Ma Xiaoyu was left in only his underpants, the wound on his head preventing him from moving far from the fireplace. Feeling somewhat embarrassed with the girls sitting beside him, he addressed Wang Qianqian and the others. "I'm truly sorry for waking you all at such a late hour. Please, lie down and rest. I will return to the shelter once the rain subsides." Wang Qianqian quickly replied, "Uncle, you should stay and sleep with us." Ma Xiaoyu shook his head, saying, "Look at me, bare and exposed like this. It wouldn't be proper to sleep alongside you girls. You should rest early. It feels rather uncomfortable with you standing so close." Before Wang Qianqian could respond, Mo Xiaoyu interjected, "Qianqian, you all should sleep. I will keep Brother Ma company by the fireplace." Upon hearing Mo Xiaoyu's words, Wang Qianqian and the others finally returned to their beds. While Mo Xiaoyu sat by the fireplace, her face etched with concern as she gazed at Ma Xiaoyu. The three lying on the bed exchanged glances at the two huddled closely by the hearth, a pang of bittersweet emotion stirring within them. Over the course of these days, the girls had, to varying degrees, developed feelings for Ma Xiaoyu. However, with Mo Xiaoyu having already established a significant bond with him, the others felt it prudent to remain silent, burying their emotions deep within their hearts. Chapter 77. Coexisting in the same room thus, nearly half an hour passed, and the rain outside the shelter had temporarily ceased. Ma Xiaoyu rose and addressed Mo Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, you should rest. I will head back first." After speaking, he made his way towards the exit of the shelter. Zhao Shishir, noticing that Mo Xiaoyu remained seated by the fireplace, urged her, "Xiaoyu, why are you still dawdling? You should hurry and catch up." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoyu's face flushed, and she promptly stood up to follow Ma Xiaoyu outside the shelter. As Ma Xiaoyu returned, he heard footsteps at the entrance, but in the dim light, he could scarcely discern who had arrived. He called out, "Who is it?" "It's me, Brother Ma," Mo Xiaoyu replied swiftly. Upon recognizing her voice, Ma Xiaoyu inquired, "Why are you up so late, following me?" "I came to take care of you," Mo Xiaoyu declared, taking his hand and guiding him through the darkness towards the bed. Once at the bedside, she helped him lie down and then positioned herself at the entrance, securing the door with a wooden stick. After removing her shoes, she lay beside Ma Xiaoyu. Although they had already crossed a significant threshold in their relationship, lying together on the same bed filled them both with an undeniable tension, as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. Fortunately, the pervasive darkness concealed their features, alleviating some of the awkwardness. Initially, they maintained a respectful distance, but with Ma Xiaoyu clad only in his underwear and the enchanting Mo Xiaoyu beside him, he felt an overwhelming surge of warmth and restlessness. Mo Xiaoyu, too, was not unaffected. Her cheeks were deeply flushed as she lay next to him. After a while, she timidly asked, "Brother Ma, may I take off my clothes to sleep? It feels rather uncomfortable to wear them." With little recourse to respond, Ma Xiaoyu consented. "All right." Mo Xiaoyu slowly began to remove her clothing, inching closer to him. When their skin touched, an electric sensation coursed through them both. Without waiting for Ma Xiaoyu to speak, Mo Xiaoyu boldly slipped his underwear off, and in that moment, he felt an uncontrollable urge rise within him. Turning onto his side, he embraced Mo Xiaoyu tightly and pressed his lips against hers. This kiss ignited an unfamiliar yet exhilarating sensation that spread throughout Mo Xiaoyu's body, prompting her to cling to him tightly. They became lost in a fervent kiss, with Ma Xiaoyu's hands exploring her form with abandon, momentarily forgetting the injury on his head. He pressed Mo Xiaoyu beneath him, and they surrendered to their desires, stifling their sounds as Mo Xiaoyu covered her mouth with one hand. After conversing for over 10 minutes, the two finally paused, both drenched in sweat, breathless, yet adorned with the bliss of happiness. It was then that Ma Xiaoyu spoke up, expressing concern. "Oh no, it seems I forgot to take precautions." Mo Xiaoyu, blushing, reassured him, "It's all right, Ma Ge, I'm in my safe period these days." Upon hearing her words, Ma Xiaoyu exhaled a sigh of relief. Deep down, he had always yearned for a child, but being stranded on a deserted island made him apprehensive. An unplanned pregnancy would certainly complicate matters. Mo Xiaoyu lay contentedly on Ma Xiaoyu's chest, both of them enveloped in a profound sense of satisfaction. Initially, their intention had been to embark on a cruise, only to contemplate ending their lives upon returning. Little did they anticipate a storm would render them marooned on this island, where fate introduced them to a few girls, including Mo Xiaoyu, and led them to forge a deeper bond. At this moment, thoughts of despair faded as the presence of these girls infused his life with sunshine, igniting dreams and hopes for the future. Lost in such musings for a while, the rain outside the shelter resumed, lulling the two into a drowsy slumber. The next morning, they awoke to the persistent patter of rain, not stirring until midday. Both were completely unclothed, and upon gazing at Mo Xiaoyu's bare form, Ma Xiaoyu felt a surge of desire. They lingered in their affection for a while before donning their garments. As they opened the bamboo door of the shelter and stepped outside, they noticed the branches and palm fronds that had previously concealed the trap had been washed away by the rain, leaving it filled with water. It was clear that they would need to reset the trap once the storm subsided. Glancing at the bamboo cage in the corner, they observed the large crab inside was motionless, raising concerns about its fate. A gentle kick to the cage prompted the crab to stir once more. With a wolf held atop their heads, they took the bamboo cage containing the crab and made their way to the shelter where Wang Qianqian and the others resided. Upon entering, they found Wang Qianqian and the girls already seated by the fireplace. Seeing the two of them, the girls couldn't help but burst into laughter, which only served to embarrass Ma Xiaoyu and Mo Xiaoyu. Mo Xiaoyu lowered her head, cheeks flushed, while Ma Xiaoyu, equally bashful, joined her by the fireplace. Wang Qianqian, with a teasing smile, remarked, "Uncle, why are you two only waking up now? This isn't like you at all. Usually, you're the first to rise." Feeling awkward, Ma Xiaoyu replied, "I was injured, you see. I had a terrible headache last night and only drifted off in a daze until dawn." In response, Wang Qianqian erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "I don't believe you. The three of us heard the sounds of you and Xiaoyu getting cozy last night. How could you have a headache with all that noise?" Upon hearing her words, Ma Xiaoyu and the others felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. They had initially believed their conversation was muted, yet it had inadvertently caught the attention of the trio. To alleviate the awkwardness, Ma Xiaoyu promptly retrieved a pot and ventured outside the shelter, placing it beneath the eaves to collect rainwater. He then extracted a large crab from the bamboo cage, placed it into the pot, and commenced the cooking process. The preparation of the crab was rather straightforward. As the water heated, the crab was nearly cooked to perfection. The group gathered around, indulging in the succulent crab. By the end of their meal, the once full pot was left completely devoid of remnants. After finishing, they settled around the fireplace, engaging in lively conversation. Chapter 78. With great caution, Mo Xiaoyu stood up and began to untie the cloth strip that covered Ma Xiaoyu's head. She noticed that the wound atop his head was beginning to show signs of scabbing. Gently, she sprinkled some Yunnan Baiyao powder onto the injury and carefully bandaged it. Outside, the rain continued to pour incessantly, leaving the group confined within their shelter, only venturing out briefly to relieve themselves under the cover of the wolfskin. As dusk approached, the rain persisted in its gentle rhythm. Mo Xiaoyu took some mutton, diced it into small pieces, and placed it in a pot to simmer. After enjoying the hearty stew, the group engaged in light conversation. Mo Xiaoyu then supported Ma Xiaoyu back to the shelter. Having spent the previous night together, the atmosphere was no longer as awkward in the presence of Wang Qianqian and the others. Upon returning to the shelter, Ma Xiaoyu secured the door with a wooden stick, while Mo Xiaoyu lit several mugwort sticks and placed them in the corners of the shelter. Approaching the bed, the tension from the previous night had dissipated. They shed their clothes and lay down to rest. Mo Xiaoyu took the initiative to embrace Ma Xiaoyu. They refrained from any intimacy, simply holding each other closely until they drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, as they awoke, dressed, and opened the bamboo door of the shelter, they were greeted by the brilliant sunlight and a clear sky. The accumulated water on the ground had completely receded, but the earth remained muddy. Ma Xiaoyu made his way to the riverbank, where he found the once crystal-clear water now murky, littered with dead leaves, dried grass, and the remains of small animals. The water level had risen considerably, and the current had become swift. Fortunately, the 4 crab traps placed beneath the large tree had not been washed away by the heavy rains. The group had managed to collect a significant amount of rainwater using pots and bamboo tubes the previous day, enough to last them several days if rationed wisely. As he approached the trap, he noticed that the branches and palm fronds that had covered it had been swept away by the rain. The water inside had been absorbed by the soil, leaving the trap filled with mud, indicating that it would require considerable effort to clean it out. Arriving at the shelter where Wang Qianqian and the others were staying, Ma Xiaoyu found several girls sitting by the fireplace, chatting. They greeted him with smiles as he entered. He took some mutton and placed it in the pot to cook. Just as the meat was nearing completion, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the shelter. Ma Xiaoyu immediately stood up and walked toward the entrance. Upon reaching the door, he spotted a woman covered in mud approaching. She appeared to be in her 30s. Disheveled and wearing tattered clothing, her frame gaunt and fragile. At that moment, Wang Qianqian and the others also arrived at the door, startled by the sight of the woman. Upon noticing the group, the woman seemed to regain her energy and hurried towards them. Ma Xiaoyu, seeing her approach, called out loudly, "Stop! What are you doing?" Upon hearing a shout, the girl immediately halted her steps and exclaimed loudly to Zhao Shi, "Miss Zhao, it's me. I'm Xiaoyu." Upon hearing this woman's words, Zhao Shi scrutinized her closely, and after a considerable moment, she finally recognized her. With a face full of astonishment, she exclaimed, "Sister Hu, how did you end up in this state?" Xiaoyu sighed deeply and replied, "It is truly a long story. I escaped from Ali and walked all the way here. It was terrifying. They actually resorted to cannibalism." At Huyu's revelation, Ma Xiaoyu and the others were taken aback. Ma Xiaoyu, with a look of disbelief, asked her, "Who are you saying eats human flesh?" Huyu responded, "Ali and his group." The news left Ma Xiaoyu and the others utterly shocked. Huyu then turned to Zhao Shi and implored, "Miss Zhao, could you spare me something to eat? I haven't had anything to eat in days." Hearing this, Zhao Shi quickly glanced at Ma Xiaoyu, who, upon observing Huyu's condition, said, "Come over here. Be careful of the traps underfoot." Upon hearing Ma Xiaoyu's words, Huyu hurried towards the shelter. As she reached the entrance, Ma Xiaoyu and the others could see that what she wore could hardly be called clothing. Much of her skin was exposed, and an unpleasant odor emanated from her. Ma Xiaoyu immediately turned to Mo Xiaoyu and instructed, "Xiaoyu, go find a clean set of clothes, and take her to the bathroom to wash up. There is still some water in the tub." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoyu promptly fetched a clean outfit and led Huyu towards the bathroom. Once the two had departed, Wang Qianqian, appearing visibly frightened, said to Ma Xiaoyu, "Uncle, what you said about Ali and his group eating human flesh is utterly horrifying." Ma Xiaoyu shook his head and replied, "Anything can happen on this desolate island. When one is driven by hunger, they are capable of anything. If they have indeed resorted to cannibalism, we must deal with them swiftly. They can no longer be considered human." Hearing this, Zhao Shi, looking anxious, said, "Ma Gu, what do you intend to do? You mustn't act recklessly. Killing is a crime, and there are so many of them." Ma Xiaoyu, with a wry smile, replied, "I do not wish to kill them, but if they have truly consumed human flesh, they are no longer human and have become akin to beasts. If we allow them to remain, we will be in danger. Let us inquire about the situation with Huyu. If she has also partaken in cannibalism, she cannot be allowed to stay either." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shi and the others fell silent, sitting by the hearth without uttering a word, each lost in their own thoughts. Before long, Mo Xiaoyu returned to the shelter with the freshly washed Huyu. It was at this moment that Ma Xiaoyu could truly discern Huyu's appearance. She was quite attractive, appearing only a few years younger than himself, a quintessential young beauty. However, her pallid complexion and emaciated frame revealed the toll of malnutrition. Upon catching sight of the lamb simmering in the pot, Huyu's eyes sparkled, and she could not help but swallow with anticipation. Observing her reaction, Ma Xiaoyu promptly removed the pot from the hearth and placed it on the ground. Meanwhile, Wang Qianqian presented a set of bamboo bowls and chopsticks to Huyu. As Xiaoyu accepted the utensils and gazed at the lamb in the pot, she hesitated to reach for it. Noticing this, Zhao Shishir quickly encouraged her, "Sister Hu, please don't be modest. Go ahead and enjoy your meal." Chapter 79. The cannibalistic Ali. Upon hearing Zhao Shishir's words, Xiaoyu couldn't contain herself any longer. She seized the lamb from the pot, disregarding the scalding heat, and began to devour it ravenously, resembling a famished specter. Witnessing her gluttonous display, Ma Xiaoyu and the others felt a pang of pity. Ma Xiaoyu chuckled and advised her, "Take your time. There's no need to rush. Be careful not to choke. No one is competing with you for the meat. There's plenty to go around, and if you finish, we can cook more for you." At Ma Xiaoyu's words, Xiaoyu slightly moderated her pace, yet continued to shovel the lamb into her mouth. Nearly half of the substantial pot of lamb had vanished at her hands, while Ma Xiaoyu and the others consumed only a token amount. After finishing the meal, Xiaoyu let out a satisfied belch, reflecting on her first truly filling meal since being stranded on this desolate island, which prompted her to sob quietly. Noticing her distress, Zhao Shishir hurriedly asked, "Sister Hu, what is wrong? Why are you crying?" With tearful eyes, Xiaoyu spoke to them. Xiaoyu, I've always considered myself a strong woman, one who has achieved success. Yet, I never imagined I would find myself in such a dire predicament. To be candid, I have not had my fill since arriving on this island. And today's feast has been the most satisfying meal I have had. Rising from her seat, she bowed deeply to Ma Xiaoyu, her expression earnest. "Brother Ma, thank you. I promise I will repay you for your kindness." In response to her gratitude, Ma Xiaoyu quickly reassured her, "There is no need for such formality. We are all in misfortune together, and any help we can provide is but a small gesture." He then inquired, "By the way, what is this about Ali and his group consuming human flesh?" At this question, Xiaoyu seemed to recollect a horrifying memory, trembling as she recounted. "Ever since Ali brought us to the cave where you once resided, they constructed a makeshift shelter outside. Our daily sustenance consisted solely of lobsters, sea snails, and clams caught from the ocean, while our water was sourced from the forest. Unfortunately, the portions allocated to each person were woefully scant, and since Miss Zhao departed, Ali and his group have become increasingly outrageous." With a deep sigh, she continued, "Subsequently, the women in our group have nearly all become tools for Ali and his associates to vent their frustrations." Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian immediately interjected, "And what about you? Have you been victimized by Ali and his men?" Her inquiry drew sharp glares from Ma Xiaoyu and the others, making Wang Qianqian realize her misstep. However, Xiaoyu appeared unfazed, responding slowly, "They too sought to take advantage of me, but I fought back with all my might. They were reluctant to force the issue. Consequently, my daily rations were pitifully meager. Just yesterday, during a heavy downpour, a girl unexpectedly died. I witnessed Ali and his group dragging her body into the woods, only to discover they began to carve meat from her corpse to roast and consume. At this revelation, a wave of nausea surged through her, and she instinctively covered her mouth, struggling to suppress the urge to retch. As Wang Qianqian and the others felt a similar queasiness wash over them. After a considerable time, Xiaoyu continued, "At that moment, I was terrified beyond measure, hiding motionlessly in the bushes. It was only after they left that I dared to run here, but I got lost wandering through the woods. I spent the night hiding beneath a large tree, and this morning I encountered you." Upon hearing her recount, Ma Xiaoyu and the others were rendered speechless for a long while. Eventually, Ma Xiaoyu turned to her and said, "You should stay here from now on. Consider this place your home." Upon hearing Ma Xiaoyu's words, Xiaoyu immediately knelt down, showering him with gratitude. Seeing this, Ma Xiaoyu quickly helped her to her feet, saying, "There is no need for such formality. I cannot bear it." Afterward, he stood up and stepped outside the shelter, moving towards the riverbank. He thought to himself, Ali and his group actually resorted to cannibalism. I must devise a plan to eliminate them swiftly. Allowing them to remain is merely inviting disaster. With this resolution firmly in his heart, he returned to the shelter after a while and asked Xiaoyu, how many of Ali's group have consumed human flesh. Hearing his inquiry, Xiaoyu replied, "Some people died a while ago, and they were dragged into the woods by Ali's group. I suspect they have already partaken in it long ago. I do not know the specifics of who exactly has eaten. Nodding in understanding, Ma Xiaoyu asked, "What about the wound on Li's arm that I inflicted? How is it now?" Yu responded, "His arm does not seem to be healing well. The hand you injured is still bandaged." Ma Xiaoyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Aside from Li, who was rather formidable, the others were relatively easy to deal with. Knowing that Li's injury had not yet healed gave him an added sense of confidence in confronting them. Zhao Shishir seemed to have guessed Ma Xiaoyu's intentions and quickly cautioned him, "Brother Ma, please do not act recklessly. Even though we are on a deserted island, you cannot kill indiscriminately." In response to her concern, Ma Xiaoyu smiled and reassured her, "How could I possibly act carelessly? Besides, Ali has so many people. I wouldn't dare to provoke them." Zhao Shishir felt relieved upon hearing this. She believed that while Ali's group had resorted to cannibalism, it was out of desperation and did not warrant their extermination. As the sun began to set, Mo Xiaoyu chopped some mutton into small pieces and placed them in a pot to cook. After enjoying the mutton, she untied the bandage from her head, sprinkled some Yunnan Baiyao powder on her wound, and rewrapped it. After chatting by the fireplace for a while, Ma Xiaoyu and Mo Xiaoyu returned to their shelter. Once inside, Mo Xiaoyu secured the bamboo door with a stick and lit some mugwort sticks in various corners of the shelter. Ma Xiaoyu then went straight to the bedside, removed his shoes, and lay down. After some time, Mo Xiaoyu joined him on the bed, wrapping her arms around him and asking, "Brother Ma, tell me honestly, are you planning to deal with Ali and his group?" After a considerable pause upon hearing her inquiry, Ma Xiaoyu finally responded, "Since Ali and his associates have already resorted to cannibalism, they are no different from beasts. If we allow them to continue existing on this desolate island, they will inevitably become a source of calamity." Contemplating his words, Mo Xiaoyu eventually spoke up. "I too believe that Ali and his crew will eventually pose a threat if they remain. But do you think you can handle them?" In response to Mo Xiaoyu's question, Ma Xiaoyu was uncertain of his ability to confront Ali and his men. Nevertheless, he smiled reassuringly and replied, "Rest assured, I would not seek trouble with them unless I possess complete confidence. It is getting late. Let us retire for the night." Comforted by his words, Mo Xiaoyu finally relaxed and fell asleep in Ma Xiaoyu's embrace. Chapter 80. Clearing the traps at the break of dawn, Ma Xiaoyu awoke. Glancing at the peacefully slumbering Mo Xiaoyu beside him, he gently leaned in and bestowed a soft kiss upon her cheek. Rising from the bed, he slipped on his shoes and opened the bamboo door of the shelter, revealing a day bathed in brilliant sunshine and a clear sky. The shelter where Wang, Qianqian, and the others resided remained securely shut, suggesting they were still deep in slumber. Approaching the stream, Ma Xiaoyu noted that the water had become significantly clearer since yesterday, though it still bore some turbidity, with remnants of dead leaves, dry grass, and small animal carcasses floating upon the surface. The water level had also receded somewhat. After washing his face, he made his way to the trap, where the mud had nearly buried the bamboo sticks inserted therein. Carefully removing his shoes, he descended into the trap to begin the arduous task of clearing the muck. Before long, Mo Xiaoyu emerged from the shelter, and upon seeing Ma Xiaoyu laboring in the trap, she hurried to the stream to wash up a bit before joining him in the muck removal. After some time, Wang Qianqian and the others also stepped out of the shelter, observing the duo diligently working in the trap. They quickly made their way to the stream for a wash before shedding their shoes and joining in the effort to clear the mud. Hours passed as they toiled, finally managing to extract all the muck from the trap. By this point, they were drenched in sweat, panting heavily, and covered in mud, their stomachs growling with hunger. Climbing out of the trap, they returned to the stream to wash their hands and feet, don their shoes, splash some water on their faces, and then settled down beside the fireplace in the shelter to rest. Mo Xiaoyu took a piece of mutton, chopped it into small chunks, and placed it in a pot to cook. Ma Xiaoyu turned to Yu and asked, "How did you sleep here last night?" Yu, not wishing to conceal her feelings, replied, "Brother Ma, to be honest, it was the most restful night I've had on this deserted island. Thank you for your hospitality." Noticing her slight shyness, Ma Xiaoyu smiled and reassured her, "There's no need to be overly formal. Consider this place your home and speak freely. Zhao sure chimed in, indeed. Ujia, there's no need for formality. Brother Ma is a good person. Since you are with us now, just treat this as your home. To this, Huyu responded gratefully, thank you, Miss Zhao. Zhao sure smiled and said, please, just call me sure like the others. It feels much more friendly. Huyu nodded eagerly in agreement. And Mo Xiaoyu then addressed Ma Xiaoyu, Brother Ma, the mutton will take a while to cook. It's been several days since we've had wild vegetables. I'd like to go gather some plantain leaves and perhaps find some wild onions as well. Ma Xiaoyu replied, I will accompany you. After finishing their conversation, they stood up and donned their bamboo baskets, proceeding to walk out of the shelter and into the woods. As they departed, Huyu turned to Zhao Sure and remarked, Sure, do you think Ma Ge and Xiaoyu are together? I noticed they have been sharing a bed at night. They seem quite compatible. Upon hearing her query, the other girls nodded in agreement, though a sense of inexplicable bitterness lingered in their hearts. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu were scouring the forest for plantain leaves and wild onions. Despite the rain having cleared the previous day, the paths in the woods remained damp and treacherous, causing them to nearly slip several times. After wandering for nearly half an hour, they finally gathered a modest amount of plantain leaves and wild onions to place in their bamboo basket. With the basket secured on their backs, they set off towards the shelter, but had scarcely walked a short distance when Mo Xiaoyu suddenly noticed rustling in a nearby thicket. She tugged at Ma Xiaoyu's sleeve and urged, Ma Ge, look, it seems there is something in that bush. At her insistence, Ma Xiaoyu immediately turned his gaze towards the thicket, instructing her to stay put while he cautiously approached, wielding a large machete. Upon reaching the thicket, he found a sturdy stick on the ground and used it to part the branches. To his surprise, he discovered a snake, as thick as an arm, coiled within the foliage. The moment the snake spotted him, it reared back and hissed, assuming an aggressive stance. Without hesitation, Ma Xiaoyu swung the stick fiercely at the serpent, and soon enough it lay still, confirming its demise. He picked it up and placed it in the bamboo basket, calling out to Mo Xiaoyu as they continued toward the shelter. Upon their return, the aroma of lamb simmering in the pot wafted through the air. When Ma Xiaoyu revealed the snake he had caught, he was taken aback while Wang Qianqian and the others expressed their excitement. Wang Qianqian exclaimed, Uncle, where did you find such a large snake? It looks like we can have an extra dish. Ma Xiaoyu merely smiled and, without a word, made his way to the riverbank to begin preparing the snake, while Wang Qianqian and the others washed the plantain leaves by the water. Before long, Ma Xiaoyu had expertly processed the snake. He returned to the shelter, chopped it into smaller pieces, and added it to the pot with the lamb to cook together. After nearly an hour, he incorporated the clean plantain leaves into the pot as well. Once the lamb and snake meat were done, everyone eagerly grabbed their bowls and chopsticks, devouring the meal with great enthusiasm. Initially, Huyu hesitated to try the snake meat, but seeing Wang Qianqian and the others relishing it, she finally took a small piece. Savoring it slowly, the moment the snake meat touched her palate, she was astonished by its tenderness and flavor, even surpassing that of the lamb, prompting her to indulge heartily. A large pot of lamb stew with snake meat and plantain leaves was consumed by a few individuals, leaving not a drop of broth behind. After the meal, they ventured into the woods to gather some branches and palm leaves, meticulously restoring the traps to their original state. Mo Xiaoyu and the others then collected firewood, while Ma Xiaoyu sliced some venison and went to the riverbank, placing the meat inside a crab trap and repositioning it beneath the aquatic vegetation. As the sun began to set, they cooked some more lamb for dinner. Observing that the meat on the hearth was dwindling, Ma Xiaoyu resolved to explore the woods the following day in hopes of procuring additional provisions. Chapter 81. Tender moments in the bath. Having gone 2 to 3 days without a bath, the group found themselves in a rather unkempt state, enveloped in an unpleasant odor after cleaning the sludge from the traps. Wang Qianqian and her companions entered the bathroom, replacing the water in the tub, and lit a fire in the drain to boil water for bathing. Mo Xiaoyu, meanwhile, carefully unwrapped the bandage from Ma Xiaoyu's head, revealing that his wound had significantly healed. She sprinkled some Yunnan Baiyao powder on the injury before re-wrapping it with fresh gauze. Once the water was heated, Wang Qianqian and the others brought their change of clothes to the bathroom and began their bathing ritual. Noticing Mo Xiaoyu still seated beside him, Ma Xiaoyu inquired, Xiaoyu, why aren't you bathing with them? Blushing, she replied, look at your head. Bathing must be inconvenient for you. I'll join you shortly. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu's heart swelled with joy, his mind racing with thoughts. After nearly half an hour, Wang Qianqian and her companions finished their baths and returned to the shelter. Upon seeing the two seated by the fireplace, Wang Qianqian teased, you two are growing ever more affectionate. Even bathing together now. How enviable. Ma Xiaoyu chuckled, you needn't envy. If you wish to join me, I wouldn't mind at all. Wang Qianqian shot him a fierce glare, retorting, dream on. I have no desire to bathe with you. With that, Ma Xiaoyu said nothing more. Taking the still flushed Mo Xiaoyu by the hand, he playfully declared, come, Xiaoyu, let us indulge in a couple bath. Wang Qianqian and the others seethed with jealousy, yet felt powerless to intervene. The two entered the bathroom, shedding their garments until they stood bare beside the tub. Ma Xiaoyu's gaze roamed over Mo Xiaoyu's flawless skin and alluring curves, igniting a thirst within him. Mo Xiaoyu, noticing his reaction, blushed deeply. Brother Ma, look at your injury. You should be more composed. He smiled back at her. It's primarily your captivating figure that stirs my heart. Any man would be enchanted by you. Flattered by his compliment, Mo Xiaoyu felt a surge of happiness and gently guided him into the tub, using a bamboo tube to pour warm water over him as she meticulously washed his body. As she continued her ministrations, Ma Xiaoyu found it increasingly difficult to contain his desires. The sensations coursing through him were overwhelming. Unable to resist any longer, he seized her and pressed his lips against hers, igniting a passionate kiss in the bath. They remained entwined in their fervor until they both paused, breathless and flushed, savoring the moment of bliss. After rinsing off, they donned fresh clothes, and Mo Xiaoyu took the garments they had shed to the tub to wash them, continuing their intimate evening. Observing her gracefully bending to wash the clothes, Ma Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, a smile gracing his lips. Once she finished washing and hung the garments on the nearby branches to dry, they made their way towards the shelter where Wang Qianqian and the others resided. Upon entering the shelter, Zhao Shishir and the others could not suppress their laughter, causing Ma Xiaoyu and his companion to feel a wave of embarrassment. Zhang Sili then playfully remarked to Ma Xiaoyu, I say, Brother Ma, if you two wish to be intimate, at least wait until we are asleep. Wang Qianqian chimed in. Indeed, uncle, you should be mindful of the noise. You have no idea how uncomfortable it is for us to hear you. Ma Xiaoyu, smiling awkwardly, responded, haha, my apologies. I will certainly be more considerate next time and try to keep the noise down. Upon hearing this, the girl shot him a disapproving glare, and Wang Qianqian turned to Mo Xiaoyu, asking, Xiaoyu, why were you so loud just now? Were you in discomfort? The question elicited hearty laughter from Ma Xiaoyu and the others, while Mo Xiaoyu blushed, unsure of how to respond. Who you teased her, saying, you silly girl. What nonsense are you talking? Xiaoyu made such sounds because she was enjoying herself. Wang Qianqian appeared to grasp Hu Yu's implication, prompting Hu Yu to add, once you have a boyfriend, you will understand. I assure you, the sensation is indescribably delightful, leaving one in a state of blissful euphoria, utterly entranced. Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, Sister Hu, why are you telling me this? Is it really that extraordinary? Hu Yu responded with a smile. If you don't believe me, you can ask Brother Ma to verify. I guarantee that after your first time, you will crave a second. Blushing, Wang Qianqian exclaimed. Who would want to be with him? Even if all the men in the world disappeared, I would never choose him. The others recognized her defiance as mere bravado, and Hu Yu, perceiving her affection for Ma Xiaoyu, chose not to confront her about it. Ma Xiaoyu, with a grin, remarked, oh, as if I would want it that way. Just look at you. You lack what I seek. My little Xiaoyu is perfect, graceful, and knowledgeable. The epitome of a virtuous wife. Offended by Ma Xiaoyu's jibe, Wang Qianqian retaliated with her own barbs, while Ma Xiaoyu remained silent. Thus, the night wore on until Ma Xiaoyu finally addressed Wang Qianqian and the others, saying, tomorrow morning, Xiaoyu and I will venture into the woods to see if we can find more food. You should stay in the shelter and refrain from wandering about. Since Ali and his group have begun resorting to cannibalism, they are no different from beasts. I will leave you some bows and arrows. If you see them approaching, do not let them near the shelter, and do not engage in conversation. Just shoot." The girls were filled with fear upon hearing this, and Wang Qianqian urged him, "Uncle, I think you should take us with you to search for food. It feels considerably safer to be with you. If you were to leave and those individuals led by Ali truly arrived, even armed with bows and arrows, we would stand little chance against them." Even Zhang Sili and Zhao Shishir insisted on accompanying him into the woods to seek food. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Xiaoyu thought to himself that if he and Mo Xiaoyu ventured into the forest, the girls may not be able to fend off Ali and his group should they come. Although the woods are fraught with danger, he ultimately decided to take the girls along and nodded in agreement. After speaking, he took Mo Xiaoyu back to the shelter, securing the door with a wooden stick and lighting some mugwort incense in various corners of the refuge. He then returned to his bed, stripped off his clothing, and lay down to rest. Chapter 82. The discovery of the wild boar. The following morning, the group awakened early, making their way to the stream for a brief wash. Ma Xiaoyu retrieved the crab traps concealed beneath the aquatic vegetation to inspect their yield. To their delight, the 4 traps yielded over 10 sizable crabs. After extracting the crabs, he bound them with grass and returned the traps to their watery hiding places. Carrying the crabs, he approached the shelter where Wang Qianqian and the others resided. He fetched a pot, filled it with water from the stream, and placed it over the hearth, directly dropping the crabs into the pot to cook. It was Yu's first encounter with such large crabs, and she could not refrain from asking Ma Xiaoyu, "Where did you procure so many magnificent crabs?" Before he could respond, Wang Qianqian interjected, "There are plenty of crabs in this stream. We're quite accustomed to them." Upon hearing this, Yu sighed deeply. "You all are fortunate. No wonder you, Qianqian, are so devoted to Ma Ge. If those in Ali's group possessed even half of his skills, they wouldn't resort to cannibalism." Wang Qianqian, with a proud expression, replied, "Of course. Aside from being slightly older, he possesses many admirable qualities. At least, during our time together, we haven't gone hungry. Otherwise, Xiaoyu wouldn't have devoted herself to him." Ma Xiaoyu chuckled, "You need not flatter me. Xiaoyu and I share mutual affection. Wouldn't you agree?" Wang Qianqian quickly retorted, "Pa, mutual affection? I see you as an old bull courting tender grass." Ma Xiaoyu took no offense, laughing heartily. "So what if I am an old bull? Unlike you, a splendid cabbage, there's not a single pig to nuzzle you." At this, Zhao Shishir and the others could hardly contain their laughter, while Wang Qianqian's face flushed with indignation. She huffed, "Humph! You, old man, only know how to bully me. I shall ignore you." After saying this, she deliberately turned her head aside, refusing to acknowledge Ma Xiaoyu, prompting more laughter from the others who recognized her childish antics. Before long, the crabs were ready, and they gathered around to indulge in the feast. After enjoying the boiled crabs, Ma Xiaoyu retrieved the remaining coconuts from beneath the bed, having brought them back from the coast, and skillfully split them open to share with everyone. Seeing that they still had coconuts to enjoy amazed Yu, who knew that Ali's group often searched the woods for coconuts, but had come up empty-handed for so long. After sipping the coconut water, Ma Xiaoyu instructed everyone to tie their sleeves and pant legs with nylon ropes, to carry bamboo baskets, and to arm themselves with machetes and bows, leading them into the forest. With Ma Xiaoyu wielding the machete at the front, the girls followed closely behind. They walked for over an hour, and apart from the occasional chirping of birds from the branches, not a single wild chicken or rabbit was in sight. After wandering through the forest for over an hour, several individuals were drenched in sweat, their garments clinging to their bodies. Observing the exhaustion etched on the faces of the girls, Ma Xiaoyu sought refuge beneath a sprawling tree. After ensuring no imminent danger lurked nearby, he cleared away the dry leaves and grass at the base of the tree and settled down to rest. They lingered there for more than 10 minutes, gradually regaining some strength before rising to continue their journey deeper into the woods. As they trekked for nearly another half hour, a sudden cacophony of wild boar calls pierced the air, prompting everyone to halt. Zhao Shishir turned to Ma Xiaoyu and inquired, "Brother Ma, what animal makes that sound?" Before he could respond, Mo Xiaoyu interjected, "That's the call of a wild boar." Elated by this revelation, Wang Qianqian exclaimed, "It seems we might feast on wild boar meat." At her exclamation, Ma Xiaoyu shot her a disapproving glare. "Do you think wild boars are easy prey? When that wild boar attacked last time, had it not been for Xiaoyu's assistance, I would have been devoured." Wang Qianqian fell silent, visibly intimidated. Montak Xiaoyu, with a grave expression, advised Brother Ma, "Wild boars are formidable. We should reconsider our path." However, Ma Xiaoyu remained contemplative, standing still for a while before finally declaring, "It would be a pity to walk away after encountering a wild boar. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If we can capture this boar, it could provide sustenance for quite some time." With that, he strode purposefully toward the source of the boar's calls, prompting the girls to follow closely behind. After traversing several hundred meters, they spotted an adult wild boar leisurely foraging in the underbrush. The creature was immense, weighing over 200 pounds, at least twice the size of the boar they had previously encountered. The sight of such a colossal beast startled them, and a shiver ran down Ma Xiaoyu's spine, igniting thoughts of retreat. Confronting this massive wild boar armed only with a machete and a bow seemed nearly impossible, especially with its menacing tusks glistening at the corners of its mouth. Ma Xiaoyu trembled as she urged, "Brother Ma, perhaps we should retreat. We cannot contend with such a giant." Yet, Ma Xiaoyu, undeterred, gradually placed his bamboo basket on the ground, gripping his machete tightly as he advanced toward the formidable wild boar. Alarmed, Ma Xiaoyu and the others gasped in surprise, and she quickly picked up a sturdy branch, while Hu Yu and the others followed suit, arming themselves with large sticks. As Ma Xiaoyu closed the distance to the wild boar, it lifted its head, locking eyes with him, emitting a series of menacing growls, its formidable tusks appearing particularly fearsome. It appeared as though it was issuing a warning to Ma Xiaoyu. However, Ma Xiaoyu approached it unflinchingly. Observing that its warning had failed to intimidate Ma Xiaoyu, the wild boar grew increasingly enraged and charged towards him with great speed. As the enormous creature neared, Ma Xiaoyu swiftly sidestepped, seizing a large machete and striking fiercely at the boar's head. The blow landed squarely on the boar's plump skull, causing a jolt that sent tingles coursing through the arm that wielded the blade. Chapter 83. United against the wild boar did not anticipate that Ma Xiaoyu would suddenly evade its charge, and it stumbled forward a few paces before coming to a halt. Having received a vicious blow to its head from Ma Xiaoyu, blood gushed forth, and the boar emitted a piercing cry before pivoting and charging at him once more. At that moment, Ma Xiaoyu stood before a sturdy tree, gripping his heavy machete tightly. As the boar approached, he swiftly sidestepped, delivering another strike to the creature's head. This time, not only did Ma Xiaoyu land another blow, but the boar's skull collided violently with the tree, which was as thick as a barrel. The impact caused the tree to sway violently, shedding leaves in its wake, a testament to the ferocity of the collision. Had it struck Ma Xiaoyu, the consequences would have been dire, resulting in severe injury or even death. Dazed from the blow, the boar's head was now drenched in blood, presenting a fearsome sight. Infuriated, it turned and charged at Ma Xiaoyu with renewed fervor. He gripped his machete tightly once more, evading to the side just as the beast lunged towards him. The entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds, leaving the onlooking girls in stunned silence at Ma Xiaoyu's audacity in confronting the wild boar. As they regained their composure, Ma Xiaoyu seized a wooden stick and rushed towards the boar, prompting Wang Qianqian and the others to follow suit, brandishing their own makeshift weapons. The sight of so many approaching instigated a frenzied attack from the wild boar, which redirected its aggression towards the girls. Observing this, Ma Xiaoyu swiftly aimed his machete at the beast's front leg, delivering a blow that nearly severed it in two. The boar staggered and collapsed to the ground, and by this time, Ma Xiaoyu and the others had reached it, unleashing a barrage of strikes with their sticks upon its head. The relentless assault caused the wild boar to convulse violently before it lay still. Ma Xiaoyu, seizing the opportunity, struck the creature's head again with his machete, while the girls continued their onslaught with their wooden clubs. After a prolonged period, the boar finally ceased its movements. Once they confirmed the beast's demise, the group collapsed beside its lifeless body, gasping for breath. After a moment, Wang Qianqian, still shaken, remarked, "I never imagined this wild boar could be so ferocious. I was truly terrified just now." Reflecting on the harrowing encounter, Zhao Shishir and the others felt a wave of dread wash over them. Mo Xiaoyu, somewhat reproachfully, turned to Ma Xiaoyu and said, "Brother Ma, you are far too reckless. Knowing how formidable this wild boar is, you still charged in like that. If anything had happened to you, how would I have lived on?" Upon hearing her words, Ma Xiaoyu did not feel anger. Rather, a warmth enveloped his heart. Gently patting her back, he reassured her, "Look, we have dealt with this wild boar, haven't we? Rest assured, I am resilient and will not leave you a widow. I am still looking forward to you bearing our children." His words instantly flushed Mo Xiaoyu's cheeks with a rosy hue. Zhang silly interjected, "Brother Ma, do refrain from such affectionate banter. It feels rather nauseating to witness. We ought to focus on how to transport this wild boar back." This wild boar weighed no less than 200 pounds, making it nearly impossible to carry the entire creature back. It seemed they had no choice but to process it right there before taking it home. Standing up, he led the group into the woods to gather some dry grass, which they then spread over the boar's body. Producing a lighter from his pocket, he ignited the grass, and, as it burned, the acrid scent of singed hair quickly filled the air, prompting everyone to cover their mouths and noses. Once the grass had burned down, the boar was left devoid of its hair. Ma Xiaoyu promptly cleared the ashes from the boar using some branches. With a hefty machete, he made an incision in the boar's belly and extracted its entrails, discarding them aside, before commencing the butchering of the boar's meat. After approximately half an hour of diligent work, the meat was finally divided and placed into a bamboo basket, while the entrails were merely cut up, leaving most of them on the ground, including the head of the boar, which they did not take with them. To avoid attracting other carnivorous creatures with the scent of blood, they did not linger at the site. Binding the bamboo basket with vines, they fashioned a makeshift carrier with sticks and began their journey back to the shelter. Given that they had only brought 2 bamboo baskets, despite having processed the boar, each basket still contained 70 to 80 pounds of meat, and the uneven woodland path made their task arduous. They frequently paused to rest, rotating the burden amongst themselves. After 3 to 4 exhausting hours, they finally returned to the shelter. Upon setting the bamboo baskets down, they collapsed beside the fireplace, gasping for breath. Eyeing the boiled cool water in the pot, they eagerly scooped it into bamboo bowls, drinking deeply. Once they had quenched their thirst and rested sufficiently, Ma Xiaoyu took some of the boar's ribs and chopped them into smaller pieces, placing them into the pot to cook. He seasoned the remaining meat with a sprinkle of sea salt, binding it with vines and hanging it above the fireplace. With such an ample supply of wild boar meat, it would suffice for their sustenance for quite some time. By this point, they were all thoroughly famished. When the meat in the pot was finally ready, they eagerly grabbed their bowls and chopsticks, devouring the ribs with ravenous delight. A large pot of wild boar ribs was quickly devoured by several individuals, leaving not even a trace of broth behind. After enjoying the braised ribs and noting that it was still early, Ma Xiaoyu led a few girls into the woods to gather firewood, which they bound together with vines and carried back to the shelter's bathroom. As night fell, the girls returned to the bathroom, replaced the water in the tub, and ignited a fire in the trench to begin boiling water for their bath. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu sliced some wild boar meat into small pieces, lightly marinated them with sea salt and wild onions, and skewered them with wooden sticks. Chapter 80 For the sound from the bathroom, gathering some firewood. A small bonfire was ignited outside the shelter. As the flames dwindled to glowing embers, skewered wild boar meat was placed atop to roast. A group of individuals sat on the ground, indulging in the savory delicacies of the wild boar. They couldn't help but marvel at the fact that, even on this desolate island, they could partake in barbecued fare. Though merely seasoned with sea salt, the roasted wild boar was undeniably delectable. At that moment, Wang Qianqian spoke up, expressing if only we could add some chili peppers to this roasted wild boar, it would be even more delightful. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu shot her a fierce glare and retorted, "Be grateful for what you have. Why ask for more? Should I fetch you a few bottles of chilled beer as well?" To which Wang Qianqian, lifting her head, challenged him, "If you have the capability, go ahead and bring it." If you truly manage it, I'll do anything you ask. Oh wait, didn't you mention you'd get me some red wine last time? Where's the red wine? Ma Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond to her. Observing their exchange, Mo Xiaoyu quickly interjected, "You two should take a break. You start bickering the moment you speak. How about we venture into the woods tomorrow to see if we can find some wild chili peppers?" With her suggestion, the two ceased their banter. After savoring the roasted wild boar, the water in the bath had heated up sufficiently. Wang Qianqian and the others grabbed their change of clothes and headed to the bath to enjoy a warm shower. Mo Xiaoyu, however, remained motionless by the bonfire. Noticing this, Ma Xiaoyu called out to her, "Xiaoyu, why aren't you joining the first shower? My head injury has nearly healed. I can manage on my own." Blushing, Mo Xiaoyu replied, "Brother Ma, I just want to shower with you." Ma Xiaoyu, without uttering a word, felt a surge of joy within. Once Wang Qianqian and the others finished their baths, Ma Xiaoyu and Mo Xiaoyu took their change of clothes and made their way toward the bathroom. At that moment, Wang Qianqian chimed in, "Uncle, while you two are bathing, just ensure there are no inappropriate sounds." Ma Xiaoyu and Mo Xiaoyu blushed at her remark and hurried towards the bathroom. Seeing their embarrassed expressions, Zhao Shishir and the others couldn't help but chuckle. Upon entering the bathroom and approaching the bath, they stripped down and sank into the warm water with contentment. As Ma Xiaoyu gazed at Mo Xiaoyu, who lay beside him, completely unclothed, his thoughts began to wander and his body reacted accordingly. Mo Xiaoyu noticed the change in him, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of red. In a spontaneous gesture, Ma Xiaoyu pulled her into his embrace and pressed his lips against her alluring mouth. In that moment, they lost themselves in each other, completely forgetting Wang Qianqian's earlier words. Meanwhile, Wang Qianqian and the others sat by the fireplace, tending to their still damp hair, when they overheard the sounds of affection emanating from the bathroom. Instantly, their faces flushed crimson, and an uncomfortable sensation washed over them. Wang Qianqian exclaimed with indignation, "This uncle, really, wasn't he told to keep quiet? How could he make such a racket? I suspect he did it on purpose." Upon hearing her words, Zhao Shishir and the others remained silent, while Zhang Sili covered her ears with her hands. After enduring the discordant noise for over 10 minutes, they collectively sighed in relief as it finally ceased. At that moment, inside the bathroom, Ma Xiaoyu and his companion reclined in the bath, thoroughly content. After soaking for nearly half an hour, they emerged, donned fresh clothes, and placed their soiled garments in the bath to cleanse them, subsequently hanging them on a branch outside to dry. When the two returned to the shelter where Wang Qianqian and the others resided, they found the group glaring intently at them. Ma Xiaoyu immediately grasped the situation. Before any of the girls could speak, he preemptively declared, "It's getting late, and we're exhausted. We shall retire for the night. You all should rest early as well." Upon finishing, he took hold of Mo Xiaoyu's hand and swiftly made his way back to their shelter. It wasn't until they had departed that Wang Qianqian and the others processed the situation. Wang Qianqian, fuming, remarked, "That scoundrel has escaped. Just wait until tomorrow. I shall deal with him." Zhao Shishir and the others couldn't help but chuckle at her frustration. Once back in the shelter, Ma Xiaoyu promptly barricaded the door with a wooden stick and ignited several moxa sticks, placing them in various corners of the room. It was then that Mo Xiaoyu spoke up, "Brother Ma, my hair is still damp. Why did you drag me back so hastily?" In response, Ma Xiaoyu said, "Did you not see how they were glaring at us? They must have heard us making quite a commotion in the bathroom. If we had stayed there, they would have berated us mercilessly." Hearing his words, Mo Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, "It's all your fault." With a smile, Ma Xiaoyu replied, "How can you blame me? I wonder who was the one making such a racket." At his teasing, Mo Xiaoyu's face reddened, resembling a ripe fruit, and she playfully pinched his waist before walking to the bed to dry her hair with a garment. The following morning, as dawn broke softly, Ma Xiaoyu was already awake. Observing Mo Xiaoyu still in slumber, he gently kissed her cheek, rose from the bed, slipped on his shoes, and took the large machete and bow from beside the bed. He stealthily exited the shelter. At the riverside, he splashed water on his face and, retrieving a nylon rope from his pocket, bound his sleeves and pant legs before heading towards the coast. For the past 2 days, his mind had been preoccupied with devising a strategy to confront Ollie and his group. Since they had begun consuming human flesh, it was imperative to resolve the situation swiftly. Allowing them to continue existing on this desolate island would only lead to further tragedy. Although he was not a cruel individual, in order to ensure his own survival and that of the young women, he felt compelled to eliminate Ollie and his associates. At that moment, the sun had yet to rise, and the entire forest was shrouded in a thick mist, resulting in low visibility. Dewdrops formed by the fog clung to the leaves and shrubs, and not long after setting forth, Ma Xiaoyu found his clothes and trousers thoroughly dampened. Thus, after traversing the woods for nearly an hour, the sun began to rise gently, and the mist within the forest gradually dissipated. Chapter 85. Seeking Ollie and his companions by the coast, after traversing further along the path, the sun filtered through the gaps in the towering trees, casting warm rays upon Ma Xiaoyu. He felt enveloped in a comforting warmth, as the damp fabric of his clothing released a gentle steam under the sun's embrace. After nearly 2 hours of walking, he finally arrived at the coastline, despite wielding a hefty machete and a bow. The sheer number of Ali's group instilled a sense of caution within him, preventing any reckless approach. He found a thicket near a cave and crouched down, his gaze fixed intently on the shelter where Ali and his companions resided. Time passed slowly until a man in his 30s, bleary-eyed, emerged from the shelter and ambled towards the woods where Ma Xiaoyu concealed himself. Remaining perfectly still, Ma Xiaoyu watched as the man approached a large tree, unfastened his trousers, and began to urinate. Seizing the moment, Ma Xiaoyu quietly rose and stealthily moved behind him, swiftly covering his mouth and pushing him to the ground. The man struggled, but Ma Xiaoyu quickly pressed the machete against his throat, rendering him compliant and motionless. Ina asht don, Ma Xiaoyu warned, if you dare to move or make a sound, I will end your life. Do you understand? If you do, blink your eyes. Upon hearing this, the man blinked rapidly, prompting Ma Xiaoyu to gradually remove his hand from the man's mouth. He then inquired, now, answer me truthfully. How many of you have consumed human flesh? The man's face contorted with panic as he stammered. What are you saying? I don't understand. We would never dare to eat human flesh. Recognizing the deception, Ma Xiaoyu pressed the machete firmly against the man's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. The man felt a chill run down his spine. Understanding that his life was in peril, he quickly pleaded, please do not kill me. I will tell you everything. Seeing his fear, Ma Xiaoyu pressed further, tell me, who among you has eaten human flesh? Trembling with terror, the man replied, almost all the men here have consumed human flesh, coerced by Ali and Yang Xueming. 2 women have also partaken. With this revelation, Ma Xiaoyu nodded and swiftly covered the man's mouth once more, drawing the machete across his throat with resolute force. Blood gushed forth, and the man writhed in desperation, his eyes filled with despair. After a struggle, he fell silent. Only when the man lay lifeless did Ma Xiaoyu release his grip, coldly addressing the corpse. In your next life, may you choose to be a better person. I did not wish to take your life, but you chose to partake in cannibalism. After speaking, he wiped the bloodied machete across the man's clothing and dragged the lifeless body into the woods, finding a dense thicket to conceal it. He then turned back toward the coastline, returning to the very bushes where he had previously hidden. Lying low and fixing his gaze intently on the shelter where several individuals resided. Before long, he observed Ali and his companions emerge from their refuge, their tattered garments betraying their emaciated condition. The women among them appeared dazed, a clear indication that this group had endured a harsh existence recently. Ma Xiaoyu counted a total of 7 or 8 men, including Ali. Despite their malnourished and frail appearance, he recognized that if they combined their strength against him, he would be no match for them. At this juncture, he understood that his only option was to seek opportunities to eliminate them one by one. Moments later, Yang Xueming, accompanied by several others, ventured to the shore to catch lobsters. Ali, meanwhile, was seen embracing a woman as they walked toward the coast. Ma Xiaoyu, upon seeing them, instinctively sensed their intentions. Just as he contemplated rising to confront Ali at the shore, two men unexpectedly approached the woods. Realizing the situation, Ma Xiaoyu remained concealed among the bushes, closely observing the two men, who were engrossed in conversation and oblivious to his presence. He watched as they passed by, and once they moved further away, he cautiously rose and began to pursue them. As the two men advanced several dozen meters, they bent down to collect firewood that had fallen to the ground. Seizing the moment, Ma Xiaoyu hastened toward them. When he was only 3 to 4 meters away, the men finally heard his footsteps and turned to see him charging toward them, startled by his sudden appearance. In that instant, Ma Xiaoyu closed the distance to one man and struck down with a machete, nearly severing his neck. The man fell to the ground, clutching his throat and wailing in agony. The other man, witnessing this, screamed in terror and fled toward the coastline. Ma Xiaoyu immediately pursued him, and perhaps due to his prolonged state of hunger, the man had not run more than 10 meters before Ma Xiaoyu caught up, delivering a fatal blow to his back with the machete. The man collapsed, writhing on the ground, but Ma Xiaoyu showed no mercy, firmly pressing his foot down on him while raising the machete once again to strike his neck. A torrent of blood gushed forth, and after a few desperate struggles, the man lay still. Ma Xiaoyu then approached the first victim, who had also succumbed to his injuries, now utterly motionless. He dragged the two bodies into the thicket for concealment and turned towards the direction of the coast. Upon reaching the very thicket where he had just hidden, he saw Ollie returning, embracing the girl. At that moment, Ma Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming urge to charge forward and eliminate him. However, he forcefully suppressed this impulse, fully aware that if he were to confront Ollie at this juncture, Yang Xueming and his men would swiftly emerge from the sea to besiege him within mere minutes. Although Ollie had sustained an injury to his arm from Ma Xiaoyu's attack, his imposing physique and expertise in Muay Thai rendered him a formidable opponent. Even armed with a large machete, Ma Xiaoyu was uncertain of his chances in a direct confrontation. Thus, he resolved to remain motionless, lying in wait within the thicket for the opportune moment to strike. Chapter 86. Resolving matters with Ali's group. Thus, after lying in the thicket for nearly half an hour, Yang Xueming and his companions emerged from the sea, clutching a few lobsters as they made their way towards the shelter. Ma Xiaoyu remained fixated on them, remaining motionless in the underbrush, fearful of being discovered by the two men. Fortunately, they were engrossed in conversation, entirely oblivious to Ma Xiaoyu's presence in the foliage. He deduced that they were likely venturing into the woods to search for the 3 individuals he had dealt with earlier. As the two men entered the forest, Ma Xiaoyu cautiously rose from the thicket and stealthily pursued them. Yang Xueming was still muttering angrily, remarking on the 3 individuals who had failed to return while gathering firewood, lamenting their absence and vowing to reprimand them upon discovery. Ma Xiaoyu followed silently behind, trailing them for over 200 meters. Suddenly, he seized his machete and charged at the two men. Hearing his footsteps, Yang Xueming and his companion turned to investigate. Upon seeing Ma Xiaoyu wielding the machete, they were taken aback. Ma Xiaoyu closed the distance rapidly, bringing the blade down upon the head of Yang Xueming's companion. The strike landed squarely, causing the man to clutch his head and collapse to the ground, wailing in agony. At the sight, Yang Xueming bolted, yelling loudly as he fled. However, they were already over 200 meters away from their shelter, and despite his loud cries, Ollie and the others did not hear him. Before he could escape far, Ma Xiaoyu caught up, swinging the machete down upon his arm, nearly severing it completely. Yang Xueming instantly clasped his wounded arm, rolling on the ground and emitting cries akin to a slaughtered pig. Ma Xiaoyu then planted a foot firmly on his chest and pressed the machete against his throat. In despair, Yang Xueming cried out, "Brother Ma, why do you wish to kill me? I have not provoked you." Ma Xiaoyu coldly replied, "Who told you to indulge in human flesh? Those who partake in such acts deserve death." In pain, Yang Xueming, enduring the agony in his arm, pleaded, "Brother Ma, I was driven by hunger to consume human flesh. I realize my mistake. I implore you to spare me this once, considering our past acquaintance." Ma Xiaoyu retorted fiercely, "You acknowledge our acquaintance? You wretched creature, I saved your lives out of kindness, and this is how you repay me." After speaking, he seized the large machete in his hand and forcefully slashed it across the man's neck. A torrent of blood instantly gushed forth. Yang Xiaoyu immediately clutched his neck with his uninjured hand, attempting to vocalize a sound, yet no utterance escaped his lips. A minute or two passed, and Yang Xiaoyu fell utterly silent. Ma Xiaoyu, indifferent to his fate, swiftly approached the individual he had just struck on the head. The man, still holding his head in agony, writhed on the ground, lamenting his plight. Ma Xiaoyu stepped onto his chest, and before the man could plead for mercy, he forcefully brought the machete down across his neck, silencing him in an instant. Having dealt with both Yang Xiaoyu and this man, only 3 or 4 men remained in Ali's shelter. Ma Xiaoyu pondered the expediency of eliminating them all at once. He gradually made his way toward their hideout, uncertain whether he could contend with them alone. Observing the smoke rising from their shelter, an idea struck him. Gathering a bundle of dry grass, he stealthily approached their dwelling, his anxiety mounting as he drew closer. Fortunately, Ali and his companions were preoccupied inside, roasting lobsters, completely oblivious to Ma Xiaoyu's approach. Before long, clutching the dry grass, Ma Xiaoyu arrived outside their shelter. The walls of their abode were covered with palm leaves, all of which were thoroughly dried. He placed the dry grass in a corner and slowly retrieved a lighter from his pocket, igniting the grass. Armed with a machete, he swiftly advanced toward the entrance of the shelter. As the grass burned, the walls of the shelter ignited almost instantly. Inside, Ali and his companions, noticing the flames, rushed outside. The first to emerge was Ali, and as he reached the threshold, Ma Xiaoyu raised a machete and struck down upon his head. The blade struck with force, a stream of blood gushing forth as Ali collapsed, clutching his head and rolling on the ground in agony. At that moment, another individual burst forth from the shelter, and Ma Xiaoyu swiftly swung the machete at him. Although the blade did not find its mark on the man's head, it landed brutally upon his arm. The man let out a piercing scream and fell to the ground, wailing in distress. The shelter was now engulfed in flames, and realizing the imminent danger, Ma Xiaoyu hastily fled toward the coastline. Soon, all the occupants of the shelter had fled, and Ma Xiaoyu unleashed a flurry of strikes with a machete upon the men, who were caught entirely off guard and fell victim to his relentless assault. As the defeated Ali lay on the ground, a group of women, terrified, erupted into screams. Ma Xiaoyu disregarded their cries and swiftly approached Ali, raising the machete for another brutal onslaught. Ali emitted a series of anguished cries, and soon, silence enveloped the scene. At that moment, Ma Xiaoyu resembled a merciless killer, leaving the onlookers paralyzed with fear. Having dealt with Ali, Ma Xiaoyu seized a large machete and unleashed a relentless assault upon the other men sprawled on the ground. Before long, they too fell silent. With the threat of Ali and his companions eradicated, Ma Xiaoyu gradually approached the group of women. Upon witnessing his advance, the women trembled in terror, collapsing to their knees in a desperate plea for mercy. 2 of them were so overwhelmed by fear that they lost control of their bodily functions. Chapter 87. Returning to the sanctuary with a few women observing the group of women kneeling before him, desperately pleading for mercy, Ma Xiaoyu coldly addressed them. "Has anyone among you ever tasted human flesh?" Upon hearing his inquiry, the women lowered their heads, too intimidated to respond. Ma Xiaoyu raised his voice once more, reiterating, "I shall ask you again, has anyone among you ever consumed human flesh? Should you choose to remain silent, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Startled by his intimidation, one woman suddenly lifted her head and pointed at 2 others. Ma Xiaoyu immediately turned his gaze towards them. One was Li Xiaomei, the wife of Yang Xiaoyu, and the other was a woman in her late 20s. Under his scrutinizing stare, the 2 women became flustered, pleading for mercy. Ma Xiaoyu coldly inquired, "What does human flesh taste like?" At this, Li Xiaomei mustered the courage to respond, "Brother Ma, we were forced by Ali and his gang to partake in such an abhorrent act. Since we share past, I beg you to spare us." Despite acknowledging their wrongdoing, she continued to implore him for clemency. The other woman joined in, fervently beseeching him as well. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaomei, she believed her husband, Yang Xiaoyu, was searching for the 3 men in the woods, completely unaware that he had already met his end at the hands of Ma Xiaoyu. Ma Xiaoyu revealed to her, "Both you and your husband possess hearts as cold as wolves. I rescued you, yet you repay my kindness with such treachery. To be frank, I have dealt with your husband." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaomei collapsed to the ground, mumbling incoherently. Moments later, she suddenly sprang to her feet, charging at Ma Xiaoyu in a frenzy. In response, he swiftly extended his leg, delivering a powerful kick to her abdomen, sending her crashing to the ground. Yet, she struggled to rise once more and lunged at him again. Ma Xiaoyu brandished his machete and struck down upon her head. She let out a piercing scream before collapsing, writhing on the ground. Without hesitation, he brought the blade down upon her repeatedly until she lay still, devoid of life. The remaining women, witnessing his brutal actions, were instantly gripped by terror, trembling in fear. Ma Xiaoyu approached one of the women who had partaken in human flesh, seizing her by the hair and drawing the machete across her neck with force. Blood gushed forth, and she slowly crumpled to the ground, struggling briefly before falling silent. Ma Xiaoyu then turned his attention to the other women still kneeling before him, asking, "Which of you have tasted human flesh?" Upon hearing his question, they collectively raised their heads, responding, "We have not consumed human flesh." At this moment, Ma Xiaoyu slowly sheathed his large machete and addressed the women. "Since none of you have tasted human flesh, you may rise. There is no need to kneel. I have no intention of harming you." Upon hearing his words, the women remained on the ground, paralyzed by fear. Ma Xiaoyu insisted, "Please stand up. I assure you, I mean you no harm. I'm not a bloodthirsty maniac. It was only those who consumed human flesh that I dealt with." Gradually, the women rose, albeit with expressions of sheer terror. Ma Xiaoyu observed their emaciated figures and tattered garments, shaking his head in disbelief. He never anticipated that within just 2 months, these once proud individuals would find themselves in such a dire state. He recognized that with the elimination of Ali and his companions, the women's chances of survival in this forsaken place were slim. Seeing their pitiable condition, Ma Xiaoyu felt a surge of compassion. If he abandoned them, it would not be long before they succumbed to starvation or fell prey to wild beasts. He then offered, "Those of you willing to accompany me to the riverside may do so. Those who wish to remain here are free to stay." Upon hearing this, the women unanimously expressed their desire to join him by the river, although they were initially terrified by the earlier display of violence. They understood that their only chance of survival lay in following Ma Xiaoyu. Remaining here would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Satisfied that they were willing to accompany him, Ma Xiaoyu said nothing further, as the shelter where Ali and his group had resided continued to burn in the distance. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Ma Xiaoyu instructed the women to strip the clothing and shoes from the bodies. The sight of the dead sent them into a wave of nausea, but the urgency to survive compelled them to comply. He then asked them to tie the sleeves and pant legs of their new garments and led them towards the shelter. After walking for over 2 hours, they finally returned to the shelter, where Mo Xiaoyu and the others were anxiously pacing like ants on a hot stove. Since the morning, they had not seen Ma Xiaoyu and initially assumed he was gathering firewood in the woods. However, as noon approached with no sign of his return, their anxiety grew. After searching the nearby woods to no avail, they returned to the shelter to wait. When they finally spotted Ma Xiaoyu approaching with a group of women, they were momentarily stunned, then rushed towards him. As they reached him, their eyes widened in shock at the bloodstains covering him. Mo Xiaoyu, filled with concern, asked Brother Ma, "What have you been doing? Why are you covered in blood? Are you injured? And who are these women?" At this moment, Xiaoyu recognized that these women were indeed the companions of Ali and his group, and wondered how Ma Xiaoyu had managed to bring them back. It was then that Ma Xiaoyu spoke, reassuring them, "There is no need for concern. I am unscathed. The blood upon me is that of Ali and his associates." Upon hearing this, the girls were momentarily taken aback. Zhao Shishir quickly inquired, "Did you confront Ali and his group? What has become of them?" Ma Xiaoyu replied to her with an expressionless face, "I have dispatched them all." The gravity of his words left the others utterly astonished. Chapter 88. Zhao Shishir's anger observing the astonished expressions of her companions. Ma Xiaoyu spoke to them with an impassive demeanor. They had become so audacious as to consume human flesh. Who knew what outrageous actions they might commit in the future? His decision to eliminate them was solely for the sake of their survival in this harsh environment. After speaking, he strode towards the riverbank, where he stripped off his blood-soaked garments and began washing them in the water, baring his upper body. Upon learning that Ma Xiaoyu had executed Ali and his group, Zhao Shishir appeared noticeably displeased, a sentiment echoed by Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili. They believed that, despite having resorted to cannibalism, Ali and his companions did not deserve such a fate. Ma Xiaoyu's actions seemed excessively cruel to them, unaware that his motives were rooted in a desire to protect them, a fact they could not comprehend. Even Hu Yu shared the view that Ma Xiaoyu's actions were rather ruthless. Although she had witnessed Ali's group partake in cannibalism, she felt their crimes did not warrant death. Mo Xiaoyu glanced at Zhao Shishir and the others, but chose to remain silent, convinced that Ma Xiaoyu's decision was justified. Allowing Ali's group to remain would inevitably lead to disaster. It was far better to eliminate the threat early on. Seeing the women Ma Xiaoyu had brought back standing frozen in place, Mo Xiaoyu approached them and said, "Since Brother Ma has brought you here, we shall be family from now on. There is no need for formality. Consider this your home. By the way, I am Mo Xiaoyu. You all seem a bit older than me, so you may call me Xiaoyu. May I know how to address you?" Initially, these women had lived alongside Mo Xiaoyu for a few days after being stranded on the deserted island, so they were not entirely unfamiliar with her. Hearing her kind words eased their earlier tension, and they began to introduce themselves. Ma Xiaoyu had returned with 4 women in total. 2 were of a similar age to him, namely Ting and Zhang Lin, while the other 2 were slightly younger, both in their early 30s, named by Ruo Xue and Zhao Yuxia, who were quite striking in appearance. Zhao Shishir recognized these women as well. Seeing Mo Xiaoyu engaged in conversation with them, she approached to greet them. The women were relatively familiar with Zhao Shishir, as she had once been their leader. They politely addressed her as Miss Zhao, prompting her to respond, "Please, do not call me Miss Zhao. Just refer to me as Shishir, like the others." Wang Qianqian and Zhang Sili also came over to greet the new arrivals. Observing the emaciated figures clad in tattered garments, Mo Xiaoyu returned to the shelter and retrieved several sets of clothing. She then led the group to the bathroom, where fortunately, half a tub of water remained. Though unheated, the summer season made it perfectly suitable for bathing. The girls stood by the tub, shedding their clothes and using bamboo tubes to scoop water, eagerly rinsing their bodies. During their time on the deserted island, these women had not once bathed in fresh water. Even their occasional washing involved the ocean, which left a layer of white salt crystals on their skin as it dried, causing considerable discomfort. Now, finally able to cleanse themselves with fresh water, the girls were filled with joy. Ma Xiaoyu cleaned his clothes and hung them on a branch to dry. He then retrieved the crab traps concealed beneath the aquatic vegetation for inspection, yielding a commendable catch of over 10 large crabs from the 4 traps. After extracting the crabs, he bound them with grass, returned the traps to their underwater hiding spots, and made his way back to the shelter with the large crabs in tow. Upon his return, he found Wang Qianqian and the others seated by the fireplace, where a pot brimming with wild boar meat simmered. Mo Xiaoyu was still in the bathroom, attending to the girls. Noticing Ma Xiaoyu's entrance, Wang Qianqian and the others continued their conversation without acknowledging him, a clear indication that they were still upset over his actions against Ali and his companions. Ma Xiaoyu, aware of their sentiments, refrained from initiating conversation. He took a pot and placed all the crabs into it, then gathered some firewood and ignited a small fire outside the shelter. He fetched water from a nearby stream, using a bamboo tube, poured it into the pot containing the crabs, and set it atop the fire to boil. Not long after, Mo Xiaoyu emerged from the bathroom with the other women. Having bathed and donned fresh clothing, they appeared transformed, prompting Ma Xiaoyu to glance at them appreciatively. However, the women still regarded him with a hint of trepidation, the memory of his violent actions by the shoreline fresh in their minds, their gazes slightly uneasy. Ma Xiaoyu paid little mind to their apprehension and, once the crabs were thoroughly cooked, brought the pot inside the shelter. At that moment, the pot of wild boar meat atop the fireplace was also ready. The sight of the abundant feast made the women swallow hard. Having endured meager rations with Ali and his gang, They had never encountered such a lavish spread. Mo Xiaoyu provided them with bamboo bowls and chopsticks, but the girls hesitated to partake, their eyes darting towards Ma Xiaoyu. Noticing their reluctance, he urged them, "Why do you stare at me? I want to eat you. Go ahead and eat." Prompted by his words, the women eagerly seized their chopsticks, hastily grabbing the wild boar meat, hardly waiting for it to cool before devouring it voraciously. Observing the dining habits of the women, Ma Xiaoyu and his companions could not help but sigh. Mo Xiaoyu remarked to them, "Please eat slowly. Do take care not to choke." Upon hearing her words, the women moderated their pace, and Ma Xiaoyu and the others began to partake in the meal as well. Within a mere 10 minutes, a large pot of wild boar meat and more than a dozen sizable crabs were devoured entirely. As the meal concluded, dusk was approaching. Mo Xiaoyu and the others made their way to the bathroom, carrying bamboo tubes to collect water from the nearby stream, which they poured into the bathing pool. They then ignited a fire in the drainage area to heat the bathing water. Once the water reached a suitable temperature, the group took turns to wash up in the bathroom. After their cleansing ritual, the women gathered by the fireplace, engaging in lively conversation. Given that there were only 2 shelters available, Ma Xiaoyu had no choice but to accommodate Li Ting and her group along with Wang Qianqian and hers in one shelter, while he called out to Mo Xiaoyu and returned to his own refuge. Chapter 89. Turning face upon witnessing the departure of Ma Xiaoyu and his companion, Zhao Shishir turned to Li Ting and the others, inquiring, "Did Brother Ma truly eliminate all of Ali's associates?" The moment her question was posed, vivid images of Ma Xiaoyu's gruesome acts flashed through the minds of Li Ting and her companions, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Noticing their reactions, Zhao Shishir pressed further. "What on earth transpired? Could you elaborate?" Li Ting, trembling with trepidation, replied, "Brother Ma is utterly terrifying. He resembles a ruthless killer." The group recounted the harrowing scenes of Ma Xiaoyu's violence, and upon hearing their account, Zhao Shishir and her friends were rendered speechless, their faces pale with shock. They had never anticipated such cruelty from Ma Xiaoyu, who mercilessly torched Ali's refuge and disregarded the pleas for mercy, even slaying 2 women who had knelt in desperation. At that moment, they all perceived Ma Xiaoyu as a bloodthirsty fiend. After a prolonged silence, Wang Qianqian finally spoke. "How could Uncle be such a person? If this is true, it is truly horrifying." Zhao Shishir and the others nodded in agreement, their perspectives on Ma Xiaoyu irrevocably altered, as the once heroic image they held of him crumbled. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu lay in bed, with Mo Xiaoyu nestled against his chest. She gently remarked, "Brother Ma, have you noticed that Shishir and the others seem quite upset upon hearing about your actions against Ali's group?" Ma Xiaoyu sighed softly and replied, "I sensed that earlier this afternoon. They have not spoken a word to me. Do you also believe I was wrong to eliminate those individuals?" Mo Xiaoyu quickly interjected, "Brother Ma, please do not misunderstand. I have never thought that way. I understand your actions were for our benefit. Those who have tasted human flesh deserve their fate. I believe you acted rightly. Sometimes one must be ruthless to survive on this deserted island." Her words brought him some comfort, and he embraced her, kissing her tenderly. With their bodies bare, the kiss ignited a spark between them. After a passionate exchange, Ma Xiaoyu gently pressed her down, and they surrendered to their desires in the intimacy of the moment. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Shishir and the others had not yet fallen asleep. Listening to the sounds of affection emanating from Ma Xiaoyu and Mo Xiaoyu, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Wang Qianqian, feeling a mix of indignation and disbelief, remarked, "This uncle, having taken lives, can still engage in such acts. He truly appears to be a cold-blooded creature. I misjudged him." The others echoed her sentiments, feeling that Ma Xiaoyu had indeed crossed a line. After more than 10 minutes of fervent passion, Ma Xiaoyu and Mo Xiaoyu finally paused, both breathless yet enveloped in a profound sense of happiness. Mo Xiaoyu soon drifted into slumber in Ma Xiaoyu's embrace. The following morning, as dawn broke, Ma Xiaoyu and Mo Xiaoyu awoke almost simultaneously. Exiting their refuge, they noticed that the shelter where Wang Qianqian and the others resided remained firmly shut, indicating that they were still in slumber. The 2 proceeded to the riverbank to freshen up. After completing their morning routines, They inspected the crab traps, finding a commendable haul of 8 or 9 large crabs from 4 traps. They carefully transferred the crabs from the traps into a bamboo container and returned the traps to their underwater hiding spots. At that moment, Wang Qianqian and her companions also stirred from their slumber, making their way to the riverbank to wash up. Noticing Ma Xiaoyu's presence, they chose not to greet him. Observing this, Ma Xiaoyu remained silent and, along with Mo Xiaoyu, returned to the shelter to prepare a substantial piece of wild boar meat. He cut it into small chunks and placed them into a pot to simmer. Before long, Wang Qianqian and her group returned to the shelter. Finding Ma Xiaoyu engrossed in cooking the wild boar, they chose to ignore him, and Ma Xiaoyu, understanding their lingering anger, refrained from initiating conversation. Mo Xiaoyu sensed the tension in the air but opted to remain quiet. As the wild boar meat neared completion, Ma Xiaoyu called out to Wang Qianqian, requesting a bowl, indicating that it was time to eat and that they would need to chop bamboo for shelter construction afterward. Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian retorted indignantly, "You cold-blooded murderer. Take it yourself." Taken aback, Ma Xiaoyu's expression shifted as he asked, "What did you just call me?" Wang Qianqian, undeterred, replied, "I called you a cold-blooded murderer. Now that those people have begged for mercy, why did you still kill them?" Ma Xiaoyu glanced at Zhao Shi and the others, inquiring, "Do you all feel the same way?" They remained silent, their heads bowed, prompting Ma Xiaoyu to sigh in resignation. He then stood up, retrieved 2 bamboo bowls, and handed one to Mo Xiaoyu. He began to eat heartily, using chopsticks to scoop up the wild boar meat. Mo Xiaoyu, seeing this, cheerfully urged Wang Qianqian and the others, "Hurry and eat. Ma Ji's actions are for our benefit. If Ali and his group dared to consume human flesh, what would they do?" Wang Qianqian shot back, "You've shared a bed with him, so naturally you're on his side." Mo Xiaoyu was about to respond, but Ma Xiaoyu interjected, "Xiaoyu, don't waste your breath on these ungrateful souls. Just eat." Wang Qianqian and her companions were incensed by Ma Xiaoyu's comment, with Wang Qianqian exclaiming, "Which of us are you calling ungrateful?" This time, Ma Xiaoyu was genuinely angered. He retorted, "I'm talking about you all. If it weren't for me and Xiaoyu, would you still be alive today? Reflect upon your own hearts and inquire within yourselves. During our time together, have I, Ma Xiaoyu, wronged any of you in any way? Have I taken advantage of you or acted improperly? If you were to be with Ali and his companions, who knows how many times you would have already been mistreated. Perhaps you have even begun to partake in the most heinous acts." Upon hearing his words, the girls fell silent, for Ma Xiaoyu spoke the truth. Were it not for his presence, they might have perished long ago on this desolate island. Ma Xiaoyu continued, "Since you all deem me a murderous fiend, then let me embrace that title. Do you think yourselves so noble? I have no desire to serve any of you." Chapter 90, departing with Mo Xiaoyu after speaking. He buried his head in his meal. Upon hearing his words, Wang Qianqian and the others felt a twinge of anger. Their heads bowed as they consumed their food, lost in their thoughts. After breakfast, Ma Xiaoyu's frustration grew. He had treated them with kindness, yet this was the outcome he received. He then stood up and addressed Mo Xiaoyu, saying, "Xiaoyu, let us leave. I no longer wish to cater to these self-important ladies." At his remark, Wang Qianqian's expression immediately shifted. Though somewhat stubborn, she retorted, "If you wish to leave, then go. It's as if we cannot survive here without you." As Ma Xiaoyu prepared to depart, Mo Xiaoyu quickly reached out, grasping his sleeve, and implored, "Brother Ma, you mustn't act impulsively. We have lived together for so long. Surely, you have some affection for them. Can you truly abandon them so easily?" Turning to Wang Qianqian and the others, she continued, "Qianqian, sure. Brother Ma only eliminated Ali and his group for our sake. You should apologize to him." Upon hearing Mo Xiaoyu's words, Zhao Shi and Zhang Sili remained silent, while Wang Qianqian stubbornly countered, "Even if it was for our benefit, it does not justify murder. Those are merely excuses. You need not defend him. I refuse to believe we cannot survive without him. Let's not forget that we collectively brought back that large wild boar hanging over the hearth." In response to her words, Ma Xiaoyu chose not to retort further and stepped out of the shelter. Mo Xiaoyu sighed, promptly chasing after him. Ma Xiaoyu hastily made his way to his room, beginning to pack a change of clothes into his backpack. Observing this, Xiaoyu spoke again. Brother Ma, are you truly leaving? Can you bear to leave them here? He replied, you have seen their attitude. To them, I am merely a bloodthirsty monster. Why should I remain here, pressing my warm face against their icy indifference? Upon hearing his sentiment, Xiaoyu refrained from further argument, acknowledging that Wang Qianqian and the others had indeed crossed a line this time. She then packed 2 sets of her own clothes into her backpack. Ma Xiaoyu picked up the large machete resting by the bed, while Xiaoyu gathered some mugwort sticks in her hands. Exiting the shelter, the two made their way to the riverbank. Xiaoyu then suggested, Brother Ma, let us leave the crab traps in the river for them. Ma Xiaoyu did not respond further and led her along the riverbank, heading towards the woods. At that moment, standing at the door of the shelter, Xiaoyu observed their departure and announced, Qianqian, Brother Ma, and the others have left. In response, Wang Qianqian said, if they have left, then so be it. Zhao Shishir added, indeed, if they are gone, we can manage here on our own. We have survived for quite some time and have learned a few survival skills. Zhang Sili spoke up, expressing her concerns. Isn't this a bit excessive? After all, Ali and his companions are not virtuous individuals, and they have resorted to cannibalism. If Brother Ma has dealt with them, then so be it. Is it truly worth jeopardizing our relationship with him for their sake? Upon hearing her words, Wang Qianqian and the others remained silent, while Zhang Sili chose not to elaborate further. Ma Xiaoyu and another companion meandered along the riverbank for nearly 2 hours before finally discovering a relatively flat clearing, where some bamboo grew nearby. They decided to establish a shelter there, placing their backpacks on the ground and gathering firewood from the vicinity. Soon, they ignited a fire by the riverbank. Equipped with a machete, Ma Xiaoyu approached the river to begin cutting bamboo, and upon noticing this, Xiaoyu joined him in assisting. The duo took turns chopping bamboo, laboring diligently for 3 to 4 hours until they amassed a substantial pile. After several hours of strenuous work, they found themselves exhausted, hungry, and parched, their clothes dampened by sweat. Ma Xiaoyu chopped a few bamboo sections and filled them with water from the river, placing them atop the fire to boil. He encouraged Xiaoyu to rest by the fire while he ventured to the river to catch crabs. Thankfully, the water was abundant with vegetation, and within half an hour, he had captured 5 or 6 large crabs to bring back to the fire. He pulled some charcoal from the fire and arranged the crabs upon it to roast. During his absence, Xiaoyu had allowed the boiled water in the bamboo to cool. Ma Xiaoyu lifted the bamboo and drank deeply from it, and after quenching their thirst, they sat by the fire to recuperate. Before long, the crabs were perfectly roasted, and they began to feast. After indulging in the succulent crabs and sipping the cool water from the bamboo, they felt a resurgence of energy and resumed chopping bamboo, spending nearly another 2 hours gathering more. Observing the plentiful bamboo, they realized it was more than sufficient to construct a shelter. They carried the bamboo back to the fire. Noting that time was slipping away, Ma Xiaoyu returned to the river to catch more crabs, while Xiaoyu foraged nearby for plantain leaves and wild onions. After rinsing them in the river, she placed them in the bamboo to cook, and shortly thereafter, Ma Xiaoyu returned with additional crabs, which he placed over the fire to roast. He also ventured into the woods to gather palm leaves to spread beside the fire. By this time, the crabs were ready, and they enjoyed them alongside the plantain leaves. After their evening meal, darkness enveloped the surroundings. As their shelter remained unconstructed, Ma Xiaoyu gathered some firewood and ignited several small fires around them to deter any nocturnal predators. Seated by the flickering flames, gazing at the bamboo they had brought back, Xiaoyu remarked, Brother Ma, look at us. We left with only a few pieces of clothing. Everything must begin anew. Unable to find slumber, I might as well craft a few more crab traps. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu remarked, Xiaoyu, you have endured so much hardship alongside me. I truly feel for you. In response, Xiaoyu smiled and said, Brother Ma, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, I might have perished on this desolate island long ago. Having chosen to be with you, you are the man I have committed to. Regardless of the circumstances, I will stand by your side. And I believe that in no time, we shall find our way back to better days. With her words, Xiaoyu picked up a bamboo stalk, chopping it into smaller segments to commence weaving the crab traps. After nearly 3 hours of toil, she successfully fashioned 2 traps from the bamboo strips. As time slipped away, Ma Xiaoyu urged her, "Xiaoyu, you should rest now. I will keep watch." Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu offered no protest and lay down on the palm leaves to sleep, while Ma Xiaoyu sat beside the fire, vigilantly tending to it and occasionally adding more fuel. In the depths of the night, Ma Xiaoyu awoke to take over the watch, allowing him to lay down on the palm leaves and drift into a deep slumber. Chapter 91. The construction of a shelter. Although he had stayed awake until midnight the previous night, he rose early to find Ma Xiaoyu sitting by the fire, yawning incessantly. Ma Xiaoyu immediately addressed her, "Xiaoyu, why not lie down and get some more rest?" Upon hearing his voice, Ma Xiaoyu turned her head and replied, "Brother Ma, why are you up so early? You should sleep a little longer." Ma Xiaoyu replied, "I cannot sleep anymore. I can see your eyes are a bit puffy. You should rest a while longer. I will fetch something for us to eat." Hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu reclined again on the palm leaves and soon drifted back into slumber. Ma Xiaoyu stood up and ventured into the forest to gather some insects, placing them into a crab trap, which he then set in the water beneath the aquatic plants by the riverbank. Since he and Ma Xiaoyu had only brought a few clothes on their departure, he had left behind the bows and arrows for Wang Qianqian and the others. Thus, if he wished to hunt in the woods, he would need to craft a bow. Fortunately, the fishing line he had exchanged with Zhao Shishir and others had remained in his backpack, along with some porcupine quills. After setting the crab trap in the water, he took his machete and began searching for materials to fashion a bow. Within half an hour, he discovered a sturdy, resilient stick. He returned to the fire, glancing at the still sleeping Ma Xiaoyu, and began to roast the stick over the flames. After several minutes of roasting, he bent the stick into the shape of a bow, observing that it showed no signs of breaking. Releasing it, the stick returned to its straight form. He then used the machete to carve notches at both ends and retrieved the fishing line from his backpack, biting off several segments and twisting them together. He bent the stick again and secured the twisted fishing line to create a bow. With the bow completed, he now needed to craft a few arrows. He returned to the woods to find several straight, sturdy sticks, which he whittled down to the thickness of chopsticks. At one end of each stick, he made a crosscut with the machete, inserted the porcupine quills, and bound them tightly with fishing line. He fashioned 3 arrows in total, adding more firewood to the blaze before taking up his bow and arrows to head into the woods. Perhaps fortune favored him, for he had not ventured far when he spotted a wild chicken perched atop a large tree, calling out incessantly. Ma Xiaoyu promptly approached the tree with his bow drawn. Standing beneath the tree, he aimed at the wild chicken and released an arrow, which struck the bird with precision. The arrow, tipped with the porcupine quill, nearly pierced through the wild chicken's body. The bird, along with the arrow, flew several meters before tumbling into the underbrush, thrashing wildly. Ma Xiaoyu hurried over, retrieved the wild chicken from the thicket, seized its neck, and with a decisive twist, brought an end to its struggles. Having already shot a wild chicken, Ma Xiaoyu refrained from further hunting and returned to the riverbank, carrying the bird. At this moment, Ma Xiaoyu had yet to awaken. Instead of rousing her, Ma Xiaoyu placed the wild chicken directly onto the fire, where it quickly became devoid of feathers. He then meticulously washed the chicken several times in the river, and with a large knife, made an incision in its belly, extracting the innards, which he did not discard but instead placed into the crab trap. He returned to the fire with the chicken, chopping it into small pieces and placing them into 2 bamboo tubes, adding some water and wild scallions before setting them over the flames to cook. As the chicken simmered in the bamboo, Ma Xiaoyu stirred from her slumber, drawn by the enticing aroma. Upon noticing her, Ma Xiaoyu smiled and remarked, "Xiaoyu, did the scent of the chicken awaken you?" Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Ma Xiaoyu sat up, gazing at the chicken meat within the bamboo and the bow and arrow beside her, her face lighting up with joy. "Brother Ma, you are truly remarkable. You crafted a bow and arrow so swiftly and even brought back a wild chicken. I adore you." In response to her compliment, Ma Xiaoyu chuckled, "All right, enough flattery. You're sounding like Wang now. Hurry and wash your face. It's time for dinner." With that, Mo Xiaoyu stood and made her way to the riverbank while Ma Xiaoyu fashioned 2 bamboo bowls and chopsticks. Once Mo Xiaoyu returned from freshening up, the two began to savor the stewed wild chicken from the bamboo tubes. Although merely seasoned with wild scallions, the chicken exuded a delicate aroma reminiscent of bamboo. After finishing their meal, the pair set about constructing a shelter, first digging several deep pits in the open area. They selected some sturdy bamboo to place in the pits, covering them with earth and compacting it with their feet. One by one, the supporting posts were erected, and they ventured into the woods to gather some vines, connecting all the posts with bamboo. As the sun began to set, they finally completed the main framework of the shelter. Ma Xiaoyu then went to inspect the crab traps placed beneath the water plants. Fortune smiled upon them, as they had caught 5 or 6 large crabs in total. After retrieving the crabs, he returned the traps to their watery hiding places. With the crabs in hand, he approached the fire, sifting through the embers to uncover some charcoal, and placed the large crabs directly onto it to roast. He then collected some firewood from the forest. By the time the crabs were perfectly cooked, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and the two sat around the fire, relishing the grilled crustaceans. After their meal, Mo Xiaoyu turned to Ma Xiaoyu and said, "Brother Ma, you barely slept last night and have worked tirelessly today. You should lie down and rest. I will keep watch over the fire." Exhausted, Ma Xiaoyu took her advice and lay on the palm leaves, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. Glimpsing at the slumbering Ma Xiaoyu, Mo Xiaoyu retrieved some artemisia sticks from her backpack, igniting them and placing them around him. She then took a bamboo pole, split it into slats, and began weaving a bamboo basket. By the time midnight approached, she had finally fashioned a basket. At that moment, Ma Xiaoyu stirred slowly, addressing her. "Xiaoyu, you should hurry and rest. I will keep watch." Mo Xiaoyu said nothing in reply. She lay down upon the palm leaves and drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu sat beside the fire, picking up the bamboo slats prepared by Mo Xiaoyu and commenced weaving a bamboo cage. Chapter 92. Back to the coast, Ma Xiaoyu sat by the fire until dawn, feeling his eyelids grow heavy. He added more firewood to the flames before lying down on the palm leaves to sleep. Upon awakening, he discovered the sun had already risen high in the sky. Mo Xiaoyu was seated by the fire, grilling several large crabs, while a bamboo tube simmered with water nearby. Seeing Ma Xiaoyu awake, Mo Xiaoyu cheerfully exclaimed, "Majie, you're awake. Hurry and wash your face so we can eat." Her words warmed his heart, prompting him to smile and reply, "Xiaoyu, please don't call me Ma Gu anymore. Given our circumstances, you might as well call me husband. It sounds much more affectionate." Her face flushed at his suggestion, and Ma Xiaoyu, sensing her embarrassment, merely chuckled and walked to the river to freshen up. After washing, they began to feast on the grilled crabs, followed by some warm water before turning their attention to constructing their shelter. The previous day, they had already created the main framework of a shelter using bamboo, leaving only the walls and roof to complete. To ensure the structure's sturdiness, they bound bamboo poles together with vines, requiring a considerable number of bamboo pieces. They toiled for several hours before successfully erecting 2 walls of the shelter. With their bamboo supply dwindling, they ventured back to the river to cut more. They worked tirelessly until sunset, finally hauling a sufficient amount of bamboo back to the clearing for their shelter. By this time, they were exhausted, hungry, and weary, their clothes drenched in sweat. Ma Xiaoyu returned to the river to check the crab traps, which yielded a promising catch of 5 or 6 large crabs. He brought them back to the fire for grilling. After enjoying the crabs, Ma Xiaoyu urged Mo Xiaoyu to rest while he kept watch by the fire. In the middle of the night, observing her peaceful slumber, he chose not to awaken her. His own eyes grew heavy, and he added more firewood to the flames before lying down on the palm leaves once more. Fortunately, the night passed without any wild beasts disturbing them, allowing both to sleep soundly. The following morning, they had a bit of grilled crab before resuming their construction efforts. After 3 more days of diligent work, they finally completed a sturdy shelter. To prevent leaks, they thickly plastered mud on the roof and walls, excavated drainage ditches outside, and built a fireplace and a bamboo bed inside, layering the bed with a thick covering of palm leaves. At last, they had their own refuge. Throughout these days of shelter construction, aside from hunting a wild chicken, their diet had consisted primarily of grilled crabs. The shelter has been constructed, and Ma Xiaoyu intends to enhance their provisions. He turns to Mo Xiaoyu and says, Xiaoyu, the shelter is completed, but it is quite challenging to survive here with the limited supplies we possess. I plan to head to the coastline early tomorrow morning to fetch some lobsters and sea fish. While there, I will also look for any useful materials and gather some sea salt crystals to prepare salt. Mo Xiaoyu agrees with him. They retire early that night, and at dawn the next day, they secure their sleeves and pant legs with nylon ropes. Ma Xiaoyu retrieves some fishing lines from his backpack and pockets them. With a bamboo basket strapped to his back, a large machete in hand, and a bow and arrows at the ready, they set off towards the coastline. As they tread cautiously, both are wary of the possibility of encountering a venomous snake lurking in the underbrush. Fortunately, they reach the coast without facing any peril. Upon arriving at the shelter where Ollie and his group resided, they find the bodies have vanished, presumably taken by some wild animal. The remnants of their shelter are reduced to ashes. Gazing at the ground, Ma Xiaoyu recalls the haunting screams from that fateful day when he took their lives. After contemplating the ashes for a moment, he takes Mo Xiaoyu's hand and leads her towards a stretch of beach adorned with coconut trees that he had previously discovered. 3 hours later, they arrive beneath the coconut trees, utterly exhausted. They collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. After a brief respite, Ma Xiaoyu rises to find a tree laden with coconuts. Upon moistening his palm with saliva, he vigorously rubs it against the trunk and begins to ascend. In less than 2 minutes, he scales the nearly 10-meter-high tree, firmly gripping it with his legs. With one hand free, he retrieves the machete from his waist and strikes at the junction of the coconuts and the trunk. A cascade of coconuts tumbles to the ground. He discards the machete, embraces the tree, and releases his grip, sliding down to the earth below, dragging the fallen coconuts to their resting spot. He splits two open with the machete and hands one to Mo Xiaoyu while he drinks the refreshing coconut water from the other. After quenching their thirst and savoring the coconut meat, they regain some strength. Ma Xiaoyu instructs Mo Xiaoyu to gather firewood from the forest to ignite a fire while he ventures to the shoreline to collect 2 empty bottles, which he fashions into a rudimentary diving mask using the machete. Positioning himself on a rock at the seaside, he confirms the presence of lobsters in the crevices and promptly sheds his clothing, dons the makeshift mask, takes a deep breath, and plunges into the depths of the ocean to catch lobsters. When he resurfaces, he triumphantly holds a large lobster in his grasp and notices that Mo Xiaoyu has successfully ignited a fire beneath the coconut tree. He calls out to her, Xiaoyu, come quickly, I caught a lobster. Upon hearing his cries, Mo Xiaoyu hastened to the shoreline, where she promptly threw the lobster she held into his direction. Taking a deep breath, she then plunged back into the depths of the sea to continue her pursuit of more lobsters. After more than half an hour, Ma Xiaoyu emerged from the water, having caught 7 or 8 lobsters, which were ample enough for a delightful meal for the 2 of them. Having already forged a bond with Mo Xiaoyu, Ma Xiaoyu did not don his clothing as he climbed onto the rocks, clutching his garments before returning to the warmth of the fire. Chapter 93. A night by the coast with Mo Xiaoyu. Upon witnessing Ma Xiaoyu return to the campfire clad solely in a pair of shorts, Mo Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she exclaimed, Ma Gu, why are you only in your shorts? Quickly put on some clothes. Unfazed, Ma Xiaoyu replied, what is there to fear? Apart from you, there are no others around. You've seen all of me, yet you still feel shy. Look, my shorts are still dripping wet. With his words, Mo Xiaoyu chose not to press the matter further. She rummaged through the embers of the fire, retrieving some charcoal to place the lobsters upon, and commenced grilling them. In less than 20 minutes, the lobsters were ready, and the 2 eagerly picked them up, peeling off their shells and devouring the succulent meat with gusto. Before long, they had consumed several lobsters entirely. After their meal, Ma Xiaoyu split open 2 coconuts and handed one to Mo Xiaoyu. Once they had quenched their thirst with the refreshing coconut water, Ma Xiaoyu donned his clothes, slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder, and together they began scouring the shoreline for usable materials. After a while, they discovered a rusted iron barrel washed ashore, which had once contained cooking oil along with several empty bottles. Taking a brief respite on the sand, they continued their search. As they walked further, Xiaoyu suddenly stumbled over something. Looking down, she realized it was a corroded iron bar. She crouched down and forcefully pulled it from the sand. The iron bar was approximately 40 to 50 centimeters in length, 4 to 5 centimeters wide, and about 1 centimeter thick, feeling quite substantial in her hands. She excitedly called out to Ma Xiaoyu, "Ma, go, look what I found, an iron bar." Hearing her, Ma Xiaoyu immediately turned around, and upon seeing the bar in her hands, hurried over to her. He took the iron bar, feeling a rush of joy, and could not help but embrace Xiaoyu, planting a kiss on her cheek as he exclaimed, "This iron bar is a treasure. I can forge 2 knives from it. You truly are my lucky star." Delighted, he began playing with the iron bar as they continued their search, but found no other usable resources. As time grew late, they turned back towards the fire beneath the coconut trees. Upon their return, they found the fire had dwindled to mere charcoal. Ma Xiaoyu gathered some firewood and added it to the embers, instructing Xiaoyu, "Please go into the woods and fetch more firewood and palm leaves. I'll dive into the sea to catch some more lobsters." With that, he began to disrobe beneath the coconut tree, while Xiaoyu picked up a large machete and ventured into the forest to gather firewood. Ma Xiaoyu removed his clothes and donned his homemade diving mask, heading to the coast to catch lobsters. By nightfall, he had returned with several more lobsters, while Xiaoyu brought back an ample supply of firewood and palm leaves. 2 individuals sat by the fire, roasting lobsters, and as the night fell completely, Ma Xiaoyu ignited several more fires around them. He retrieved a relatively flat stone from the shore and brought it back to the fire, along with a few fist-sized rocks. Placing the iron bar that Xiaoyu had collected atop the large stone, he took one of the fist-sized rocks and began to hammer away. After more than 10 minutes of relentless striking, he finally succeeded in breaking the iron bar into 2 pieces. One segment of the iron was placed into a bamboo basket, while the other was cast into the fire to be heated. Once the iron glowed red, he carefully extracted it using a wooden stick and set it back on the large stone to begin hammering again. This process of heating and striking continued for over an hour, until the iron took on the shape of a blade. Next, he returned to the shore to gather a piece of sand rock and filled a bottle with seawater, pouring some over the sand rock before taking the crafted blade to start polishing it. After another hour of diligent effort, the blade was honed to a razor-sharp edge. He took a wooden stick, roughly the size of a finger, and with a decisive stroke, cleaved it cleanly in 2. Upon inspecting the blade, he found it undamaged, filling him with a sense of joy. Ma Xiaoyu then selected a sturdier piece of wood from the collected firewood to fashion a handle for the knife. Observing Ma Xiaoyu's craftsmanship, Xiaoyu expressed her delight, saying, "Brother Ma, with this knife, we will be able to survive better on this deserted island." Hearing her words, Ma Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, equally pleased. Xiaoyu continued, "Brother Ma, I haven't bathed in many days, and I feel rather unpleasant. I wish to wash in the sea." Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu's eyes lit up mischievously as he replied, "How could such a delightful activity be without me?" Without waiting for Xiaoyu to respond, he took her hand and led her towards the shore. Arriving at the rocks, he eagerly began to remove her clothing, and Xiaoyu did not resist. In no time, Ma Xiaoyu had stripped her bare and, in a fervor, shed his own clothes, pulling her towards the water. They washed together in the sea, and taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Ma Xiaoyu indulged himself without restraint. After bathing, he scooped Xiaoyu into a princess carry and headed back to the fire, neglecting to retrieve their clothes from the ground. As they returned to the warmth of the fire, Ma Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon her fair skin and alluring figure, stirring a deep thirst within him. He embraced her tightly and pressed his lips against hers, his hands exploring her body with a fervent urgency. After a moment of passionate kissing, Xiaoyu softly whispered, "Brother Ma, I am not in a safe period today." Ma Xiaoyu smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry. I've prepared everything." After saying this, he swiftly dashed to the shoreline to retrieve their clothes, and from his pocket, he pulled out a box of Durex, waving it playfully at Xiaoyu. Upon seeing the Durex in his hand, Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson with embarrassment under the shade of the palm trees. The two indulged in their passions, their voices rising in joyous exclamations, for they were alone on that beach. After a considerable time, they paused, breathless and glistening with sweat, both feeling an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. They rested under the tree for a while before donning their clothes. After a brief chat, Ma Xiaoyu suggested she lie down and sleep while he kept vigil by the fire. It was not until midnight that Mo Xiaoyu awoke to take over his watch, allowing Ma Xiaoyu to finally recline on the palm fronds and drift into a deep slumber. Chapter 94. Return to the riverside upon awakening the following morning. Mo Xiaoyu was seen dozing by the fire. Ma Xiaoyu, having risen from the palm leaves, approached her and gently tapped her shoulder. At the sound of his voice, Mo Xiaoyu immediately stirred awake. Observing her haggard appearance and swollen eyes, Ma Xiaoyu softly urged, "Xiaoyu, you should lie down and rest for a while. I will go to the shore to gather some sea salt crystals." With that, Mo Xiaoyu reclined on the palm leaves and soon fell into a deep sleep. Ma Xiaoyu made his way to the coastline, splashed water on his face, and collected several bottles which he rinsed with seawater before commencing his search for sea salt crystals. After 2 to 3 hours of diligent effort, he successfully amassed 3 full bottles of naturally formed sea salt crystal from the crevices of the rocks. Upon returning to the fire, he noticed that Mo Xiaoyu was still fast asleep. Choosing not to disturb her, he donned his homemade diving mask, stripped off his clothes, and plunged into the ocean to catch some lobsters. After more than half an hour, he emerged from the water with 5 or 6 lobsters in hand. He returned to the base of the coconut tree, rummaged through the embers of the fire for some charcoal, and placed the lobsters over it to grill. When the lobsters were perfectly cooked, Mo Xiaoyu remained in her slumber. Ma Xiaoyu gently tapped her shoulder, and she slowly opened her eyes. With a smile, he announced, "Xiaoyu, the lobsters are ready. You should freshen up." Rising, Mo Xiaoyu rubbed her sleepy eyes and proceeded to the shore to wash. After she returned to the fire, both of them eagerly peeled the cooked lobsters and began to feast. Following their delightful meal, Ma Xiaoyu climbed the coconut tree to harvest a few coconuts, placing them in a bamboo basket. Noticing that time was slipping away, they buried the fire with sand and secured their sleeves and pant legs with nylon cords before setting off towards their shelter. As they made their way, Ma Xiaoyu, walking ahead, heard rustling from a nearby thicket. He immediately called for Mo Xiaoyu to stop and remain in place while he approached the underbrush with a machete. As he neared, 2 wild rabbits suddenly darted out from the bushes, fleeing into the distance. Ma Xiaoyu chased after them for several meters, only to see the rabbits vanish beneath a large tree. He hurried to the tree and peered down, discovering a rabbit-sized hole at its base, into which the rabbits had scurried. Before long, Mo Xiaoyu arrived at the tree, and Ma Xiaoyu instructed her to guard the hole to prevent the rabbits from escaping while he searched the vicinity. Soon, he spotted another hole of similar size beneath another large tree. Quickly, he gathered some dirt to block this new entrance, firmly compacting it with his foot. He then fetched some dry grass and returned to Mo Xiaoyu, igniting the grass near the hole before standing up to chop some vibrant green leaves to place atop the fire. Before long, a thick plume of smoke ascended from the fire, and the 2 individuals began fanning the smoke towards the burrow. As the smoke continued to infiltrate, a rabbit could no longer withstand the suffocating haze and bolted from its hiding place. Ma Xiaoyu, quick of hand and eye, seized the rabbit and hurled it against a nearby tree. The impact caused the creature to fall to the ground, where it struggled briefly before falling still. The pair paid no heed to the fallen rabbit, continuing to direct the smoke into the burrow. Shortly thereafter, another rabbit emerged, and once again, Ma Xiaoyu swiftly captured it, repeating the process of striking it against the tree, resulting in a similar fate for this rabbit as well. They persisted in their efforts to drive the smoke into the burrow, but even as the fire dwindled, no further rabbits emerged. Finally, they placed the 2 lifeless rabbits into a bamboo basket and made their way back to their shelter. Upon returning, they set down the basket and collapsed beside the fireplace. Gasping for breath, Ma Xiaoyu retrieved 2 coconuts from the basket, splitting one open and offering it to Mo Xiaoyu, while he tilted his head back and drained the coconut water from his own. After resting by the fire for a while, Mo Xiaoyu took the 2 wild rabbits to the riverbank to begin processing them. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu gathered some firewood to kindle a flame in the fireplace and proceeded to inspect the 2 crab traps hidden beneath the aquatic vegetation. Having neglected them for 2 days, the traps yielded a bountiful harvest of 7 or 8 large crabs. He transferred the crabs into the bamboo basket for safekeeping and returned the traps to their submerged position. At this juncture, Mo Xiaoyu was still occupied with the rabbits, while Ma Xiaoyu retrieved an iron oil drum he had found along the coast, slicing in half to fashion a makeshift pot. He meticulously washed the pot several times in the river before crafting a rudimentary filtration device from a segment of bamboo. He placed the crystals of sea salt he had collected by the shore into the bamboo tube and added some water. Once the salt crystals fully dissolved, he filtered the salt water, yielding a plentiful batch from 3 bottles of sea salt crystals. He then carried the pot back to the shelter and set it atop the fireplace to commence the process of boiling down the sea salt. Once Mo Xiaoyu had finished processing the rabbits, she gathered some firewood by the riverbank and ignited a small fire. As the wood burned down to glowing coals, she skewered one of the prepared rabbits on a stick and placed it over the embers to roast. Just as she was nearing the completion of her culinary endeavor, Ma Xiaoyu had successfully boiled down 2 jars of sea salt. He sprinkled some of the salt onto the roasted rabbit and began to feast. After relishing the roasted rabbit meat, Mo Xiaoyu took the remaining rabbit back to the shelter, hanging it by the fireplace, while Ma Xiaoyu ventured into the woods to gather more firewood, binding it with vines to carry back. As dusk approached, they settled beside the fireplace, engaging in light conversation. Glancing at the coconuts in the bamboo basket, Mo Xiaoyu turned to Ma Xiaoyu and expressed her desire to deliver some coconuts to Qianqian and her companions the following morning. It has been several days since I last saw them, and I feel compelled to check on their well-being. Despite their previous treatment of you, I cannot help but harbor some concern for them. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, choosing not to speak further. Although tensions had risen between them, he still felt a degree of worry for their safety, especially considering their lack of survival skills, which would make it quite challenging for them to endure in this environment. Thus, when Ma Xiaoyu and his companion departed, they took only a few sets of clothing, leaving the remainder of their belongings for the others. The 2 sat by the fire exchanging conversation for a while longer before Ma Xiaoyu rose to secure the door with a wooden stick and then returned to his bed, while Mo Xiaoyu lit several moxa sticks and placed them in various corners of the shelter. Chapter 95. Delivering coconuts to Wang Qianqian the following morning. As the sun ascended to its zenith, the 2 gradually awoke. They made their way to the riverbank for a brief wash, and Ma Xiaoyu inspected the crab traps. The yield was relatively satisfactory today, as they had caught 4 or 5 sizable crabs in the traps. After retrieving the crabs, they returned to the shelter and placed them in a pot for cooking. After indulging in grilled crab, Mo Xiaoyu filled a bamboo basket with coconuts and set off towards the shelter where Wang Qianqian and her companions resided. Ma Xiaoyu reminded her to be cautious, watching her depart with concern. Upon reaching the exterior of the shelter, he began digging traps, for while the structure was robust, he wished to safeguard against potential wild animal incursions. After 2 arduous hours, Mo Xiaoyu finally arrived at the dwelling of Wang Qianqian and her group. Upon entering, she found a cluster of women gathered around the fireplace, enjoying breakfast. Upon seeing her, Zhao Shishir promptly rose and exclaimed, "Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Have you eaten? Join us." Noticing the wild boar meat simmering in the pot, Mo Xiaoyu smiled and replied, "I had already dined before coming, but I brought you some coconuts." She then set down the bamboo basket and produced the coconuts. Wang Qianqian, eyeing the coconuts, inquired, "Did you go to the seaside?" Mo Xiaoyu nodded. "Mr. Ma and I gathered some sea salt from the coast." Casting a glance at the dwindling wild boar meat, she expressed her concern. "You want to have enough wild boar meat to last long. What will you do when it runs out?" Wang Qianqian nonchalantly replied, "We still have plenty of crabs." Hearing this, Mo Xiaoyu refrained from further comment, pondering the inadequacy of river crabs for their large group. At that moment, Zhang Sili addressed her, "Xiaoyu, I was quite worried about you during your absence. Where have you relocated?" Mo Xiaoyu responded, "We are by the riverbank. It takes just 2 hours along the river to find us." Inquiring further, Zhang Sili asked, "And Mr. Ma, is he well?" Mo Xiaoyu nodded. We are all doing well. I must take my leave now. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out." With that, she slung the bamboo basket over her shoulder and made her way outside, while Wang Qianqian and her companions bid her farewell. Since Ma Xiaoyu and her companions' departure, Wang Qianqian and her group had begun to feel a tinge of regret. Though they had occasionally voiced discontent regarding Ma Xiaoyu's treatment of Ollie and his companions, they understood that survival on this desolate island would be exceedingly challenging without their assistance. In recent days, they had ventured out sporadically to gather firewood, spending the remainder of their time within the shelter, acutely aware of the serpents, insects, and vermin lurking in the woods, which deterred them from foraging for food. Fortunately, there remained some wild boar meat above the fireplace, and the crab traps in the river yielded a few large crabs daily. When Mo Xiaoyu returned to the shelter, Ma Xiaoyu was diligently digging traps under the scorching sun. Since Mo Xiaoyu's departure, he had been somewhat anxious, fearing that she might encounter dangers along the way. At the sight of her return, his heart, which had been suspended in worry, finally found solace. Mo Xiaoyu took the last remaining rabbit from the fireplace, chopped it into small pieces with a large cleaver, and placed it in a pot to cook. After savoring the rabbit meat, the two resumed their excavation of traps, continuing their labor until darkness enveloped the sky. They then returned to the shelter, cracked open 2 coconuts to drink the refreshing juice, scooped out the flesh to enjoy, and retired to bed early. The following morning, as dawn broke, they awoke, freshened up briefly, and cooked several large crabs for breakfast before resuming their trap digging. Thus, another day passed, and, at last, they had managed to dig several traps around the shelter. In the evening, Ma Xiaoyu retrieved some bamboo, carrying it back outside the shelter. He cut the bamboo into segments of several decimeters, sharpened both ends with his knife, and toiled away until nearly midnight, finally achieving a sizable pile of pointed bamboo stakes. Exhausted, they lay down in bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. The next day, they slept until midday before awakening. They washed themselves by the riverside, and Ma Xiaoyu took a few large crabs from the crab trap back to the shelter to cook. After enjoying the crabs, they carried the sharpened bamboo stakes to the traps, using stones to drive them into the earth. Once the stakes were firmly embedded, they returned with some branches and palm leaves to cover the traps, camouflaging them with additional soil. After several hours of labor, their clothes were drenched in sweat. Ma Xiaoyu turned to Mo Xiaoyu and said, "Xiaoyu, would you like to take a bath in the river? I feel as though I might start to mold." Mo Xiaoyu, feeling equally uncomfortable and aware of an unpleasant odor, nodded in agreement. Returning to the shelter, they fetched clean clothes and made their way to the riverside, where they stripped down and began to wash. Remembering the lesson from Zhao Shishi's encounter with a snake while bathing in the river, they opted for a quick rinse with the river water before donning their fresh attire. They cleaned their discarded clothes and hung them on branches to dry. Noticing that it was still early, Ma Xiaoyu decided to venture into the woods in search of food. Initially intending for Mo Xiaoyu to rest at the shelter, she insisted on accompanying him. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, placing the bow and arrows in a bamboo basket and handing her the knife he had fashioned from iron. With the bamboo basket on his back and the large cleaver in hand, they set off into the woods together. They journeyed a considerable distance, and apart from the occasional chirping of birds from the branches above, no other signs of wildlife were to be found. Both felt a tinge of disappointment. They selected a large tree, cleared away the dried grass and fallen leaves beneath it, and sat down on the ground to rest. After a brief respite of over 10 minutes, they rose and resumed their exploration deeper into the woods. As they traversed further, they were suddenly greeted by the distant bleating of wild goats. Since the last time they had hunted and killed a goat, they had not encountered any more of these creatures. Exchanging a glance filled with anticipation, they hastened towards the source of the bleating. Chapter 96. The second shot at the wild goat. As the two approached, the bleating of wild goats grew increasingly distinct. After traversing 300 or 400 meters, they spotted a herd of goats leisurely grazing on the verdant grass in a nearby thicket. The estimated distance was less than 200 meters. Yet attempting to shoot with a bow and arrow from such a range seemed utterly preposterous. To avoid startling the goats into flight, Ma Xiaoyu whispered to Mo Xiaoyu, Stay here and remain silent. I will attempt to approach the wild goats and see if I can take a shot." Nodding in agreement, Xiaoyu crouched down. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu retrieved a large machete from his waist and cautiously chopped off a leafy branch. With one hand grasping the bough and the other holding the branch, he slowly advanced towards the wild goats. Each step was taken with utmost care, ensuring the goats remained oblivious to his presence before proceeding further. Although the distance was merely a little over 100 meters, it felt like several kilometers to Xiaoyu, who took almost 10 minutes to cover the final stretch to within 20 meters of the goats. Fortunately, the branch he held effectively concealed him, and the goats continued their grazing, entirely unaware of him. As he drew nearer, a wave of anxiety washed over Xiaoyu. He dared not move closer, fearing that a single misstep could alert the goats and render his efforts futile. Luckily, a dense thicket lay ahead, with lush grass flourishing a few meters before it. Xiaoyu stealthily maneuvered to the edge of the thicket, gently placing the branch on the ground. He then raised his bough, concealing himself behind the foliage, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Not far away, Xiaoyu crouched silently, scarcely daring to breathe. After a tense 10 minutes, two wild goats noticed the grass near Xiaoyu's hiding spot and ambled over. As they approached, Xiaoyu held his breath in anticipation. Soon, the goats were grazing just 3 or 4 meters away. Without hesitation, he aimed his bow at the larger of the two goats and released the arrow. It struck the goat squarely in the neck, the porcupine quill tip embedding deeply into its flesh. Startled, the goat bolted away. Xiaoyu quickly loosed a second arrow, which, while not hitting the neck, struck the goat in the abdomen. By the time he knocked a third arrow, the goat had already dashed 10 meters away. Without delay, Xiaoyu stowed his bow and sprang to his feet, chasing after the wounded goat. As Xiaoyu suddenly rose from behind the thicket, the other mountain goats were startled and swiftly turned to flee into the woods, disappearing from sight in a matter of moments. Xiaoyu, however, relentlessly pursued the goat he had struck, but his two legs could not keep pace with the goat's four. Before long, the creature vanished completely. Fortunately, the ground was marked with the blood that flowed from the wounded goat's body, allowing Xiaoyu to follow the trail. He knew that having been pierced by 2 arrows, the goat would succumb to its wounds soon enough. After pursuing the blood trail for over a kilometer, he finally caught sight of the goat once more. The goat was still desperately fleeing, but its speed was noticeably waning. Heartened by this, Xiaoyu quickened his pace in pursuit. It wasn't too long before the goat, having lost too much blood, collapsed to the ground, convulsing and emitting pain cries. Xiaoyu rushed to the fallen creature, drawing a large machete from his waist, and struck decisively at the goat's head. With a cry of anguish, the goat struggled briefly before falling silent. Seeing the goat finally lifeless, Xiaoyu sank to the ground, gasping for breath. The chase had drained him of nearly all his strength. His clothes were thoroughly soaked in sweat. After more than 10 minutes, Xiaoyu arrived, breathless and carrying a bamboo basket. Upon seeing the goat's carcass, she too collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. After resting for over 10 minutes, they both began to regain some strength. Xiaoyu stood, wielding his machete to cut some vines from the surrounding woods, and bound the goat's 4 legs together. He then fashioned a sturdy stick, thick as a bowl, to secure the goat's legs, and with one on each end, they began the journey back towards their shelter. The goat weighed no less than 80 to 90 pounds, translating to an arduous burden of 40 to 50 pounds on each shoulder. Navigating the rough terrain of the forest proved challenging, requiring frequent stops to rest. Thus, after more than an hour, they had only covered about a third of the distance. Distracted by the ground beneath their feet, they paid no heed to the dangers lurking above. As they continued onward, they reached a large tree where Xiaoyu remained oblivious to the massive king cobra coiled on a branch overhead, poised to strike. Fortunately, Xiaoyu, trailing behind, spotted the serpent just 2 meters above Xiaoyu's head. The sight of such a formidable creature startled her, nearly prompting a scream. He abruptly halted his steps. The moment she came to a standstill, Xiaoyu, who was walking ahead, also came to a sudden stop. Just as he was about to turn around and inquire about her, Mo Xiaoyu, trembling slightly, exclaimed, "Ma Gu, don't move. There's a venomous snake above you on the branch." Upon hearing her words, Ma Xiaoyu was instantly paralyzed with fear, unable to budge. He cautiously cast a sidelong glance at the tree above him, and, upon spotting the king cobra, was drenched in cold sweat. His heart raced uncontrollably. At that moment, the snake was less than 2 meters away, poised to attack at any moment. Ma Xiaoyu was acutely aware that a single bite from it could lead to his demise within half an hour. Chapter 97. The king cobra above Mo Xiaoyu was in a state of desperation, as Ma Xiaoyu gradually extended his hand to his waist, retrieving a large machete. His peripheral vision fixated intently on the king cobra above. Before long, the serpent lunged at Ma Xiaoyu, who reacted swiftly, sidestepping to the side, causing the wooden stick resting on his shoulder to fall to the ground, along with the wild goated boar. Mo Xiaoyu vigilantly observed every movement of Ma Xiaoyu, and as he darted aside, she quickly retreated. While evading, Ma Xiaoyu swung his machete at the king cobra, delivering a decisive blow that severed the creature into 2 pieces, which fell to the ground. Despite being cut in half, the cobra continued to writhe on the ground. Without hesitation, Ma Xiaoyu picked up a stick from the ground and began to strike the cobra's head relentlessly until it was reduced to a pulp. Gazing at the lifeless serpent, he exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Trembling, he turned to Mo Xiaoyu and said, "Thank you, Xiaoyu. You truly are my lucky star. You've saved me once again." At that moment, Mo Xiaoyu was drenched in sweat, her face pale from the shock of the preceding events. As she witnessed Ma Xiaoyu slay the king cobra, she too let out a sigh of relief. Ma Xiaoyu then placed the severed cobra into a bamboo basket. Unwilling to linger any longer, and together with Mo Xiaoyu, they hoisted the wild goat and continued their journey toward the shelter. This time, Ma Xiaoyu was notably more cautious, carefully surveying their surroundings with each step. Fortunately, they returned to the shelter without encountering any further dangers. Once they reached the riverbank, the two collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. After resting for a while, Ma Xiaoyu returned to the shelter, retrieved 2 coconuts, and brought them back to the riverbank. He skillfully split one open with his knife, offering one half to Mo Xiaoyu while he raised the other to his lips, drinking deeply of the refreshing coconut water. Once they had quenched their thirst, they rested for a spell before summoning the strength to rise and commence processing the wild goat. In less than half an hour, they had successfully removed the entire hide and set it aside. Using the knife, they made an incision in the goat's belly and extracted the entrails, placing them aside. They then portioned the goat meat, bringing it back to the shelter, where they chopped several ribs into smaller segments and set them to boil in a pot. Returning to the riverbank, Ma Xiaoyu took on the task of cleaning the goat hide, while Mo Xiaoyu diligently washed the entrails. Ma Xiaoyu first scraped the fat from the hide with his knife, then rinsed it thoroughly in the river before hanging it on a branch to dry. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoyu employed some sea salt and ash from burned wood to cleanse the goat's innards. As the 2 individuals returned to the shelter with the meticulously cleaned goat entrails, the aroma of simmering goat ribs wafted enticingly through the air. Having been famished for quite some time, they could not help but salivate at the fragrant scent emanating from the pot. Once the goat ribs were finally cooked to perfection, they eagerly seized their bowls and chopsticks, hastily shoveling the tender meat into their mouths, oblivious to the scalding heat, devouring it ravenously. Since parting ways with Wang Qianqian and her companions, the 2 had been diligently constructing the shelter, and this meal marked the most sumptuous feast they had enjoyed in days. A large pot of stewed ribs was consumed to the last drop, leaving not a trace of broth behind. After their hearty meal, Ma Xiaoyu retrieved a severed king cobra from a bamboo basket and proceeded to the riverbank for preparation, while Mo Xiaoyu rubbed the remaining goat meat with a sprinkle of sea salt and hung it by the fireplace. This ample supply of goat meat would suffice for 10 to 15 days, alleviating their worries about food for the foreseeable future. As darkness enveloped the sky, the 2 sat by the campfire, engaged in conversation. Ma Xiaoyu chopped the prepared cobra into smaller pieces and placed them into the pot to cook. Once they had tasted the stewed snake meat, Ma Xiaoyu turned to Mo Xiaoyu and remarked, "Xiaoyu, This goat meat should sustain us for a while. It seems we can focus on building a proper bathroom in the coming days. Nodding in agreement, Xiaoyu replied, Brother Ma, I would like to deliver some goat meat to Qianqian and the others tomorrow morning. While I brought them coconuts a couple of days ago, I noticed their supply of wild boar was nearly depleted, and I need to retrieve some sanitary pads, as my period is approaching. What do you think? Upon hearing her suggestion, Ma Xiaoyu fell silent, harboring concerns for Wang Qianqian and her companions. Despite their previous treatment of him, Ma Xiaoyu possessed a tender heart beneath his tough exterior. Having lived alongside them for an extended period, he had developed a bond and harbored hopes that no misfortune would befall them. Misinterpreting his silence as reluctance, Xiaoyu sighed, Brother Ma, if you are unwilling, then let it be. After all, you are the one who hunted this wild goat. In response, Ma Xiaoyu quickly shook his head, smiling as he reassured her. I am not unwilling. I too wish for them to remain safe. Although they have treated me poorly, I hold no grudges against them. I merely hope that one day they will come to understand my good intentions. Xiaoyu beamed with delight at his words, responding, Rest assured, Brother Ma. I believe they will soon come to appreciate your sincerity. In fact, I sense they still care for you during my recent visit with the coconuts. Ma Xiaoyu smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. The two continued their conversation by the fireplace for a while, after which Ma Xiaoyu secured the door with a sturdy stick, while Xiaoyu lit some mugwort sticks and placed them in various corners of the shelter. The two individuals lay upon the bed, surrendering to slumber before long, when a sudden clap of thunder jolted them awake. With eyes wide open, they peered through the narrow crevice of the bamboo door of their shelter, only to behold a tempest outside, lightning flashing and thunder roaring, while the fierce wind caused the bamboo door to creak ominously, signaling an imminent downpour. In that moment, Ma Xiaoyu recalled the meticulously cleaned sheepskin, still hanging from the branches to dry. He promptly sprang from the bed, donned his shoes, and flung open the bamboo door, rushing outside to retrieve the sheepskin from its perch. As he re-entered the shelter and secured the door with a wooden stick, the heavens unleashed torrents of rain, with large droplets cascading down from above. Fortunately, the shelter they occupied had been fortified with a thick layer of mud on both the roof and walls, and a drainage ditch had been excavated outside. Despite the deluge, not a single drop of rain penetrated their refuge. Thus the two lay in bed, listening to the melodious patter of rain against the exterior, gradually drifting into a drowsy slumber as the night deepened. Chapter 98. Wang Qianqian and others, famished the following morning. The two remained in slumber until midday, awakening one after the other. Outside, the rain continued to pour incessantly. Ma Xiaoyu opened the bamboo door of their shelter and peered outside, only to find the sky shrouded in dense clouds, indicating that the rain would not cease anytime soon. Fortunately, their refuge had a modest supply of firewood and the wild goat they had procured the previous day. However, the branches and palm leaves that had originally covered the trap had been washed away by the rain, leaving the trap filled with stagnant water. The two gathered some rainwater from the eaves to wash up briefly. Suddenly, Ma Xiaoyu recalled that the crab trap and the cage for the crabs were still in the river. He exclaimed, Oh no, the crab trap is still in the river. With that, he dashed out into the rain towards the riverbank. Upon arrival, he found the water in the river had turned murky, with a plethora of dead grass, leaves, and even the remains of small creatures floating upon the surface. The water level had risen significantly, and the current had grown swift. When he reached the spot where the crab trap had been placed, he could feel no trace of it. Even the bamboo cage that had housed the large crabs had been swept away, leaving him feeling rather disheartened. Returning to the shelter, he spoke to Xiaoyu with a hint of disappointment. Xiaoyu, I was careless. Both the crab trap and the bamboo cage have been washed away. Xiaoyu smiled and reassured him, It's all right, Ma Ge. If the crab trap has been carried away, I can weave a few more. Look at you. Your clothes are drenched. You should change before you catch a cold. Heeding her advice, Ma Xiaoyu approached the bed, removed his wet clothes, and donned a fresh outfit. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu filled a pot with rainwater, placing it over the hearth, and added some freshly cleaned goat entrails to cook. The two sat by the hearth, engaging in light conversation. Xiaoyu expressed her concern. Ma Ge, with this heavy rain, I wonder how Qianqian and the others are faring. I had planned to bring them some goat meat, but it seems I will have to wait. Ma Xiaoyu's words resonated with Ma Xiaoyu, who shared her concerns. After all, they had lived together for quite some time and had formed a bond. Once the goat entrails were cooked, they took their bowls and began to eat. After finishing their breakfast, they noticed the rain had lessened slightly. Mo Xiaoyu suggested, "Ma Go, it seems the rain has eased. Since we have some idle time, why not go cut some bamboo to weave new crab trap?" In response, Ma Xiaoyu instructed her, "You stay here. I will go chop the bamboo." With that, he stood up, took a large machete, and ventured out towards the bamboo grove. Although the rain had diminished, the ground remained muddy and slippery, and by the time he reached the bamboo, his trousers were caked in mud. Selecting 2 bamboo poles of arm thickness, he seized a large machete and began to chop. In no time, the 2 poles lay felled upon the ground. After trimming the bamboo leaves, he cut the bamboo into smaller sections, binding them together before making his way to the shelter. Upon returning, he commenced splitting the bamboo into strips, while Mo Xiaoyu took the strips to weave crab traps. As the two busied themselves with their crafting, the rain outside intensified, and they continued their labor until dusk. By then, Mo Xiaoyu had woven 3 crab traps, while Ma Xiaoyu had fashioned a bamboo cage for raising crabs. They then cooked some goat meat to eat, and after their meal, both retired early to bed. In contrast, Wang Qianqian and her companions were not faring as well. For days, they had subsisted on the wild boar meat left behind by Ma Xiaoyu, along with the crabs they caught from the small river. Yesterday, they finished the wild boar meat, but fortunately, the bamboo traps in the river still held a good number of crabs. However, a sudden downpour last night left them dismayed when they checked the traps this morning, only to find that the bamboo cage containing the large crabs and 4 crab traps had been swept away. Panic set in as they realized that there was no food left in the shelter and the rain continued to pour. Thankfully, they had stored a considerable amount of firewood, but with no food available, they could only boil some rainwater to drink. Yet, mere water could not satiate their hunger. By nightfall, they were left starving, recalling Ma Xiaoyu with longing. Had he been present, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Since living with him, they had never experienced hunger. But now, having driven him away, they began to understand that without him, they were utterly helpless, even less capable than Alalai and his group. As night fell, Wang Qianqian, feeling utterly famished, lamented, "If only the uncle were here. I am so hungry that I can scarcely speak." To her complaint, Zhang Sili replied with irritation, "Just bear your hunger. Now you remember the good in Brother Ma? Have you forgotten how you scolded him just a few days ago? If it weren't for your harsh words, he wouldn't have left. Though he was a bit excessive in dealing with Alalai and his group, I believe he acted for our own good." Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian felt a wave of grievance wash over her, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. "How was I to know the uncle was so petty? I merely said a few words, and he took Xiaoyu and left. Didn't you all criticize him too?" To this, Zhang Sili retorted, "How can you still call Brother Ma petty? If it weren't for him, the 2 of us would have perished in the sea long ago. He has no familial ties to us. What obligation does he have to care for us? Who are we to him?" Upon hearing her words, Wang Qianqian wept even more fervently. Even Zhao Sure and the others felt a pang of shame, for it was only a few days prior that they had driven Ma Xiaoyu away. At that time, Mo Xiaoyu had already implored them to reconsider, yet none of them had been willing to persuade Ma Xiaoyu to stay. Now, in the absence of food, they found themselves reminiscing about Ma Xiaoyu's virtues. Zhang Sili's remarks held merit. After all, she and Ma Xiaoyu shared no familial ties. Why should he come to their aid? Regret was futile at this juncture. They had initially believed they could survive by relying on the crab trap. However, now even that lifeline had been swept away, collapsing their last shred of hope. That night, the rain continued to pour outside, and all they could do was endure their hunger, sipping some boiled rainwater before lying down to sleep. Chapter 99. A timely gift amidst the snow the following morning, as Ma Xiaoyu and his companion awoke. They opened the bamboo door of their shelter to find that the rain had ceased. However, the sky remained shrouded in mist. Ma Xiaoyu approached the riverbank and observed that the water was still murky. Fortunately, the previous night, they had collected some rainwater using a pot and bamboo tube. After a quick wash using the rainwater, Mo Xiaoyu took some lamb chopped it into small pieces, and placed it in the pot to cook. Once the lamb was ready, they sat together and enjoyed their meal. After they finished eating, Xiaoyu turned to Ma Xiaoyu and said, "Brother Ma, since it's no longer raining, I would like to take some lamb to Qian and the others, and perhaps bring back some sanitary pads." Hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu replied, "The roads in the woods are treacherous after the rain. I shall accompany you." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's face brightened with joy. She fetched a bamboo basket. Placing some lamb inside, Ma Xiaoyu looked at the lamb in the basket and encouraged her, "Take a bit more. There are quite a few of them, and we cannot eat much. Also, bring along the crab traps. If I'm not mistaken, their traps may have been washed away as well." Xiaoyu laughed and said, "Brother Ma, I knew you had a heart of gold beneath that tough exterior. You truly care for them." Ma Xiaoyu responded with a wry smile. "After living together for so long, I cannot bear the thought of them starving here. Without us, their survival will be quite challenging." Xiaoyu suggested, "Why don't we move back? Being with them would provide some mutual support." Ma Xiaoyu shook his head. "I think it's best to remain here. It's quite nice. We can do as we please without interruptions." At this, Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed, and she softly teased, "Brother Ma, why are you so mischievous? Your thoughts run wild." Ma Xiaoyu chuckled. "They say that a man must have a touch of wickedness for a woman to love him. Look at me now. You are utterly enamored." He then stepped closer and playfully kissed her cheek, causing her to blush once more, and he could not help but laugh. With their bamboo basket and crab traps in tow, they made their way toward the shelter where Wang Qianqian and the others resided. The ground was still muddy and slippery, prompting them to wield a sturdy stick for balance. The rain had left the forest enveloped in a thick mist, reducing visibility, and they proceeded with utmost caution. Meanwhile, Wang Qianqian and her companions sat wearily by the fireplace, having been awakened by hunger. As they noticed that the rain had stopped, they contemplated venturing into the woods to search for food. However, the misty conditions made them hesitant to explore, leaving them to endure their hunger by the warmth of the fire. Having endured an entire day of hunger, the group felt faint and dizzy, yet with no food available. They could only boil some rainwater to quench their thirst. After nearly 3 hours of travel, Ma Xiaoyu and his companion arrived outside the shelter where the others resided. At that moment, Wang Qianqian and the others heard footsteps at the entrance. Zhang Sili immediately stood and approached the door to gaze outside. Upon seeing Ma Xiaoyu and his companion, she was almost moved to tears. The others, too, felt a whirlwind of emotions upon recognizing them. As the two entered the shelter, Ma Xiaoyu placed the bamboo basket on the ground and stood silently to the side, while Xiaoyu set down the crab traps and bamboo basket. The sight of lamb meat within the basket made the girl's mouth water uncontrollably. Wang Qianqian, with tears in her eyes, exclaimed, "Xiaoyu, you've finally returned. I was on the brink of starvation." Hu Yu and Li Ting quickly took a piece of lamb, cutting it into smaller portions to cook in a pot. Feeling the awkwardness in the air as Ma Xiaoyu remained silent, the group was at a loss for words. After some time, Zhang Sili finally broke the silence, saying, "Ma Ge, please take a seat." Ma Xiaoyu shook his head and replied, "I'll stand for a while. Xiaoyu, you should take what you need and go." Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was engaged in conversation with Wang Qianqian and Zhao Shishir. Upon hearing his remark, she turned to Zhao Shishir and asked, "Shishir, do we have any sanitary pads left? Could you bring me some?" Zhao Shishir promptly moved to the bedside, retrieved a pack of sanitary pads from beneath the bed, and handed them to her. Xiaoyu accepted the pads, placed them in the bamboo basket, and after shouldering it, glanced at the crab traps on the ground, saying to Zhao Shishir, "Shishir, this crab trap was woven by us yesterday. Ma Ge mentioned yours might have been washed away by the water, so we brought this for you. We'll be leaving now. Take care of yourselves." After saying this, she approached Ma Xiaoyu, who remained silent, and they both stepped out of the shelter. Observing Ma Xiaoyu's reticence, Wang Qianqian and the others felt a profound sense of embarrassment, sensing that Ma Xiaoyu was still upset with them. As they reached the entrance, Wang Qianqian called out after them, "Uncle, I'm sorry. I was wrong and I apologize." Zhao Shishir added, "Ma Ge, we realize our mistake. We shouldn't have spoken to you that way." Zhang Sili and the others also expressed their gratitude. "Ma Ge, thank you. Without your delivery of lamb, we would have faced starvation. Hearing their words, Ma Xiaoyu finally paused, turned to look at them, and said, "Take good care of yourselves. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, seek me out." With that, he turned and took Mo Xiaoyu's hand, walking away into the distance. It was only after they had vanished from sight that Wang Qianqian spoke up. "Do you think the Uncle 1T forgive us?" Zhang Sili replied with a smile. "I believe Ma Gu is quite kind. Perhaps he hasn't truly held any grudge against us. Otherwise, he would have brought us lamb and crab traps. I sense that he genuinely cares for us." Upon hearing her words, Wang Qianqian turned to her and asked, "Then why did he not choose to stay with us?" Zhang Sili shot her a glare and replied, "How would I know? If you wish to find out, you should inquire directly with him." With this retort, Wang Qianqian refrained from further comments, as she had been the most vocal in her criticism just days prior. Had it not been for her own words, Ma Xiaoyu and the others would not have departed. When the lamb in the pot was finally cooked, the famished group eagerly grasped their bowls and chopsticks, hastily scooping up the tender meat, barely pausing to avoid the scalding heat as they devoured their meal with fervor. In no time, the large pot of stewed lamb was completely emptied, leaving not even a trace of broth behind. After finishing the lamb, the women gazed at the remnants of the meal, unable to suppress their feelings of remorse towards Ma Xiaoyu, which had grown increasingly profound. Chapter 100. The wolf pack strikes again as Ma Xiaoyu and Mo Xiaoyu trudged along the muddy path towards a shelter. Mo Xiaoyu broke the silence, inquiring, "Brother Ma, are you truly not considering living with Qianqian and the others? Did they not just apologize to you? I believe they have realized their mistakes." Upon hearing her question, Ma Xiaoyu chose to remain silent. After all, just a few days prior, Wang Qianqian and her companions had berated him without restraint. He, too, possessed a strong sense of pride. If Wang Qianqian and her friends treated him in such a manner, why should he extend his warmth to them? Although Wang Qianqian had offered her apologies, it was primarily due to their lack of food. He understood that had they been adequately supplied, they would never have humbled themselves before him. He also wished to impart a lesson to them. Furthermore, it was quite pleasant for him and Mo Xiaoyu to be together, free from any interruptions. After 3 hours of walking, they finally returned to the shelter, their clothes and shoes caked in mud. Just then, the sky began to drizzle again. Upon entering the shelter, they swiftly removed their filthy garments and shoes. The round trip to Wang Qianqian's shelter had consumed 5 to 6 hours. By this time, they were both ravenous. Mo Xiaoyu placed a piece of mutton into the pot and began to cook. After enjoying the stewed mutton, the daylight gradually faded, and the rain outside intensified, forcing the two to remain indoors. They sat by the fireplace for a while, conversing, before retiring early to bed. The following morning, they awoke early. Upon opening the shelter door, they were greeted by a clear blue sky and brilliant sunshine. Approaching the riverbank, they noted that the water remained murky. They returned to the shelter to wash up using rainwater collected in bamboo tubes and prepared more mutton to eat. At noon, Ma Xiaoyu walked to the trap outside the shelter, observing that the accumulated water had been absorbed by the soil. Yet a thick layer of sludge still remained in the trap. The wooden sticks propped within had been dislodged by the rain. The two removed their shoes, rolled up their pant legs, and descended into the trap, first extracting the bamboo sticks before commencing the arduous task of clearing the muck. After more than 3 hours of labor, they had finally cleaned the trap, reinserted the bamboo sticks into the earth, and returned with branches and palm fronds from the woods to cover the trap anew. Once they had completed their tasks, night had fully descended. Exhausted, their clothes soaked in sweat and stained with mud, they walked to the riverbank again, where the water remained murky. They merely rinsed their feet before returning to the shelter to prepare more mutton. After their meal, Ma Xiaoyu split open 2 coconuts, handing one to Mo Xiaoyu while he lifted his own and began to drink the refreshing coconut water. After finishing the coconut juice, Ma Xiaoyu resumed his task, wielding a large machete to chop bamboo strips, while Mo Xiaoyu picked up the bamboo and began weaving crab traps. Thus, after several hours of industrious work, Mo Xiaoyu successfully crafted 2 crab traps, and Ma Xiaoyu fashioned a cage to hold the crabs. As the day waned, the two settled into their beds, quickly succumbing to slumber. The following morning, they awoke early to a bright, sunny day. Upon reaching the riverside, they noticed that the water had become significantly clearer, and the water level had receded. After a brief wash, Ma Xiaoyu returned to their shelter, where he cut some goat entrails to place inside the crab traps, which he then positioned beneath the water plants at the riverbank. To secure the traps against being swept away again, he thoughtfully tied a nylon rope to each trap, anchoring the other end to a stone. Back at the shelter, Mo Xiaoyu had begun preparing breakfast, while Ma Xiaoyu ventured to the riverbank to chop more bamboo. By the time the goat meat was ready, he had felled over 10 bamboo stalks. After enjoying the stewed goat meat, they resumed their bamboo cutting. Having spent several days here without constructing a proper bathing area, they had only washed once in the sea and the river and now felt quite unclean, with an unpleasant odor lingering. They toiled until evening, eventually carrying some bamboo back to the riverbank beside their shelter. After a simple meal of roasted goat meat, they retired to bed early. In the middle of the night, while they were deep in sleep, a sudden chorus of wolf howls echoed from outside the shelter, jolting them awake. Ma Xiaoyu quickly donned his clothes and shoes and approached the fireplace, adding more firewood. As the flames flickered, the shelter was illuminated. Having encountered wolf packs before, they were not overly frightened or anxious, for they had faith in the security of their makeshift home, which was fortified with traps to deter any potential attacks. As the howls drew nearer, they could distinctly hear the sound of paws approaching. Realizing that the shelter was encircled by wolves, Ma Xiaoyu took up his machete and peered through the gaps in the bamboo door. Although the outside was shrouded in darkness, he could see the glimmering eyes of the wolves. Amidst their relentless howling, he urged Mo Xiaoyu to add more firewood to the fireplace. Soon, 2 wolves charged toward their shelter, but they fell into the traps before covering much distance, the sharpened bamboo stakes piercing their bodies with brutal precision. The wolves that had fallen into the trap emitted a heart-wrenching cry of agony, startling the pack that stood at a distance. Witnessing their companion's plight, they were momentarily paralyzed with fear, hesitating to launch an attack on the sanctuary where the 2 humans resided. Instead, they remained rooted to the spot, howling incessantly, unwilling to retreat. Ma Xiaoyu contemplated that this standoff could not persist indefinitely. He turned to Mo Xiaoyu and instructed, "Xiaoyu, fetch 2 burning logs from the hearth. When I open the door, throw them towards the wolves." Given their aversion to fire, the wolves had been driven away in previous encounters using this very tactic. Upon hearing his directive, Mo Xiaoyu promptly retrieved 2 blazing logs from the fireplace and positioned herself at the entrance. Ma Xiaoyu swiftly opened the bamboo door, and Mo Xiaoyu hurled the flaming logs into the midst of the wolves. As soon as she released the logs, Ma Xiaoyu hastily shut the bamboo door once more. Chapter 101. A warm bath. Mo Xiaoyu hurled 2 wooden sticks, one of which struck a wolf squarely on the head, singeing a substantial patch of fur and eliciting a pained howl as the creature staggered backward. The rest of the pack, visibly frightened, retreated as well, revealing their fear of fire. At that moment, Mo Xiaoyu retrieved 2 more flaming logs from the fireplace and approached the wooden door with purpose. Ma Xiaoyu promptly opened the bamboo door, and Mo Xiaoyu swiftly tossed the burning wood outside. Although this time it did not hit the wolves, it still caused them to back away several paces. Meanwhile, the 2 wolves that had fallen into the trap lay utterly still, and the remaining pack seemed to understand that lingering here would yield no advantage. After a brief, defiant howl, they turned and dashed into the woods, disappearing from sight in no time. With the wolves finally gone, the 2 breathed a sigh of relief. Mo Xiaoyu turned to Ma Xiaoyu and inquired, "What shall we do about the wolves in the trap?" Ma Xiaoyu replied with a smile, "No need to worry about them. It's pitch dark outside. We shall address it tomorrow. Let us retire early." They returned to their beds, shedding their clothes before lying down to sleep. After being troubled by the wolves the previous night and laboring throughout the day, they did not awaken until midday the following day. Emerging from their shelter, they washed up by the riverside. Ma Xiaoyu inspected the crab traps concealed beneath the water plants. Perhaps due to the murky waters, the yield from the 2 traps was commendable, netting over a dozen sizable crabs. With great care, he transferred the crabs into a bamboo cage for safekeeping. Approaching the traps outside their shelter, they found the 2 wolves impaled with sharpened bamboo stakes, their blood having dried, and swarming with flies and insects, releasing a faintly unpleasant odor. Ma Xiaoyu immediately called for Mo Xiaoyu to help retrieve the wolves from the trap, dragging them to the riverside, where he began to skin them with a knife. After more than an hour of labor, the pelts were finally removed. Considering the substantial food consumption of Wang Qianqian and the others, Ma Xiaoyu chose not to discard the wolf meat. He made an incision in the wolves' bellies, extracting the entrails and casting them into the river to be carried away by the current. The wolf meat was then sliced, yielding at least 100 pounds. To prevent spoilage, especially with the limited sea salt available at the shelter, Ma Xiaoyu crafted a bamboo rack from the bamboo he had cut the previous day. Returning to the woods to gather pine branches, he laid these branches atop the bamboo structure and placed the wolf meat on top, covering it with another layer of pine branches. Finally, he ignited a fire beneath the bamboo rack, commencing the process of smoking the wolf meat. Using his knife, he scraped the fat from the two pelts, cleaning it in the river before hanging it on branches to dry. After a day filled with labor, the two individuals found themselves both exhausted and famished. Upon returning to their shelter, the aroma of lamb simmering in the fireplace wafted through the air, enticing their senses. Eagerly, they seized their bowls and chopsticks, diving into the deliciously prepared meat with fervor. Once they had savored the stewed lamb, they ventured outside to the traps, extracting the bamboo sticks that had ensnared two wolves. They sharpened some new bamboo stakes and reinserted them into the traps, cutting additional branches and palm leaves to cover them again, restoring the traps to their original state. As afternoon approached, they took a brief respite before clearing a space by the brook to construct a bathing area. Their industriousness continued into the evening, culminating in the retrieval of the wolf meat from the bamboo rack back to the shelter. They washed up simply by the shoreline before returning to the shelter to prepare more lamb, retiring to bed early that night. The following morning, they awoke with the dawn, refreshed and ready to begin anew. After their morning rituals, Ma Xiaoyu inspected the crab traps, discovering a bounty of 7 or 8 large crabs. He removed them from the traps and returned the traps to their aquatic hiding spots before bringing the crabs back to the shelter to be cooked. After enjoying the succulent crabs, they took the wolf meat from the shelter, placing it back on the bamboo rack to smoke further. They resumed the construction of the bathing area, and as the day drew to a close, they finally erected the main framework of the bathhouse using bamboo. After a modest meal of stewed lamb, they again retired early. The next day, they began by consuming a light breakfast before continuing their work on the bathhouse. After 2 days of diligent effort, they successfully completed the structure, even crafting a bathing basin from stones within it. Drawing upon their previous experience, Ma Xiaoyu led Mo Xiaoyu to the site where they had previously dug black clay, filling a bamboo basket with the material to transport back to the bathhouse. There, they crushed the clay with stones, adding water and vigorously stomping on it with their bare feet for over 2 hours, enhancing its adhesive properties. Once the clay was adequately prepared, they applied a thick layer both inside and outside the bathing basin and excavated a drainage ditch alongside it. By the afternoon of the following day, the black clay had dried thoroughly, free of cracks. They placed kindling in the ditch and set it ablaze, allowing it to burn throughout the night. When dawn broke the next morning, Ma Xiaoyu, eager with anticipation, rushed to inspect the bathhouse. To his delight, the black clay on the basin had been transformed, glowing from the heat and resonating with a crisp sound when tapped. Thoroughly checking the structure, he found no signs of cracks, and a smile spread across his face. With a bamboo tube in hand, they approached the small river to collect some water, which they carefully poured into the bathing pool. After several thorough rinses, they filled the pool to half its capacity. They then ignited a fire in the trench to heat the bathing water. By the time they had finished their lunch, the water in the pool was pleasantly warm. Since parting ways with Wang Qianqian and the others, this marked the first occasion for the two to indulge in a warm bath together. They entered the bathing area, stripped down to their bare selves, and luxuriated in the soothing warmth of the water. The previous days had been consumed with constructing the bathing facility, leaving little time for intimacy. Now, at last, they embraced the moment to indulge in each other's company within the inviting pool. After their affectionate interlude, they donned fresh garments and took their soiled clothes to the river to wash them clean, hanging them on tree branches to dry. The smoked wolf meat, having been thoroughly dehydrated over the past few days, was now preserved for an extended period. Following a delightful dinner of lamb, they retired early to bed, ready to rest. Chapter 102. Zhang Sili seeks help the following morning. The two did not awaken until midday. Emerging from their shelter, they made their way to the riverbank to freshen up. After completing their ablutions, Ma Xiaoyu inspected the crab traps hidden beneath the aquatic vegetation. Today's yield was commendable, with 7 or 8 large crabs caught in the traps. He placed the crabs in a bamboo cage for safekeeping and then repositioned the traps beneath the water plants. Upon returning to the shelter, Mo Xiaoyu had already begun preparing breakfast. Noticing the smoked wolf meat sizzling on the hearth, Ma Xiaoyu took a piece, slicing off a small morsel to savor. It must be said that the smoked wolf meat possessed a unique flavor. Although it lacked salt, it was reminiscent of beef jerky, imbued with a hint of pine needles. Observing the abundance of wolf meat, Mo Xiaoyu remarked to Ma Xiaoyu, "Brother Ma, we certainly cannot consume all this meat ourselves. Perhaps we should share some with Qianqian and the others." Ma Xiaoyu, in agreement, remained silent as they enjoyed their meal. Just then, a commotion erupted from the distance. Accompanied by a frantic shout, "Brother Ma, are you there? Something has happened." Recognizing Zhang Sili's voice, the two hastily set down their bamboo bowls and exited the shelter. They spotted Zhang Sili rushing toward them, breathless and visibly distressed. Upon reaching them, she gasped, "Brother Ma, something terrible has happened." Seeing her in such a state, Mo Xiaoyu quickly returned to the shelter, fetching a bowl of cool boiled water and presenting it to her. Zhang Sili accepted the bowl, tilted her head back to drink it all in one go. Mo Xiaoyu then urged her, "Sili, do not panic. Take your time and explain what has occurred." After catching her breath, Zhang Sili finally spoke, "Brother Ma, Li Ting and Zhang Lin have been bitten by a snake. You must go see them." Ma Xiaoyu's expression changed at her words, for he was aware that these two had been brought back by her from Ali's camp. And it was alarming that they had already been bitten by a snake within just a few days. "How did this happen? When did it occur?" he asked urgently. Zhang Sili replied, "This morning, they rose early to forage for wild vegetables in the woods. Unfortunately, they had not ventured far before being bitten by a snake. When they returned, the areas where they were bitten had already begun to swell. We did not know what to do, so I came to find you." Hearing this, Ma Xiaoyu's face paled further. Without hesitation, he rushed back to the shelter to grab a large machete and swiftly made his way toward the shelter where the others were residing. Mo Xiaoyu and Zhang Sili followed closely behind. Suddenly, Mo Xiaoyu seemed to remember something. Darting back to the shelter to gather some wolf meat into a bamboo basket before hurrying after them. After more than an hour of running, Ma Xiaoyu arrived at the shelter, panting heavily. From a distance, he could hear the sound of weeping emanating from within. Upon entering, he found Wang Qianqian and the others gathered around the bed, all in tears. Upon seeing Ma Xiaoyu enter, Wang Qianqian tearfully implored him, "Uncle, please save them." Ma Xiaoyu disregarded her plea, pushing past the others to reach the bedside. There, he discovered that Li Ting and Zhang Lin were both in a state of unconsciousness. He inquired, "Where are the injuries?" Zhao Shishir hurriedly replied, "On their legs." Without hesitation, Ma Xiaoyu rolled up their pant legs, revealing swollen calves resembling small pigs' trotters, with the wounds from snake bites oozing dark, viscous blood. Placing his hand over Li Ting's wound, he began to apply pressure. As he did, more black blood flowed forth. After some time, noticing Li Ting's lack of response, he ceased his efforts. He then turned to Zhang Lin's injury, only to find her unresponsive as well. With a heavy heart, he shook his head. Upon seeing this, Wang Qianqian and the others began to weep once more. Desperate, Wang Qianqian cried out, "Uncle, please save them." Ma Xiaoyu sighed in resignation. "It is too late. They have been bitten for too long, and there is nothing I can do." Wang Qianqian, undeterred, retorted, "Uncle, you must have a way. Are you simply unwilling to help them?" Her words ignited a fire within Ma Xiaoyu, who snapped back, "Have you had enough of this? Besides eating, what else have you done? If you had acted sooner to extract the venom when they were bitten, perhaps they would not be in this predicament. All you do is cry, and now you dare to blame me." His words left Wang Qianqian and the others speechless with fear. At that moment, Mo Xiaoyu and Zhang Sili rushed in, breathless. Mo Xiaoyu placed her basket down and hurried to the bedside, glancing at the two unconscious girls. "Brother Ma, what's the situation?" she inquired. Ma Xiaoyu shook his head, replying, "It is hopeless. If the venom had been extracted in time, there might still have been a chance." Hearing this, Mo Xiaoyu turned to Wang Qianqian and the others, asking, "Did you not extract the venom at the first opportunity?" They could only shake their heads in resignation. Mo Xiaoyu sighed, feeling at a loss for words. The group stood in silence, gazing at Li Ting and Zhang Lin, until Ma Xiaoyu again checked for breath, only to find none. With a heavy heart, he declared, "They are gone. We should find a place to bury them." Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian and the others began to weep anew. Frustrated by their cries, Ma Xiaoyu raised his voice enough with the tears. "What good does it do now? Why didn't you act sooner? Hurry and take them outside to bury them." Wang Qianqian, somewhat placated, responded, "How can you be so heartless? They're already gone, and you want to even let us mourn them? Why the rush to bury them?" Ma Xiaoyu was instantly filled with anger and exclaimed to her, "I see your pity is as false as a cat weeping for a mouse. If you all possessed even a modicum of common sense, you would have extracted the poison from their blood long ago. Would they have perished otherwise? In this sweltering heat, a corpse is prone to rapid decay. What purpose does it serve to leave it unburied?" Mo Xiaoyu concurred with her companions, stating, "Brother Ma speaks wisely. This corpse harbors a multitude of bacteria, and considering they were fatally bitten by venomous snakes, the entire body is now toxic. It is best to inter it without delay." Upon hearing both of their assertions, Wang Qianqian and the others fell silent, merely continuing to weep softly.